Chapter 1817. Waste food. Well, I think it's a little hard to understand. Song Miaoge didn't believe in ghosts and monsters, so she was confused. Anyway, Zhou Jiahao had indeed recovered with the help of Ji Yuning's medicine, so it proved that it was useful. Song Miaoge believed Ji Yuning's words, not because she was naive, but because she trusted Ji Yuning. In addition, even if Ji Yuning told a lie, it had nothing to do with her. She only needed to know that Ji Yuning wouldn't hurt her. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. If I hadn't been through it myself, I wouldn't believe it either, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, can you let me see the medicine? I'm quite curious about it, said Bai Li Zhongshe. If it was possible, she really wanted to do research on it. I'm curious about it too. Song Miaoge agreed, but she was literally curious. I have some in my dorm room. I can give each of you a pill after we eat. Take it as a gift of our meeting. You can carry it with you in case you need it in the future, but I don't suggest you should take it when you only have a cold, cut, dysmenorrhea, or some minor problems like them, because it'll be a complete waste of the medicine. Kulain provides medicine specially for them. They have great effects too. If you have serious injuries, pain, or illnesses that ordinary medicines can't cure, you can take the pill then. Although it's quite effective, it can only cure not very serious illnesses and injuries. If it's too serious, the pill might only be able to alleviate it or help you gain more time or reduce the danger. This pill melts once it touches liquid, so you must be careful, said Ji Yuning. She wouldn't mind giving each of them a pill. Even though she was aware of Bai Li Zhongshui's purpose, Bai Li Zhongshui wouldn't get any useful information after doing some research on it because it was just pure magical power. In addition, she already told them it was given to her by a master and she didn't know who the master was. Since it was a master, it was impossible for them to find him. As a result, they wouldn't come to the conclusion that she was lying. Even though she was lying to them, it wasn't a big deal. They could do nothing about it as long as she refused to tell the truth. It was all up to her attitude. Really. Hearing that, Bai Li Zhongshe almost jumped up with excitement. I don't know how to thank you, Ji Yuning. It's my lucky day today. Bai Li Zhongshe ached to get the pill, so she wouldn't hesitate to accept it. What if Ji Yuning changed her mind once she declined? Anyway, she still believed that Ji Yuning was unaware of her real identity and purpose. Thanks, Ji Yuning. Since this medicine is so effective, I should take it too. Well, you give us such a rare thing, we should give you something back as well. How about this, I'll pay the bill for lunch, and Zhongshe can pay for dinner. Song Miaoge said, because she knew Bai Li Zhongshui's family couldn't be poor. At the same time, she also understood that Ji Yuning's medicine wasn't cheap and must be far more expensive than 2 meals, but they still needed to do something to show their gratitude. Right, I agree with Miaoge, Bai Li Zhongshe chimed in. Since both of them agreed on it, Ji Yuning didn't turn them down. Because Song Miaoge would pay for lunch, she directly ordered the best dishes in case a simple meal couldn't prove her sincerity. Because it was a high-end canteen of the top prestigious university, some dishes cost a lot of money and they had many choices. Song Miaoge let Ji Yuning order first, and Ji Yuning didn't hesitate to order boiled shrimps and fried clams, which cost nearly 80 yuan. It was nothing for them, but for ordinary students, it was a few days' worth of food. Bai Li Zhongshe ordered 3 delicacy soup and beef with pepper. Song Miaoge ordered steamed fish, vegetables, and fried potato shreds. The 3 of them ordered 6 dishes in all, which was a luxury for ordinary people, especially when they were 3 girls. Girls normally ate less, and ordinary girls might only be able to finish a third of the 6 dishes. However, 3 of them ate much more than ordinary people, so 6 dishes could just fill their stomachs. Although the food in the high-end canteen was relatively more expensive, it wasn't very expensive compared with people's living standard nowadays. Only students from ordinary families couldn't afford a meal here every day. Actually, a plate of fried rice which cost 20 yuan or rice topped with a dish which cost about 20 yuan wasn't expensive at all. Most students could afford it every day, so not every student who dined in this high-end canteen was rich. Therefore, once a girl noticed the whole table of dishes ordered by Ji Yuning and her friends, she lost her balance and said in an unkind tone, "Look at them. They're wasting food. There are only 3 of them, but they ordered 6 dishes. They must be very rich and spoiled. Poor people are starving to death every day. Couldn't they save some money and donate it to charity?" The girl was sitting at the table next to them. She seemed to have a strong sense of fairness, but she was actually just jealous of the rich. Hearing her voice, Ji Yuning and her friends stopped eating with a frown. They turned to the girl who used moral coercion. Ji Yuning didn't bother to argue with the girl, but Song Miaoge couldn't stand it. It's a good thing to help the poor or the weak, but it's not everyone's obligation. We don't get our money by doing nothing. Why did you judge us? Why don't you donate your family wealth to charity and be a nice person yourself? The poor deserve a helping hand, but why should those who make money on their own be blamed? The girl didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She was actually just saying it, but unexpectedly Song Miaoge took it seriously. Because of that, many students turned to look at her with disdain as well, which made her feel embarrassed. At the beginning, other students had the same idea that 6 dishes were too many for 3 girls, but it wasn't their business. It didn't cost their money either. After hearing what Song Miaoge said, most of them agreed with her. Nobody got money by doing nothing. It was a good thing to help the poor or the weak, but it wasn't everyone's obligation. The poor deserved a helping hand, but those who made money on their own shouldn't be blamed. If everyone stayed poor and refused to make money on their own, it would cause great damage to the country. This drama didn't attract much attention, so Ji Yuning and her friends continued to enjoy their meal. All 3 of them ate fast, as if they had been specially trained. They finished eating everything on the table in 20 minutes, and the rest was nothing more than scraps. Chapter 18:18. Dine in the Sihewan. At the beginning, the owner of the restaurant also thought that they might not be able to eat all the dishes, but surprisingly they finished eating all of them. As a result, he realized that these 3 girls ate a lot more than ordinary people. After having the meal, they went back to their dormitory. Baili Zhongshe went to Ji Yuning's dorm room. All the cabinets in the high-end dormitory were locked so that no one could steal anything. Not every student who was accepted by a prestigious university had moral standards. If so, Ji Yuning wouldn't have been slandered again and again. Students who were academically inclined might not have good manners. For example, some senior officials and rich businessmen had received the best education, but they actually lived a much more promiscuous life than ordinary people. Only a few of them had a sense of justice. Because the power crystals were stored in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, she needed to use the cabinet as cover in front of her friends. Ji Yuning took out 2 bottles with only 1 pill in each of them, so the bottle was only slightly bigger than a finger. It was convenient to carry around, but could also easily go missing. Therefore, they had to be careful. Accordingly, Ji Yuning reminded them to take good care of the bottle, and her 2 friends understood that it was quite precious. They naturally would be more careful. In Song Miaoge's eyes, it was a good medicine which could save one's life at a key moment, while Baili Zhongshe planned to use it to find out more about the magical power. If she was able to get more pills made of pure magical power, it would be of great help for their cultivation. Even though Ji Yuning must have a lot of magical power since she could put it into this medicine, Baili Zhongshe couldn't ask too much about it. Ji Yuning was very smart after all, and her real purpose might be exposed if she asked too many questions about it. Therefore, she decided to share this news with her older brother first. She wouldn't do anything on her own right now. With the power crystal, Baili Zhongshe went back to her own dorm room, while Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge had a nap. After Baili Zhongshe was in her own dorm room, she didn't rush to have a nap, but opened the porcelain bottle and poured the pill out to have a look. The second she opened the bottle, she smelt pure magical power and trembled in surprise. This little amount of magical power wasn't helpful for a cultivator, but it was able to cure superficial injuries. It had the same effect as the low-level magical pills in the cultivation world. Actually, it wasn't easy to get a low-level magical pill in the cultivation world. Bailey Zhongshe observed the pill for a while, then discovered that it was made of pure magical power without any impurities, which made her think that it might be solidified magical power. Bailey Zhongshe had never seen solidified magical power before, but it could exist in this world. Anyway, she had to talk to her older brother about it. Without hesitation, Bailey Zhongshe took out her phone and took a picture of the power crystal before sending Bailey Zongyang a message. Although she could directly give him a call, there were other girls in the dorm room, so she had to keep it a secret. At this time, Bailey Zongyang was dealing with files in the company. Hearing the new message sound, he picked up his phone and read the message. He was stunned once he saw the picture of the power crystal in Bailey Zongshue's message. To his surprise, there was a pill made of pure magical power and Ji Yuning used it to produce makeup and skincare products, which was the reason why those products were so effective. If so, Bailey Zongyang thought it was possible, because magical power indeed had that effect, but he had never seen solidified magical power either. He only knew that medicinal materials which had been nourished by magical power for a long time could contain magical power, and would be great ingredients. Anyway, medicinal materials with magical power were quite rare. Once there were some, people immediately would dig them up. He originally thought that Ji Yuning had put some medicinal materials with magical power into the products, but unexpectedly it was solidified magical power. How did the magical power solidify? Bailey Zongyang was confused, but didn't know how to get the answer. Should he ask Ji Yuning? That was impossible. Ji Yuning wouldn't tell him, and it would also expose his real identity and purpose. As for Ji Yuning's explanation that she had met a master by chance and the master gave the medicine. To her, Bailey Zongyang also had doubts. He believed that the medicine might have been given to Ji Yuning by a master, because Ji Yuning was only a mortal. It was unlikely for her to own such an incredible medicine. Only masters were able to do that. However, he didn't believe that Ji Yuning met the master by chance. It was impossible that the master was willing to give her such a precious medicine because they met each other by accident. Anyway, Bailey Zongyang was sure that Ji Yuning's relationship with the master couldn't be common. Ji Yuning must have told lies mixed with the truth. Ji Yuning wasn't a simple girl, so she naturally wouldn't be honest to everyone. Everyone had his or her own secrets, so Bailey Zongyang didn't think it was wrong even if Ji Yuning told lies. They were cultivators, but they wouldn't tell that to Ji Yuning either. Although Bailey Zongyang ached to learn the source of this power crystal, he knew he had to be patient and wait for more clues from Bailey Zhongshe. After that, Bailey Zongyang sent Bailey Zhongshe a message back. He would go to the capital university right now and bring the pill back for research. Bailey Zongyang couldn't wait to do some research on it, even though he might not be able to find out anything useful. At 2 p.m., Ji Yuning woke up from her nap. She cleaned herself up, then walked out with Song Miaoge. When they reached Bailey Zongshue's dorm room, Ji Yuning called her. Bailey Zhongshe came out later, and the three of them left together. As they walked downstairs, Ji Yuning received a call from Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was coming back to the capital and he called her to dine together tonight. After dinner, they would go to Kunlun Mountain this evening for his cultivation. They were reluctant to waste time, because Leng Xiaoting didn't have much free time. After hanging up, Ji Yuning told her friends that she was going to dine with her family this afternoon, so Bailey Zhongshe could buy a meal for them tomorrow. Since Ji Yuning was occupied, they wouldn't force her to stay with them. The military training in the afternoon was very easy for Ji Yuning, and it was over soon. Ji Yuning then went to ask for leave from Hu Zizhen. Because Ji Yuning was a very special student, Hu Zizhen didn't make things difficult for her and agreed with alacrity. Chapter 18-19, Power Gathering Formation. Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary student. If she asked for leave, she would need to deal with something important, while other students normally left to have fun. It was almost 6 p.m. when they dispersed, so Ji Yuning directly walked away without going back to her dorm room to change her clothes. Xiaoya had driven Ji Yuning's car home, so Ji Yuning had told her to pick her up later once the military training was over. Therefore, at this time, Xiaoya was already waiting for her at the gate of their school. The moment Ji Yuning walked outside, she got in the car and left. Because she didn't want to keep Leng Xiaoting waiting for her, she told Xiaoya to drive as fast as possible. Unfortunately, there was a lot of traffic on the road, so it was nearly 7 p.m. when they arrived at the Sihewan. Once they arrived, Ji Yuning somehow felt strange. Both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunniao should be in the Sihewan right now, but she couldn't sense any magical power. Why? Ji Yuning didn't go inside right away, but used her jade eyes to see what was going on here. She saw the living room and noticed Shengguan Yang, Leng Xiaoting, and Jing Yunniao. At the same time, Shengguan Yang and Jing Yunniao turned in her direction. It was obvious that they found out about her peeking. They indeed felt that someone was secretly looking at them, but they didn't have a pair of jade eyes, so they couldn't see the person. Leng Xiaoting was at a lower level, so he failed to notice it. Ji Yuning only gave them a glance and soon withdrew her sight. Even though they didn't know who was secretly looking at them, Shengguan Yang understood it could be Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning might have found something wrong with the Sihewan after she came, so she used her jade eyes to check the situation first. What's wrong? Leng Xiaoting asked. He failed to sense that someone was secretly looking at them, but he learned something wasn't right from Shengguan Yang and Jing Yunniao's reaction. Nothing, Ningning must be here, said Shengguan Yang. Jing Yunniao was slightly surprised, not because Shengguan Yang was able to know who came here, but because the person turned out to be Ji Yuning. She was curious about how Ji Yuning managed to peek into the inside of the house. Although she was surprised, she didn't ask about it. She wasn't aware of Ji Yuning's jade eyes, but she knew that Ji Yuning had unbelievable skills. Before long, Ji Yuning came inside. She told Xiaoya to leave before her, because it wasn't appropriate for Xiaoya to dine together with them. However, the car was left in the Sihewan, because Ji Yuning needed to drive it back to her school. Once Ji Yuning walked in, she felt magical power floating in the Sihewan, which surprised her. Shengguan Yang and the others were chatting in the living room while waiting for her. They hadn't eaten yet, even though Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting that they could enjoy the meal without waiting for her. They insisted on waiting for Ji Yuning to have dinner together. It wasn't easy for them to gather together for a meal after all. The second Ji Yuning showed up, she met Leng Xiaoting's eyes, which were full of suppressed desire. Because Leng Xiaoting didn't want other people to notice it, he deliberately suppressed his desire for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning also missed him very much, but she composed herself. The others saw their reaction, but didn't think it was wrong. They were boyfriend and girlfriend after all. It was quite understandable that they missed each other after being apart for so long. Hi, Grandpa Shengguan, Mother. Ji Yuning greeted them. Have a seat, Shengguan Yang said. Ji Yuning then went to sit and Lao Zhang began to place dishes on the table. Because they knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't leave until 6 p.m. and it could be 7 p.m. when she arrived, they told Lao Zhang to cook later. Therefore, the dishes were still warm. It was hot today actually, so it was fine to have some cool food. They enjoyed the meal while chatting with each other. Grandpa Shengguan, why didn't I sense any air of cultivators outside the door just now? I felt floating magical power after walking inside instead, said Ji Yuning. I've set up a power gathering formation here, because across the river from this Sihewan is the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is the residence of the emperors of the past dynasties. Emperors are men of power. Although they are all dead today, their power is still left, but it's relatively weak, so I set up a formation to attract the power over and lock it up within the Sihewan. Therefore, the magical power inside the Sihewan won't be discovered by people from the outside. Even if cultivators pass by here, they wouldn't sense us or the magical power, unless his or her level is higher than mine, said Shengguan Yang. Oh, I understand. Ji Yuning nodded. Afterwards, they dropped the topic. This time, Leng Xiaoting and the others would go to Kunlun Mountain by a private jet and directly land at City Zhe. It could save a lot of time and they were able to come back at any time. Ji Yuning wanted to go there with them, but her military training wasn't over yet. She could ask for leave, but it wasn't necessary. During these days, she still failed to make the magical power in her soul circulate in her body. There was a cultivator living in the dorm room next to hers, so she had to be very cautious not to expose her secret. Although Shengguan Yang had told her that even cultivators couldn't see the change of her body with the help of blood of the phoenix, she still needed to be careful. Besides, she couldn't be interrupted during cultivation and she needed a quiet safe place, so the dorm room wasn't suitable for cultivation even if Baili Zhongshe wasn't around. Therefore, Ji Yuning could only leave the cultivation aside. She decided to do it later in a quiet, safe place when she was free. After having dinner, Shengguan Yang had a private talk with Ji Yuning in the study. You told me not to tell Xiaoting, so I didn't say anything about it. It's not convenient for you to cultivate in your school, while the Sihewan is the best place for you. No one will know what you're doing here, said Shengguan Yang. Grandpa Shengguan, did you set it up specially for me? Ji Yuning was touched. For you and for Xiaoting as well. He better stay here after coming back from his work, because there are many cultivators in the capital, said Shengguan Yang. Even though it wasn't all for her, Ji Yuning still felt touched, because what Leng Xiaoting was doing was as important as what she wanted to achieve. Blood of the Phoenix is a great source of magical power itself. It contains endless magical power. Therefore, it doesn't matter to you whether there is magical power in the outside world. You don't need to be worried about the thinner magical power in the outside world either, said Shengguan Yang. Sure, Grandpa Shengguan, said Ji Yuning. Shengguan Yang told Ji Yuning that because he would be absent these days, no one would be in the Sihewan. Stone and Lao Zhong would have a vacation too. Accordingly, it was the best place for Ji Yuning to cultivate. After Shengguan Yang finished the private talk with Ji Yuning stayed with them for another while before going back to her school. Shengguan Yang and the others also left, because time was precious. Chapter 1820. Went to dine with family. It wasn't easy for Leng Xiaoting to see Ji Yuning now, so he wanted to drive her back to her school. Therefore, Stone became the driver for Shengguan Yang and Jing Yunyao, while Leng Xiaoting drove Ji Yuning's car, sending her back to school before he came back in his own car. Ji Yuning wanted to decline, because it would waste about 20 minutes on the road. Besides, the cultivator who showed up for the Jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern might still be spying on her. It was highly possible that he was near her school. If they went there together, they might run into him. However, the others told Ji Yuning that it wouldn't be a problem. Given their levels, they could easily notice the cultivator beforehand. Therefore, Ji Yuning agreed. Once they were in the car, Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand, looking upset. We just met, but we have to separate again without talking with each other. We're apart now in order to be together in the future. As long as you can reach a high level as a cultivator and successfully take revenge, we'll live a peaceful life, right? Ji Yuning was unwilling to leave him too, but she couldn't change the situation, so she could only comfort him. In fact, Leng Xiaoting understood all of this, but his mood was still affected by reality. If he weren't driving at this time, he would hug Ji Yuning in his arms and kiss her with great passion. If it was possible, he would have passionate sex with her. There is no signal at Kunlun Mountain, so we can't contact each other after I get there. Whenever you need help when I'm absent, call He Kiming. If you need help in the government, don't hesitate to see our grandfather. If any cultivators cause you any trouble, meet Uncle Jining. He'll be back in the capital tomorrow and will stay in Xianxia Hotel in the city center. You're a member of my family. Feel free to turn to them for help. You're my girl. Never try to run away from me. I understand that you're a strong girl, but don't just rely on yourself to protect you whenever you encounter difficulties. Your safety is always the top priority. Only when you're safe can we have a beautiful future, said Leng Xiaoting. He was afraid that Ji Yuning might refuse to turn to other people for help when there were problems. He knew that she was unwilling to bother others. Since when did you become so naggy? You used to be a man of few words. You were always cold too. When did you change? Ji Yuning joked. Although she said that, she actually felt quite moved. Leng Xiaoting talked so much because he cared about her. Leng Xiaoting had changed a lot because of her. I became entangled with you, so you must be accountable to me. Protect yourself well. Don't make me worried or sad, said Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning already gave the flood dragon to him, which was a great helper, so he was more worried about her safety now. Although Ji Yuning still had a monster fox by her side, the monster fox wasn't comparable to the flood dragon. It could help her a little, but wasn't as helpful. I understand. I will protect myself well. Ji Yuning promised with a serious expression. She was unwilling to see Leng Xiaoting being worried about her. No matter what, she wouldn't put herself in danger. When Ji Yuning was back in her school, it was only 9 p.m. At this time, students just finished the evening class. Leng Xiaoting told Stone to wait outside, then he drove Ji Yuning's car into the parking lot. After that, Leng Xiaoting suddenly moved closer to kiss Ji Yuning. There was no one else around them, so Ji Yuning kissed him back. Once Ji Yuning kissed him back, Leng Xiaoting wanted more, but his reason stopped him. Leng Xiaoting continued to kiss Ji Yuning for a few minutes, but Ji Yuning thought they should stop now, so she pushed him away reluctantly. Dissatisfied, Leng Xiaoting looked upset, so Ji Yuning comforted him. Grandpa Shengguan and Mother are still waiting for you outside. They might be worried if you don't go out now. We can have more private time together after you come back, alright? Leng Xiaoting clearly knew it as well, but he just couldn't control himself. Anyway, he didn't force Ji Yuning to stay. Like what she said, if he kept them waiting for him, they might be worried. He was unwilling to damage Ji Yuning's impression on them. Fine, but you must keep your word. Leng Xiaoting stared at Ji Yuning with desire in his eyes. Ji Yuning flushed a little, but ignored Leng Xiaoting and got out of the car. Leng Xiaoting followed her, then they walked outside together. Both Shengguan Yang and Jing Yunyo understood that Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning needed some private time, so they remained patient. Before leaving, Shengguan Yang and Jing Yunyo reminded Ji Yuning to be careful. After watching Leng Xiaoting's car leave, Ji Yuning turned around walking back to her school. The second she turned around, she saw Rongju who just walked out of the parking lot. Rongju met her eyes at the same time. Rongju's car entered the parking lot behind Ji Yuning's car, so he saw her walking out with a man hand in hand, but he only saw the man's back. He didn't see the man's face, so he had no idea who the man was. However, even though he only saw the man's back, the man had a natural air of nobility, so he bet the man couldn't be ordinary. In addition, they walked hand in hand, so they must be a couple. Somehow, Rongju felt a little uncomfortable after figuring that out. Hi, Chief Instructor. Ji Yuning greeted Rongju once she saw him. Hi, didn't you have the evening class tonight? Asked Rongju in a calm tone. Actually, he knew that Ji Yuning left the school right after she asked for leave. As the chief instructor, he learned everything about the students within the shortest time. Without a reason, Rongju asked that question. Yeah, I went to dine with my family, said Ji Yuning. Oh, go back to your dorm room now, said Rongju, then he walked away quickly. Facing Rongju's cold attitude, Ji Yuning wasn't affected, because she had no intention of forming a relationship with him. Because Rongju walked fast while Ji Yuning purposely walked slowly, there was soon a distance between them. When Ji Yuning was back in the dorm room, Song Miaoge was already there. Seeing Ji Yuning, she happily said hello to her. Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were unhappy to see Ji Yuning, but they didn't dare to say a word. Instead, they directly ignored her. Gao Xian had to be patient till her older brother came to teach Ji Yuning a lesson. Neither Gao Xian nor Lu Xiaoxiao was aware of what had happened today. Chapter 1821, Nothing happened again in the evening. Right after Leng Xiaoting and the others arrived at the airport, he sent Ji Yuning a message before getting aboard. Because Ji Yuning dined with Leng Xiaoting and the others yesterday, Baili Zongxie bought her a meal the next afternoon. Baili Zongxie also planned to buy a great meal for Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge, so they didn't have a nap that afternoon and instead went outside to have lunch. After lunch, they slowly came back and went to have a walk on the campus. At this time, a boy walked towards them. He was Zhou Jiahao, who had an attack of epilepsy that day when Ji Yuning had saved his life. Zhou Jiahao had taken Ji Yuning's power crystal, so he was already fine back then, but he still went to the hospital for a check, in order to stop worrying. After the check, he was sure that his body was fine, so he came back to school after resting for 2 days. People who had epilepsy should avoid strenuous exercise, but should have some exercise once in a while. Therefore, the instructor gave him priority. He didn't need to take part in activities like standing at attention and running, but needed to practice other gentle activities. Actually, even if Zhou Jiahao asked to quit the training, the school would agree, but he didn't think it was necessary. He wasn't that weak after all. Moreover, as the assistant class leader, he should do his job well even though it was temporary. This was Zhou Jiahao's thoughts, which Ji Yuning wasn't aware of. After Zhou Jiahao took Ji Yuning's power crystal, he was not likely to have another attack of epilepsy, although it couldn't be completely cured. Ji Yuning, thank you for saving my life that day. If it hadn't been for you, I could have lost my life. Zhou Jiahao thanked Ji Yuning. Facing Ji Yuning, he was a little nervous, as if he was talking to an important figure like a dean. In fact, Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary student in their eyes. Instead, she was a very successful businesswoman whose companies had billions of yuan in assets. Most ordinary people stood in awe of her. You're welcome. How do you feel now? Ji Yuning asked with concern. I'm good. I can finish the military training except for those strenuous exercises, in case I have another attack. Our instructor is giving me priority. I don't need to stand at attention or run. I only need to do other gentle activities, said Zhou Jiahao. That's great, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning didn't tell Zhou Jiahao that he actually wasn't likely to have another attack of the illness after taking her medicine. He could do the military poses like standing at attention or running. However, it didn't mean that his illness was fully cured, so Ji Yuning couldn't tell him. What if he had another attack during the military poses or running? They could never be too careful. Ji Yuning, my parents want to invite you to share a meal together this afternoon in order to thank you. Are you free? We'll just dine in the restaurant outside our school, said Zhou Jiahao. No need, please tell your parents that I've already received their kindness. Ji Yuning declined. She didn't disdain them, but simply thought it wasn't necessary. Well, Zhou Jiahao knew that Ji Yuning might decline, but he somehow didn't know what to say when she really did. All right, we should go now. See you, said Ji Yuning, then walked away. Since she said that, Zhou Jiahao didn't insist. When Ji Yuning was far away, he called his father and told him Ji Yuning's answer. Baili Zhongshe and Song Miaoge didn't bother to ask Ji Yuning why she declined, because they wouldn't accept the invitation either. It was unnecessary after all. The three of them had a walk around the playground for a while, then the afternoon's military training began. After several days, they were used to it, so not many students moaned in pain this time, but some girls complained about another thing. Because they stood under the hot sun these days, many of them were tanned. Even Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao had become darkened. Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge, however, weren't tanned at all. Although the magical power of the blood of the phoenix didn't get into her body was nourished by it because it was inside her body. Therefore, it could protect her from being harmed by outside damage. Ji Yuning's skin wasn't affected by the sunlight after she stood under the hot sun for days. Song Miaoge, however, used the Kuzi sunscreen Ji Yuning gave her. Because it was added with magical power, it was quite effective. Kuzi sunscreen could protect her skin from being burned by the sun, and it could also moisturize and whiten her skin. Therefore, Song Miaoge wasn't tanned, but became slightly whiter, which made many girls jealous of her, including Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao. Both Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao ached to ask her what brand of sunscreen she used, but it was too embarrassing because they had a grudge. Actually, Ji Yuning had mentioned it before, but Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were too scared at that time to hear it. As a result, when Song Miaoge and Ji Yuning were absent, Gao Xian secretly searched around their beds and bookshelves trying to find the sunscreen, but unfortunately she failed. Their closets were locked, so she couldn't open them. Even though she was quite careful, the beds were different now. Given Ji Yuning's photographic memory, she easily noticed that someone had done something to her bed. Without further thinking, she immediately realized that it must be Gao Xian. After checking it for a while, Ji Yuning found nothing wrong about it, so she didn't bother to point it out. Actually, there were many girls who weren't tanned too, because they were loyal customers of Kuzi. They had prepared Kuzi sunscreen specially for the military training. Other girls who were tanned were quite envious of them and kept asking them whether it was because of their skin quality or sunscreen of a certain brand. Those untanned girls weren't sure whether it was because of their skin quality, but they used sunscreen of the same brand, which was Kuzi. Accordingly, everyone believed that it must be Kuzi sunscreen which prevented them from being tanned. Song Miaoge was also asked that question by her classmates, so she seized this great chance to promote Ji Yuning's company. She told them it was because of Kuzi sunscreen. It was the truth. She had received military training in a military camp before and she had become tanned in a few days. It took her months to become lighter again. Chapter 1822, a super cool car. During the vacation after the National College entrance examination, she didn't go to train, because she was unwilling to go to the university with a tanned face and limbs. Besides, she needed to do the military training after the new semester began. What if she got darker? She hated to be dark. Although Kuzi had gained a lot of fame, it was most popular with girls in their early 20s, because the majority of the females learned to put on makeup at this age group and they got more familiar with makeup products as well. Girls at the age of 18 or so were still very young, so not many of them had the habit of wearing makeup. High school students normally weren't allowed to wear makeup, and most makeup products were suitable for females over 20. A 18-year-old girl's facial skin was still immature for makeup, and the chemicals in it might damage the skin, so not many young girls dared to put on makeup. Therefore, these female freshmen knew very little about makeup products, except for those international brands whose ads were everywhere. Kuzi was popular, but wasn't as famous as international brands, so not many people had heard of it. International brands had been popular for dozens of years after all, while Kuzi had only joined the market for a few months. Actually, Kuzi was the first brand in history that was able to gain so much fame within such a short time. Hearing Song Miaoge's answer, someone said, "Kuzi. I've never heard of this brand before. It must be a brand on a small scale." "I believe so. Either way, it's a good brand as long as it's useful." "I've heard of Kuzi. It's not a brand on a small scale actually. It's quite famous. Although it's new, it's become popular within a short time. I've also heard of the great effects of its products. They aren't cheap, but I don't have the habit of wearing makeup, so I've never bought them before. Since you know about it, why don't you use it? I didn't know that I would be tanned during the military training, so I didn't prepare any sunscreen for it. By the way, I'm tanned now, so I must go buy one." "Me too. I don't want to be dark. It's ugly. I'll hate myself. 3 inches. I'll go buy one as well. Why don't we go buy it together after the training is over later?" Many girls agreed to buy Kuzi sunscreen once the morning training was over. It didn't only happen in the capital university, many other universities had it happen as well. Because many students didn't get tanned with the help of Kuzi sunscreen, the news quickly spread abroad. Within a day or two, Kuzi sunscreen became very popular among freshmen. It was out of stock in many stores, and many students even failed to buy it. Those who failed to buy it in the stores went to shop on the internet, so the sunscreen was soon out of stock on the official website of Kuzi as well. Store owners immediately contacted Kuzi, trying to purchase more goods, but the phone line was always busy. Because the sunscreen was unusually popular this time, many store owners asked for a lot of it at a time. As a result, not all of them were able to purchase enough goods. Precisely because of that, many unqualified factories began to make fake products overnight. They even sent staffers to sell the fake sunscreen in all kinds of universities. Some students didn't think much about it and bought it right away, while some were afraid it might be fake, so they decided to wait till it was in stock at cosmetics counters. Since it became popular, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao heard about it too, but they failed to buy it at counters. Instead, they bought the fake sunscreen when they met the salesman on campus. Ji Yuning didn't meet those salesmen, so she didn't learn the news after it went abroad, but the sunscreen was soon in stock at counters and on the official website after a day. Since some people dared to make fake products, it would surely cause a sensation, but a piece of good news came before the sensation happened. On the afternoon of the 6th day of the military training, the instructor gave them a half-day holiday, so Song Miaoge asked Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe out to go shopping and buy clothes. Song Miaoge didn't bring many clothes with her when she came to the university, because she was too lazy to carry a heavy suitcase. In addition, girls always preferred new clothing to old clothing at home. Ji Yuning was free for the time being, so she agreed. Bai Li Zhongshe only knew them in the capital, so she would have nothing else to do if she didn't go out with them. Therefore, she also went shopping with the girls. Moreover, she wanted to shop, hang out, and enjoy her real student life too. Although Bai Li Zhongshui's mental age was over 30, she had never relaxed because of cultivation for a long time, so she ached to relax sometimes. Because they were going out, they wouldn't dine in the canteen. After dispersing, they directly went to change clothes in their dorm rooms before walking out. Ji Yuning's car was stopped in the parking lot outside their school, so Ji Yuning would drive them out. Wow, Ji Yuning, your car is so cool. The second Song Miaoge saw Ji Yuning's Hummer, she exclaimed. Song Miaoge was a girl, but she spent a lot of time with male soldiers in the military camp, so she was a tough girl who loved cars, especially cool cars. She believed only cool cars could match her coolness, but unfortunately her family refused to buy a car for her because she was only a college student. Her family would only buy a car for her after her graduation. Anyway, she couldn't afford it on her own, so she had to listen to her family. Ji Yuning, I'm surprised that you, a young girl, drive such a cool car. I thought your car was one of those beautiful private cars. Bai Li Zhongshe was slightly surprised. I think a cool car suits Ji Yuning well. Haven't you witnessed it? When Ji Yuning beat so many men by herself, she wasn't like a weak girl at all. She's the coolest girl I've ever seen, said Song Miaoge. Ji Yuning was the coolest girl in this world in her eyes. You're right. Bai Li Zhongshe agreed. Ji Yuning smiled, but said nothing. After that, they got in the car and left together. Where are we going now? Asked Ji Yuning. To the commercial district, of course. All the large shopping malls are there. The food street is right next to it as well. We can have a lot of delicious food too, said Song Miaoge. She got excited once they talked about food. Song Miaoge was a typical foodie. She didn't care whether they could buy beautiful new clothes, but she must eat delicious food. Great, so we'll directly have lunch there, right? Asked Ji Yuning. Chapter 1823. Won't reject. Great, let's go straight to the food street. We'll be there in 40 minutes, said Song Miaoge. Bai Li Zhongshe wasn't familiar with the capital, but Song Miaoge was born in this city. Song Miaoge might not be very familiar with the capital, but she knew a lot about it. Both Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe agreed. They weren't ordinary people, so they didn't easily get hungry. Ji Yuning drove fast, but steadily. At the beginning, Song Miaoge and Bai Li Zhongshe were slightly scared, but they soon got used to it. Wow, Ji Yuning, you're quite good at driving. I've never seen anyone else who's better at driving than you, said Song Miaoge. Of course, I've had a car race against a professional racer before. I won the race, so I'm definitely good at driving, said Ji Yuning with a grin. She was quite proud of herself. What? You've had a car race against a professional racer before? Knowing that, Song Miaoge rounded her eyes in shock. She didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words, and admired Ji Yuning more than ever now. Wow, that's amazing. After they arrived at the food street, Song Miaoge wanted to eat everything in her sight. However, she wasn't a big eater and couldn't eat that much. In the end, they decided to eat spicy hot pot. The three of them ate more than 5 people, which attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Jesus, look at those girls. They eat a lot, and they've finished a lot of food already. It's none of your business. You don't need to pay for their bill anyway. Well, I'm just envious of them. They eat a lot, but are still slim. I can't do that. I easily gain weight. These people weren't unkind, they were simply envious of Ji Yuning and her friends who didn't easily gain weight. Although the three of them ate a lot, they often exercised, so it wasn't easy for them to gain weight. After that, they went to shop. All of a sudden, Song Miaoge said to Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning, can you give me a discount if I go to buy some skincare products in Kuzi and clothes in Gufan? Although normally skincare and makeup products were suitable for girls over 20, Kuzi was different because its products contained magical power, so it was suitable for all ages. Song Miaoge was aware of it, so she wanted to try Kuzi. Because Song Miaoge spent a lot of time in the military camps in the capital, her skin was comparatively darker than other people. She wanted to buy clothes from Gufan, not because she was helping Ji Yuning with her business, but because she had looked at the clothes on its official website. She liked them, and they suited her very well, so she always wanted to buy some. Sure, how about a 30% discount? Said Ji Yuning. That's great. Song Miaoge nodded with excitement. In fact, she didn't lack money at all, but felt quite satisfied with the discount. Can I have that discount as well? Asked Bailey Zhongshe. Even though she didn't need skincare products, she might use makeup products, so she better learn how to wear makeup. They came out today to shop for clothes, so she naturally would buy some too. It actually wasn't the first time that Bailey Zhongshe had been to the Gufan store. She had bought some before, and she liked them very much. Of course, Ji Yuning said, you don't need to hesitate to tell me whatever you want. Buy anything you like. Don't force yourself to buy anything just for the sake of our friendship. I'll be embarrassed if you buy the products merely to help my business. Don't worry, we won't reject it when it's unnecessary, said Song Miaoge. Although she indeed had the idea of helping Ji Yuning with her business, she really liked the products. She wouldn't force herself to buy something she disliked. Right. Bailey Zhongshe chimed in. The commercial district was quite large with several high-end shopping malls. Fengsheng Shopping Mall was one of them. Why don't we go to Fengsheng Shopping Mall first? Said Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge proposed to go to Fengsheng Shopping Mall, not because she knew Ji Yuning's relationship with it, but because the first store of Kuzi and Gufan in the capital were located in Fengsheng. Now, Kuzi had a counter in every big shopping mall, but Gufan only had a few. Song Miaoge didn't know where to find them except for Fengsheng Shopping Mall. Since she only knew they were in Fengsheng Shopping Mall, she decided to go straight there without wasting much time. There were stores of Kuzi, Kalane, and Gufan in most of the Fengsheng shopping malls, and they were direct sale stores, but some weren't open yet, waiting for renovation or new shops. Because these brands were newly established, there weren't many of their stores. It happened at a slow pace. During these days, Fengsheng Shopping Mall became quite popular with a lot more customers than before because of the three brands. Even though the Tang family owned many companies and Fengsheng Shopping Mall was a high-end big mall, there were many more high-end shopping malls. Just in their country, there were dozens of high-end shopping malls, so the competition was quite cruel. Along this commercial district, there were over a dozen big shopping malls. Fengsheng Shopping Mall was one of the top 3 given its sales and customer volume. They were going to Gufan store, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't shop in other stores. When they saw familiar brands, they would also walk inside. However, they didn't see any clothes they liked. The capital was quite large. It was difficult to find a person sometimes, but Ji Yuning was able to run into acquaintances once in a while. Right after Ji Yuning and her 2 friends stepped into a woman's clothing store, she saw familiar faces. In fact, they had a grudge against each other. Ji Yuning saw Shen Jilin and Chen Chuyin. Because of Ji Yuning, Shen Jilin and Chen Chuyin had a car accident last time. It wasn't serious, but they blamed Ji Yuning for it. Therefore, once they noticed Ji Yuning, they stared at her with great hatred. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. They always believed that Shen Jilin could have been together with Leng Xiaoting if it hadn't been for Ji Yuning. In their eyes, it was Ji Yuning who ruined the chance for Shen Jilin to be together with Leng Xiaoting. It was their idea, but it was quite unreasonable. Actually, both of them thought too highly of themselves. Chapter 1824, This girl is too cruel. There was nothing wrong with Shen Jilin liking Leng Xiaoting and wanting to marry him, but the problem was that she took it for granted. Just because Leng Xiaoting disliked her and rejected her, she vented her anger on the girl that Leng Xiaoting liked, and blamed the girl for everything. Song Miaogay and Baili Zhongshe also saw Shen Jilin and Chen Chuyin. From their looks, they knew the two women had a grudge with Ji Yuning. However, it was Ji Yuning's business, so they wouldn't say anything if Ji Yuning remained silent. Ji Yuning didn't even care about them, so she ignored them and looked at the clothes in the store. Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin's eyes followed Ji Yuning. They wished to eat her and tear her apart. The shopping guide who served them looked embarrassed, and didn't know how to stop them. She only hoped that there would be no conflict in the store. Ji Yuning and her two friends walked around, but didn't see anything they liked, so they left. Stop there. Just when Ji Yuning and her two friends reached the door of the store, Chen Chuyin stopped them with a shout from behind. Ji Yuning knew she was calling her, but she continued to move forward as if she didn't hear it. Although Song Miaogay and Baili Zhongshe paused for a while, seeing that Ji Yuning didn't mean to stop, they naturally followed her and walked outside. When Chen Chuyin saw that Ji Yuning ignored her, she was so angry that she ran towards them and stood in Ji Yuning's way, forcing her to stop. Shen Jilin followed Chen Chuyin behind. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear? Chen Chuyin scolded, with a superior attitude. Chen Chuyin didn't know Ji Yuning's identity, so she didn't have any fear of her. She ran away in a hurry last time simply because she had lost her face. I heard, but why do I have to listen to you? Ji Yuning looked at her coldly and asked without a kind face and a kind tone. Why? Because you are the other woman in my daughter's relationship, Chen Chuyin said. Hearing this, Ji Yuning slightly squinted, revealing coldness. The other woman in her daughter's relationship. This girl is shameless. All the surrounding people all looked at Ji Yuning with disgust all of a sudden. Everyone hated those who ruined other people's romantic relationships. Jesus, I can't believe it. This girl is so young. She is so good looking. Why does she want to be the other woman in other people's romantic relationship? It happens. All the mistresses now are young and beautiful. Makes sense. Baili Zhongshe and Song Miaogay were angry. They didn't believe that Ji Yuning was such a person, but they didn't know anything about it, so they had no idea how to defend Ji Yuning. They were unwilling to cause her more trouble at this time. Really? Tell me, I got involved in your daughter's relationship with whom? Ji Yuning asked with a sneer. Although Ji Yuning was very angry, she didn't lose her temper yet. Stop playing dumb. Jilin and Xiaoting grew up together, and our two families are relatives. We were talking about their marriage. It was you who suddenly appeared and seduced Xiaoting, so Xiaoting refused to marry Jilin, Chen Chuyin said with a furious expression as if she was telling the truth. When Shen Jilin heard that, she looked sad. Because she was indeed sad, so her expression was sincere. Once they said that, onlookers became even angrier, and began to criticize Ji Yuning. It's really sad for her parents to have such a daughter. She doesn't learn anything good from other people, but becomes a mistress. Right, like mother, like daughter. Perhaps her mother is also. Ji Yuning didn't feel much anger when others criticized her, but when it came to her parents, Ji Yuning couldn't bear it. She turned extremely displeased, and shot her piercing eyes at the woman who badmouthed her mother. She scolded, "Shut your mouth." In the woman's eyes, Ji Yuning's look was like a sharp arrow directly hitting her heart, which frightened her. She also felt stressed, gasping for breath. Not only the woman, but also the people around, were frightened by Ji Yuning's anger, including Song Miaogay and Baili Zhongshe. After that, Ji Yuning stopped paying attention to the woman, but looked at Chen Chuyin, which made Chen Chuyin tremble all over. She had to admit that she was frightened by Ji Yuning's anger too. After thinking further about it, she believed that Ji Yuning was nothing more than a little girl, so she shouldn't be afraid of her. However, as soon as she had that thought, she felt her throat tightened. Ji Yuning's face became larger before her eyes, and she realized that her throat was already pressed by her. Everyone was shocked when they watched this scene. While being amazed by Ji Yuning's speed, they also felt that this young girl was too vicious. Onlookers thought that Ji Yuning was cruel simply because they didn't know the truth. If they learned the truth but still believed she was the vicious one here, they must be either stupid or sanctimonious. Chen Chuyin uttered a word with difficulty, and immediately raised her hand trying to beat Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning coldly warned her. "Don't you dare." As Ji Yuning said that, she used greater strength at her hand, making Chen Chuyin even more uncomfortable and too scared to move. "Mom." Shen Jilin came back to her senses after being stunned for a second. She was shocked, and immediately stepped forward, trying to save Chen Chuyin. "Get her," Ji Yuning said when she saw that. Hearing that, before Song Miaoge could do anything, Baili Zhongshe moved to pull away Shen Jilin, who had just grabbed Ji Yuning's hand. She simply caught her shoulder lightly, but it was enough to make Shen Jilin unable to break away. "Let go of me, let me go," Shen Jilin shouted. "This girl is too cruel." "I agree. She must be furious with embarrassment after her dirty secret is exposed." Because of Ji Yuning's strength, the two people didn't dare to talk about her loudly. However, they disliked Ji Yuning's behavior, so they still muttered. Ji Yuning turned to give them a glare at once, and the two people trembled in fright, turning their heads away with a guilty conscience. "If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. If you dare to say another word, you might not be able to bear the result," Ji Yuning warned. The man was so scared that his neck shrank. He dared not say another word. When other people heard her words, they all guessed that what Chen Chuyin just said might not be the truth. After all, they just heard her account and they didn't know whether it was true or not, so it was too early to make a conclusion. Therefore, no one dared to say anything for the time being. Ji Yuning returned her sight to Chen Chuyin in front of her, and asked in a deep, cold, and dangerous voice, "Mrs. Shen, are you sure that I am the other woman who tried to destroy Miss Shen and Xiaoting's relationship?" Chapter 1825. Final warning. Chen Chuyin felt that Ji Yuning had destroyed it, so she didn't change her opinion just because she was scared by Ji Yuning. However, she was too scared to say a word now. At this moment, 3 security guards of Fengsheng shopping mall came over. Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you doing? Let her go." A security guard pointed at Ji Yuning and scolded, then he was about to walk over and pull Ji Yuning away. Ji Yuning refused to let Chen Chuyin go, then drew a black card of Fengsheng shopping mall from her pocket and showed it to the security guards. The security guards recognized this card at once. Only those who had a close relationship with the Tang family could get a black card from Fengsheng shopping mall. Therefore, those security guards stopped pulling Ji Yuning away. Instead, they showed great respect towards her. "Miss, can you tell us what has happened?" a security guard asked. "This woman slandered me, humiliated me, and damaged my reputation in public. I just want to ask for an explanation." "Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt her or cause any trouble for Fengsheng shopping mall. Please do me a little favor and leave it to me," Ji Yuning said. The security guards hesitated, but agreed, and left immediately. "Hey, come back, you guys." Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin were anxious once they saw that the security guard had left. "Oh my god, what is that? Why did the security guards agree to let her handle it?" someone asked with confusion. "I don't know. It seems that this girl isn't ordinary. Perhaps she has a relationship with Fengsheng shopping mall. That seems to be the black card of Fengsheng shopping mall. It seems that this girl's background is really not simple." "What? The black card of Fengsheng shopping mall?" Ji Yuning also didn't care about the onlookers' discussion. As long as it wasn't something they shouldn't talk about, she would ignore it. Ji Yuning then looked at Chen Chuyin with a sneer, and said sarcastically, "Mrs. Shen, Miss Shen, it seems that you don't respect the Leng family at all. You like to make your own decisions about everything. Did they think that they were relatives of the Leng family, so the Leng family wouldn't do anything to them?" Quite the opposite, Ji Yuning knew that the Leng family was about to punish the Shen family, because the Shen family was too greedy trying to ride on the Leng family's coattails, or it would betray the Leng family. Unfortunately, the Shen family didn't have a stable position nor great advantages in the capital, so it wasn't easy for them to climb up the social ladder. Even if it climbed up to a higher position by playing dirty tricks, it wouldn't be stable. Hearing that, Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin both trembled, and they suddenly felt fear of the Leng family. They focused on making things difficult for Ji Yuning, and ignored the Leng family. No, we're respectful of the Leng family, Chen Chuyin said with difficulty, suffering from her painful throat. No. Ji Yuning sneered, since you denied it, why did you still say that I tried to damage the relationship between Miss Shen and Xiaoting? If so, you are also claiming that Xiaoting is a playboy who has no sense of responsibility. The Leng family didn't oppose or stop it, so the Leng family doesn't have moral standards, right? Isn't it enough to prove that you don't respect the Leng family at all? Ji Yuning's words severely attacked Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin. They were frightened and immediately explained. No, we didn't. They dared not think of Leng Xiaoting and the Leng family like that. It was something that didn't exist at all, and they made it up on their own. When Song Miaoge heard Ji Yuning talk about the Leng family, the first thing she thought of was the Leng family of the 4 major families in the capital. Was it possible? She couldn't believe it. Although Ji Yuning was very successful and outstanding, Song Miaoge thought it was impossible for her to have a relationship with such a powerful family, let alone the descendants of the Leng family. It wasn't that she looked down on Ji Yuning, but after all, there was a huge gap between Ji Yuning and the Leng family. To put it bluntly, there was no chance for them to get to know each other. Although not all the people the Leng family knew were of high class, Song Miaoge still felt it was impossible. Maybe it was another Leng family. When people talked about the Leng family, it normally referred to one of the 4 major families in the capital. However, in the capital, there were many other rich families with the surname Leng, but they didn't know yet. Ignoring their fears, Ji Yuning continued, you said that Miss Shen has a special relationship with Xiaoting, but as far as I know, Miss Shen has only seen Xiaoting a very few times. Even if they met, they seldom talked with each other. If you insist on saying that, why don't we go to the Leng family's house and ask Grandpa Leng and Xiaoting for the answer? Upon hearing that, Chen Chuyin was shocked and shook her head. Don't. Shen Jilin, who could speak, also blurted out subconsciously. They absolutely couldn't go to the Leng family's house to talk about that, because things were exactly as Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting and Shen Jilin had only met one another a few times. Even if they met, Leng Xiaoting was always indifferent to Shen Jilin, so she seldom talked with him. At most, for the sake of seeing them as relatives, when they greeted him, he would give them a nod. Seeing Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin panicking, the truth couldn't be more obvious. Obviously, the mother and daughter were lying, so onlookers began to despise them. It turns out that they are lying. The woman admires a man and believes the man is hers. She even claims that the girl has damaged her relationship with the man. However, the woman seldom has chances to see and talk with the man. Yeah, these 2 women are so shameless. Right, they're too shameless. I feel that the man is also very innocent. According to their accounts, he becomes a bad man who has no sense of responsibility. Exactly, this girl is obviously the man's real girlfriend, but she's slandered as the other woman. Her reputation has been damaged, but it's only a lie. Everyone ridiculed them one after another. Those who had criticized Ji Yuning just now felt embarrassed at this moment. They had scolded the wrong person. Mrs. Shen, Miss Shen, I will warn you for the last time. If you dare provoke me and slander me again, don't blame me for talking directly to Grandpa Leng and Xiaoting. What consequences will you endure at that time? It is your own responsibility. Ji Yuning coldly warned, then threw Chen Chuyin away. Because Ji Yuning used a lot of strength, Chen Chuyin was directly thrown to the ground. She suffered a sharp pain, but couldn't make a moan. You can let her go now. Ji Yuning looked at Baili Zongxie and said. Baili Zongxie let go of Shen Jilin at once, but she also pushed her straight towards Chen Chuyin, then she fell on Chen Chuyin. Chapter 1826. Only 1 month left. Chen Chuyin, who had fallen, was hit again by Shen Jilin so violently that she almost fainted in pain. Because Chen Chuyin was under her body, Shen Jilin got hurt less, but she still screamed. After all, she was a weak and gentle, rich girl. Although this fall looked very like to Ji Yuning and her friends, it actually wasn't like to Shen Jilin. Then Ji Yuning stopped paying attention to them, and left with Song Miaoge and Baili Zongxie. Shen Jilin was frightened, so she could only watch Ji Yuning leave. She didn't dare to argue with Ji Yuning again, but she wouldn't just accept this result. She would definitely make Ji Yuning pay for it. Even though Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, as long as Shen Jilin didn't expose herself, no one would know she schemed against her. Thinking about that, Shen Jilin's expression turned sullen. Since the drama was over, the onlookers all dispersed. However, before they left, they didn't forget to mock Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin. Although the security guards didn't stop Ji Yuning from teaching them a lesson, it happened in the mall anyway. Therefore, after Ji Yuning left, a security guard called an ambulance for Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin. No matter what, they couldn't have an accident in their mall. Because Fengsheng Shopping Mall had turned a blind eye on Ji Yuning's behavior, Shen Jilin yelled at its staff to give them an explanation. However, it was their fault and they caused the trouble first, so no one cared about them right now. Ji Yuning, you were really cool. After leaving, Song Miaoge gave Ji Yuning a thumbs up. In fact, she was frightened by Ji Yuning's act of grabbing Chen Chuyin's neck just now, because she saw such a terrifying Ji Yuning for the first time. At the same time, she was very worried about Ji Yuning. If Chen Chuyin was really choked to death, even if it was her fault at first, Ji Yuning would not be able to get away with it. Luckily, Ji Yuning knew when to stop. The mother and daughter are too shameless. They really dare to say anything. Baili Zhongshe said sarcastically. That's right. I really wanted to beat them back then, but I was afraid it might interrupt what Ji Yuning was doing. Song Miaoge looked indignant. To be honest, she really had the urge to beat them at that time. Me too, Baili Zhongshe said. From the beginning to the end, they were silent and did nothing, because they were worried about saying or doing the wrong thing. Well, they can't bully me. See, they're the ones who suffered in the end. Ji Yuning comforted the two girls who were defending her. She understood that they really cared about her. Even if Baili Zhongshe formed a relationship with her for a purpose, she also felt that Baili Zhongshe really wanted to become friends with her. Precisely because of that, she was willing to spend time with Baili Zhongshe. After all, she didn't need to learn more about the cultivation world through Baili Zhongshe now. If she wanted to know anything about it, it was better for her to directly ask Jing Jining, because he would be honest with her. She continued to hang out with Baili Zhongshe because she felt that Baili Zhongshe could be a good friend. If you had suffered a loss, we would have done something to help you, Song Miaoge said. It was also because Ji Yuning didn't suffer a loss, that they were less worried. Actually, I was so worried that you might strangle her to death. Even if it's her fault, if you killed her, you would still be punished according to the law, Baili Zhongshe said. Right, that's what I thought just now. Song Miaoge immediately agreed. Thinking of the situation at that time, Song Miaoge was still slightly shocked. Ji Yuning was amused by them and felt touched at the same time. Don't worry, no matter what I do, I will always consider the consequences. After hearing Ji Yuning's explanation, they felt more at ease, then they continued to look at the clothes. Along the way, they also went into some accessories stores. Both Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe bought a bunch of them. Ji Yuning didn't buy any, because she didn't like these little things. After they looked around in a few more clothing stores, they still failed to find what they liked, so they went to Gufen. Gufen had a larger customer volume than the shops they had visited before, and most of the customers stayed for a long time to try on clothes. Generally, those who stayed for a long time to try on clothes were more likely to buy clothes. As soon as they entered the store, all the saleswomen saw Ji Yuning and respectfully called her Miss Ji Yu. This is what Ji Yuning requested before, so they just called her Miss Ji Yu. Although many people knew that Ji Yuning was the boss of Gufen, Ji Yuning thought it was better to not let more people know, because she was too lazy to deal with them. However, dramas were everywhere. One just stopped, and another started again. Song Miaoge chose a dress and went to the fitting room to try it. Right when she reached the fitting room, a girl came out of it wearing the same dress Song Miao picked up. This girl was also Song Miaoge's old acquaintance. When the girl saw Song Miaoge, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect to run into Song Miaoge here. Then the girl sneered, and said in an unkind tone, "Oh. Aren't you Song Miaoge? Did you come to buy clothes too?" As she said that, she looked at the dress in Song Miao's hands, then sneered again. Oh. You have a good taste. You chose the same dress as me, but I wonder whether you can look as attractive as me in it. The girl was indeed a bit more beautiful than Song Miaoge and had a sexy body. Perhaps because of her age, she has grown very plump and looked quite attractive in the dress. However, no matter how beautiful her appearance and figure were, her unkind face made her annoying. Seeing the girl, Song Miaoge was obviously displeased. When she heard the girl's ridicule, Song Miaoge became even more annoyed. She coldly looked at her and said, "Ji Wenna, it's none of your business whether this dress looks good on me. Why do you have to pick on me whenever you see me? Do you want a punch?" Well, hearing that, the girl named Ji Wenna wasn't angry, instead she became even more unfriendly. "I just like to make your life unpleasant, so what? You're merely a loser. If you dislike it, try to defeat me, and I won't stand in your way again in the future. However, it's only 1 month away from our half-year bet. I don't know whether you have the confidence to defeat me. If you lose, you'll have to pole dance in a bikini. The video will be uploaded to the internet as well. Ha ha, ha ha." Saying that, Ji Wenna smiled triumphantly, as if she could already see Song Miaoge lose. It wasn't strange that she believed Song Miaoge would lose, because Song Miaoge had indeed lost to her. It was impossible for Song Miaoge to make that much progress within 6 months. Chapter 1827, You Did That on Purpose. Even if Song Miaoge had been training hard in the past 6 months, Ji Wenna had done the same thing. She was already better than Song Miaoge, so she didn't think that she would make slower progress than Song Miaoge. Although Ji Wenna's voice wasn't loud, it wasn't low either, so many customers turned to look at them. Bikini. Pole dancing. It'll be recorded in a video and uploaded to the internet. It'll definitely go viral. Because of those words, Song Miaoge and Ji Wenna became bad girls in the eyes of other people and they began to stare at them with a little contempt and disdain. Song Miaoge was annoyed, but couldn't deny the bet that they had made, because there was written evidence. "Let's go and see. I will defeat you," Song Miaoge said with determination, but she didn't have much confidence. No matter what, she couldn't lose. If she lost, she would have to wear a bikini, pole dance, and post the video to the internet. If it really happened, not only she would be embarrassed, her family, the Song family, would also be humiliated. However, she was left no choice now. She had agreed to such a condition because Ji Wenna had provoked her into doing so. "Very well, then I'll wait for you to defeat me, but don't let me down." Ji Wenna smiled, then ignored Song Miaoge and directly past her, walking to look at herself in the mirror. As she passed by Song Miaoge, she deliberately bumped her shoulder, deliberately provoking her. "You." Song Miaoge was very angry and was about to lose her temper, but she forced herself to calm down upon thinking that this was Ji Yuning's store. Both Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe had witnessed everything, so they were displeased and felt uncomfortable as well. Song Miaoge was no longer interested in looking at the clothes, and gave up trying on the dress. She turned around to hang it back up. At this time, Ji Yuning walked to Song Miaoge and asked her, "Do you want to watch her get angry?" Hearing this, Song Miaoge's eyes lit up. She knew that Ji Yuning had a way, so she immediately nodded. "Of course. Watch me," Ji Yuning said, then she took the dress from her hands and walked towards the fitting room. Ji Yuning decided to overshadow Ji Wenna. Ji Yuning didn't think that she was the most beautiful and sexy girl in existence, but she was confident to overshadow Ji Wenna. Since her friend was bullied in her shop, she had to do something. After Ji Yuning walked into the fitting room, Song Miaoge thought it might not be a good idea. She asked Baili Zhongshe, "Will Ji Yuning lose a customer?" "Relax, if Ji Yuning cared about that, she wouldn't stand up for you. Don't worry, Ji Yuning won't care. If I were her, I would do the same thing. I believe you have the same idea, right? We're friends. We should help each other." Baili Zhongshe comforted Song Miaoge. She was more relaxed than her. "Right, if you had been bullied, I would definitely stand up for you too." Song Miaoge felt much better after hearing Baili Zhongshui's words. Then they waited quietly for Ji Yuning to come out. Ji Yuning came in a loose t-shirt, loose jeans, and casual shoes today with a hat, so no one paid special attention to her. However, now Ji Yuning put on the dress with a pair of high heels from her telepathic eye space. With her hair in a high ponytail, she took out cosmetics and quickly put on light makeup. She looked totally different. Ji Wenna was still wearing that dress while looking at the clothes outside. She already made a decision to buy this dress, but she still needed to look at the others. Since she was here, she planned to buy a few more. After Ji Yuning finished everything, she walked out. Song Miaoge and Baili Zongxie knew that Ji Yuning never made mistakes once she took action, but they were both stunned the second Ji Yuning showed up again. They were dumbfounded, unable to react for a while. Other people in the store who saw Ji Yuning were also amazed. Gosh, it's so beautiful. Yeah, I thought that the girl looked good in this dress just now, but I didn't expect this girl to look even better in it. It's just tailor-made for her. Once a saleswoman noticed it, she figured out that her boss was going to take revenge for her friend. In the bottom of her heart, she couldn't help but envy her boss's friend. Her boss was such a good friend. A true friend must be like that. Ji Yuning wouldn't hesitate to help her friends once she saw them bullied. The sounds of surprise and praise immediately attracted the attention of Ji Wenna, and she immediately came to take a look. After one glance, her face became distorted with jealousy. Jealousy and hatred couldn't be concealed on her face. Jesus. Ji Yuning, you are so beautiful in this dress. Once Song Miaoge came back to her senses, she walked up to Ji Yuning, and left all her worries and unhappiness behind. Well, it's because she's beautiful and has a perfect body that she looks attractive in all the clothes. You can randomly pick up a piece of clothing for Ji Yuning to try on. It will definitely look good too, Baili Zongxie said. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. You're right. She's beautiful and has a perfect body, so she's attractive in any clothes. Song Miaoge immediately agreed. Song Miaoge, you did that on purpose. Ji Wenna went to Song Miaoge without delay, glaring at her in fury. They were in a group. Now Ji Yuning put on this dress and looked even better than her. She wasn't a fool, and could see that they did it on purpose. Song Miaoge looked back at Ji Wenna, with disdain in her heart, but she seemed innocent on the surface and asked, "What did I do on purpose? I don't understand what you said. Stop playing dumb. You know you can't look as good as me in this dress, so you asked her to wear it and deliberately overshadow me," Ji Wenna said. She said that, which meant she admitted that Ji Yuning looked better than her in this dress. It was too obvious to be denied. Hearing that, other people who knew that Ji Wenna and Song Miaoge had a conflict just now knew what was going on. However, they didn't think there was anything wrong with Ji Yuning's behavior. After all, Ji Wenna's disdainful expression just now made everyone feel uncomfortable. It's ridiculous. How can you forbid other people to wear this dress? This shop is open for everyone. There are two of the same dresses, which means that you are not the only one who can buy it. You can't forbid other people to buy it. My friend just tried on this dress, and she didn't stop you from buying it, Song Miaoge said. Ji Wenna was annoyed. No one said that she couldn't buy it, but she lost interest in it after seeing another girl looking prettier in it than her. Song Miaoge continued, if you don't want other girls to wear it, you can buy all of the stock in this store. Chapter 1828. I won't let you lose. Ji Wenna furious, but Song Miaoge was pleased to see that. Fine. Ji Wenna didn't want this dress anymore, so she rushed into the fitting room and took it off. Ji Wenna didn't know that Gufan was owned by Ji Yuning. Although she no longer wanted this dress, she could still choose another one. She wouldn't stop shopping for beautiful clothes just because of Song Miaoge. After Ji Wenna came out, she gave Song Miaoge a glare without saying anything, then went on to choose her clothes. In a while, Ji Wenna found a dress to try on, which was the last one in the store. Ji Yuning immediately went to find one that was not much different, and also tried it on. When they showed up again, Ji Wenna was still overshadowed by Ji Yuning. Ji Wenna was so angry that she was about to lose her temper. She realized that they were going to behave like this against her till the end. What do you mean by doing this? Ji Wenna directly questioned Ji Yuning. Looking at Ji Yuning's face that was much prettier than hers, she was jealous and couldn't help but want to ruin it. It's none of your business. We're just trying on clothes. We aren't standing in your way. How dare you question me like that? Ji Yuning looked at her coldly and argued. Ji Wenna didn't know what to say. They didn't stand in her way, so she shouldn't question Ji Yuning. However, they wouldn't stop behaving against her. She had to give up buying the clothes she liked in the end. As a result, Ji Wenna simply stopped looking at new clothes, and went straight into the fitting room. She changed her clothes, and left without hesitation. As she walked out, Ji Wenna glared at Song Miaoge and sneered, "Song Miaoge, let's wait and see. In a month, I will ruin you." After that, she left. At the same time, Song Miaoge was annoyed too. Although Ji Yuning helped her humiliate Ji Wenna just now, she felt temporarily relieved, but she still felt uneasy thinking about what could happen a month later. "Don't worry, I can help you improve your fighting skills. I won't let you lose." Ji Yuning immediately comforted her, but what she said was true. "Really?" Song Miaoge smiled upon hearing this, and asked. "The medicine I gave you can improve your physical fitness, then I will train you for the next few days," Ji Yuning said. Great, Song Miaoge trusted Ji Yuning, and her anxiety disappeared. She was soon in the mood to continue to look at the clothes. The saleswoman who served Ji Wenna saw that the commission she was about to get had flown away because of Ji Yuning. Although she was unhappy with it, she didn't dare to complain about it. Ji Yuning noticed her reaction, so she directly told the saleswoman to serve Song Miaoge instead. When they came just now, a saleswoman wanted to serve them, but Ji Yuning declined. Because there were a lot of customers in the store, she told them to serve other customers. Song Miaoge was her friend anyway, so she could serve her in person. Accordingly, Song Miaoge didn't have a saleswoman to serve her. Hearing Ji Yuning's order, the saleswoman was cheered up and hurried to serve Song Miaoge. In the end, Song Miaoge bought a dress, a jacket, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. Baili Xianxia also bought a dress, a jacket, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. Ji Yuning directly gave them a 30% discount. Even the high-end VIP card in the store could only provide a 20% discount. Although the clothes in Gufan weren't cheap, both Song Miaoge and Baili Xianxia were rich kids, so they didn't care. The monthly allowance given by their family was far more than several hundred or thousand, and was even over 100,000 yuan. They could also ask for more money after spending it. Their families gave them so much money, because they understood and believed that they wouldn't spend money indiscriminately. As long as it was used where it should be used, it didn't matter if the money was a lot or a little. After buying the clothes, they walked towards the cozy beauty shop. On their way out, Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge, "Miaoge, what's the grudge with you and Ji Wenna? If you're willing to tell us, just say it. If not, I won't force you. It's not something I can't say. Ji Wenna and I grew up in the same compound. Her father and my father are both soldiers, but they aren't in the same military camp. We never got along ever since we were little, and we fought often. Because we were raised in a military camp, we've learned many fighting skills. Every time we meet, we argue with each other. 6 months ago, we had a fight and I lost. However, I was unwilling to accept the result, so I promised to defeat her in half a year." Ji Wenna said that it was meaningless to win, and she put forward a bet. "Whoever loses must wear a bikini and pole dance. It'll be recorded as a video and be uploaded to the internet by the winner. For families like ours, we care about our reputation a lot. If something like that happens, the loser and her family will both be humiliated." I agreed in anger at that time. We even signed an agreement on paper. Therefore, no one can deny it. I've been training for the past few months after the college entrance examination. Although I have improved a lot, Ji Wenna is also training, so I don't have much confidence, Song Miaoge said. Even though Ji Yuning said that she would help her, she was still upset upon thinking of that. "When you had the fight last time, how much were her skills better than yours?" Ji Yuning asked. "Not much better than me," Song Miaoge said. "Then it won't be a problem," Ji Yuning said. Although she didn't know Song Miaoge's level, it should be easy for her to help Song Miaoge surpass Ji Wenna in a month. When we return to our school in the afternoon, I'll test your level first. Don't worry, my friends have improved a lot within a short time after my training, Ji Yuning said. Sure. With Ji Yuning's help, Song Miaoge felt much more at ease. When Ji Yuning and her two friends arrived at Kuzi, there were a lot of people in the shop, and it was a bit crowded. Moreover, there were always queues for payment at the counter. More than a dozen were still standing in line. Jesus. It's so popular. Right, I don't think other skincare shops have half of the customers in Kuzi. Witnessing the scene, both Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe couldn't help exclaiming. It was true that other skincare shops didn't have half of the customers in Kuzi. Because of that, all the saleswomen in other cosmetics stores felt quite upset. If there were many customers, it meant that the saleswoman could have a higher commission. If not, they might have no commission at all. However, they could do nothing about it. Actually, they were secretly using the skincare products and cosmetics from Kuzi. They had to admit that they were really effective. If it was owned by another boss, the prices must be much higher. Chapter 1829. Get ready to play a dirty trick. Once Ji Yuning and her two friends entered the store, all the saleswomen respectfully called her Miss Ji Yu. Ji Yuning told them to continue to do their own work and leave her alone. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning met Ji Wenna in Kuzi again. At this time, Ji Wenna was with a girl who was similar to her age. When Ji Yuning and her friends saw Ji Wenna also noticed them, and her anger that had just eased came up again. She believed that Song Miaoge and the others had deliberately followed her. Because of her anger, she didn't think carefully about it and questioned Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge, are you following me? Hearing that, Song Miaoge and her friends couldn't help rolling their eyes. Ji Wenna was too self-centered. Ridiculous, why would I do that? I'm not bored. You can come here to buy cosmetics. Why can't I? Song Miaoge said with mockery. I don't believe it. Ji Wenna sneered. Believe it or not, Song Miaoge said, then ignored her and looked at the skincare products. Ji Wenna, who was ignored, felt embarrassed, especially when she noticed the onlookers' disdain at her, which made her feel that she was like a clown. Wenna, are you all right? The girl who was with Ji Wenna asked with concern. She was Ji Wenna's classmate. She didn't know Song Miaoge or the grudge between them. However, looking at the way they disliked each other, she soon figured that their relationship must be very bad. I'm fine, Ji Wenna said. Even if she wasn't, she couldn't let other people see it, especially since she thought that Song Miaoge was following her while it wasn't true. It was too embarrassing. I'll go outside and wait for you, Ji Wenna said. Without caring whether her classmates agreed or not, she walked out, because she didn't want to see Song Miaoge. She got angry whenever she saw her. Song Miaoge didn't care about Ji Wenna's feelings, and focused on what she wanted. After she finished choosing, she went to pay the bill. Because there were a lot of people queuing to pay, they waited for more than 10 minutes for their turn. Although Ji Yuning could use her privileges to cut the line, she didn't, because it wasn't necessary. After buying the clothes and skincare products, it was almost 5 p.m., and it was time for dinner, so they went to the food street. Although it was a little early for dinner now, they still needed to go back to school later. Therefore, they decided to eat early and go back early. After having dinner, they returned to the school dormitory at 7:30 p.m. Fortunately, they didn't need to have an evening class today, otherwise they would be late. They went back to their dorm rooms to put away their stuff before going out again. They went to the small woods in their school, making full use of the time to train Song Miaoge. Many people were walking or chatting with each other in the small woods, but there were also quiet places a little farther away from the crowd. Accordingly, they went to a quiet place a little away from other people. Afterwards, Ji Yuning fought with Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge was better than ordinary people at fighting. She was even better than Mu Kei and the other boys, but wasn't as good as Chu Peihan. She was almost half as good as Ji Yuning at fighting. Ji Yuning could defeat Song Miaoge in a minute, but the purpose of Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge's fight was not to have a winner or loser. Instead, Ji Yuning needed to figure out Song Miaoge's level, so she didn't directly defeat Song Miaoge too quickly. Nevertheless, after testing Song Miaoge's level, Ji Yuning still defeated her. Song Miaoge was so tired that she almost sank, but she couldn't sit down right after such strenuous exercise. Ji Yuning, how are my skills compared to you? Song Miaoge was aware that Ji Yuning was far better than her, but she still asked with curiosity. You're almost half as good as I am. If you can really be half as good as me, it'll be easy for you to defeat Ji Wenna, Ji Yuning said. Jesus, you are really amazing. Song Miaoge didn't feel disappointed when she heard that, because Ji Yuning was her idol. No matter how much better Ji Yuning was than her, she wouldn't be upset. On the contrary, she would only admire her more than ever. Song Miaoge wished that she could be as skillful as Ji Yuning one day. It was actually impossible. She already had to do her best to become half as good as Ji Yuning in order to defeat Ji Wenna. She couldn't lose, otherwise both she and her family would be humiliated. Baili Zhongshe was clearly aware of Ji Yuning's level, because Baili Zongyang fought against Ji Yuning before. She couldn't be more familiar with Baili Zongyang's level. Without the use of magic, he was definitely the best in the mortal world, but Ji Yuning was no worse than Baili Zongyang. In that case, if she didn't use magic, she couldn't defeat Ji Yuning. Miaoge, as long as you do what I say, I'm sure that you can become half as good as me in a month and defeat Ji Wenna. However, accidents happen. Ji Yuning suddenly said seriously, if you want to win without any accidents, take me and Zhongshe to see Ji Wenna. Be ready to play a dirty trick. Perhaps you are unwilling to do so, but Ji Wenna may do it in order to win. Besides, you can't bear the result if you lose. I don't know your family background, but I bet your father must have a high position in the army. So, if you lose, according to your agreement, you'll have to wear a bikini, pole dance, and post it online. It'll have a great impact on your family's reputation. It's irresponsible that you agreed to that, but it's too late now. If you deny it, Ji Wenna will also try to damage your reputation. Therefore, to win is the most important thing for you right now. After all, you don't need to have mercy for your opponent. If she was your friend, she wouldn't make things so difficult for you. Ji Yuning might not have moral standards at this time, but they were dealing with their opponent. When Ji Wenna laid down that condition, she had no mercy for Song Miaoge. Therefore, when dealing with people who had no moral standards, there was no need for them to be morally good. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Song Miaoge's face turned pale. She blamed herself for embarrassing her family just because she refused to accept failure at that time. In fact, she regretted it right after agreeing to Ji Wenna's gambling agreement, but it was too late to say that now. How can I play the dirty trick? Song Miaoge asked. Although she wanted to defeat Ji Wenna with honor, what Ji Yuning said to her was right. Even if she was unwilling to play a dirty trick, Ji Wenna might not hesitate to do it. Based on her understanding of Ji Wenna, she was sure that she wouldn't hesitate. However, she couldn't lose, so she had to accept Ji Yuning's advice. Baili Zhongshe didn't think that there was anything wrong with Ji Yuning's idea. If she were Song Miaoge, she wouldn't mind winning with the help of some dirty tricks. Chapter 1830. Too poor to be a princess. I agree with what Ji Yuning said, Baili Zhongshe said. As long as you agree, you can leave it to me. Don't worry, you just need to focus on the fight then. Moreover, you only need to be ready to play a dirty trick. It might not need to be used, Ji Yuning said. They only needed to be fully prepared in case accidents happened. Although she could secretly do it without Song Miaoge noticing it at all, she still felt that it would be better to tell her. Okay, I agree, Song Miaoge said. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out a power crystal and gave it to Song Miaoge. Ji Yuning, I brought the pill you gave me. I think I should take mine. Song Miaoge said. She felt embarrassed to ask for Ji Yuning's medicine again. After all, it wasn't cheap. It's nothing. Take it, Ji Yuning said. Although power crystals were indeed not cheap and were actually quite expensive, Ji Yuning offered different prices to different people. People like Qi Tianlin were too rich to care about money, so she sold it to them for 1,000,000 yuan one pill. For those who didn't have much money, she was willing to sell it at the price of hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands yuan. For her family and friends, it was merely a worthless pill. It was just used as proof of her affection. Since Ji Yuning said that, Song Miaoge no longer refused. After thanking her, she took it straight away. Baili Zhongshe didn't feel displeased when Ji Yuning gave Song Miaoge another power crystal instead of giving it to her. She wasn't a stingy person, so she shouldn't be angry with Ji Yuning because of such things. Ji Yuning had the right to give her medicine to anyone she wanted to. The power crystal instantly melted in Song Miaoge's mouth. It was colorless and tasteless, but she felt a cool feeling flowing in her body, which was very comfortable. In a short while, the pain and fatigue left in her body after fighting against Ji Yuning quickly went away. Afterwards, she felt that her body was lighter and stronger than before. Song Miaoge rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe it. The effect of this medicine was so good. Baili Zhongshe also knew that this medicine was very effective, especially for mortals. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was still amazed. "All right, let's start training. I might use great strength," Ji Yuning said. She just tested Song Miaoge's skills just now, and now the formal training began. "No problem," Song Miaoge solemnly responded. After all, a strict teacher produced outstanding students, so Ji Yuning wouldn't be gentle to Song Miaoge, because it could help her make quick progress. Because of the power crystal, Song Miaoge became much more flexible and powerful than before, which made her very happy. At 9:30 p.m., Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory. Both of them carried many shopping bags. They also bought clothes from Gufan and some famous skincare products. When they returned to the dormitory, they didn't see Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge, but they saw a few bags on Song Miaoge's desk. They were shopping bags from Gufan and Kuzi. Seeing that, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were both stunned. No way. How can Song Miaoge afford clothes from Gufan and the skincare products from Kuzi? There are so many bags. She seems to have bought a lot, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, then looked at Gao Xian. "Xian, did we misunderstand her? Is her family actually rich? If not, she shouldn't be able to spend so much money on these things." Gao Xian was displeased, because she didn't want Song Miaoge to have a good family background. However, after further thinking, she believed Song Miaoge's family couldn't be very rich, so she said, several thousand yuan isn't much anyway. Since her father is a soldier, at his age, he's supposed to be in a relatively important position. It's normal for her father to have a salary of 10 or 20,000 yuan a month. Her mother is a policewoman. It's not a big deal that she can afford things that cost a few thousand yuan. You're right. Lu Xiaoxiao agreed, then mocked Song Miaoge. Although her parents probably have a monthly salary of 30 or 40,000 yuan, she spent a few thousand yuan on shopping. She is very vain. She's too poor to be a princess, but I think she's pretty enough to be a mistress. Well, it's really possible in the future. Gao Xian agreed in an unkind tone, because she had the same idea. She wished all her opponents could live a terrible life. Gao Xian withdrew her gaze from Song Miaoge's desk, then glanced at Ji Yuning's desk and bed to see if she had also bought a lot of things like Song Miaoge. However, there was nothing. It seemed that Ji Yuning didn't have much money. Even if she had some, she must be in the same situation as Song Miaoge. Gao Xian was sure that her family must be much richer than theirs. Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge returned to the dormitory at 10:20 p.m. Ji Yuning had trained Song Miaoge with a serious attitude today. It was more difficult than her previous training, so Song Miaoge had a sore body at the end of the day. However, Ji Yuning didn't give her another power crystal, nor did she allow her to take the one she had given her earlier. Only by personal experience could she better experience it and make progress. Luckily, Song Miaoge trained all year round, so she could accept the pain. They already decided to pay no attention to Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao, so they didn't even give a glance at them after walking inside, and went straight to take a shower. The next day, Ji Yuning woke Song Miaoge up at 5 a.m. Because their movements were very light, they did not wake Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao. At 5:10 a.m., they went out. As soon as they stepped out of their dorm room, the door of the dormitory next door opened, and Bailey Xianxia showed up too, because they agreed to run and train together today. At this time, no one was walking around on campus. Ji Yuning and her friends ran for half an hour before stopping. Ji Yuning and Bailey Xianxia were not tired, but Song Miaoge was really tired. Even though Song Miaoge was exhausted, Ji Yuning only gave her 10 minutes of rest. Once 10 minutes were over, they started training. In 10 minutes, Song Miaoge got her strength back. After all, she had taken a power crystal, so her body was very different from before. During last night's training, Ji Yuning not only had a fight against Song Miaoge, but also taught her some skills. She would teach her something new after she got familiar with those skills. After taking a power crystal, Song Miaoge felt that she was making obvious progress when she was practicing martial arts. Although the progress wasn't great, it was just the beginning. She still had a month to make a little progress every day. After a month, she would have made a lot of progress. Her only goal now was to defeat Ji Wenna. If it was possible for her not to play a dirty trick, she would not do it, but she would be ready. Chapter 1831, Ji Yuning, you are amazing. As time went by, students started to run on the playground. The days of military training were really tiring, so most students wanted to sleep longer when they had time. Even if they didn't sleep, they would never do exercises. However, this was only the idea of 90% of the students, while some students had the habit of running in the morning or practicing martial arts. Therefore, even the military training couldn't stop them from insisting on running in the morning. Many students studying in the capital university were born in families of power or wealth, so they practiced martial arts to protect themselves for various reasons. The student union of the school had a martial arts department, and the students who joined it had learned some basic skills. Every morning, they would come outside to run and practice martial arts. Now when those freshmen who came to run in the morning saw what Ji Yuning and her friends were doing, they couldn't help but surround them. They thought it was a fight. However, after they got closer, they realized that they were training. In their eyes, the battle between Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge was fierce and exciting, so they looked at them with admiration. These two girls were so amazing. Some students were eager to have a competition with them. Although they knew they might fail, that was the entire reason that they were interested. If they were sure to win, the competition would be meaningless. After all, their goal wasn't to defeat anyone. After a while, Song Miaoge was knocked to the ground by Ji Yuning again, and Ji Yuning let her rest for a while. At this time, everyone around started talking. Right, my cousin is a taekwondo master, but I don't think he would be able to defeat you two. They kept praising Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge. Although Song Miaoge lost, she was still quite good in their eyes. At least, none of them had the confidence to win against Song Miaoge. Hey, may I know your name? A male student asked Ji Yuning. I'm Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning, are you the top scorer of this year? Someone asked excitedly after hearing that. Most people knew that the top scorer of this year was called Ji Yuning, so they were all excited when they found out that this girl in front of them was Ji Yuning. Yes, Ji Yuning said, staying calm. I'm surprised that you are as smart as you are beautiful. You're also quite excellent at martial arts. Everyone began to compliment Ji Yuning. In their school, most people were only aware that Ji Yuning was the top scorer of the year, and only a small number of people knew that she was also the boss of many companies. Students of the Department of Economics were all aware of that because their dean had told them. Ji Yuning, can I have a competition with you? A male student asked, feeling a little shy. He wanted to fight with Ji Yuning, but was worried that she wouldn't agree. Why not? Ji Yuning replied. She didn't mind agreeing to things that weren't difficult. With Ji Yuning's agreement, the male student was very happy, but then he added with hesitation, I'm not skilled, so I'm afraid that I'm no match for you. Don't worry, we can stop if it's necessary, Ji Yuning said. The male student might not be Ji Yuning's match, but she wouldn't hurt him. After that, the two got ready and began to have the competition. At the very beginning, Ji Yuning didn't rush to defeat the boy. If it happened right after the competition began, it would make people think that the boy wasn't ready yet and she was just lucky. Therefore, Ji Yuning defeated the boys after they fought with each other for a while so that people could see that the boy was ready and had also fought with Ji Yuning. Seeing that the boy failed within a short time, everyone was surprised, finding it quite unbelievable. He lost too fast. The boys was also struck dumb. He knew he couldn't win the competition against Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly he lost so soon. The boy was shocked and embarrassed, but he didn't blame Ji Yuning. After all, she was much stronger than him. Gosh, Ji Yuning, you were amazing. Everyone complimented her again, and Ji Yuning just smiled. Originally, there were many people who wanted to fight with Ji Yuning, but they gave up the idea after seeing the boy's result. When it was almost 7 a.m., Ji Yuning and her friends had to go to eat breakfast, so they didn't continue to practice. Besides, more and more students came out now. She didn't want to be watched like a monkey in the zoo. Once Ji Yuning left, those students dispersed. In a while, a few students from the same department as Ji Yuning came across them coincidentally. After hearing their discussion, they couldn't help but join in it. What, you had a competition with Ji Yuning? God, she can beat 30 security guards all by herself, said a student. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. After that, according to what the student told them, they all searched for more information about Ji Yuning on the internet, then they learned more about her. They were so shocked that they even forgot to run. Many of them immediately took Ji Yuning as the top goddess in their eyes. Because she had just trained, Song Miaojia's body was a little sore, but it wasn't serious and wouldn't affect her movements. Ji Yuning and her friends still received a lot of attention. Some people who recognized her greeted her, and Ji Yuning gave them a response, leaving a good impression on them. During the military training, Ji Yuning always felt that someone was looking at her. The person didn't give her a casual glance, but paid special attention to her. It was their chief instructor, Rong Ju. Ji Yuning didn't know why he always looked at her, but she didn't feel any malice from him. Since she didn't know the reason, Ji Yuning didn't bother to care about it and turned to focus on military training. Rong Ju actually didn't realize that he was paying special attention to Ji Yuning. He simply couldn't help but look at her. Perhaps it was because he thought she was a special girl. Ever since they started training Song Miaoge, Ji Yuning and her friends had been running and training until 7 a.m. after getting up at 5 a.m. They went to eat breakfast afterwards and came back to start military training later. After lunch, they didn't go back to the dormitory for a nap and went directly to the small woods for training. Because they might easily be watched on the football field, they needed to find a more secretive place. In the afternoon, they went to train after having lunch as usual till the time of the evening class. And once the evening class was over, they continued to train. The lights were turned off at 11 p.m. in their dormitory, so they went back to their dorm rooms at 10 p.m. before having a shower and going to sleep. During these days, they had no time to rest. Before the lights were turned off. Chapter 1832, Bought at the Counter. Nonetheless, Ji Yuning and her friends didn't feel tired. To be specific, Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia were not tired at all. They weren't ordinary people after all, and they were now training Song Miaoge in turns. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia could also rest in shifts. Song Miaoge was only a mortal, and she also needed to practice all the time, so she felt more tired. However, in order to defeat Ji Wenna, no matter how tiring it was, Song Miaoge had to persist. Precisely because of Song Miaoge's persistence, in just a few days, she had clearly made a lot of progress, making her feel more confident. Although Ji Yuning had already told her that she would definitely make great progress and be able to defeat Ji Wenna after receiving her training for a month, and she also trusted Ji Yuning, she still felt uneasy before she really made progress. Right now, she had made considerable progress, so she became more confident. In order to thank Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia for their training, Song Miaoge was buying their meals these days. Although Ji Yuning declined at first, Song Miaoge insisted. If they wouldn't allow her to do that, she would feel ashamed, so Ji Yuning agreed. Anyway, what they had eaten these few days was quite simple. For 3 people, it cost less than 100 yuan for a meal. On this day, there was a drama about the sunscreen from Kuzi. It was the 4th day after Kuzi sunscreen was out of stock. Because of the short-term absence of Kuzi sunscreen, unqualified manufacturers took advantage of it. In that case, those who bought fakes would find it useless. Some people thought that Kuzi sunscreen wasn't as useful as it was said. They went to ask those who believed it was effective later, then figured out that they had bought fakes. Some knew that it was those unqualified manufacturers who took the opportunity to make money by selling fakes, while some believed that Kuzi itself was selling fakes, so they went to criticize Kuzi on Weibo. Because Kuzi had some fame, the drama attracted a lot of attention. People who didn't know the truth began to criticize Kuzi as well. Doesn't Kuzi have any sense of guilt? It sells fakes and deceives its consumers. Isn't everyone saying that the products of Kuzi are all very good? It's shit. It's not good at all. It's useless. I'm not saying that Kuzi sells only fake products. After all, some people use it and it is effective, but it's disgusting that it's selling fakes along with the genuine ones. Countless comments were criticizing Kuzi. Luckily, Kuzi had its own loyal fans, so naturally they defended it without delay. Those students who used Kuzi sunscreen and believed it was effective also support it. A bunch of idiots. Did you buy the fakes at the counter or from the official website? If not, stop attacking it. It's really stupid. Aren't you college students? Don't embarrass us, alright. Right. I believe you idiots must have bought it from those who came to the school to sell it. The counters and the official website were out of stock at that time, but those people had so many goods. They must be fake. Couldn't you understand that? Right, it is said that all major schools have a similar situation. Obviously, they saw that Kuzi sunscreen became popular, so they took the opportunity to make a fortune. Fakes are everywhere now. You should learn to be smart. You can't blame other people for the mistake you made by yourself. There are fakes of almost every brand. The fakes couldn't be produced by qualified manufacturers. Aren't you college students? Do you think Kuzi will ruin its own brand by selling fakes? If other brands are also useless, why don't you criticize them? Why do you have to attack just Kuzi? Don't tell me that everyone is saying that Kuzi is effective. Every brand has its loyal consumers, but no brand can be liked by every consumer. Their argument made some of the people who criticized Kuzi silent, because their explanations were reasonable. However, not every internet user had reason. Even if Kuzi had gained a lot of support from its loyal consumers, many internet users still wouldn't stop attacking it. As a result, people wouldn't stop arguing about it on Weibo, but there were more positive comments than negative ones. Ji Yuning didn't know about the drama on the internet until it attracted a lot of attention. After it happened, Ning Chengkai immediately sent someone to investigate it. Although Ning Chengkai had great ability and was able to investigate it, it still took time. It was impossible for him to conduct a comprehensive investigation quickly. Therefore, Ji Yuning directly asked K to do it. Regarding science and technology, it was better for K to deal with it, and it would be faster and more comprehensive. After learning this drama, Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe both expressed their urge to beat the fraudster for the injustice. However, they also knew that Ji Yuning was able to settle it, so they didn't have to worry too much. At dinner in the afternoon, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao happened to be at the table next to them, and they happened to be discussing Kuzi sunscreen as well. Kuzi isn't as good as they say at all. It's completely useless. Right, Kuzi even sells fakes and deceives its consumers. Such a company should go bankrupt. Since Song Miaoge and Ji Yuning were next to them, they naturally heard their discussion. As for their complaint, Ji Yuning didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but she was displeased once they said they wished Kuzi would go bankrupt. Before Ji Yuning could say anything, Song Miaoge blushed and retorted, "You bought a fake by yourself. You can't blame Kuzi for it. There are a lot of people who believe it's useful. I didn't say that Kuzi sells only fakes. However, it's definitely selling fake and genuine products at the same time," Gao Xian retorted. Although she was afraid of Song Miaoge and Ji Yuning, it didn't mean that she would not dare to argue with them. She simply avoided having serious conflict with them. Ridiculous, will you sell fakes to ruin your own reputation? Do you think such a big company is a fool? Are you sure you bought it at a counter or from the official website? Song Miaoge questioned. Hearing that, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao panicked a little, because they didn't buy it at the counter or from the official website, but from the salesman who came to their school to sell it. Anyway, because of that, Gao Xian was even more reluctant to admit that she bought it from a salesperson. She hated to see Song Miaoge's proud look, so she retorted, "Of course I bought it at the counter." "Really? Which shopping mall?" Song Miaoge asked. Gao Xian didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She didn't buy it at the counter after all, so she didn't know which shopping mall it should be. In an instant, she became irritated and said, "It's none of your business. Mind your own business please." After that, she directly got up and left. It was obvious that she escaped with a guilty conscience. Song Miaoge didn't say anything, but looked very disdainful. Chapter 1833. Impossible to like her. Ji Yuning and her friends left after having a meal. They met Rongju and his mates outside the canteen, so they greeted them politely. "Nice to see you, Instructor Rong." "Hi." Rongju answered nonchalantly, then looked at Ji Yuning and asked, "Do you need to go deal with what has happened today?" If she needed to deal with it, he would allow her to leave. As for what had happened today, it naturally referred to the drama about Kuzi sunscreen, and he believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't produce fakes. "No need, if my subordinates can't handle this matter properly, they should quit," Ji Yuning said. "Right." Rongju replied, and didn't say anything further about it. Then he left with a group of instructors. However, in the short period of time when Ji Yuning and Rongju talked with each other, many students were watching them. They kept guessing the relationship between Ji Yuning and the chief instructor. Although it was normal for an instructor to talk with a student, they had been in military training for more than a week, but they didn't see the instructor talk to any students except for Ji Yuning. The instructor actually might have talked to other students without them noticing it, but they couldn't help but think more when they saw the chief instructor talking to Ji Yuning. Most students didn't think it was something unusual, while a few held a different idea. As Ji Yuning and Rongju were talking, Ji Yuning obviously felt a jealous and spiteful gaze falling on her from close by. Once Rongju left, Ji Yuning gave a casual glance and saw the person who looked at her with jealousy and malice. It was a very beautiful girl, but Ji Yuning didn't know who she was and which class she was in. Anyway, she didn't care about it. She wouldn't be so easily affected just by an unkind look. Ji Yuning also guessed why the girl looked at her with jealous and spiteful eyes. If she didn't guess wrong, it should be because of Rongju. Even if she was jealous and resentful, Ji Yuning wouldn't bother to pay attention to her as long as she stayed away from her. Nevertheless, after Rongju left, the girl walked towards Ji Yuning. There were two other girls with that girl, but the girl asked them to wait for her. When she showed hostility to Ji Yuning, Baili Zhongshe also sensed it. When she saw her walking towards them, Baili Zhongshe frowned. She glanced at Ji Yuning. Seeing Ji Yuning remaining calm, she said nothing. As the girl approached Ji Yuning, her jealousy and resentment had faded and she changed into a sweet and harmless appearance. "Hi, do you know Instructor Rong?" the girl asked politely, showing no hostility. "Not really. Just like the majority of our schoolmates, I only know that he is our chief instructor." Ji Yuning replied. Because she didn't want to be dragged into unnecessary trouble, she explained it with patience. "If so, why did he talk to you?" "I've never seen him talk to any females unless he knows her," the girl said. Although she remained polite, she obviously didn't believe what Ji Yuning said. Song Miaoge saw that she was unkind, so she coldly looked at the girl. "What's the matter with you? Why can't Instructor Rong talk with females?" "I've talked to him many times, so what?" she retorted. "You." Once the girl heard that, she looked at Song Miaoge with hatred. "What? She has talked to Ju many times before. How is it possible? It can't be true." The girl couldn't accept it, because Rongju never said a word to her. He only gave her a faint response whenever she greeted him. "Believe it or not, but it's none of your business whether I know Instructor Rong." Ji Yuning's tone was also obviously colder. She didn't want to be dragged into unnecessary trouble, so she explained it just now, but it didn't mean that she would explain it twice. Of course it's my business. I'm Ju's future wife. I don't allow other girls to approach him, the girl said, declaring her ownership and warning other women not to get close to Ju as his future wife. Actually, it was just her illusion, because Ji Yuning and her friends had no intention of forming a relationship with Ju. Ha ha, ha ha. Hearing that, Song Miaoge snorted. With laughter. She thought this girl was too funny. Which one of your eyes saw that we want to form a relationship with Instructor Rong? We just happened to meet each other and said hi. Why don't you go and ask Instructor Rong about it? Whether this girl was Ju's future wife, they didn't know or care. However, if she deliberately caused trouble for them, they would be annoyed. The girl didn't know what to say all of a sudden after hearing that, because she wouldn't go to ask Ju about it. She was unwilling to annoy him. As a result, the girl stopped arguing with them, but warned them in a cold voice. I'm warning you to keep a distance away from Ju. After that, she turned around and left. It's ridiculous, Bailey Zhongshe said in a resigned tone. It's impossible that Instructor Rong will like her given her character. Song Miaoge sneered with disdain. Hard to say. The kids who were born in families of power have no right to decide whom to marry, Ji Yuning said. Ju didn't like the girl, and had never bothered to pay attention to her. Unfortunately, because of their family's relationship, Ju's mother always hoped that the girl could become her daughter-in-law. She was also trying to set them up. Although the age difference between the two was nearly 10 years old, it didn't matter. You're right, Song Miaoge agreed. Fortunately, her family wouldn't do something like that. She could choose to marry the man she liked. Once Kay took action, the truth soon came out. When people got up the next day, they saw the statement issued by the official Weibo of Kuzi. Official Weibo of Kuzi, recently, there is an incident of fake Kuzi sunscreen which has appeared on the internet, which has caused serious reputation loss to our company. After investigation, we've successfully figured out the truth. Because Kuzi sunscreen became very popular and was sold out a few days ago, it was out of stock for a day. Unqualified manufacturers took advantage of that time and made fake Kuzi sunscreen, then sold it in many universities. We've collected solid evidence and formally filed a lawsuit to the court. At the same time, Kuzi reminds consumers to buy genuine products of our company at counters or from the official website. Our company won't take any responsibility if you buy the products from other channels. There were photos showing the evidence of fake sunscreens being produced by unqualified manufacturers. Chapter 1834. Song Miaoge's mother is injured. As soon as the statement was released, there were fewer internet users who kept on attacking Kuzi. Only a few people who had nothing to do claimed that it was just a show directed and acted by Kuzi itself. They believed it made so-called unqualified manufacturers the scapegoat. Luckily, many internet users disagreed on that, because most of them trusted Kuzi. After all, the great effects of Kuzi products had been proved by time. Moreover, the official Weibo of Kuzi also released solid evidence. After the military training was over at 12, everyone walked toward the canteen. Many students around were discussing the Kuzi sunscreen incident. Coincidentally, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were walking in front of Ji Yuning. Many people kept saying that Kuzi sells fakes. Now, the truth proves that they're wrong. I wonder whether those people will feel ashamed, Song Miaoge said in an unkind tone. She said that to make fun of Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao along with other people. When Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao heard Song Miaoge's words, they knew that she was talking about them, so they were very angry. However, Song Miaoge didn't mention their names. So they wouldn't jump out to make a connection either. After all, there were a lot of people who thought that the fake sunscreen was really produced by Kuzi. Therefore, when other people heard Song Miaoge's words, they all felt embarrassed. After the meal, Ji Yuning and her friends went to the small woods as usual to continue training, but Song Miaoge received a call at this moment. Her younger brother called her and told her that their mother was injured when she tried to save an innocent person who was kidnapped. In the process she was injured and stabbed in the chest. She had already been sent to the military hospital. Song Miaoge's mother was a policewoman. Although she wasn't a common policewoman, she had to do something when she encountered such a thing. As soon as Song Miaoge heard the bad news, she was so frightened that she couldn't stand. Fortunately, Ji Yuning supported her right away, so she didn't fall. We should go to the hospital right now, Ji Yuning said first without waiting for Song Miaoge to say anything, because both she and Baili Zhongshe heard their conversation on the phone. Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge burst into tears, feeling helpless. Don't worry, as long as your mother is still alive, I can promise that your mother will be fine, Ji Yuning said, looking at Song Miaoge with firm and confident eyes. Song Miaoge calmed down a little, because she trusted Ji Yuning. However, the little comfort didn't make her feel much better, because she didn't know her mother's situation right now. Without delay, they ran out of school. Once they ran outside, Ji Yuning met Rongju, who was driving out of the parking lot when she was about to drive her car. When Rongju saw that the three of them had the same anxious expression, especially Song Miaoge whose face was full of tears, he realized that something must be wrong, so he asked Ji Yuning, "What happened? Where are you going?" "Instructor Rong, Song Miaoge's mother has been injured. We are going to the military hospital now," Ji Yuning said. Although they were in a hurry, they had time to reply. "Get in, I'll drive you there," Rongju said once he heard that. At this time, he didn't care about what he originally needed to do. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate and pulled Song Miaoge to get into the car, because Ji Yuning thought that it would take time to find her car in the parking lot. Although it might not be long, they had to make full use of every minute. "Thank you, Instructor Rong. If it's possible, please drive faster," Ji Yuning said. Rongju didn't reply, but he sped up. Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour, and there was only a little more traffic on some sections of the road. They spent slightly more time waiting for a few traffic lights to become green. Anyway, it wasn't a bad situation, because they didn't wait too long. Because the capital university and the military hospital were in different districts, it took them more than half an hour to arrive, even though Rongju drove very quickly. Once they arrived at the hospital, they got out of the car and thanked Rongju, then immediately ran towards the operating room. While in the car, Ji Yuning had already asked Rongju for leave. In such a situation, Rongju instantly agreed. Although Rongju sent them to the hospital, he didn't follow them, because the Song family was not part of the Rong family's faction, so he should not be involved in it. Nevertheless, he still sent them to the hospital because of Ji Yuning. If he only ran into Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe, he might not even bother to stop and ask them whether they needed help. Without himself realizing it, Rongju paid more attention to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and her friends directly went up to the operating room on the 6th floor. There were a few people standing outside. An old couple, a young couple, and two teenagers about 14 years old all looked at the operating room with anxiety. The old couple were Song Miaoge's grandfather and grandmother, and the young couple were her uncle and aunt. One of the boys was Song Miaoge's younger brother while the other was her cousin. "Grandpa, Grandma, how is my mother now?" Song Miaoge ran to the crowd, couldn't help crying again, and asked anxiously. Seeing Song Miaoge, they were surprised. Grandma Song asked, "Miaoge, why are you here? Aren't you in military training?" The second she finished that, one of the 14 5-year-old boys said, "I gave my sister a call." He was Song Miaoge's younger brother, Song Zishuo. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Song Zishuo. Although they thought he shouldn't have done that, they didn't blame him. Originally, they were unwilling to tell Song Miaoge because they didn't want her to be worried, but they also knew that she should be aware of it since her mother was in danger now. Therefore, they didn't blame Song Zishuo for calling Song Miaoge. Master Song sighed and said, "Your mother was stabbed at the edge of the heart in order to save the other people's lives. The doctor said the operation is dangerous." Song Miaoge cried harder after hearing that. Because she was so concerned about her mother's injury, she forgot to introduce Ji Yuning to her family. Although Song Miaoge didn't do the introduction, the Song family knew that they were Song Miaoge's schoolmates. Seeing that these two girls were so beautiful, the Song family was also amazed. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had an air of nobility. They couldn't be ordinary girls. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe didn't mind it when Song Miaoge forgot to introduce them to her family. Once they arrived, Ji Yuning looked into the operation room with her jade eyes. On the operation bed was Song Miao's mother. Doctors were busy performing the operation, but it seemed that things were not going well. Chapter 1835, Save Song Miao's mother. Miaoge, are these two girls your schoolmates? Grandma Song asked. Since they came with Song Miaoge, she should be polite and greet them. Oh, right. Song Miaoge didn't realize that until now. She wiped her eyes and introduced her friends to her family. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, let me introduce you, they are my friends, Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia. Song Miao's father wasn't here, because he was still in the army and couldn't rush back in time. Grandpa Song, Grandma Song, Uncle Song, Aunt Song, nice to meet you all. Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia greeted them at the same time. Nice to meet you too, the Song family said to them with a polite attitude, which showed their good manners. They weren't arrogant just because of their social status. Just as Ji Yuning was thinking about how to put it and asked them to let her go inside to give Song Miao's mother the power crystal, the door of the operation room opened. Upon seeing that, the Song family swarmed around and asked the doctor who came out, "Doctor, how is my daughter-in-law now?" Master Song, she's in a relatively dangerous situation, and she is bleeding very fast, so now we need to give her a blood transfusion as soon as possible, the doctor said, then paid no more attention to the Song family because he needed to get blood. Because of the social status of the Song family, the doctor didn't ask them to go through the procedures according to the rules before getting the blood. Instead, the doctor did everything for them in person. Hearing that, Grandma Song was heavily hit and almost fell, but fortunately her younger daughter-in-law who was standing next to her supported her right away. Grandpa Song, I can stop Miao's mother from bleeding, but I don't know whether you're willing to trust me. Can I go inside now? Ji Yuning looked at Master Song with a serious expression. There was confidence and determination in her eyes. Can you stop Miao's mother from bleeding? Hearing that, everyone rounded his or her eyes in shock. It was quite unbelievable. Ji Yuning was able to do that. Although Master Song also felt it was unbelievable, he, who had seen countless people, could tell from Ji Yuning's expression that she wasn't joking. However, she was only a young girl. What could she do to stop his older daughter-in-law from bleeding? Right when everyone was surprised with doubt, Song Miaoge suddenly figured it out and said at once, "Grandpa, please trust Ji Yuning. Give her a chance and let her go inside to see my mother." Hearing that, Master Song hesitated. Although he also wanted to trust Ji Yuning, he still felt it was risky. After all, Ji Yuning was very young. It was hard for them not to doubt her ability. Seeing Master Song's reaction, Song Miaoge became anxious. "Grandpa, it's true. Ji Yuning is very amazing. She has a very effective medicine. Someone in our school had an epileptic seizure the other day, but Ji Yuning saved his life by helping him take a pill. He went back to normal within a minute." Knowing that, the Song family was very surprised. It was too unbelievable to be true. Nevertheless, Master Song still didn't change his mind, because it was two totally different things. Although Ji Yuning needed Master Song's permission to save Song Miao's mother, she couldn't just wait, because they were running out of time. If they wasted one more minute, Song Miao's mother would be in greater danger. Therefore, Ji Yuning said at once, "Grandpa Song, I know that because I'm young, you have doubts about my ability. Although I am willing to help Miao's mother, I still need your permission. I can help Song Miao's mother stop bleeding and I can also help her have a safer operation. Grandpa Song, please give me a chance to prove myself. I see a scar on the back of your hand. Actually my medicine can stop the bleeding and cure many illnesses and scars. If you're willing to let me have a try, please allow me to apply my medicine on the back of your hand. Within a minute, it'll definitely fade a third." "What? It'll fade a third in a minute?" Hearing that, everyone was surprised, but they also doubted whether Ji Yuning was just bragging. "Grandpa Song, time is life," Ji Yuning said in a serious tone. Although she understood the distrust of the Song family, she was a bit displeased watching them hesitating, because they didn't have time to waste. "Fine." Master Song made up his mind and stretched out his hand. Although they all had doubt, they wanted to know whether Ji Yuning could really do that. Ji Yuning then immediately took out the magical power liquid from her backpack and quickly wiped it on the back of Master Song's hand. Master Song felt coldness on the back of his hand. In a while, they could clearly see the scar quickly fading. Seeing that, they rounded their eyes in shock, then became excited. Ji Yuning wasn't bragging. She could really do it. Miss Ji Yu, please help Miao's mother stop bleeding right now. Without hesitation, Master Song begged Ji Yuning with a very sincere attitude. He could no longer doubt Ji Yuning's ability now. Even if she couldn't fully do what she promised to do, he didn't have a better choice. Other people had the same idea, so no one refuted Mr. Song's words. Sure, Ji Yuning replied. Afterwards, Master Song broke into the operation room at once. Because the doctor went to get blood and hadn't returned yet, the door of the operation room was closed but not locked. It was easily opened. In the operation room, only the surgeon was focusing on the operation, and a few assistant doctors were standing aside. Hearing the sound of the opening door, they subconsciously raised their heads. They thought it was a doctor, but only saw Master Song. One doctor immediately said, "Master Song, why are you coming in all of a sudden? This is the operation room. You should go out now." The other doctors were shocked when they heard that it was Master Song who suddenly came in, but they had to focus on the operation, so they couldn't be distracted. Anyway, other doctors could handle it. "Dr. Sao, this girl named Ji Yuning said she can help my older daughter-in-law stop bleeding. Please let her try it," said Master Song. Hearing this, everyone was surprised, but refused to believe it. Dr. Sao asked, "This girl looks very young. She should still be a student. Can you tell me how you will stop the wounded from bleeding?" "With a kind of medicine," Ji Yuning said. "A kind of medicine." Hearing that, Dr. Sao and other doctors thought it was ridiculous. There was no medicine which could stop such a large amount of blood from bleeding in this world. "What medicine is it?" Dr. Sao asked. Ji Yuning lost her patience and looked displeased. "Dr. Sao, I don't think we have time to discuss it right now. The most important thing now is to stop the bleeding." Chapter 1836, Finish the Operation. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Dr. Sao was also displeased, and he said in a deep voice, "I need to know whether your so-called medicine is useful for the wounded. What if it's useless and harmful? Can you take responsibility if any accidents happen?" He thought that Ji Yuning was an arrogant girl. However, for Master Song, he remained kind to her. However, he forgot that it was Master Song who allowed Ji Yuning to come in to stop the wounded from bleeding. "Dr. Sao, I'll take responsibility no matter what happens." Song Lao was annoyed. They had no time to waste after all. Although Dr. Sao was a little unwilling to do it, it was Master Song's order, so he had to compromise. After that, Ji Yuning went to the side of the operation bed, and immediately helped Song Miao's mother take 2 power crystals. Because Baili Zhongshe was outside, Ji Yuning couldn't directly use her magical power. She could only use power crystals. Fortunately, although Song Miao's mother's injury was serious, her life wasn't in critical danger for the time being. She would be fine after taking 1 power crystal, and Ji Yuning helped her take 2. If a person with minor illnesses and pains took 2 power crystals at a time, it might be harmful. Song Miao's mother, however, was seriously injured, and she had already shed so much blood, so 2 power crystals could be taken together, and would have a better effect. After Song Miao's mother took the power crystals, she quickly stopped bleeding, which shocked the other people in the room. "Finish the operation now." Ji Yuning coldly snapped at them, and the doctor who performed the operation got his mind back right away. He suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to finish the operation. They didn't care about Ji Yuning's criticism towards them. The wounded lying on the operation bed wasn't an ordinary person, so they hoped that no accidents would happen. The doctor who came back after getting blood was also stunned by the scene in the operation room. After learning that Ji Yuning had helped to stop the bleeding, he was even more shocked. If it weren't for the current situation, he would definitely ask Ji Yuning for details. Although the wound stopped bleeding, she still needed a blood transfusion because she had lost too much blood. However, after taking Ji Yu-ning's power crystal, she gradually recovered, so the doctor was able to finish the operation within a short time. Only Ji Yu-ning went into the operation room, and the other members of the Song family stayed outside. Although most of them trusted Ji Yu-ning, they were still worried. As long as Song Miao's mother was not out of danger, they would not be at ease. Ji Yu-ning could come out after stopping the bleeding, but she didn't. She didn't come out until the operation was almost finished and doctors started stitching the wound. Ji Yu-ning, how is it? Miss Ji Yu, how is it? Once Ji Yu-ning walked out, the members of the Song family immediately surrounded her. Don't worry, her life's out of danger now. The doctor is already stitching her wound, Ji Yu-ning said. Upon hearing that, the Song family breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. The Song family repeatedly thanked Ji Yu-ning for a while. You're welcome, Miaoge and I are friends. Since we are friends, we should help each other, Ji Yu-ning said. Anyway, Ji Yu-ning saved Song Miao's mother's life, so they had to do something to thank her. Master Song felt that it wasn't appropriate to give Ji Yu-ning money, so he decided to ask Song Miaoge for more ideas later. In another 20 minutes, the wound was sewn up, and the doctor walked out. Although they all knew that Song Miao's mother's life was out of danger now, they still asked for her condition once the doctor came out. The doctor glanced at Ji Yu-ning with obvious admiration on his face, then he looked at Master Song and said, I don't know what medicine this girl has helped the wounded take, but I'm sure it's quite effective. Because of her medicine, the wound stopped bleeding and the patient got a lot of strength back. Therefore, her life is out of danger now. She can be taken into a general ward for recovery. Generally, people who were seriously injured or had undergone major operations should enter intensive care, because their lives could still be in danger. Song Miao's mother was seriously injured and just had a major operation. The doctors didn't have much confidence earlier, but now they were sure that her life was completely out of danger. Accordingly, she could stay in a general ward. What? Really? That's great. Hearing that, the Song family was very happy, and thanked Ji Yu-ning again. Well, Miss Ji Yu, can we have a private talk? The doctor asked Ji Yu-ning with anticipation. Ji Yu-ning easily figured out what the doctor wanted to talk about with her, so she said without delay, if you want to ask me about the medicine, I'm afraid I can't tell anything about it. It was given to me by a master. I don't know how this medicine is made. It has been studied by hospitals before, but there was no result. I don't have many of it with me, and I just helped Miao's mother take 2 pills. I'm sorry, I can't give you any even if you want it. When the doctor heard that, he was quite disappointed. However, since Ji Yu-ning said that, he couldn't force her to help him. At the same time, he was surprised by this mysterious medicine whose ingredients remained secret. He thought that Ji Yu-ning was lying to him, but Ji Yu-ning had already made it very clear that she couldn't help, so he couldn't say anything about it. Even if he said anything further about it, Ji Yu-ning wouldn't give it to him. It would be useless to talk more. When the Song family heard Ji Yu-ning's words, they were even more grateful to her. Such an effective medicine must be very expensive. Ji Yu-ning also said that the medicine was quite rare, but she was willing to give 2 pills to Song Miao's mother, which showed that Ji Yu-ning was really kind to their family. In a while, Song Miao's mother was pushed out, and they went to the ward together. The Song's family wasn't an ordinary family, so they naturally ordered a high-level VIP ward. Ji Yu-ning and Baili Xianxia stayed in the living room and didn't go into the bedroom. The Song family soon walked out of the bedroom, because Song Miao's mother needed quiet and fresh air. If there were too many people, the air would naturally be less fresh. Because the Song family hadn't acknowledged Ji Yu-ning and Baili Xianxia's presence right after they came, Master Song apologized to them. However, they actually didn't mind it. Afterwards, Ji Yu-ning and Baili Xianxia left, while Song Miaoge stayed to take care of her mother in the hospital. Chapter 1837. The Song family's social status. Master Song told Song Miaoge to go back together with Ji Yu-ning. Song Miao's mother was fine now, and they would stay in the hospital, so Song Miaoge didn't need to be worried and she could go back to finish her military training. Although her family had encountered trouble, Master Song still didn't want Song Miaoge to be absent from class when it was not necessary. Song Miaoge was reluctant to leave, but she listened to her grandfather and left with Ji Yuning. Now that her mother was fine, she felt much more relieved. Master Song arranged for their chauffeur to send them back to school, and Ji Yuning accepted it. "Don't worry, your mother will be fine." As they walked out, Ji Yuning comforted Song Miaoge. "Ji Yuning, thank you." Song Miaoge thanked Ji Yuning. Although she had already thanked her just now, Ji Yuning had done her family a huge favor. "We are friends. You don't need to thank me," Ji Yuning said. Song Miaoge felt so lucky to have met Ji Yuning. She lived in the same dorm room with Ji Yuning, and also became close friends with her. Otherwise, her mother would have been in danger this time. "Ji Yuning, if you need us in the future, don't hesitate to let me or my family know. We won't spare any effort to help you," Song Miaoge said. In the ward just now, her grandfather asked her what they should give Ji Yuning to thank her for the great favor. However, Ji Yuning lacked nothing, so Song Miaoge felt that they could owe Ji Yuning a favor. If Ji Yuning needed them in the future, they could try their best to help her, and Master Song agreed. When they were talking about that, Ji Yuning heard it. Although she never thought of asking for anything in return, Ji Yuning agreed on what Song Miaoge proposed, because she was not sure whether she would need their help in the future. She didn't know the specific social status of the Song family yet, but it was obviously not an ordinary family. Originally, she simply made friends with Song Miaoge, so she didn't bother to learn about her family background. However, Ji Yuning thought it was better for her to know more right now. At least she should know which faction the Song family belonged to. If she was from the Rong family, Yuan family, or Chong family, then she would not be able to have a close friendship with Song Miaoge, nor would she keep in touch with her family. Therefore, Ji Yuning sent a message to Kay, asking him to help her collect information about the Song family. Although she didn't know the names of other members in the Song family, she saw Song Miaoge's mother's operation chart when she was in the operation room, so she knew Song Miaoge's mother's name. It would be easier to learn more about the Song family through Song Miaoge's mother. When Ji Yuning and her friends returned to their school, it was almost 6 p.m. It was time for dinner. Song Miaoge then invited Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe to eat in the restaurant outside their school. Although Song Miaoge didn't have much appetite, she still forced herself to eat in case it affected Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe's appetite. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe understood, but it depended on Song Miaoge to accept the result after they had done their best to comfort her. After having the meal, they went back to their school. There were many more students in the capital university today, because in a few days, the senior students would also return for the new semester. As a result, students from other places came to the school a few days in advance. When those senior students saw Ji Yuning, many of them couldn't help but pay more attention to her. Ji Yuning also heard several boys talking about them. "I feel there are so many new beautiful girls this year. I've already seen many of them." "Yeah, but the one in the middle over there looks more attractive. I somehow think the beauty in the middle is a bit familiar. I must have seen her somewhere before, but I suddenly can't remember." "Come on, you say that every time you see a beautiful girl." "I really think she looks familiar." Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe were with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was always more eye-catching and they were used to it. They didn't feel displeased or jealous, because they both agreed that Ji Yuning was more attractive than them. As for the boy who said that he felt Ji Yuning looked familiar, they didn't think he said it every time he saw a beautiful girl. He either had really seen Ji Yuning somewhere before, or he might have read news about her on the internet. After all, Ji Yuning had a lot of fame on the internet. "Do you need to have a rest in the dorm room?" Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge. Now that she was in a bad mood, Ji Yuning wouldn't force her to keep training. "Ji Yuning, sorry, I'm in no mood to train today. Can we continue to train tomorrow?" Song Miaoge said. She wouldn't stop training for the competition against Ji Wena, but she was really not in the mood today. After that, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe accompanied Song Miaoge back to the dormitory. Song Miaoge didn't go to the evening class, and stayed in the dormitory the entire time. Back in the dormitory, Ji Yuning also received a message from K. He told her that the result had been sent to her email box. Ji Yuning then opened her email box to read the new email. Song Shangruyi, Song Miaoge's grandfather, was once Leng Weihua's subordinate, the commander of the Southern Theater Command with the rank of lieutenant general. Song Jinghua, Song Miaoge's father, now served as a political commissar and major general in the Southern Theater Command. Zhang Zhirong, Song Miaoge's mother, was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in the Western District of the capital. Song Miaoge's uncle and aunt also held significant positions in politics. The Song family's status in the capital was quite high. Coincidentally, Zhang Zhirong was also Zhang Zongyu's niece. The Song family belonged to the Leng family's faction. When Ji Yuning learned that, she breathed a sigh of relief, because she had a good impression of Song Miaoge and she was quite willing to make friends with her. From the bottom of her heart, she was still reluctant to be her opponent. If they belonged to opposite factions, before Song Miaoge knew it, maybe they could get along well, but it was impossible for them to become close friends even though they might still be friends after she learned about it. Ji Yuning and Baili Zongxie stayed with Song Miaoge in the dormitory for a while. When it was time for the evening class, they left for their own class. Rongju had already told their instructors about Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge's going to the hospital. They all expressed understanding and sympathy for such a terrible accident, especially for Song Miaoge. Therefore, when Song Miaoge was absent for the evening class, the instructor of their class didn't say anything about it. In the evening class, they either studied military songs, or the instructor would talk about some interesting things in the barracks. At this time, the instructors weren't so serious. Therefore, the students were less afraid of their instructors and made jokes with them, which was a good way to build their relationship. During the evening class, the instructor asked Ji Yuning whether she was willing to tell them how she began to start up her companies. Ji Yuning agreed, but she told the truth combined with some lies. Ji Yuning told them that she had a kung fu master as her teacher when she was little, so she had learned many skills from him. Chapter 1838. Dongfang Qi meets Wu Shunhua. As for how she began to start up her companies, it began with a coincidence. She had saved a jewelry company owner who was framed and went bankrupt. Because he was indeed a capable manager, she hired him to manage the company for her. Afterwards, because she had learned a lot of skills from her master, including stone gambling, and she had great luck, she had successfully cut out many pieces of valuable jade. With the money, she opened a jewelry store, which was managed by the person who was rescued by her. The reality had proved that she had a good vision. At the early stage of her startups, she did nothing and the jewelry store developed into a company under the management of that person. There were now more than a dozen jewelry branches now. It was true that there were now more than a dozen jade beauty jewelry stores now, and it was still developing. The same thing happened to her other companies. Although Ji Yuning gave most of the credit to those who managed the companies for her, everyone still admired Ji Yuning, because employing the right people was also an indispensable ability. Ji Yuning, if you leave all your companies to them for management, aren't you afraid that they will betray you? A classmate asked, which was also what other students were curious and worried about. Although most of them had received a favor from Ji Yuning, business was so complicated. It wasn't uncommon that good friends and siblings betrayed and turned against each other for money. There is no company where everything is done by the boss himself. People have limited energy. No boss can manage or do everything on his own. We must hire people to work for us. We need to have a careful observation before hiring a manager. We only need reliable, able, and qualified managers. Once we hire a good manager, we should trust each other. I believe there are many kind and upright people in this world. If everyone is calculating and tends to betray each other, there would not be so many successful companies in the world, Ji Yuning said. Many good friends or siblings indeed would betray each other for money, but people are quite different from one another. We shouldn't lose trust and confidence just because of that. Hearing that, everyone agreed. Ji Yuning continued, if my subordinates are loyal to me, I'll treat them with sincerity. If any of them wanted to betray me, I won't hesitate to punish them." Hearing that, everyone believed that Ji Yuning had the ability to fulfill her word, because they had all seen how great Ji Yuning's skills were. Although they didn't know exactly how good Ji Yuning was, from what they saw, at least there were not many people who could surpass her. After the evening class, Ji Yuning went straight back to the dormitory. Seeing that Song Miaoge was only in a slightly bad mood and there were no other problems, she felt relieved. The next day, Song Miaoge felt much better. Although she was still worried about her mother was all right after all, so she had to cheer up and do her own thing. Accordingly, at 5 a.m., Song Miaoge got up. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe then continued to train her. Song Miaoge's mother woke up that morning. Knowing that she could escape the danger to her life and wake up so quickly because of Song Miaoge's classmate, Zhang Zhirong was very grateful and said that she should thank Ji Yuning in person. Because Song Miaoge was in military training at this time, the Song family didn't tell Song Miaoge the good news until noon. Song Miaoge was very happy to learn that her mother already woke up, but her grandfather told her to come to see her mother after the military training in the afternoon, so Song Miaoge didn't ask for leave. If it was possible, Master Song hoped that Ji Yuning could come with Song Miaoge, because Zhang Zhirong decided to thank Ji Yuning in person. Song Miaoge then talked to Ji Yuning about that. Ji Yuning didn't think it was necessary, but she agreed to go with Song Miaoge. In the afternoon, Baili Zongshui's older brother called her out, so she didn't go with Song Miaoge and Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge were going to the hospital in the afternoon, so they naturally needed to ask for leave in the evening. Their instructor agreed without hesitation. After the military training was over in the afternoon, Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge went out without going back to the dormitory to change their clothes. As soon as they left school, Ji Yuning sensed the air of a cultivator, and the first person Ji Yuning thought of was Dongfang Qi. Speaking of Dongfang Qi, she didn't see him these days. She knew the reason was that she was always with Baili Zhongshe these days. If Dongfang Qi came too close, Baili Zhongshe would also discover him. Although Ji Yuning thought it might be Dongfang Qi, it might not be, because Dongfang Qi wasn't the only cultivator who was spying on her. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua might suddenly come back after all. Therefore, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see who the cultivator was. Without surprise, it wasn't Dongfang Qi, but Wu Shunhua. Since he came here, he must know that Ji Yuning was studying in this university. Anyway, she was so famous that it was very easy to find out where she was through the internet. Ji Yuning didn't care about that, so she focused on her life again. Ji Yuning had no intention of avoiding Wu Shunhua, but the air of the cultivator disappeared after she walked away for a while. Coincidentally, Wu Shunhua met Dongfang Qi, who was also spying on Ji Yuning. Dongfang Qi saw that Ji Yuning was with Baili Zhongshe all day, so he stayed far away and had even lost them a few times. This time, Ji Yuning finally didn't have Baili Zhongshe by her side, but surprisingly he met Wu Shunhua. "We should have a talk," Wu Shunhua said. He wanted to know why Dongfang Qi followed Ji Yuning. Sure, Dongfang Qi had the same idea, so he agreed. Then Dongfang Qi and Wu Shunhua went to a coffee shop and found a corner to sit. "Why are you following Ji Yuning?" Dongfang Qi and Wu Shunhua asked each other at the same time. Dongfang Qi was worried that Wu Shunhua might also have found out about the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, while Wu Shunhua was worried that Dongfang Qi could have learned about the fact that the medicines from Kulain contained magical power. Few people in the Dongfang family were aware of that, because they didn't tell anyone else except the patriarch of their family. Because members in the Dongfang family all had their own purposes. They all aimed to strengthen themselves, then compete for the position of patriarch. Dongfang Qi's father was the younger son of the patriarch, while Dongfang Ziyu's father was the older son, so they were competitors. It was impossible for Dongfang Ziyu to share the news with Dongfang Qi. If Dongfang Qi learned about it, he would definitely come to investigate it. If he found out anything useful, he could have a great advantage. After both of them asked the same question, they were silent again. Although they asked each other the question, they knew that it was impossible for either of them to tell the truth. Chapter 1839. Don't need money. Well, after being silent for a while, Dong Fangqi broke the silence and said, I think it is unnecessary for us to ask this question, because none of us would tell the truth. It's better if we just don't bother each other. Wu Shunhua squinted at Dong Fangqi. Oh, if I follow and spy on Ji Yuning without anyone else knowing, I think your idea is very good, but the Patriarch knows what I'm doing. Uncle Qi, how about you? Does the Patriarch know what you're doing? Hearing that, Dong Fangqi was surprised. He didn't expect that the Patriarch knew that Wu Shunhua was following and spying on Ji Yuning. In that case, it would be difficult for him to continue to do what he was doing right now, because secretly following and spying on Ji Yuning was his own actions. If the Patriarch learned about it, it would be hard for him to explain it. Thinking of that, Dong Fangqi said, I'm following and spying on Ji Yuning for personal reasons. Really? Wu Shunhua asked. He obviously didn't believe it. All of a sudden, Dong Fangqi squinted his eyes, realizing something wasn't right. Wait, do you mean this girl named Ji Yuning has some secrets causing the Patriarch to also pay special attention to her? Seeing Dong Fangqi's reaction, Wu Shunhua suddenly felt that it was wrong to discuss this matter with him here, because it seemed that he really didn't know that there was magical power in the medicines produced by Ji Yuning's company. Actually, Dong Fangqi didn't know at all. He had collected a lot of information about Ji Yuning and knew that claim was under her name, but he didn't know that there was magical power in the medicines produced by it. No matter what secrets there are, following and spying on Ji Yuning is the Patriarch's idea. No matter what purpose you have for doing so, I don't think the Patriarch will be happy about what you're doing, Wu Shunhua said. Hearing that, Dong Fangqi was displeased. Are you going to tell the Patriarch that I'm following and spying on Ji Yuning? I don't have to do that, but you must stop following and spying on Ji Yuning. Otherwise I'll be punished for not reporting it to the Patriarch, Wu Shunhua said. Although he said that, it actually wasn't up to him. He would talk to Dong Fangziu about it first. Dong Fangqi didn't believe most of Wu Shunhua's words, but he couldn't stop Wu Shunhua from reporting it to the Patriarch, so now he could only agree to not follow and spy on Ji Yuning any longer. Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge went to the hospital to visit Zhang Zhirong, who repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning. Zhang Zhirong was recovering quickly, which surprised everyone. Knowing that it was Ji Yuning's credit, the Song family was very polite to Ji Yuning now. This time when Ji Yuning came over, Master Song directly told her that she could turn to the Song family for help whenever she needed them in the future. They would spare no effort to help her. If so, Ji Yuning accepted his kindness. After thinking for a while, Master Song asked, Miss Ji Yu, can we have a private talk? Grandpa Song, please just call me Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning said, this way, please. Sure, Ji Yuning, please, Master Song said, then the two went out. They went to a place with no one else around. Master Song looked at Ji Yuning, hesitating to open his mouth. Master Song was never indecisive, but now he didn't know how to talk about it. Seeing the embarrassment of Master Song, Ji Yuning said at once, Grandpa Song, I'm all ears. Ji Yuning, can you tell me what kind of illnesses your medicine is effective for? Master Song asked. This medicine is effective for all kinds of illnesses and pain, Ji Yuning said. Once Master Song asked that question aloud, Ji Yuning figured out his purpose. I know that this pill is rare and precious, but I have an old friend who accidentally fell some time ago. He bumped his head and had surgery. Unfortunately, because of his age, he has been unable to recover, so he's still in danger now. Now I've found that you have such a good medicine, so can you sell me 2 pills? I don't want to see my old friend suffer. If you're unwilling to sell them, it's totally fine, Master Song said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning gave him a smile. Without hesitation, she took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket telepathic eye space and handed it to Master Song. Here are 3 pills. Please tell your old friend to take one first, then another one 3 days later. If he gets better after taking 2 pills, there will be no need to take the 3rd one. Grandpa Song, you can keep the 3rd pill with you in case you need it in the future. Master Song got excited seeing Ji Yuning giving him 3 pills without hesitation. He took the medicine bottle from Ji Yuning with his hands trembling a little. Thank you so much. Ji Yuning, how much are they? I'll transfer the money to you, Master Song asked. No need, Ji Yuning declined with a smile. Why? You must take the money. Master Song was taken aback when he heard Ji Yuning's answer. He didn't think it was acceptable. Although I don't know the specific value of this medicine, it's definitely not cheap. You've saved my older daughter-in-law's life. I can't ask for more pills from you for free. The Song family wasn't greedy. On the contrary, they were very gracious. Ji Yuning had already done them a great favor, and they hadn't returned it yet, so they shouldn't owe her another favor. Although this pill is indeed very expensive, I charge different prices when I sell it to different people. It can be sold at the price of dozens of thousands of yuan, hundreds of thousands of yuan, or even 1,000,000 yuan a pill, but it can also be free. I never charge my relatives and friends for it. As for those who need help but have no money, or those who I voluntarily help, I never ask them for money. Song Miaoge is my friend. You are her grandfather. Since you're my friend's family member, I shouldn't charge you. Grandpa Song, since you need my help now, I won't hesitate to help you. Even though you want me to help your old friend recover, I'm willing to do so because your relationship must be close. I don't have many pills, but 3 aren't many, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning mentioned the prices of the pill on purpose. She didn't want his money, but she thought it was necessary to let them know the value of her favor and kindness. She wasn't calculating, nor was she looking for anything in return, but she simply wanted other people to cherish her favor. Hearing the prices of the pill mentioned by Ji Yuning, Master Song was really surprised. To his astonishment, this medicine could be sold at the price of 1,000,000 yuan a pill. Actually, even if it was only sold at the price of hundreds of thousands of yuan each, it was quite a high price. Master Song thought no matter how expensive it would not exceed 100,000 yuan a pill. Anyway, this medicine was so effective that the rich would pay for it even if it cost hundreds of thousands of yuan a pill. Chapter 1840. Very jealous Ji Yuning also said that she sold it to different people at different prices. The more expensive it was, the richer the buyer was. Master Song's old friend's surgery and treatment had already cost millions of yuan, because they used the best medical treatment, but they didn't see a good result. Even if Ji Yuning asked 1,000,000 yuan for a pill, he still thought it was worth the money as long as it was effective. Surprisingly, Ji Yuning didn't ask for money. Ji Yuning also told him that it was free for her relatives, friends, and those who had no money or who she was willing to help, which showed that she was really kind-hearted. She didn't want his money because Song Miaoge was her friend, which proved that Ji Yuning was a person who valued friendship. Master Song would be an idiot if he missed this great chance to form a good relationship with such an outstanding kind girl. Well, if so, I'll accept it. If you need any help from the Song family in the future, feel to tell us, Master Song said. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge were taken to dinner by Song Miaoge's uncle and aunt. Although it was a little late now, Ji Yuning and the others hadn't eaten yet, so they needed to have a meal. The Song family also had the intention of buying Ji Yuning a meal to thank her, so Song Miaoge's uncle and aunt arranged to go to a 5-star hotel near the hospital. Ji Yuning declined at the beginning, saying that she and Song Miaoge could just go out to grab a bite, but the Song family insisted on it, so she agreed in the end. After having a meal, Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge returned to school. Once Ji Yuning and the others left, Master Song called his old friend's son and told him about the pills. Although his old friend was hospitalized in this military hospital, Master Song couldn't see him easily because he was in the intensive care unit, and even his family couldn't take care of him in the hospital. As a result, they could only visit him once a day without staying in the hospital for long. The son of Master Song's old friend was called Zhao Zongkai. Master Song first told Zhao Zongkai what Zhang Zhirong had been through. Once Zhao Zongkai learned about Zhang Zhirong's condition now, he got excited. Uncle Song, is that medicine really so effective? Will it be useful for my father's illness? That girl said it can be helpful, said Master Song. Uncle Song, can I see that girl? Zhao Zongkai asked with anticipation. I have already asked her for 2 pills for you. I'm calling you right now to share this good news with you. If you trust me, come to the hospital now and we will go to see your father together, Master Song said. No problem, I'll be there in a few minutes, Zhao Zongkai said. Although he thought this medicine was too unbelievable to be true, it was from the mouth of Master Song. In addition, Zhang Zhirong had already taken it and proved that it was effective. Therefore, he thought he should believe it. Anyway, his father didn't have a better choice now. Perhaps the pill could really make a change. Without delay, Zhao Zongkai hurried to the hospital. The reality proved that he had made the right decision. Shortly after taking a power crystal, Master Zhao's condition improved, which shocked the doctor. However, because Master Zhao was sick for a long time, it took time for him to recover. In the afternoon of the next day, Master Zhao woke up, but his body was still very weak. Anyway, he was finally out of danger, so he could be moved out of the intensive care unit. Those doctors who thought that Master Zhao might not be able to survive were all surprised by the dramatic change. It wasn't their fault that they thought Master Zhao couldn't survive. After all, Mr. Zhao was in a really bad condition. Besides, he was old, so it was even harder for him to recover. If he was young, it would be more likely for him to recover sooner. Uncle Song, thank you for your help. I should thank that girl as well. Can I have a meal with her? My family also wants to thank her face to face, said Zhao Zongkai to Master Song. He was greatly grateful to Ji Yuning, so he wanted to thank her in person. Well, she's a friend of Miaoge. I don't have her phone number. Let me ask Miaoge first, said Master Song. After that, Master Song called Song Miaoge when she was resting and asked her to tell Ji Yuning that Zhao Zongkai wanted to invite her to share a meal and thank her in person. However, on this day, the 10th day of military training, and the 7th day after Leng Xiaoting and the others left the capital, they returned. Once Leng Xiaoting gave Ji Yuning a call, Ji Yuning asked for leave from their instructor. After the military training in the morning was over, she wouldn't come that afternoon and evening. When Ji Yuning asked for leave from their instructor, she didn't give a specific reason. She simply said that she needed to deal with her business in the company, and the instructor agreed right away. Ji Yuning was a special student and she had the best performance in the military training, so there was no reason for the instructor to say no. Because of Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning turned down the invitation from the Zhao family. She told Song Miaoge to tell Master Song that it wasn't necessary. So when the military training was over in the morning, Ji Yuning went back to the dormitory, changed clothes, and left the school. Now the senior students were mostly back and the new semester would begin tomorrow, so Ji Yuning happened to meet Yuan Shuyan, who had a conflict with her, on her way out of school. With Yuan Shuyan, there were two other girls. They were both Yuan Shuyan's best friends at school. Ji Yuning and Yuan Shuyan didn't have any deep hatred towards each other, but Yuan Shuyan regarded Ji Yuning as a rival in love. Besides, Ji Yuning had embarrassed her in public, so she was quite displeased to see Ji Yuning again. However, Ji Yuning didn't bother to give her a glance, as if she had never had any grudges with her, and directly walked by her. Although Yuan Shuyan said nothing, she looked annoyed, which was discovered by the two girls who were with her. Shuyan, what's wrong? They asked with concern at the same time. Nothing, Yuan Shuyan said. Since Yuan Shuyan was unwilling to tell them, the two girls stopped asking further about it. Because they also saw Ji Yuning and thought that Ji Yuning looked beautiful, they couldn't help but compliment her. That girl is stunning, why didn't I see her before? Yeah, perhaps she keeps a low profile. She's so beautiful. If she participates in the competition for the most beautiful girl in our school, she'll definitely win. Enough, scolded Yuan Shuyan. She couldn't stand it anymore when she heard them praise Ji Yuning like that. Although Yuan Shuyan was jealous of those girls who were prettier than her, she could accept it, especially because Ji Yuning was indeed more attractive than her. Chapter 1841, Are you able to teach her a lesson? If they praised someone else, she wouldn't mind it, but they kept complimenting Ji Yuning in front of her. After all, Ji Yuning had a grudge against her and was her rival in love. Moreover, they also felt that Ji Yuning could definitely win the competition of the most beautiful girls in their school. Yuan Shuyan had participated in the competition before, but she even failed to get into the top 10, while only the number 1 could be called the most beautiful girl of their school. In that case, there would be a huge gap between her and Ji Yuning. It was impossible for her to face that reality. When Yuan Shuyan snapped at her 2 friends, they immediately closed their mouths. They realized that Yuan Shuyan was angry because they praised another girl. Shuyan, we didn't mean it, they explained in a hurry. She is Ji Yuning, Yuan Shuyan said. Her 2 friends were aware of the conflict between her and Ji Yuning. They had also seen pictures of Ji Yuning on the internet, but they were not very impressed, so they didn't recognize her just now. What? She is Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan's 2 friends were surprised. Ji Yuning was actually even more beautiful than her photos. No wonder Yuan Shuyan got so jealous. Although they were on Yuan Shuyan's side, they had to admit that Ji Yuning was indeed very beautiful and outstanding. However, no matter how outstanding Ji Yuning was, her background was barely comparable to them, let alone Yuan Shuyan. As a result, even if Ji Yuning was pretty and outstanding, they still took her lightly. In fact, when they just saw Ji Yuning, they didn't have any bad impression of her, but they suddenly hated her after knowing her name. Shuyan, do you want us to teach her a lesson? A girl said. Right. The other girl chimed in. Idiots. Yuan Shuyan was dissatisfied. Do you think you're able to teach her a lesson? Ji Yuning was excellent at fighting. They couldn't defeat her. Hearing that, her 2 friends remembered that Ji Yuning had learned many kung fu skills. They might not be able to teach her a lesson. Even if they tried to bully Ji Yuning with the influence of their families, it might not succeed. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of Yuan Shuyan after all, so it was impossible that she would be scared by them. Moreover, they were reluctant to bother their family members for their own affairs. Why don't we hire some people to beat her? My older brother knows some gangsters. They are good at fighting. I don't believe that Ji Yuning can beat a group of gangsters all by herself, a girl said. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan squinted her eyes. In fact, she always had this idea, but she hadn't made up her mind to do it yet. I don't think it's a good idea, Yuan Shuyan said hesitantly. She was unwilling to cause a lot of trouble. Why? Do you want to watch that girl named Ji Yuning become close to Zechen? One girl said, with the intention of adding fuel to the fire. Actually, Yuan Shuyan only told them that Rong Zechen treated Ji Yuning a little differently and didn't say that Rong Zechen liked Ji Yuning. In fact, even if Rong Zechen really liked Ji Yuning, the Rong family wouldn't agree. After all, their family background was so different. However, since Yuan Shuyan, their best friend, liked Rong Zechen and hated Ji Yuning, they wouldn't allow Rong Zechen to like Ji Yuning even though it was impossible for them to be together. Upon hearing that, Yuan Shuyan was displeased. She absolutely wouldn't watch Ji Yuning and Rong Zechen become close and get together in the end. Even though Rong Zechen didn't like her right now, she couldn't just watch him be together with other girls. She wouldn't allow it to happen, at least not before she gave up on Rong Zechen. Well, Shuyan, if you're unwilling to hire a group of gangsters, there is another way to make Senior Rong hate Ji Yuning, another girl said. What is it? Yuan Shuyan asked. Zhao Zhao's older brother can hire a group of gangsters to flirt with Ji Yuning, then take some photos from special angles to make people believe that Ji Yuning is a slut. In that case, Senior Rong will naturally hate Ji Yuning, the girl said. Right, I think Qingqing's idea is good, said the girl called Zhao Zhao. Yuan Shuyan thought for a while, feeling reluctant to let Ji Yuning go, so she was persuaded. Great, you can talk to your older brother about that. No problem, the girl said. After Ji Yuning left their school, she went straight to the Sihewan. During the days when they were absent, she didn't have time to go there to cultivate. She had taken enough leave during this period, so she couldn't always take time off. After the military training, even if she asked for a week of absence, it wouldn't matter. When Ji Yuning arrived at the Sihewan, Sheng Guanyang and the others were already there. They had actually arrived at 11:30 a.m. They knew that Ji Yuning was in military training and couldn't answer their call, so they didn't call her until she had a break. When Ji Yuning came, it was already 1 p.m., but Sheng Guanyang and the others hadn't eaten yet. Instead, they were waiting for Ji Yuning to share the meal together. They weren't being polite, but just wanted to wait for Ji Yuning to come and dine together. From a distance, Ji Yuning saw Leng Xiaoting in front of the gate of the Sihewan looking in the direction where she was coming. The second she saw him, Ji Yuning drove faster. As she came closer to Leng Xiaoting, she could see his expression more clearly. His eyes were full of desire for her. He must miss her very much. Although they had only been separated for a week, he felt that they had been separated for a year, which made him miss Ji Yuning very strongly. He couldn't be distracted and think of Ji Yuning during cultivation, but he thought about her whenever he had a rest. When he returned to the capital, the first person he wanted to see was Ji Yuning, but he couldn't leave Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yunyo behind, so he could only go back to the Sihewan with them. Ji Yuning missed Leng Xiaoting as much as he missed her. As soon as her car stopped, Leng Xiaoting came and opened the door for Ji Yuning. As soon as Ji Yuning got out of the car, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly even before the car door was closed. Ji Yuning struggled. "People might be watching us. No one else is around," Leng Xiaoting said. It was true that no outsider would show up here. Although the Sihewan was located in the city center, surrounded by high-rise buildings, and there was also a park nearby so many people walked along the river 10 meters away, no one would come close to the Sihewan. There was a boundary 5 meters away, surrounding the Sihewan. Outsiders didn't know who lived in this Sihewan, but ordinary people couldn't afford to live here, so no one dared to get close. In addition, outside the Sihewan, there was a gate guarded by security guards. Only they were allowed to come and go freely. Chapter 1842, Sure, I'll smile more often in the future. Moreover, Sheng Guanyang and the others knew that Leng Xiaoting came out to welcome Ji Yuning, so they wouldn't bother them. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting refused to let go of Ji Yuning, but directly kissed her. What? Ji Yuning was startled. Even if no one would come in here and Sheng Guanyang and the others would not come out all of a sudden, they were in public after all. What if someone saw them? It would be quite embarrassing. Ji Yuning didn't resist, but she still pushed Leng Xiaoting away after a minute, glaring at him. "All right, what if someone sees us?" Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning with dissatisfaction, but Ji Yuning was afraid, so he didn't continue, otherwise Ji Yuning couldn't successfully push him away. "We can drive mother back to Mountain River Garden after having the meal together, then you must stay with me for the whole afternoon," Leng Xiaoting said. "Sure," Ji Yuning replied with a smile. She hadn't been alone with Leng Xiaoting for a long time, and naturally wanted to be alone with him for a while. Then Leng Xiaoting closed the car door for Ji Yuning, and walked into the house holding her hand. "By the way, how's your cultivation?" Ji Yuning asked. Although she could feel that Leng Xiaoting was much stronger than before, Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator after all, so she didn't know his level as a cultivator right now. She could only feel whether he was strong or weak. "The peak of the golden core stage of turning qi into energy," Leng Xiaoting said as his eyes flashed with fear that Ji Yuning couldn't see, because the advancement this time was very dangerous. He could have lost his life, if it hadn't been for Sheng Guanyang's great medicines. "What? You've made quick progress. That's great." Ji Yuning was very surprised, excited and happy. She had witnessed Leng Xiaoting's unbelievable talent because he directly made it to the heartbeat stage as a beginner, but it was getting harder and harder to advance. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoting was able to go from the heartbeat stage to the golden core stage in just 7 days. It was incredible, because he was the first cultivator who had made such rapid progress in history. Although for the entire level system of cultivators, the period of turning qi into energy was only a medium level, while golden core stage was the middle stage of turning qi into energy. Jing Jining once said that in the current cultivation world, cultivators who were in the golden core stage were already considered masters, because now masters with the highest level in the cultivation world were only in the out-of-body stage, and there were only 2 of them. The out-of-body stage was 2 levels higher than the golden core stage, but there was a huge difference. Even 10 cultivators in golden core stage might not be a match for 1 cultivator in the out-of-body stage. Moreover, there were only a dozen masters in the Yuanying stage, which was a level higher than the golden core stage, in the cultivation world. Therefore, cultivators in the golden core stage were considered masters in today's cultivation world, and they were quite rare. There were only a few dozen cultivators in the golden core stage. It was all because the magical power and magical pills were getting fewer and fewer, so cultivation became harder and harder. In that case, it was already pretty hard to be able to reach the golden core stage. The golden core stage of turning qi into energy was the stable stage after the heartbeat stage, which was the final stage of true cultivation. Before the golden core stage, cultivators could only use magical energy to attack other people, or simply manipulate the surrounding items to fight, fly over the wall. However, in the golden core stage, their skills would be greatly improved. They would be able to fly with a sword and stay young forever. They needed to obtain magical weapons first to be able to fly with them, and also depended on their own talent. Even though they were able to stay young forever, it didn't mean that they would always look the same. In fact, Leng Xiaoting's face might not change a lot after dozens of years. In the past, Ji Yuning would definitely feel sad again upon thinking of that, because there was a huge difference between her and Leng Xiaoting. However, everything changed now. It became easier for her to be a cultivator than before, and she believed that she could succeed one day, so she wouldn't worry and feel sad anymore. With Ji Yuning's praise, Leng Xiaoting couldn't help but smile happily. "Oh, are you able to fly with a sword now?" Ji Yuning asked, looking at Leng Xiaoting, but she saw the smile on his face all of a sudden. Although it was a faint smile, Ji Yuning was still stunned. "I just learned it. I can only fly for a few minutes, and I can't fly too high," Leng Xiaoting said. Seeing Ji Yuning stunned by his smile, Leng Xiaoting grinned. "Xiaoting, you should smile more often. You look stunning with a smile," Ji Yuning said, completely mesmerized by his smile. "Sure, I'll smile more often in the future," Leng Xiaoting replied. He was willing to do whatever Ji Yuning liked. Great. Ji Yuning was satisfied. No one was willing to see a cold face if there was a smiling face. Most importantly, she hoped that Leng Xiaoting could be happy, because she would be happy when he was happy. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning went to the dining hall, then enjoyed the meal together. Jing Yunyo learned that Leng Xiaoting had a flood dragon with him after he went to Kunlun Mountain. As a cultivator, she wasn't surprised at all, but she didn't expect that the flood dragon actually belonged to Ji Yuning. After all, Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator, but she was able to tame such a fierce creature, which showed that she must be more powerful than Jing Yunyo thought. Knowing that Ji Yuning gave Leng Xiaoting the flood dragon, because she hoped Leng Xiaoting could have a helper when he was in danger, Jing Yunyo was moved and felt grateful to Ji Yuning. The better Ji Yuning treated her and Leng Xiaoting, the more she felt that she owed Ji Yuning. Therefore, she always reminded herself to treat Ji Yuning well too and to protect her from danger. Since Jing Yunyo found out about the flood dragon, she also learned that Ji Yuning had a telepathic eye space with her. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't tell her any details, so Jing Yunyo didn't ask about it. During the meal, Jing Yunyo kept giving Ji Yuning the dishes that she liked to eat. Although Ji Yuning wasn't picky, she had her favorites, such as shrimps and crabs. After their trip to Kunlun Mountain, although Jing Yunyo's cultivation hadn't improved much, she had made great progress. The most important thing was that Jing Yunyo had regained her memories. It was a wonderful thing for Jing Yunyo to regain her memories, but there were also some bad memories that had affected her mood. Luckily, she had already gotten over them. Once they finished the meal, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning drove Jing Yunyo back to Mountain River Garden. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting left with Ji Yuning. "Where are we going now?" Ji Yuning asked. "You'll know soon," Leng Xiaoting said and kept it a secret. Since he said that, Ji Yuning didn't ask further. Leng Xiaoting brought Ji Yuning to a villa. Ji Yuning looked at Leng Xiaoting with confusion, so Leng Xiaoting explained it at once. "I feel a little tired after cultivating for a week, so let's take a nap first before we hang out." Chapter 1843, Badly Want You, Leng Xiaoting said casually, but Ji Yuning knew his real purpose from his look. In his eyes, there was a faint sexual desire. At this moment, Ji Yuning couldn't be clearer about what he really wanted to do, and she flushed in an instant. It was a bright day, but Leng Xiaoting wanted to have sex with her right now. To be honest, Ji Yuning wanted him too, because they hadn't had sex in a long time. There were many houses under Leng Xiaoting's name, but he often stayed in Mountain River Garden, because its location was most central and it was convenient to go in any direction from there. Although he didn't stay in his other houses, they were cleaned regularly. Whenever he wanted to stay in any one of his other houses, he could just choose. Ji Yuning got out of the car following Leng Xiaoting, and Leng Xiaoting held her hand at once, walking towards the gate. He walked quite fast, running out of patience. Ji Yuning was amused and complained. "Why are you walking so fast? Ningning, you're very smart. I bet you already know the reason." Leng Xiaoting put on an evil smile, looking at Ji Yuning with obvious desire. Hearing that, a touch of embarrassment flashed on Ji Yuning's face. She pretended that she didn't understand it. "What do you mean? Really? You don't know? Great, you'll know soon." Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to nail her lie. He took out the key, opened the door, closed the door after entering, then picked Ji Yuning up in his arms. Ji Yuning was taken aback by Leng Xiaoting's sudden action and gave Leng Xiaoting a glare, but it wasn't threatening at all. Instead, Leng Xiaoting was distracted by her beautiful eyes. He couldn't wait a second longer and kiss her. They weren't outside now, so Ji Yuning didn't stop him. She hugged his neck, kissing him back. What they wanted right now was more than just a kiss, and they spent the following hour in bed. Rong Zechen also went back to the school for the new semester today. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't help but go to the military training site for the freshmen to take a look at Ji Yuning. Rong Zechen wanted to see Ji Yuning not because he liked her. After all, they had only met once, but because he had a good impression of her. However, after he came to the training field of economics class A and searched for a long time, he still failed to see Ji Yuning. "Are you looking for someone?" A cold male voice came from Rong Zechen's back. Rong Zechen was startled. He immediately looked at the person and said, "Oh, hi, bro." "Hi," Rong Ju replied. It was Rong Ju who called him, and he was Rong Zechen's older brother. "I just came to see a friend, but she is not here," Rong Zechen said as disappointment flashed under his eyes. Rong Ju frowned, and asked, "Are you looking for Ji Yuning?" Although he asked that question, he already had the answer. It wasn't because he knew that Rong Zechen and Ji Yuning knew each other. It was just because this was the training field for economics class A, and the only absent student today was Ji Yuning. It was obvious that Rong Zechen was looking for Ji Yuning. "How do you know that?" Rong Zechen widened his eyes in surprise when he heard that. Although Rong Ju had guessed correctly that Rong Zechen came to see Ji Yuning, he felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart when he saw him admit it, so his voice became a little deeper. "This is the training field of Class A of the Department of Economics. Only Ji Yuning is absent today." You're right." Rong Zechen scratched his head in embarrassment. As for the change in Rong Ju's attitude, Rong Zechen didn't notice it, because Rong Ju's temperament had always been a bit cold and it was the same for everyone. Speaking of being cold, Rong Ju actually wasn't as cold as Leng Xiaoting. Rong Ju was more serious, while Leng Xiaoting was cold from the bottom of his heart. However, he had changed a lot after meeting Ji Yuning. "Are you familiar with Ji Yuning?" Rong Ju asked. Since Rong Zechen came to see Ji Yuning, it meant that they knew each other, but knowledge and familiarity were two different things. "No, we just met each other once. I don't even know her. I just think Ji Yuning is a very good and outstanding girl. I simply want to make friends with her," Rong Zechen said. "Oh," Rong Ju replied, and said nothing further. After that, he went on to inspect. Rong Zechen left without seeing Ji Yuning. At the same time, after going days without sex, Leng Xiaoting couldn't be satisfied in a short while. At the beginning, Ji Yuning was excited, but she gradually felt like it was too much and began to beg him to stop. They didn't stop until they were both exhausted. By this time, it was 4 p.m., and they had stayed in bed for 2 hours. They only rested for 2 minutes during that time. "Ningning, I'm sorry. I just haven't had sex with you for too long, so I want you so much." Looking at Ji Yuning's uncomfortable expression because of him, Leng Xiaoting felt very guilty. I know, I don't blame you, Ji Yuning said. Although she was uncomfortable, she didn't mean to blame Leng Xiaoting. He did it because he loved her too deeply. They rested for half an hour, then got up. Let me take you to a place, Leng Xiaoting said. Where? Ji Yuning asked. You'll know. Leng Xiaoting kept it a secret again. Sure. Ji Yuning didn't bother to ask further. When the car came to XX Street, Ji Yuning guessed where Leng Xiaoting was going to take her. If she didn't guess wrong, Leng Xiaoting was going to take her to the private manor Leng Yuan specially built for Jing Yuniao. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao had been to this manor, but she hadn't talked about that with Leng Xiaoting yet. Even though Ji Yuning now figured out that Leng Xiaoting was going to take her to the manor, she still said nothing. It wasn't because she was afraid Leng Xiaoting might be unhappy to know that they had come to the manor secretly. Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be unhappy about it. However, if he knew that she had already been here, it would ruin the meaning of him bringing her here this time. After all, he didn't tell her where they were going, because he wanted to surprise her. Although Ji Yuning had been to the manor once before and knew what the manor looked like, she was still looking forward to coming here again because she really liked this manor, which was like a paradise. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Leng Xiaoting drove Ji Yuning to the outside of the manor, someone opened the gate, then Leng Xiaoting drove the car inside. Ji Yuning had been here before, but she had gotten in by climbing over the wall from the side. She hadn't been able to see the name of this manor. However, this time, they entered from the front gate, so Ji Yuning saw its name, which was Xiaoyao Manor. To be honest, this name was very common, but it was very meaningful. Leng Yuan built this manor because he hoped that he could put aside the worldly worries and live a happy life here with his love. Before entering the manor, Ji Yuning smelled sweet-scented osmanthus, because it was September when the sweet-scented osmanthus bloomed. Chapter 1844, Stay with you tonight. Once they entered the manor, they saw the sea of flowers, which was breathtaking. Although some flowers that didn't bloom in September weren't in blossom, all the different species of flowers were planted in different areas according to the months they bloomed, so it didn't affect the beauty of the scene. Flowers that bloomed in August and September included osmanthus, jasmine, chrysanthemum, rose and so on. Does it look good? Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning after entering the manor. Of course, it's amazing. Ji Yuning said. This is a private manor built by my dad specially for my mom. My dad also proposed to my mom here. After that, my family often came here for vacations because its backyard is as beautiful as a fairyland. In summer, it's very cool. I didn't understand why my dad made this place into a classical look until I found out my mom's real identity. My mother comes from the cultivation world, and the buildings in that world are all ancient buildings, so she's used to the style. She feels familiar with the style too, Leng Xiaoting said. The car stopped in front of the main building, where they got out. Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand walking inside. Outside the door, before Leng Xiaoting's car came in, there were already 3 servants, a man and 2 women, waiting for them. They were the people who stayed here and took care of the manor, including the middle-aged man who opened the gate for them earlier. Welcome home, Lord Leng. The 3 of them respectfully greeted Leng Xiaoting. You can go to do your job. We'll dine here today, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure. They obeyed his order. As Leng Xiaoting took Ji Yuning in, they walked away to do their work. Although they were surprised that Leng Xiaoting brought a girl over and was holding her hand, they didn't ask about it. They had served in this manor for more than 20 years. They were there from when Leng Yuan just built it. So even though they rarely saw Leng Xiaoting, they knew a little about his character. They were aware that he always kept a distance away from females. Because of that, they were even worried that Leng Xiaoting would die alone. However, Leng Xiaoting now brought a girl over. There was no need to guess or ask, she must be his girlfriend. Although they spent little time with Leng Xiaoting and they had no affection towards each other, they had been a master and servants for more than 20 years, so they naturally hoped that Leng Xiaoting could live a happy life. Leng Xiaoting was cold to other people, but he never treated them badly. Instead, they received excellent treatment. Leng Xiaoting offered them very generous salaries, and also gave each of them a house. Precisely because of the good treatment, they insisted on staying to take care of this manor to the best of their ability. They wouldn't leave unless they had no ability to work any longer or xianxia didn't want them anymore. We can have a tour inside first, then we can hang out, xianxia said. Great, Ji Yuning replied. Although she had come here once, she had sneaked inside, so she didn't have a chance to enjoy a tour. Therefore, this time, she had to enjoy herself. Xianxia took Ji Yuning for a tour around the main building, then went to the backyard, which was the most beautiful part of the whole manor. It's so beautiful. Once Ji Yuning entered the backyard, she couldn't help but praise it. Perhaps because she was in a different mood this time, she somehow felt that it was even more beautiful than the last time she came here, even though in fact there was no change. When the peach blossoms bloom, it'll be more beautiful, xianxia said. Right, I must come here again at that time, Ji Yuning said. What is mine is yours, so you can come anytime and live as long as you want. xianxia looked at Ji Yuning with love. Isn't this a gift from your father to your mother? Ji Yuning asked. This place was quite meaningful to Jing Yunyao. If she came and stayed here for a long time, it would be inappropriate. My mother's is mine too. We're a family anyway, we don't need to separate from each other, xianxia said. Although Leng Yuanan gave this manor to Jing Yunyao, it was already under xianxia's name because Jing Yunyao had an accident 16 years ago. Jing Yunyao had returned and regained her memories, but she had no intention of making her real identity public. Because she was a cultivator and could live forever, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble if other people saw that Jing Yunyao's appearance didn't change after more than a dozen years. Therefore, they could simply let outsiders believe that she was dead. If she needed an ID card to take planes, she could continue to use Shenyao's identity. Moreover, the age on Shenyao's ID card should be younger, so she could avoid some trouble for the time being. One day, they would all withdraw from the mortals' world. If people noticed that their appearances hadn't changed in more than dozens of years, it would definitely cause trouble. Does Grandpa Leng know that Mother has already regained her memories? Ji Yuning asked. Not yet, I'll take her to the Leng family's old house tomorrow. We'll talk about it then, Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the front yard after visiting the backyard. It was past 6 p.m. at this time and the servants had already prepared the food, but the food hadn't been served yet because Leng Xiaoting hadn't returned. They were afraid that the food might get cold soon. Leng Xiaoting took Ji Yuning to the dining hall and told the servants to serve the food. The furniture here was also classical, and made people feel like they had traveled to ancient times. After eating, the sky was completely dark, but there were street lights in the yard, so Leng Xiaoting took Ji Yuning for a long walk before going back. I'm going back to the base tomorrow afternoon. I don't know when I can come back again, Leng Xiaoting said, full of resentment and reluctance. They had been separated for so many days, and finally saw each other today, but they could only stay with each other for a few hours before they had to separate again, which was quite upsetting. It was all because of his cultivation. If he didn't cultivate, he would have a lot of time to be with Ji Yuning. However, since he was a cultivator, it was impossible not to cultivate. He still had powerful enemies ahead, so he had to keep on cultivating to improve himself. I won't go back to school tonight. I can stay with you, Ji Yuning said with a smile on her lips. She wasn't accommodating Leng Xiaoting, she really hated to separate from him so quickly as well. They indeed rarely got together these days. Anyway, she had already asked for leave, so it didn't matter even if she didn't go back at night. Great. Leng Xiaoting smiled very proudly. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting then went back to the villa they had stayed in during the day. Leng Xiaoting would send her back to school tomorrow morning. Because Jing Yunyao stayed in Mountain River Garden, it was inconvenient for them to go there. After all, Leng Xiaoting wanted her to stay with him for the purpose of doing bad things. However, on their way back, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting saw several gangsters on the sidewalk punching and kicking someone. Chapter 1845. Because I have grudge against you. Because there weren't many pedestrians in this section, not too many people were watching them. Even if there were a few onlookers, nobody came forward to stop the fight. After all, these gangsters were notorious in this area and many people knew that they were very fierce. Whoever dared to interfere in their business would be punished, unless it was someone they didn't dare to mess with. All the onlookers were just ordinary people, so they all watched from the side. Normally, Leng Xiaoting would do something if he encountered such a thing, so he parked the car by the side of the road and wanted to get out of the car to have a look. Ji Yuning, however, suddenly stopped him. "Wait a sec. What's wrong?" Leng Xiaoting asked with confusion. Ji Yuning squinted her eyes saying in a flat voice, "We don't need to help the man. He's Qi Ziyu. I thought Tang Bingsun had already killed Qi Ziyu, but unexpectedly he's still alive." What she didn't know was that Tang Bingsun was worried that Tang Aining might collect evidence if he killed Qi Ziyu, which would put him into a dangerous situation. In fact, after Tang Bingsun got seriously sick and lost control of the Tang organization, the guards ran away. It took Qi Ziyu a lot of effort to break free from the rope that bound him and escape. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was annoyed and stopped. "Should we leave or watch him for a while?" "Let's stay here for a while," Ji Yuning said. Seeing Qi Ziyu in a lot of pain and despair from being punched and kicked, Ji Yuning only felt a surge of excitement and joy. She knew that Qi Ziyu had been caught by Tang Bingsun, but she didn't know where Tang Bingsun had him locked up. She originally planned to ask Tang Bingsun where Qi Ziyu was after military training, but surprisingly she met him here by chance. Those gangsters cursed as they beat Qi Ziyu, then left when they were done. Actually, Qi Ziyu was innocent to some extent. He had only accidentally bumped into these gangsters who were slightly drunk. Although Qi Ziyu bumped them, it wasn't something serious, and he apologized right away. Unfortunately, these gangsters were in a bad mood, so they refused to forgive him. At the beginning, they wanted to force Qi Ziyu to give them money, but Qi Ziyu just escaped from the dark room. He had no money in his pockets and was also starving. Because he had no money, he was beaten by a bunch of gangsters. After those gangsters left, the onlookers also dispersed. No one bothered to call the police or an ambulance. Ji Yuning didn't get out of the car until many people were gone. "Do you need me to go with you?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "No need, just wait for me in the car," Ji Yuning said. "Sure," Leng Xiaoting replied. After Ji Yuning got out of the car, she walked towards Qi Ziyu was beaten severely. To be specific, he was seriously injured, with 2 broken ribs. In this case, if he didn't receive any treatment, he could die. Ji Yuning walked over, not trying to save him. She couldn't wait to see him die. She walked to him simply to gloat over his failure and add insult to injury. "Qi Ziyu, can you believe what you've been through today?" Ji Yuning walked up to Qi Ziyu and said with mockery. Although Qi Ziyu was heavily beaten, he was still conscious. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, he suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Seeing Ji Yuning, Qi Ziyu was slightly startled with a frown. "It's you." Qi Ziyu said that not because he knew what he had been through today had something to do with Ji Yuning, but because he didn't expect to see her here. Qi Ziyu felt utterly embarrassed when she saw him like this. Even though he didn't know that Ji Yuning had pushed him into such a miserable situation, he still felt humiliated because there was a long-standing grudge between them and she looked at him with obvious mockery. "Don't you feel I have always been inexplicably hostile towards you?" Ji Yuning asked with a smile, but the smile was completely cold. Hearing that, Qi Ziyu was taken aback. Actually, he really felt so. "Let me tell you, it's because I have a grudge against you, and Tang Aining is actually me," Ji Yuning said. At this time, there was no need to keep it secret from him anymore, because he could do nothing about it even if he learned the truth. "What?" Qi Ziyu rounded his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. "Tang Aining is actually Ji Yuning. You, who are you? What's your relationship with Tang Aining?" Qi Ziyu asked. "Me, I'm Ji Yuning," Ji Yuning said, with a faint smile on the corners of her mouth, which seemed harmless on the surface. "If I tell you Tang Aining told me that you killed her in my dream and she asked me to avenge her, would you believe it?" Ji Yuning asked. "No, it's impossible. It's impossible." Qi Ziyu refused to believe it. There couldn't be such a ridiculous thing in the world. The only possibility was that Ji Yuning knew Tang Aining. Besides, how did Ji Yuning know that Tang Aining was killed by him? Even Tang Aining herself didn't figure out his real purpose of becoming her boyfriend before she died. Tang Aining even thought it was just a trip when they went to the sea that time. It didn't make sense if Ji Yuning was Tang Aining's friend. Was it possible that Tang Aining told Ji Yuning everything in a dream? It was hard for Qi Ziyu to believe. Do you still refuse to believe it? Ji Yuning asked, but the answer actually couldn't be more obvious. After that, Ji Yuning said with a smile, "Did you forget what I said at your wedding? When you were on the yacht, Tang Yaxin said something to Tang Aining." Hearing that, Qi Ziyu's body suddenly shook a little. He looked at Ji Yuning in horror and his eyeballs seemed about to fall out. "Who are you? Tell me who you are," Qi Zi asked. At this moment, he lost his mind. He somehow felt that Ji Yuning in front of him was actually Tang Aining. If she wasn't Tang Aining, how could she know what Tang Yaxin had said? She knew every word. Qi Ziyu thought that Ji Yuning might be Tang Aining, but he also felt that it was impossible. He was so confused that he said to himself, "No, no, no, you can't be Tang Aining. Tang Aining must have told you those words. Tang Aining isn't dead, right? You are not Tang Aining. You are not Tang Aining." Well, Ji Yuning just sneered. Without another word, she released more and more magical power to freeze Qi Ziyu. Afterwards, she left. Ji Yuning had the idea of beating him up in person, but they were in public after all. It would cause her trouble if anyone saw it and took photos of them then posted them on the internet. Ji Yuning got into the car and left with Leng Xiaoting. Witnessing Qi Ziyu's tragic life now, Ji Yuning was in a good mood. Chapter 1846, she's scheming something. Since Ji Yuning was happy, Leng Xiaoting was happy too and laughed as well. His smile fascinated Ji Yuning. As soon as they returned to the villa, Leng Xiaoting moved closer to her. They were going to have a sleepless night tonight. Although Ji Yuning still had military training the next day, Leng Xiaoting now knew that she could use magical power to restore her mental and physical strength. Even if Ji Yuning couldn't do that, he was now a cultivator and he could help her regain her energy again. Therefore, they had passionate sex for a whole night. They didn't stop or sleep until 4 a.m. They only slept for 2 hours and got up at 6 a.m. Use magical power to get your strength back, otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable, Leng Xiaoting said with concern. "What? Are you worried about my body?" Ji Yuning asked with a smile. "Yeah," Leng Xiaoting replied. He cared about her. Suddenly, Ji Yuning gave Leng Xiaoting a glare. "Since you're worried about my body, why didn't you control yourself just now? I couldn't stay calm when my beloved girl was in my arms." "I'm a man," Leng Xiaoting said, taking it for granted. Even if he loved Ji Yuning, he couldn't give up having sex with her. "Ha ha," Ji Yuning snorted with laughter, because she thought of a popular joke on the internet. A woman and a man slept on the same bed one night, but the woman put a pillow in the middle. She told the man that he couldn't cross the boundary. If he did, he wasn't a gentleman. Therefore, the man did not cross the boundary all night. However, when they got up the next morning, the woman slapped the man and said that he wasn't a man at all. Ji Yuning's smile made Leng Xiaoting feel aroused. Without delay, he pressed against her again. Ji Yuning struggled, glaring at him. "Get up. I need to go to school." Leng Xiaoting thought for a while. It was indeed time for them to get up now, so he reluctantly got up from Ji Yuning's body. After quickly cleaning up, Leng Xiaoting sent Ji Yuning to school. Because they didn't have much time, they didn't make breakfast at home. Instead, when they saw a breakfast shop on the way, Leng Xiaoting went to buy Ji Yuning a glass of milk and bread. He wasn't in a rush to eat, so he took care of Ji Yuning first. Although Ji Yuning was absent, Song Miaoge didn't forget to train. After all, Baili Zhongshe was still with her. Baili Zhongshe was also excellent at fighting. When Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao got up, there were only 2 of them in the dorm room, so they talked about Ji Yuning being absent all night. It actually couldn't mean anything, but they hated Ji Yuning, so they criticized her behind her back. "Xian, when will your older brother help you punish her?" Lu Xiaoxiao asked. It had been so long, but they heard no news about it. Although she didn't hate Ji Yuning as much as Gao Xian, she also disliked Ji Yuning. She was jealous of Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance, and hoped that she could be punished. My older brother went on a trip with friends a few days ago, but he came back yesterday. He promised to cause Ji Yuning trouble in school today, Gao Xian said with hatred, wishing to see Ji Yuning severely punished. Only in that way could her hatred be dispelled. She had tolerated it for days, which was enough in her eyes. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile proudly. Although Ji Yuning was good at fighting, she was only better than Gao Xian, who was a weak girl. She didn't think that Ji Yuning could beat a man. Leng Xiaoting brought Jing Yuniao and Sheng Guanyang back to the Leng family's old house in the morning. He was going to introduce Sheng Guanyang to Master Leng, because he also hoped that they could get together when they were free. However, he couldn't tell his grandfather that Sheng Guanyang, Jing Yuniao, and himself were cultivators for the time being. Before Leng Xiaoting and the others went over, Leng Xiaoting asked Master Leng to wait for them at home in case Master Leng left to see his old friends. Because Jing Yuniao never visited the Leng family's old house when Leng Xiaoting was absent, Master Leng was actually a little dissatisfied. It was obvious that Jing Yuniao didn't treat the Leng family as her family. Master Leng could understand it. After all, Jing Yuniao hadn't regained her memories yet, but he still hoped that she could come more often when she had time. Leng Xiaoting told Master Leng that Jing Yuniao returned to the place where she used to live this week. Therefore, Master Leng didn't think much about it. When Leng Xiaoting and the others arrived at the Leng family's old house, it was about 10 a.m. At this time, only Master Leng was home because the other members had gone to work. Normally, Master Leng had lunch alone at home. He didn't have much appetite when he ate alone, so he ate very little during lunch. He could eat more when his family was home for dinner. Leng Xiaoting and the others came this time, so Master Leng told the cook to cook more food for them. Leng Xiaoting had also reminded him that his master was a big eater. His master alone was able to eat as much as 4 people. Although Master Leng was very surprised by that, they didn't lack food, so Master Leng directly told the cook to prepare a meal with all kinds of meat for 8 people. As soon as Jing Yuniao came, she called Master Leng father. It didn't sound embarrassing, and was full of affection. Master Leng thought that Jing Yuniao might have regained her memories. Thinking of that, he asked her. Jing Yuniao gave him an affirmative answer. Master Leng was ecstatic to hear that. Even though Jing Yuniao's identity had long been affirmed, she hadn't regained her memories. As a result, they were still strange to each other. Luckily, Jing Yuniao had finally regained her memories, which meant they were really a family now. Master Leng was so happy that he almost cried. Master Leng and Sheng Guanyang hit it off with each other at first sight, and they quickly became familiar with each other. They both liked elephant chess, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, while Sheng Guanyang himself already had a lot of antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Before they came, Sheng Guanyang had asked Leng Xiaoting about Master Leng's likes. Knowing that Master Leng liked calligraphy and paintings, he prepared an extremely valuable painting for him, which made Master Leng smile from ear to ear with joy. At noon, Ji Yuning and her friends went to the canteen after their military training and met Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao. When Gao Xian saw Ji Yuning, she gave her a meaningful look, then left. She must be scheming something, Baili Zhongshe said with a smile while looking at Gao Xian's back. Even though she knew there was a scheme, she wouldn't be bothered because Gao Xian was only an ordinary girl. She knew that Ji Yuning had a conflict with Gao Xian. Gao Xian had suffered a big loss because of Ji Yuning, so Gao Xian wouldn't give up on getting revenge on Ji Yuning. Chapter 1847. Need practice. Baili Zhongshe didn't know Gao Xian, but she knew Gao Xian wasn't a kind girl because Gao Xian had offended Ji Yuning of her own accord. Gao Xian was the kind of person who tended to be self-interested, self-centered, and never thought she was wrong when she attacked other people. However, if anyone dared to criticize her, she would think the other people were guilty and evil. Baili Zhongshe had encountered too many people of that kind. Scheme. Did Gao Xian forget the lesson and think of trying to pay us back? Song Miaoge was a little surprised. When she heard that, She thought Gao Xian had learned to behave herself during this peaceful period. If she really tries to pay us back, she won't do it in person, Ji Yuning said. She never believed that Gao Xian would give up on getting revenge. Song Miaoge frowned and asked worriedly, "What should we do now?" She knew that Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all. It wasn't easy for anyone to hurt Ji Yuning, but they didn't know what Gao Xian would do to pay them back. They were inevitably a little worried about unknown danger. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal," Ji Yuning said without any worries. Since Ji Yuning said that, Song Miaoge didn't worry so much. After having a meal, they left the canteen and walked to the small woods where they practiced martial arts. However, the second they left the canteen, some people followed them. Song Miaoge didn't have acute senses like Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe, so she failed to notice. Once Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe realized that some people were following them, they exchanged a meaningful glance. In fact, they hoped that someone would come to cause them trouble so that Song Miaoge could have a chance to practice her skills. Song Miaoge didn't know what her friends were thinking about without telling her, but they actually had that idea for her good. Those people followed Ji Yuning and her friends along the way. They didn't jump out to stop them from leaving, nor were they worried that they might go back to the dormitory. During these days, Gao Xian didn't see them go back to the dormitory for a nap at noon. Instead, they always went to the small woods. Gao Xian didn't know what they were going to do in the small woods, because she dared not follow them over. Not every student would have a nap at noon, and many students preferred to relax for a while in the small woods where it was much cooler. Nevertheless, there were a lot fewer people in the small woods, so the group of people planned to attack Ji Yuning and her friends later. After Ji Yuning and her friends arrived at the small woods, they walked farther into it because most people stayed at its periphery. They didn't want to be watched while they were training. Some people might see them once in a while. There were 5 men who were about 24, following them. They looked the same as other college students, so they didn't attract much attention. Seeing Ji Yuning and her friends walking farther into the small woods, they were satisfied because it was exactly what they wanted to see. In a while, Ji Yuning and her friends stopped. With an evil smile, Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge, "Miaoge, do you want to practice your new skills with others?" "What?" Song Miaoge was confused. "Who will do that with me?" "They're behind us," said Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge was surprised and turned around, followed by Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe. Once they turned around, they saw 5 men walking to them. "Do you mean them?" Song Miaoge asked with uncertainty. "Yeah," said Ji Yuning. "Who are they?" asked Song Miaoge. "They were hired by Gao Xian to pay us back," said Ji Yuning. Gao Xian planned to pay all of them back, instead of just Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge had a grudge with Gao Xian as well, so Gao Xian hated her too. Song Miaoge wasn't surprised now. She squinted, a dangerous look in her eyes. "Very well, I need practice right now. They've learned some fighting skills too. You must be careful," said Ji Yuning. It was true that the bunch of men weren't weak at all. They were no match for Ji Yuning, but Song Miaoge was only an ordinary girl with not outstanding skills. Song Miaoge was merely better than other weak girls. "I will," said Song Miaoge with a serious expression. She wouldn't take her enemies lightly. The 5 men immediately realized that Ji Yuning and her friends had already found out that they were following them when they turned around looking at them. "They should know that we're following them," said a man. "So what? It's useless," said another man. Although Gao Xian had told them the 2 girls named Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge were good at kung fu, they didn't take them seriously. In their eyes, they were only girls who couldn't be stronger than them. Therefore, when the girls didn't seem scared at all as they walked to them, they only thought that they were stupid and arrogant. The 5 men stopped in front of Ji Yuning and her friends, looking at them with malice. The leading man asked Ji Yuning, "Are you Ji Yuning?" He actually already had the answer. "Yes, so," asked Ji Yuning. "You've offended someone you shouldn't mess with, so we're here to teach you a lesson," said the man. "Do you mean Gao Xian?" Ji Yuning smiled. Hearing that, the 5 men looked surprised. In order to not expose the secret, Gao Xian's older brother, Gao Shiji, didn't show up, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning was aware of it. No matter what, you can't escape today. Even though Ji Yuning guessed it correctly, the 5 men refused to admit it. Great, my friend also needs practice. Miaoge, they're yours now. Do you have confidence? Asked Ji Yuning. Of course, said Song Miaoge. She couldn't wait for the fight. The 5 men felt humiliated when Ji Yuning told a girl to fight against them. Stupid idiot. You'll regret it. Beat her. The leading man gave an order. Even though they felt humiliated when Ji Yuning asked a girl to fight against the 5 of them, they wouldn't hesitate to beat Song Miaoge. Anyway, it was Ji Yuning's decision. Since Ji Yuning decided to do that, they were determined to make her regret it. Without delay, the 5 men began to attack Song Miaoge and Song Miaoge fought back at once. Although Song Miaoge had only been trained by Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia for several days, she had taken a power crystal. Her physical health had been greatly improved, so she was much stronger than before. In the past, Song Miaoge was able to beat 10 ordinary people by herself, and now she could defeat over a dozen. Ordinary people were no match for her, but she might not be able to defeat many people who had learned Kung Fu. How many she could beat depended on the person's level. Chapter 1848. Move to another dorm room. Song Miaoge might not be able to defeat Ji Wenna right now, but Ji Yuning believed that she could beat these 5 men. Although the 5 men took Song Miaoge lightly, in order to show their strength, they used great force at the very beginning, so did Song Miaoge. The 5 men thought that they could easily beat Song Miaoge once they fought, so they were full of confidence. Unfortunately, they soon realized that they were wrong. They failed to catch her after fighting for a long while, and Song Miaoge even kicked one of them. They were mad and became more violent, but it was obvious that they couldn't win the fight against Song Miaoge. Although Song Miaoge felt it was a little difficult for her to fight against 5 of them alone, she was quite excited. Once in a while, some students passing by heard the noises and walked over to have a look. Seeing Song Miaoge fighting against 5 men by herself, they were all amazed and kept complimenting her. The 5 men, however, were all injured by Song Miaoge, but they could barely touch her, which shocked them. To their astonishment, this girl was much stronger than they thought. In about 10 minutes, all the 5 men were beaten to the ground by Song Miaoge, while Song Miaoge had only gotten kicked from behind. Luckily, she avoided it right away, so she wasn't heavily hit. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia didn't bother to help her. If Song Miaoge hadn't been trained by Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia, it would be hard to tell whether she could win the fight against these 5 men, because they weren't bad at fighting. Given their skills, Song Miaoge was sure that they had served in the army for at least 3 years. However, they were gangsters now, and it was normal that not every soldier was an upright person. Actually, there were bad people in every industry. In the army, cliques and factions weren't uncommon. Have you served in the army? Asked Song Miaoge in a deep voice. She grew up in a military base, so she naturally was very familiar with soldiers' way of fighting. They had been soldiers, but they now were bullies, which made Song Miaoge quite angry. She also understood that there were bad people in every industry. Those who had served in the army might not be good people, but she couldn't stand it whenever she witnessed it. How did you know? The 5 men were greatly surprised. I grew up in a military base. It's very easy for me to see through you. You're a shame to soldiers. Song Miaoge criticized them. Hearing that, they were astonished. If Song Miaoge grew up in a military base, her family wouldn't be ordinary. Since her father could stay in the military base for so many years, her father's title could be a major at least right now. Thinking of that, the 5 men were scared. All right, you can disappear now. Tell Gao Xian to be careful. We live in the same dorm room after all. It can't be easier for us to make things difficult for her. Ji Yuning didn't bother to waste more time on them and told them to disappear. Ji Yuning told them to say that to Gao Xian, and she wasn't afraid that Gao Xian would refuse to come back to the dorm room after hearing it. Ji Yuning actually wished that Gao Xian wouldn't come back again, because they would live a much more comfortable life then. They were going to punish Gao Xian, but not right now. They had plenty of chances to do it in the future. Although the 5 men weren't badly injured, they needed at least a week to recover. They were in school after all, so Song Miaoge had to be gentle. The 5 men were scared by Song Miaoge, so they immediately ran away once Ji Yuning told them to disappear. Jesus, I can beat 5 men alone now. Even if I could do that in the past, I would be injured too. Song Miaoge said with excitement after they left. Once the 5 men walked far away, they called Gao Shiji. They didn't have Gao Xian's number, so they could only call Gao Shiji. After that, they told Gao Shiji the result. At this time, Gao Shiji and Gao Xian were in a restaurant. Knowing that they failed, both of them were angry, but they were also shocked to hear that Song Miaoge alone had beaten the 5 of them. Gao Xian was also frightened by Ji Yuning's threat. She didn't dare to go back to the dorm room now. Shiji, what should I do now? Gao Xian turned to her older brother for help. You can move to another dorm room. Let's go to see your head teacher now. We can say that you don't get along with them, said Gao Shiji. He didn't dare to cause Ji Yuning trouble right now, because he was reluctant to be beaten. Gao Shiji had served in the army for a few years too, but his 5 comrades couldn't defeat Song Miaoge, let alone him. Afterwards, Gao Shiji took Gao Xian to see her head teacher. They used the excuse that the girls didn't get along with each other and often argued to explain why Gao Xian wanted to move into another dorm room. Gao Xian was worried that their head teacher might find out that she had hired a bunch of people to beat Ji Yuning, so she didn't say that she wanted to move into another dorm room because of Ji Yuning's threat. Gao Xian's head teacher was comparatively snobbish. She knew that Gao Xian was from a rich family, so she agreed to move her into another dorm room. Without hesitation, Gao Xian rushed back to the dorm room and packed up her stuff. At noon, Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't with Gao Xian, so she had no idea what had happened. When she saw Gao Xian packing up her stuff in the dorm room, she was surprised. Xian, what happened? Why are you packing your stuff? I'll move into another dorm room, said Gao Xian. She sounded upset. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoxiao was anxious. If Gao Xian moved into another dorm room, she would be left alone in this dorm room. Upon thinking that she would be alone facing Song Miaoge and Ji Yuning, Lu Xiaoxiao was scared. What happened? Why are you suddenly moving into another dorm room? What should I do if I'm left alone here? Asked Lu Xiaoxiao, feeling nervous. Gao Xian was displeased. I didn't expect Song Miaoge to be so strong. My older brother hired 5 men to teach them a lesson, but Song Miaoge alone has beaten them. You know the 5 men have served in the army along with my older brother. They're quite good at fighting, but they failed to hurt Song Miaoge. What? Lu Xiaoxiao was amazed. She thought that it was super easy for Gao Xian's older brother to punish Ji Yuning and her friends, but unexpectedly Song Miaoge alone beat them. Do they know that the 5 men were hired by you? Asked Lu Xiaoxiao. Actually, it was quite obvious that Ji Yuning and her friends were aware of it, otherwise Gao Xian wouldn't move into another dorm room. Chapter 1849, Not over yet, idiot. If they didn't know, I wouldn't move into another dorm room, said Gao Xian with impatience. She then ignored Lu Xiaoxiao and kept on packing. Lu Xiaoxiao was full of anxiety at this moment. Although it was Gao Xian who hired a bunch of men to teach Ji Yuning and her friends a lesson and she wasn't involved in it, she had humiliated them with Gao Xian before. Ji Yuning and her friends must hate her too. If Gao Xian left, they could vent their anger on her instead. No, she couldn't stay here. She had to move out into another dorm room. Thinking of that, Lu Xiaoxiao took action at once. She ran outside to see their head teacher. She refused to live in the same dorm room with Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge. As a result, when Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge came back at night, they found both Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were gone along with their stuff. It was surprising, but wasn't beyond their expectation. Anyway, it was good news. Well, does Gao Xian believe it will be over after she moves into another dorm room? Song Miaoge said with disdain. At least she doesn't need to sleep anxiously at night, said Ji Yuning. It's not a bad thing. We don't need to see her every day now, said Song Miaoge happily. In fact, they could make things difficult for Gao Xian even if she moved out. They were in the same school after all. It couldn't be easier for them to find her. Ji Yuning, why don't we ask Xianxia to move in? Song Miaoge asked Ji Yuning. She hoped that Baili Zhongshe could live with them, but she needed to ask for Ji Yuning's opinion. Although they were all friends and she felt that Ji Yuning would want Baili Zhongshe to move in with them, she asked Ji Yuning out of respect. Why not? Ji Yuning agreed. Anyway, Baili Zhongshe lived near them. It wouldn't be a big deal if they lived together. With Ji Yuning's agreement, Song Miaoge shared this good news with Baili Zhongshe at once. Ji Yuning, Song Miaoge, and Baili Zhongshe had a WeChat group, so Song Miaoge directly told Baili Zhongshe in the group. Baili Zhongshe was undoubtedly happy to hear the news. Unexpectedly, she still moved into the same dorm room as Ji Yuning. She was excited about it, but didn't rush to move in right away, because she also needed her head teacher's agreement. Normally, their head teacher would agree. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning and her friends saw Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao when they went to have breakfast the next morning. Once Gao Xian saw them, she ran away in a hurry. Ha ha, Song Miaoge snorted with laughter. Anyway, since they met, it was impossible for Ji Yuning and her friends to let her go. Without delay, Ji Yuning and her friends caught up and stopped her. What do you want to do? Gao Xian got nervous looking at them. Because of the bad deed she had done, she felt guilty and avoided their eyes. Gao Xian only dared to bully the weak and got scared after failing several times. However, she was only afraid for the time being, and wouldn't hesitate to make the situation worse once she got a chance. What do we want to do? Song Miaoge smiled saying with disdain, Gao Xian, Lu Xiaoxiao, why did you move into another dorm room all of a sudden? Gao Xian, do you think it's over after that? Gao Xian moved a few steps back in fear, in case Song Miaoge and Ji Yuning hurt her. What? Song Miaoge walked towards Gao Xian in a threatening way. She made fun of Gao Xian as if a cat was playing with a mouse. Song Miaoge, if you dare to hurt me, I'll report it to our teacher. Gao Xian pretended to be brave. She tried to threaten them with the influence of their teacher. Well, when you tried to hurt me and Ji Yuning, weren't you afraid that we'd report it to our teacher? Said Song Miaoge with mockery. Do you think you're the only one who isn't afraid of the teacher here? My father is the director of the State Forestry Administration. Hearing that Song Miaoge wasn't afraid of the teacher, Gao Xian had to rely on her father's influence. Do you think the director of the State Forestry Administration is a very important official? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Said Song Miaoge with disgust. Although it was a powerful official in ordinary people's eyes, it was merely nothing for the Song family. Gao Xian was surprised. She suddenly didn't know what to say at this moment. At the same time, she thought to herself that Song Miaoge might not come from an ordinary family as she used to believe, otherwise she should be afraid of her father's social status. Someone called Ji Yuning all of a sudden. Ji Yuning and her friends turned to look at the person at once. Hi, Senior Rong. Seeing Rong Zechen, Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge politely greeted him. Although Song Miaoge knew Rong Ju, she wasn't familiar with Rong Zechen. Anyway, she knew that he was a member of the Rong family as well, but she didn't know who his father was. It wasn't important actually. Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were stunned the moment they saw Rong Zechen. They forgot their fear of Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge at this moment. Hi, what a coincidence. Rong Zechen was happy to see Ji Yuning. Oh, have you had breakfast yet? If not, let me buy it for you, said Rong Zechen. Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao wished that he asked them the question, but unfortunately he only asked Ji Yuning. Besides, Ji Yuning was able to know such a handsome boy. Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were jealous of Ji Yuning again. Thanks, but there is no need. Ji Yuning declined. She decided to keep a distance from the Rong family. Song Miaoge had the same idea, and wasn't interested in Rong Zechen. Fine. Rong Zechen was slightly disappointed. Since Ji Yuning declined, he wouldn't insist in case Ji Yuning had a bad impression of him. Why don't we go to the canteen together? Asked Rong Zechen. Although Ji Yuning turned his invitation down, they could go to the canteen together. Senior Rong, you can go first. I still need to deal with something else now, said Ji Yuning. She had no intention of sharing breakfast with him. Rong Zechen said nothing further about it and left alone. Once Rong Zechen was gone, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao turned to face Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge again. "All right, we should go to have breakfast now," said Ji Yuning. She gave up punishing Gao Xian right now. In fact, even if she was going to do something to hurt Gao Xian, she would do it secretly. She would never do it in public, because it could cause her trouble. Gao Xian felt relieved and felt that Ji Yuning didn't dare to hurt her. However, the next second, Ji Yuning gave her a fake smile, which gave Gao Xian a premonition. Chapter 1850, Why do we have to know her? Gao Xian, be careful. We won't hurt you in public, but... Ji Yuning said in a meaningful tone. She didn't bother to hide her hatred towards Gao Xian, scaring Gao Xian. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning turned around and left. Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe also gave Gao Xian a meaningful glance before walking away. Right after they left, two girls walked to Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao and asked them with excitement, "Hi, Xian, how did you know Ji Yuning? I'm so envious of you." "Right, how's your relationship?" asked another girl. Hearing that, Gao Xian was displeased because they were envious of her relationship with Ji Yuning, which was quite ridiculous. Gao Xian was full of anger, so she blurted it out. "You're envious of me. Do you want to be bullied by her as well?" "Bully? How is it possible? Goddess Ji Yu will never bully other people." "Right, Goddess Ji Yu is such a kind girl. We have only seen her rescue other people. We have never seen her bully anyone, unless it's a bad person." The two girls argued at once. They refused to believe Gao Xian's words and also defended Ji Yuning. In their eyes, Ji Yuning was a girl with a strong sense of justice. It was impossible that she would bully other people, unless Gao Xian had offended her first. "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm a bad person?" Gao Xian was mad. Why could they say that to her face? Gao Xian didn't allow other people to criticize her even if she indeed had offended Ji Yuning first. Gao Xian used to bully other people very often and no one dared to argue with her, so she became arrogant. Even though it was her fault, she would never think that she was wrong. However, she failed this time when she encountered Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, caught the point of their questions. "Why do you call her Goddess Ji Yu?" Gao Xian frowned with dissatisfaction. They called Ji Yuning, Goddess Ji Yu. Because of her hatred towards Ji Yuning, she hated to hear other people complimenting Ji Yuning even if Ji Yuning was prettier than her. "What? Don't you know Goddess Ji Yu?" The girls were surprised. "Why do we have to know her? Who does she think she is? Is she a celebrity or something?" Gao Xian retorted in annoyance. She hated seeing other people taking Ji Yuning as their idol, because it meant that Ji Yuning was very outstanding and many people liked her. She didn't think that Ji Yuning could be a celebrity, because she paid a lot of attention to the entertainment industry and she had never heard of Ji Yuning before. Actually, she couldn't know everything about what she was interested in. Seeing Gao Xian's unkind face, the two girls were displeased too. She isn't a celebrity, but she's even more famous than celebrities. Actually, she enjoys a much better reputation than those celebrities. Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't believe their ears. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was even more famous than celebrities, and her reputation was also better than them. All of a sudden, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao got nervous. They weren't dumb and felt that Ji Yuning might not be ordinary at all. "What do you mean? Tell me more about her," asked Gao Xian. She didn't want to know that Ji Yuning was influential, because it would be hard for her to take revenge. Although her dirty trick had been exposed and Ji Yuning had threatened her, she was unwilling to give up. On the contrary, she felt aggrieved and mad at Ji Yuning. As long as she had a chance, she would still try to hurt Ji Yuning once more. If you want to know more about her, go search for the information about her on the internet. By the way, we're Ji Yuning's loyal fans. I don't want to hear you attacking her. Don't badmouth her to our faces again, or we won't be kind to you anymore, said the girl, then left with another girl. This girl was in the same class as Gao Xian, and she knew that Gao Xian's family was rich, but she wasn't afraid of Gao Xian because her family wasn't ordinary either. You. Gao Xian was furious, facing the girl's threat. She felt she had enemies everywhere now. In the past, only she could bully other people, but now it changed. Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't threatened, so she wasn't affected. Without hesitation, she took out her phone to search for more information about Ji Yuning on the internet. Gao Xian also wanted to learn more about Ji Yuning, so she did the same thing. The second they read the news about Ji Yuning, they were both shocked. What? How is it possible? Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao rounded their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe what they read. Ji Yuning turned out to be the champion of the national math competition, and she was also the top scorer of this year. Ji Yuning was also the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Fenghua Entertainment, Kuzi, Gufen, and many other companies which had over several billion yuan in assets. How is it possible? Ji Yuning is so young. It was impossible for her to own so many companies. It can't be true. It can't be true. These companies can't be owned by her. She can't be so successful. No matter what, Gao Xian refused to believe or accept it. She didn't think that Ji Yuning could be so successful. Anyway, Gao Xian was more scared of Ji Yuning now. Even if these companies weren't owned by Ji Yuning must have powerful support behind her back. Xian, what should we do now? Lu Xiaoxiao was totally frightened. Although she couldn't believe it either, she was sure that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. She owned companies with several billion yuan in assets. Although Lu Xiaoxiao's father was also rich, Ji Yuning obviously owned many more companies. In addition, Jade Beauty Jewelry alone had over 2 billion yuan in assets. Kuzi was so popular these days, so it could have over 1 billion yuan in assets as well. I don't know. Gao Xian was irritated. She had no idea what to do now, and she lost her patience with Lu Xiaoxiao's question. After that, she left Lu Xiaoxiao behind and walked away alone. She was in a bad mood now, so she didn't have an appetite for breakfast. Because of that, Gao Xian moved while doing military poses that morning. Their instructor noticed and punished her. She was already furious, so she argued with the instructor and ran away. Ji Yuning and her friends weren't aware of that. Chapter 1851. Find fault with Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning and her friends were practicing military poses, Rong Zechen walked by them and specially gave several glances at Ji Yuning. At this moment, Rong Ju wasn't far from them. Seeing Rong Zechen paying special attention to Ji Yuning, he slightly frowned and even wanted to tell Rong Zechen to walk away. Ji Yuning saw Rong Zechen as well, but didn't pay much attention to him. Actually, if it was possible, she hoped that he could pay no attention to her. Right as Rong Zechen watched Ji Yuning, Yuan Shuyan and 2 girls walked over from behind him. The 2 girls were those who were with Yuan Shuyan yesterday, and they had seen Ji Yuning once. One was called Zhe Qingqing, while the other was Ku Hanjiao. Yuan Shuyan's eyes lit up once she saw Rong Zechen, but she was displeased when she figured out that he was looking at Ji Yuning. She was always worried that Rong Zechen treated Ji Yuning differently, but now it seemed her worries came true. Rong Zechen indeed treated Ji Yuning differently, and he even came specially to see her. In her eyes, she believed that Rong Zechen came here specially for Ji Yuning. Therefore, Yuan Shuyan began to stare at Ji Yuning with hatred. Since Yuan Shuyan could see Ji Yuning, there was only a short distance between them. Ji Yuning saw her as well and noticed the hatred in her eyes. Anyway, Ji Yuning didn't bother to care about it. As long as she didn't cause her trouble, Ji Yuning would ignore it. Shuyan, it's Senior Rong. Why don't you go over and say hi? Ku Hanjiao was excited to see Rong Zechen. In fact, she admired Rong Zechen from afar, but she didn't dare to say it aloud because she knew that Yuan Shuyan liked him too. Although her family wasn't comparable to Yuan Shuyan's, she didn't think that she didn't deserve Rong Zechen, because her family was a second-rate super-rich family in the capital after all. Not every powerful or rich family could make an alliance with another family which was at the exact level as it. As long as there wasn't a huge gap, it wasn't considered seeking connections with other people of a higher position. The Rong family had power, but the Ku family had wealth. Yuan Shuyan ignored Ku Hanjiao, so Ku Hanjiao saw that something wasn't right. Shuyan, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Zhe Qingqing saw that Yuan Shuyan's gaze wasn't on Rong Zechan, but the group of freshmen in the military training. Therefore, she turned to look in the direction of Yuan Shuyan's sight, but she failed to see Ji Yuning because she was nearsighted. Rong Zechan is staring at Ji Yuning, said Yuan Shuyan in a deep voice filled with great dissatisfaction. What? Ji Yuning. Both Zhe Qingqing and Ku Hanjiao were surprised and turned to look at the crowd again, but still couldn't find Ji Yuning. Where is Ji Yuning? Zhe Qingqing and Ku Hanjiao asked. Ku Hanjiao looked displeased. The third one on the right of the second row, said Yuan Shuyan. After that, Zhe Qingqing and Ku Hanjiao finally saw Ji Yuning and they frowned at the same time. Well, it seems that Senior Rong indeed treats Ji Yuning differently, said Zhe Qingqing in annoyance, not for herself, but for Yuan Shuyan. Zhe Qingqing also liked Rong Zechan, but she knew that she didn't deserve him, so she gave this idea up. Although Yuan Shuyan knew that Rong Zechan treated Ji Yuning differently, she became angrier after hearing Zhe Qingqing's words. At this time, Rong Zechan kept on walking ahead. It wasn't appropriate for him to stay here for too long after all. Once Rong Zechan left, Ku Hanjiao had an idea. Shuyan, I have an idea to cause Ji Yuning trouble. What is it? Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing asked. Ku Hanjiao talked to them in a low voice, and Yuan Shuyan agreed afterwards. Ku Hanjiao then walked to Ji Yuning's class. When she was near Hu Zizhen, she said, Instructor, I have something to report to you. Hearing that, Hu Zizhen turned to Ku Hanjiao with a frown. She could do that, but it wasn't necessary. However, he had to let her finish since she stood out. Say it, said Hu Zizhen. The third student on the right of the second row just moved, said Ku Hanjiao with hidden pride in her eyes. Hu Zizhen was displeased. He didn't bother to give it a glance and knew who she was talking about. Precisely because of that, he was displeased. Ji Yuning was the one with the most serious attitude during the military training. It was impossible that she moved. Besides, there was faint pride hidden in the girl's eyes. Hu Zizhen wasn't dumb. He could see that this girl was picking on Ji Yuning. Not only Hu Zizhen, but all the other students in Class A didn't believe her words. Although they didn't see the pride in Ku Hanjiao's eyes, they had been trained with Ji Yuning for a week till now. They knew a little about her, so they chose to trust her. Seeing Ku Hanjiao walking over, Ji Yuning knew that she was going to cause her trouble. Therefore, she wasn't surprised at all when Ku Hanjiao said that to the instructor. However, it didn't feel good to be wronged. Those people really needed a lesson. Are you sure that student just moved? Asked Hu Zizhen. I'm sure, said Ku Hanjiao. Oh, how did she move? Asked Hu Zizhen again. Hearing that, Ku Hanjiao was surprised. She didn't expect that Hu Zizhen would ask her so many questions. She thought that the instructor would punish Ji Yuning right after she reported it. Ji Yuning didn't move at all, so she didn't know how she moved. What? Since you saw her move, shouldn't you know how she moved? Hu Zizhen asked in a serious tone. He was questioning her. Ku Hanjiao was taken aback. She somehow felt that the instructor knew that she was picking on Ji Yuning. Thinking of that, Ku Hanjiao forced herself to calm down. I saw her move. She moved her right hand. Since she said that Ji Yuning had moved, she must insist on saying that, or she would be embarrassed. Fine, I know. You can leave now, said Hu Zizhen. He had no intention of punishing Ji Yuning. Seeing that, Ku Hanjiao was dissatisfied. She questioned in anger. Instructor, don't you plan to punish Ji Yuning? I can make the decision on my own, said Hu Zizhen. It was obvious that he decided to protect Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Ku Hanjiao was furious and blurted out. Instructor, why are you so protective of Ji Yuning? Are you having an affair with her? Shut your mouth. Hu Zizhen snapped at her. Ku Hanjiao had humiliated him and Ji Yuning at the same time. Chapter 1852, Your cheap Ku Hanjiao subconsciously said Ji Yuning's name, which exposed the fact that she knew Ji Yuning and deliberately picked on her. After being criticized by Hu Zizhen and facing his serious look, Ku Hanjiao was scared and realized she shouldn't have blurted that out. Even though she had that idea in her mind, she shouldn't say it aloud. Instructor, I have something to say. At this time, Ji Yuning opened her mouth. She decided not to tolerate it any longer. The students of Class A were annoyed by Ku Hanzhao's words as well. They didn't believe that Ji Yuning had an affair with the instructor, because the instructor admired and respected Ji Yuning. He also believed that Ji Yuning didn't move at all. "Can I deal with it by myself?" said Ji Yuning. "Sure," said Hu Zizhen. After that, Ji Yuning walked out of the line and coldly stared at Ku Hanzhao, which scared her. However, Ku Hanzhao didn't think that Ji Yuning dared to hurt her, so she gave Ji Yuning a provoking glance. Ji Yuning walked to Ku Hanzhao and heavily slapped her face without hesitation. The slap was so loud that everyone was surprised. Because Ji Yuning used a lot of strength, a clear palm print was left on Ku Hanzhao's cheek and it swelled at once. To their surprise, Ji Yuning would give her a slap right away. Ku Hanzhao was also shocked, but the great pain drew her back to reality. She glared at Ji Yuning. "How dare you slap me? I'll kill you." Saying that, Ku Hanzhao raised her hand trying to slap Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning caught her wrist first. She held it tightly so that Ku Hanzhao couldn't get rid of her. Afterwards, Ku Hanzhao raised her other hand to hit Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning directly threw her away. Ku Hanzhao then fell to the ground with a scary scream of pain. She burst into tears the next second and the other classes heard it too. They were curious about what was going on here. But they were practicing military poses now, so they didn't dare to move. Only several instructors gave several glances. Because they still needed to manage their classes, they didn't walk over to have a look. Normally, the instructor of the class would handle it. Seeing that, Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing ran over at once to support Ku Hanzhao up. "Ji Yuning, how could you slap her? You're so evil." Yuan Shuyan questioned Ji Yuning in anger. It seemed that she was standing up for Ku Hanzhao, but she was actually quite pleased that she finally had a chance to cause Ji Yuning trouble. In fact, Yuan Shuyan was happy to seize this chance to make things difficult for Ji Yuning, and she didn't care about Ku Hanzhao's injury at all. She actually didn't hear Ku Hanzhao's comment on Ji Yuning's relationship with Hu Zizhen just now, so she rushed to blame Ji Yuning. Rongju walked over as well after seeing Ji Yuning slap a girl. If it wasn't serious, he wouldn't be involved, because every instructor of each class was able to solve the problem. However, if it was a serious fight, he had to come to stop it. "I'm evil." Ji Yuning looked at Yuan Shuyan with mockery. "Do you always thank the person who has humiliated you? If so, I have to say, Senior Yuan, you're cheap." Ji Yuning didn't bother to be polite at this moment, because they deliberately caused her trouble first. There was no reason for her to be kind to them right now. "Ji Yuning, how dare you swear at me?" Yuan Shuyan was mad. Yuan Shuyan was always proud and spoiled ever since she was little, so she couldn't accept any embarrassment, especially when someone said that she was cheap in public. It was impossible for her not to be angry. Because she was annoyed by Ji Yuning, she ignored the fact that Ku Hanzhao had humiliated Ji Yuning first. Other people didn't think Ji Yuning's words were wrong, because it was Ku Hanzhao's fault. No one could tolerate Ku Hanzhao's behavior. "What's going on here?" Before Ji Yuning could reply to Yuan Shuyan, Rongju came. "Instructor Rong." Ji Yuning just slapped Ku Hanzhao and swore at Yuan Shuyan. Zhe Qingqing immediately told on Ji Yuning, as if Ku Hanzhao and Yuan Shuyan were innocent while Ji Yuning was the bad person. Rongju was aware that Ji Yuning had slapped Ku Hanzhao, but he needed to figure out the reason now. "Captain, this student has humiliated," said Hu Zizhen. "I need to know the whole story." Rongju interrupted him. "Because I reported that she moved during the military pose practice." Said Ku Hanzhao. "I didn't ask you." Rongju gave Ku Hanzhao a cold glance. Ku Hanzhao was scared and didn't dare to say another word. Yuan Shuyan wanted to say something to Zhe Qingqing, but closed her mouth in fear of Rongju. "Sure." Hu Zizhen continued, "This student just came over and reported that Ji Yuning moved during the military pose practice." She said the third freshman on the right of the second row back then. She didn't say Ji Yuning's name at the beginning. I caught satisfaction flashing in her eyes when she reported Ji Yuning. Analyzed from the perspective of psychology, it's often out of calculation and malice. "I didn't." Ku Hanzhao was scared. It was obvious that this instructor had already seen through her, so she tried to interrupt him. Nevertheless, before she could finish, Rongju gave her another cold glance. Ku Hanjiao was frightened and stopped right away. Hu Zixin added, I asked this student how Ji Yuning moved. She hesitated for a while, which meant she didn't see Ji Yuning move at all. In fact, Ji Yuning indeed didn't move. I asked this student why she didn't know how Ji Yuning moved since she saw it, and she clearly panicked then. However, she was unwilling to give up and claimed that Ji Yuning moved her right hand. Ku Hanjiao was embarrassed, shaking in horror. To her surprise, the instructor knew everything. Actually, soldiers weren't careless. Quite the opposite, they paid a lot of attention to details, especially extraordinary soldiers. Rongju's team was a special force. Although it wasn't comparable to the Red Flame that Leng Xiaoting belonged to, it wasn't an ordinary team after all. It carried out tasks of medium level. Only prestigious universities like the Capital University were able to invite them to perform the military training. Common universities could only invite ordinary soldiers. Special forces like them needed to learn many things, psychology included. Chapter 1853, Can't accept it. Hearing Hu Zijian's words, Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing panicked. Other people might not be able to see it, but Ji Yuning and Rongju could clearly see it. Therefore, Rongju looked angrier. The students of Class A were all full of fury, because it turned out that they were finding fault with Ji Yuning. Because she believed that Ji Yuning moved, but I knew that it's just a lie, I told her to leave. I had no intention of punishing Ji Yuning. She, however, refused to accept the result and humiliated Ji Yuning and I by saying that we have an affair. I'm a soldier. It's illegal to humiliate a soldier, said Hu Zixin. Knowing that, Ku Hanjiao was scared and could barely stand steadily. Luckily, Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing supported her right away. They didn't know what Ku Hanjiao had said about Ji Yuning and the instructor until now. It actually was quite stupid. Given what she had said, they couldn't help her now. Ji Yuning slapped her after being humiliated, said Hu Zixin in the end. What else do you need to say right now? Rongju asked Ku Hanjiao. Ku Hanjiao was too guilty to say a word now. Most importantly, she was facing Rongju, so she didn't dare to make up lies again. How about you, Ji Yuning? Since Ku Hanjiao said nothing, Rongju turned to ask Ji Yuning. I don't know why this senior suddenly jumped out to pick on me. I've never met her before after all. May I know the reason why you did that to me? Ji Yuning looked at Ku Hanjiao with confusion. In fact, Ji Yuning already knew the reason. Ku Hanjiao did it for Yuan Shuyan. Ku Hanjiao stammered. She couldn't tell the truth that she did it for Yuan Shuyan, because it would annoy Yuan Shuyan, which was a result she couldn't afford. I just dislike her. I'm jealous of her. Ku Hanjiao used an excuse, which actually was also the truth. She indeed disliked Ji Yuning and was jealous of her because Rong Zechin treated Ji Yuning differently. If so, I have nothing else to say. You've slandered and humiliated me, while I've slapped you. It's even. Although Ji Yuning knew the real reason, she didn't bother to waste more time on it. It was meaningless after all, because she couldn't punish Ku Hanjiao just for that. Anyway, she had given Ku Hanjiao a slap, and Rongju wouldn't allow it to become a bigger problem. Please stay reasonable from now on. Even if you dislike me, I've never offended you. You can't pick on me just because you dislike me. It'll be your fault. If it happens again, don't blame me for using greater strength to beat you. Ji Yuning warned, but she didn't care whether Ku Hanjiao took it seriously. If Ku Hanjiao refused to listen to her, she would teach her a lesson. Being warned by Ji Yuning, Ku Hanjiao felt humiliated, but she could say nothing about it at this moment. She could only agree on what Ji Yuning said to her. Sorry, instructor, for the trouble. Ji Yuning then apologized to Rongju and Hu Zixin. It wasn't her fault, but it happened because of her. It was necessary for her to make an apology, which showed her attitude. All right, get in the line now, said Rongju, then he looked at Yuan Shuyan and her. Friends, you should leave. Because Ku Hanjiao had already been slapped by Ji Yuning, Rongju didn't punish her again for causing trouble. Sure, said Ji Yuning and went back to the line at once. Of course, said Yuan Shuyan and her friends, then walked away with embarrassment. It was time for military training, otherwise students of Class A would cheer for Ji Yuning and compliment her for her bravery. Once they finished the practice, everyone surrounded Ji Yuning and praised her. Ji Yuning, that slap was so cool and so loud. Right, I saw her cheek swell afterwards. She deserves it. How could she be so unkind to Ji Yuning? She has also humiliated Ji Yuning. I think the slap could have been heavier. Ji Yuning felt a little uncomfortable hearing their noisy discussion, but she was happy to know that her classmates all defended her. Yuan Shuyan left and took Ku Hanzhao to infirmary. Fortunately, Ku Hanzhao had long hair, which could cover her cheek so that other people couldn't see it, or she would only feel more embarrassed. Zhao Zhao, I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for me, you wouldn't have been slapped. You really shouldn't say that. You can't humiliate soldiers like that. In order to prevent Ku Hanzhao from blaming her for the slap, Yuan Shuyan apologized first. At the same time, she pointed out her mistake. I blurted it out at that time, said Ku Hanzhao. She didn't blame Yuan Shuyan for it, because she originally tried to vent her own anger on Ji Yuning. I just can't accept it. Ku Hanzhao hated Ji Yuning to death now. Although she had failed today, she wasn't afraid of Ji Yuning, because she didn't think Ji Yuning was comparable to her. It was only because of Rong Ju that she let Ji Yuning go today. Rong Ju was a member of the Rong family and also Rong Zechen's older brother. Ku Hanzhao was unwilling to leave a bad impression on him in case the Rong family disliked her. Oh, you told me your older brother will hire a bunch of hoodlums to teach Ji Yuning a lesson the day before yesterday. How is it going now? Asked Yuan Shuyan. My older brother said it's not a good idea to cause trouble in the school, so we can wait till Ji Yuning leaves. After all, Ji Yuning is a special student. If she's injured, the school will do something, said Ku Hanzhao. She disdained Ji Yuning's background, but she had to admit that it wasn't easy to deal with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning isn't weak at all. Are you sure those people hired by your older brother are reliable? Asked Yuan Shuyan. She was worried thinking of Ji Yuning's level of martial arts. Don't worry, they've learned martial arts too, said Ku Hanzhao. She had confidence in her older brother's friends. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan felt less anxious. During the break at noon, Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe joked about what Ji Yuning had done again. Although Song Miaoge didn't witness the drama, she heard about it from other people. Baili Zhongshe, however, had witnessed it. Ji Yuning, why are you always in trouble? You have so many opponents, said Song Miaoge with disgust. Chapter 1854. The military training is over, perhaps other girls are jealous of me, said Ji Yuning in a narcissistic tone. You're a narcissist. Song Miaoge rolled her eyes at Ji Yuning. Tell us, what exactly happened? Baili Zhongshe asked curiously. I have a grudge with Yuan Shuyan. And that girl tried to bully me to please Yuan Shuyan, said Ji Yuning. She didn't mention Rong Zechen. I think that they won't give up, said Baili Zhongshe. She could tell that they were unkind people by a simple glance. Besides, they deliberately caused Ji Yuning trouble, it meant it could happen again. If they were kind, they wouldn't have purposely made things difficult for Ji Yuning today. It's fine. I'll beat them if they dare to do it again, said Ji Yuning with calmly. Right, if it happens again, Miaoge can seize the chance to practice her skills. If it's serious, we can beat them together, said Baili Zhongshe. Why'd I somehow feel that you don't think I can handle it alone? Said Song Miaoge, feeling displeased. Ha ha, you're not dumb. Ji Yuning joked. How can you despise me? Song Miaoge was annoyed and rushed to playfully fight with them. Ji Yuning seldom did that with her friends, because she was mentally approaching 30 after all. She was mature and stable most of the time. At this time, a girl walked to them with a grin. Ji Yuning also gave her a smile. It was Leng Xiaoxi. Baili Zhongshe didn't know Leng Xiaoxi, but Song Miaoge did. However, she wasn't familiar with her. Seeing Leng Xiaoxi, Song Miaoge felt a little nervous. She wasn't afraid of Leng Xiaoxi, but was nervous because there was a huge gap between their family background. The Song family was the subordinate of the Leng family as well, so she subconsciously thought that she was inferior to Leng Xiaoxi. Hi, Senior Leng. Song Miaoge greeted her at once. Nice to see you all. Leng Xiaoxi gently greeted them without any arrogance. After that, she turned to Ji Yuning. I heard of another of your achievements. Hearing Leng Xiaoxi talking to Ji Yuning, Song Miaoge was greatly surprised because it was obvious that they knew each other. Although Leng Xiaoxi knew many people, only a few looked so close to her. Moreover, she wondered whether Ji Yuning was aware of Leng Xiaoxi's family background or not. Although she was curious, she knew she shouldn't ask about that right now. Well, haters are everywhere, said Ji Yuning. Right, you're too outstanding, so many people are jealous of you. Leng Xiaoxi agreed, because it was the truth. All right, why don't we dine together? My treat, said Leng Xiaoxi. Sure. Ji Yuning didn't decline, or Leng Xiaoxi would use Master Leng's influence to put pressure on her. After that, they went to the canteen together. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Song Miaoge. I bet you know her. This is also our friend, Baili Zongxie. Ji Yuning introduced her friends to Leng Xiaoxi, then she turned to Baili Zongxie. Zongxie, this is my friend and she's also senior to us, Leng Xiaoxi. She didn't tell them her real relationship with Leng Xiaoxi. And because of Leng Xiaoxi's presence, Song Miaoge didn't ask Ji Yuning why she knew Leng Xiaoxi. They went to the high-end canteen and ordered 4 dishes with a soup. After having the meal, Leng Xiaoxi left alone to go to her dorm room to do some cleaning. She just came to the school this morning, so her dorm room needed cleaning. She hadn't organized her stuff yet before she came to see Ji Yuning when it was time for lunch. Ji Yuning and her friends went to the small woods for training as usual. Once Leng Xiaoxi was gone, Song Miaoge asked Ji Yuning, I'm surprised that you know Senior Leng. How did you get to know each other? She's the friend of a friend of mine, said Ji Yuning. Oh, Song Miaoge stopped asking. In the afternoon, Yuan Shuyan heard the news that Leng Xiaoxi shared lunch with Ji Yuning today, which surprised her as well. To her astonishment, Ji Yuning knew Leng Xiaoxi. Anyway, Ji Yuning probably didn't know Leng Xiaoxi, maybe one of her friends did, because Ji Yuning wasn't alone with Leng Xiaoxi at that time. Even if Ji Yuning knew Leng Xiaoxi, Yuan Shuyan didn't think that Leng Xiaoxi would help Ji Yuning if Ji Yuning encountered trouble. Leng Xiaoxi might be willing to help, but the Leng family wouldn't agree. The Leng family wasn't dumb and wouldn't bother to help an outsider. Besides, she was a member of the Yuan family. Normally, a powerful family was reluctant to have a grudge against another power family of the same level just for an outsider, because it was unnecessary trouble. If it was for their own family, it would be different. Whether for their face or reputation, it would protect its own family members to the end. Yuan Shuyan didn't know Ji Yuning's relationship with the Leng family, otherwise she wouldn't dare to mess with her. However, precisely because Yuan Shuyan didn't know that, she didn't think it was a big deal that Ji Yuning knew Leng Xiaoxi. They only knew each other, which meant nothing. Therefore, she was determined to pay Ji Yuning back. To be honest, even if the dirty secret was exposed, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't hire the bunch of hoodlums after all. It was quite obvious that Yuan Shuyan only cared to make use of her friends. After a few days, the military training was over. At the beginning, everyone complained about it, but they somehow felt reluctant to see it end right now. They experienced the precious relationship among comrades. When comrades of years left each other, they cried. They had only been trained for half a month, but most of the students quietly cried as the instructors left them. On the day the military training was over, they had a training exhibition in the morning and they were free in the afternoon. After the class meeting the next morning, they would begin to have classes. Because the military training was finally over, Song Miaoge wanted to relax. She invited Ji Yuning and Baili Zongxie to dine outside at noon. They could hang out for a while before coming back for the training. They planned to not go far, so they left on foot. Along the way, they heard many people talking about Kuzi sunscreen. The majority of the students who had used Kuzi sunscreen didn't get tanned after the military training of half a month. However, some students hadn't used Kuzi sunscreen. They simply didn't know about it or didn't care about that, so they were tanned to different extents. Boys didn't care much about the color of their skin, so few of them used sunscreen. As a result, the most tanned students were boys. After the big news about Kuzi sunscreen, Kuzi became more and more popular, especially its sunscreen, which was always out of stock. Its other products also had extremely high sales. Chapter 1855, You Won't Be So Proud Soon. The drama about the unqualified manufacturers also had a deterrent effect, so no one now dared to make fake Kuzi products when they were out of stock. On the way, students who recognized Ji Yuning all looked at her with admiration because they knew she was the owner of Kuzi. However, right after Ji Yuning and her friends walked out of their school, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe sensed that some people were following them. They exchanged a glance and said nothing. If they guessed correctly, those people must have something to do with Yuan Shuyan and her friends. Besides, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe could feel that they were stronger than the bunch of people hired by Gao Xian last time, but they didn't know how much stronger they were. They hadn't had a fight yet after all, but neither Ji Yuning nor Baili Zhongshe bothered to take them seriously. Given the situation, they wouldn't let Song Miaoge fight against them alone. Once Ji Yuning found out that some people were following them, she told Song Miaoge. It wasn't beyond their expectation, so they weren't surprised. Should we go to dine first or solve this problem first? Asked Song Miaoge. Let's solve the problem first. I hate being followed, said Ji Yuning. Both Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe agreed, because they disliked being followed as well. Therefore, they walked to an out-of-the-way place. The National Imperial Palace Park was only 1 kilometer away from the capital university on the right side, so there were fewer people on the road. Those who followed Ji Yuning and her friends didn't think that they had already noticed them when they walked to a place with fewer people around. Instead, it was exactly what they wanted to see. Once they saw the right time, they dashed to surround Ji Yuning and her friends in the middle. People around them immediately ran away. No one was willing to help them, because they were all afraid of trouble. It was out of instinct. Ji Yuning and her friends weren't scared at all and faced those men calmly. There were 6 men around 30 years old. They all had an air of cruelty, which meant that their hands had been covered in blood or they had killed people. Seeing that Ji Yuning and her friends were not frightened at all, they weren't surprised, because they knew that Ji Yuning was good at fighting before coming here. Anyway, they didn't think a young girl was able to beat them. Right after Ji Yuning met the eyes of the man in front of her for 2 seconds, a picture flashed by her sight. In a villa, 5 men with face masks broke into it. The picture flashed, then it was in the master bedroom of the villa. 2 men with face masks held knives and violently stabbed a young couple sleeping on the bed while blood splattered. The same tragedy happened in the other 2 bedrooms. Afterwards, these 5 men took a lot of stuff out of the villa. The pictures only flashed for 3 seconds, and they had face masks. However, since Ji Yuning saw those pictures when she met these people, it was obviously related to them. Given their build, they looked basically the same. Ji Yuning glanced at these men again, then found a man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck. In the pictures that just appeared, there was also a man with the same scorpion tattoo on his neck. Accordingly, Ji Yuning was even more sure that they were the same group. She had read the news about the family slaughter that happened half a year ago on the internet. It was a wealthy businessman who was killed, but the police hadn't found any evidence. They were wearing masks when committing the crime, and the surveillance cameras inside and outside the villa were also destroyed by them. Although there were other surveillance cameras, they only saw their shadows from a distance, so there was no way to start to deal with the case. Are you Ji Yuning? A man coldly asked Ji Yuning. It was always the same opening. They knew who she was, but still had to ask that question. Ji Yuning sneered, if I say no, will you leave? Of course not, because I know you're Ji Yuning, said the man. Ha ha, ha ha. Hearing his answer, Ji Yuning and her friends laughed as if they just heard a joke. Since you know I'm Ji Yuning, why did you still ask that question? Are you an idiot? Said Ji Yuning mockingly. You. The man was mad. Don't be proud now. You won't be so proud soon. Saying that, he turned to look at Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe. Only Ji Yuning is our target. If you two don't want to be in trouble, leave now. Trouble? Do you have the ability to cause us trouble? Stop wasting time on talking. Do it now, said Song Miaoge with disdain. She alone wasn't able to defeat them, but Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia were here. Either of them could beat them within a minute. Song Miao's words annoyed the man. He put on an evil face. Great, if so, don't blame us for being too cruel. Beat them. After that, the group of men attacked Ji Yuning and her friends at once. They knew that Ji Yuning was excellent at fighting, but didn't know that Song Miaoge and Bai Xianxia were good at fighting too, especially Bai Xianxia. Therefore, they only arranged for 2 people to catch Song Miaoge and Bai Xianxia, while letting 4 men fight with Ji Yuning. They arranged for 4 men to fight with Ji Yuning, not because they were afraid of her, but because she was their main target and they couldn't make any mistakes. Song Miaoge couldn't beat so many people alone, but it couldn't be easier for her to defeat only 1 man. She wouldn't beat the man right away, but she had control of the situation the entire time. It didn't cost her much energy. Even though she didn't use her full strength, the man was still shocked by Song Miao's skills. He thought that she was merely a weak girl, but unexpectedly she was so good at fighting. Bai Xianxia was even stronger than Song Miaoge and quickly beat another man to the ground, which shocked the second man too. Ji Yuning did the same thing. Although these men were aware that Ji Yuning was excellent at fighting, they were still amazed by her strength. Not only them, but onlookers were also amazed. They all thought that they were 3 weak girls, but they turned out to be so strong. Before long, the fight was over. Within a minute, all 6 men were beaten to the ground. Song Miaoge beat 1, Bai Xianxia beat 2, while Ji Yuning beat 3. Since they failed, they had to leave. Although they were injured, they were still able to walk. Chapter 1856, You're too forgetful, do you want to leave? Ji Yuning said in a cold voice. She had no intention of letting them go like that. It wasn't because they were the suspects of the family slaughter, but because she was unwilling to let them go without paying a price. Even though she knew that they were the suspects of the family slaughter, she didn't have evidence, so she could do nothing about it. She could say it aloud, but nobody would believe her. Instead, people would be suspicious of her and question her about why she knew they were the murderers, which would cause her unnecessary trouble. Besides, she didn't know the reason why the whole family was slaughtered. If the family was evil, it deserved the punishment. The children were innocent, but they were inevitably hurt. Anyway, since Ji Yuning found out about the crime they had committed, she would investigate the case. If the rich businessman had done nothing wrong and she was able to collect the evidence, she wouldn't mind doing another good deed. If it was difficult, she wouldn't waste time on that because she had her own business to deal with. Song Miaoge and Bai Xianxia stood in their way right after Ji Yuning said that. They didn't allow them to leave. Those men were terrified, looking at Ji Yuning and her friends staying alert. What else do you want to do? You caused me trouble for no reason. Do you want to leave without an explanation? Ji Yuning sneered. Hearing that, they were surprised, but said nothing. They definitely wouldn't tell her the reason. Glaring at them, Ji Yuning questioned in a serious tone, "Tell me, who sent you?" Although she knew it was either Yuan Shuyan or Ku Hanzhao, she still needed to make sure in order to pay the right person back. However, those men remained silent. "Fine, if you refuse to tell me, I can only call the police," said Ji Yuning. The 6 men weren't scared at all, because they had powerful support behind their back. Well, Ji Yuning smiled. She was aware of that. Even though she knew that they weren't afraid of the police, she still made that call. After all, she couldn't use violence to force them to tell her the truth in public. Before long, the police came. After learning the situation, the police took them away, but Ji Yuning knew it would end up with nothing. However, she could do nothing about it. If she killed them, she would be the criminal. Actually, she wouldn't let them get away with it like that. After they left, Ji Yuning called Kay and told him to pay special attention to those men. She needed to know where they went next, who they contacted, and where they lived. "I think it'll end up with nothing," said Song Miaoge, because she had seen it too. Many times. "It's fine. We can't kill them or disable them after all, otherwise we'll become the criminals," said Ji Yuning airily, but she didn't tell her friends her own plan. "I know, but I just feel a little uncomfortable," said Song Miaoge, feeling upset. If it was possible, she wished that she could disable or kill them without being punished by the law. She was reluctant to let them get away with it. "All right, let me buy you a good meal to cheer you up." Ji Yuning felt touched that Song Miaoge defended her. She hugged her shoulders to comfort her. "You're too forgetful," Song Miaoge said, seeing Ji Yuning not being affected. However, since Ji Yuning didn't care about it now, it was useless for her to be bothered by it. After that, they went to have a meal together. There was a large shopping mall near the school, so they directly went there. They would shop inside after the meal. In order to vent her annoyance, Song Miaoge ate a lot. After having a meal, they shopped for nearly an hour, then left without buying anything because they didn't lack anything for the time being. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning needed to deal with something, while Song Miaoge had to go to visit her mother, so the three of them separated. Baili Zongxie didn't go back to the school, but went to see Baili Zongyang. Song Miaoge's mother had mostly recovered, but she couldn't leave the hospital yet. Master Song's friend, Master Zhao, also regained his consciousness and was able to talk now. They always remembered Ji Yuning's kindness and wanted to invite her to share a meal to thank her, but Ji Yuning had declined once, so they felt embarrassed to bother Master Song again. They were unwilling to make things difficult for Master Song. Chu Peihan and her friends had agreed in their WeChat group yesterday that they would gather together after the military training was over today. Since Ji Yuning was going to meet Chu Peihan and her other friends, it wasn't appropriate for her to go with Song Miaoge and Baili Zongxie. It was still early now and her car was stopped in the Sihewan, so she needed to go to the Sihewan first. The Capital Film Academy and the university that Mu Ke and Yu Mixi studied in were in the same district as the Capital University, and Ji Yuning didn't need to go to the city center because she could tell Gao Yi or Chao Ya to drive it over for her, but she actually wanted to cultivate for a while. It was safer for her to do that in the Sihewan after all. In fact, even though their universities were in the same district, a district in the capital was quite large, so the three universities were far from each other. Even without much traffic on the road, it still took about 20 minutes to get there by car. Ji Yuning started to practice using her magical power after arriving at the Sihewan. She needed to transport the magical power from her soul to her body. She succeeded in moving it into her body, but failed to store it inside, and it soon went back to its original place. After practicing for 2 hours, Ji Yuning still failed, but she wasn't disappointed or hopeless. Shang Guanyang had told her that it wasn't easy to make the power of the ancient jade circulate in her body. It wasn't that difficult, but it took time and luck. It was nearly 5 p.m. after 2 hours of practice, so Ji Yuning said goodbye to Shang Guanyang. Ji Yuning rarely came, but she wouldn't share dinner with Shang Guanyang, so Shang Guanyang complained about it. Even though he was unhappy, he wouldn't force Ji Yuning to stay because she already had an appointment with her friends. In addition, Ji Yuning promised to cultivate here again in a few days. She would ask for leave and stay with him, so Sheng Guanyang was satisfied. Haicheng District was where their universities were located. Because they studied in the same district, they booked a table in a nearby restaurant. Chapter 1857. Let me teach you how to behave yourself. For convenience, Ji Yuning booked a private room at Shengxi Hotel in Haicheng District. She originally planned to dine at the Wangdeng Hotel, but she had been to the Wangdeng Hotel many times, so she thought that she should change the place this time. Therefore, she chose the Shengxi Hotel. Leng Xiaoting had given Ji Yuning the black card of Shengxi Hotel a long time ago, so she could have free service. There was no need for her to spend money outside for a meal. The food in Shengxi Hotel was expensive, but was very delicious. Haicheng District was very large. After all, it was the biggest district in the capital, so they had to spend nearly 20 minutes on the road to get from their 3 universities by car without being caught by traffic jam. Ji Yuning didn't need to pick Chu Peihan and her other friends up from their universities today, but she would drive them back after their gathering. Because Ji Yuning came from the city center, there was a lot of traffic on the road. Ji Yuning knew it earlier on, so she came back at an earlier time. It was almost 6 p.m. when she arrived at Shengxi Hotel. The appointed time was right around 6 p.m. Although Chu Peihan and her other friends were already there at 5:30 p.m., they didn't mind waiting for Ji Yuning for a while. They were quite patient because they knew that Ji Yuning was very busy. Normally, they seldom bothered her. If Ji Yuning was only a normal college student and there wasn't such a long distance between their universities, they would certainly see each other often. Ji Yuning had already booked a private room for them, so Chu Peihan and her other friends could directly go to have a seat and order first. As the dishes were placed on the table, Ji Yuning showed up. Once Ji Yuning came, she smiled seeing Chu Peihan and her other friends. Very good, none of you are tanned. It actually wasn't surprising, because Mu K, Yu Mixi, and Chu Peihan had all used Kuzi sunscreen. So they didn't get tanned after the military training. Even though Mu K was a boy, he disliked having dark skin. The credit goes to the unbelievable Kuzi sunscreen. After using it, my skin didn't get darker at all. Instead, it becomes whiter. Now all the products of Kuzi are quite popular. I think it'll replace those international brands in the near future, said Chu Peihan with pride. She had witnessed the enormous popularity of Kuzi, so she felt proud of Ji Yuning. Right, many of the Kuzi products are often out of stock now, said Mu K. I bet that many businessmen are trying to be business partners with Ningning right now, said Yu Mixi. Yeah, but I have no intention of doing that, said Ji Yuning. If she had any business partners, she wouldn't be able to keep her magical power a secret any longer. Even without the magical power, Ji Yuning had no intention of having business partners. It was easy to have conflicts and she disliked other people sharing her success. Therefore, she would rather make Kuzi develop slower than have business partners. I think it's a good idea not to have business partners. It'll cause you trouble if you encounter bad people, said Mu K. As they chatted with each other, they talked about their college life. Knowing that Mu K and Yu Mixi got along with their schoolmates very well, Ji Yuning was relieved. After all, Mu K and Yu Mixi were different from Ji Yuning. If anyone deliberately made things difficult for them, they might not be able to fight back, especially Yu Mixi. Even though Ji Yuning could help them pay their opponents back, it wasn't a good thing to have grudges against schoolmates. Therefore, it was the best that they could enjoy a peaceful college life. As for Chu Peihan, she had conflict with her roommates right after her college life began, so it wouldn't be easy to get back to normal. Chu Peihan told them that she had a lot of arguments with the girl named K Lily. The last time happened a few days ago. It became serious later and K Lily tried to beat Chu Peihan, but Chu Peihan fought back right away. K Lily was scared and remained quiet for the following days. Ji Yuning had gone through the same thing, but Gao Xian had hired a bunch of people, trying to teach Ji Yuning a lesson. Ji Yuning beat them and Gao Xian immediately moved into another dorm room from fear. Hearing Ji Yuning's story, her friends were annoyed, but they knew that Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, so they weren't worried about her. Why do those bullies always try to bully those who they can't mess with? Said Mu K. They deserve a lesson, said Chu Peihan. It wasn't easy for them to gather together, so they naturally wouldn't leave so early. After having the meal, they planned to enjoy themselves in an amusement arcade. Chu Peihan proposed to go to a bar, but they had classes tomorrow. It would be upsetting if they couldn't indulge themselves with alcohol, so they chose an amusement arcade. They could drink on weekends when they didn't have classes the next day. The moment Ji Yuning and her friends walked out to the hall, they heard a loud female voice. Dad, it's her. The girl in white. She's always behaving against me and she has attacked me too. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Peihan turned to look at the person. Once she saw a familiar person angrily pointing at her, she smiled with disdain. Well, enemies always cross each other's road. She's K Lily. Ji Yuning and her other friends also looked at the girl and saw K Lily pointing at them. Therefore, they figured out what was happening before Chu Peihan told them the girl's name. There were 4 adults, 2 men and 2 women, with K Lily. The 2 by K Lily's sides were her parents. Hearing K Lily's voice, they turned to look at Ji Yuning and her friends too. Because K Lily had told her parents about her grudges against her roommate, her parents were furious. However, they had been very busy these days, so they didn't have time to pay Chu Peihan back yet. Knowing that Chu Peihen was right there now, they were unwilling to miss this great chance. Without delay, they walked to Ji Yuning and her friends at once. Ji Yuning and her friends had no intention of avoiding them and chose to face them. Two groups of people stood opposite each other in the middle of the hall. "Are you the student who attacked my daughter?" Xianxia glared at Chu Peihen. He questioned her in a serious tone, trying to pressure her. Unfortunately, Chu Peihen wasn't affected at all, because she had seen too many important figures before, and Xianxia was merely nobody in her eyes. "Right, it's me, but your daughter caused the trouble first." Chu Peihen admitted it with alacrity. Anyway, it wasn't her fault, so she wouldn't allow other people to blame her for it. "You little bitch. How dare you attack my daughter? Let me teach you how to behave yourself." Seeing that Chu Peihen admitted it, Mrs. K directly stepped forward to slap Chu Peihen. Chapter 1858. Oh, I'm scared. Even though Chu Peihen said that K Lily had caused her trouble first, Mrs. K didn't care about it at all, because she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In her eyes, her daughter was superior to other people. Only her daughter could bully others, and she would never allow other people to bully her daughter. Ji Yuning and her other friends stood still, because they knew that Mrs. K couldn't hurt Chu Peihen. Xianxia didn't stop his wife from doing that, because he agreed that Chu Peihen needed to learn a lesson after bullying his daughter. However, he was a grown-up man after all, so he let his wife do the job. K Lily smiled with satisfaction. She waited to see Chu Peihen being humiliated by her family. Unfortunately, right as Mrs. K's hand fell, Chu Peihen raised her hand and caught her wrist. "You." Mrs. K rounded her eyes in shock. To her surprise, Chu Peihen caught her wrist so fast. Mrs. K was too arrogant to believe that it really happened. After being caught, Mrs. K struggled, trying to get rid of Chu Peihen, but only found that Chu Peihen was much stronger than her. She wasn't able to move at all and felt great pain once Chu Peihen used greater strength. "Chu Peihen, let my mom go." K Lily criticized Chu Peihen at once. Because she had been caught by Chu Peihen like that before, she wasn't surprised to see her mother caught, but she was angry. "Let her go." Xianxia was also quite displeased. "Sure," said Chu Peihen with an evil smile on her lips. She let Mrs. K go, but she actually threw her away with a lot of strength without hitting the people behind her. As a result, Mrs. K heavily fell to the ground. "Mom, Wan." Seeing that, K Lily, Xianxia, and the couple with them were all scared. They tried to support Mrs. K, but it was too late. Therefore, they could only watch her fall. With a loud sound, Mrs. K felt the pain all over her body. They immediately rushed to help Mrs. K get back to her feet and checked whether she was injured. The noises soon attracted the hotel manager over. "May I know what's going on here?" asked the hotel manager. "What's going on here? This girl just attacked my wife in public." Xianxia roared, pointing at Chu Peihen. "I didn't expect to see such a violent student like you in the film academy. I'm going to tell your dean. If you can't learn a lesson from your behavior, you won't behave yourself in the future." In fact, Xianxia wanted to beat Chu Peihen, but felt too embarrassed to do so. He was a grown-up man after all and cared about his image. However, Xianxia totally forgot that his wife had tried to slap Chu Peihen first, so he was merely a selfish person too. "Oh, Mr. K, I bet you must have forgotten that it's your wife who tried to slap me first. Should I stand still waiting to be slapped? By the way, K Lily also tried to attack me first. If I hadn't learned some fighting skills, I would have been injured by her. I was just defending myself, but you believe it's violence. Don't you think it's unfair that you indulge your wife and daughter to attack other people? One may steal a horse while another may not look over a hedge, right? Well, I don't think you have such great authority to do so," said Chu Peihen mockingly, showing no fear of Xianxia. "You." Xianxia didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Chu Peihen indeed told the truth. Both his wife and daughter had tried to attack Chu Peihen first, so they were injured afterwards. Anyway, his wife and daughter were injured in the end, so it was impossible for him not to be angry. No matter what, we were injured in the end, so it's your fault. Kay Lily blamed Chu Peihan for everything. She didn't care about whose fault it was right now, because they were the ones who were injured. Dad, you must do something for Mom and I. You're so shameless, said Chu Peihan with disdain. Right, no matter what, my wife and daughter are injured in the end, so you must apologize to them. I can forgive you then, said xianxia. Because his wife and daughter hadn't done the right thing and they were in Xianxia Hotel with many important figures around, they were unwilling to be watched by other people. Apologize. Ridiculous. It isn't my fault. Why should I apologize? Said Chu Peihan. You. Xianxia was mad. To his surprise, this girl was so determined. He squinted and said in a threatening tone, if you don't apologize, I'll tell your dean to expel you. Oh, really? I'm scared. Chu Peihan suddenly acted scared, but she actually wasn't scared at all. Do it now. Tell the dean to expel me. It wasn't her fault anyway, so she wouldn't be afraid. Even if the dean really agreed with xianxia on that, he might not be able to expel her. Xianxia was furious. He didn't expect that Chu Peihan wasn't afraid of being expelled at all, which made him think that she might come from a powerful family. Thinking of that, xianxia stopped arguing. He had to figure out Chu Peihan's family background first. Great, very well, let's wait and see. Let's go. Xianxia threatened Chu Peihan in the end to save his face. Dad. Kay Lily was unwilling to leave like that, but she shut her mouth once her father gave her a warning glance. Yongchang. Mrs. Kay was also reluctant to accept this result. She was heavily thrown to the ground today and was utterly humiliated, which was totally unacceptable in her eyes. Let's go home now, said Xianxia in annoyance. Mrs. Kay didn't want to go, but she could only give Chu Peihan a glare before walking away with Xianxia. After the Kay family was gone, Chu Peihan turned to stare at Ji Yuning looking pitiful. Boss, if I'm really going to be expelled, you must help me. At this moment, she didn't look as aggressive as earlier at all. Chu Peihan could handle it on her own, but she was unwilling to drag the Qing gang into this trouble. Ji Yuning was amused. Don't worry, you won't be expelled. Hearing that, Chu Peihan smiled relaxedly, holding Ji Yuning's arm. You're the best. Chapter 1859, Don't you want to have some fun? The conflict didn't affect their mood, so they continued to enjoy themselves. After Xianxia's family left the hotel, they said goodbye to the couple, who was a close friend, and drove away too. After getting in the car, Xianxia asked Kay Lily, do you know the girl's family background? No idea, but she's from City F, a third-tier city. Even though she has some connections in City F, this is the capital and her family can't compete against our family, said Kay Lily. Even though Chu Peihan wasn't afraid of the Kay family and wasn't afraid of being expelled, she still didn't take Chu Peihan seriously. In her eyes, Chu Peihan knew too little to behave herself. Hearing that, Xianxia squinted, showing danger and calculation. Great, I'll call the dean of your school tomorrow to talk about her behavior. She'll learn a lesson. Sure. Kay Lily smiled at hearing Xianxia's words and felt much better. Mrs. Kay's anger also went away a little. Her father had a good relationship with the dean of their school, so Kay Lily was confident that the dean would help them once her father asked for a favor. That night, Ji Yuning and her friends went to an amusement arcade and won a lot of money back. However, this time, it wasn't easy for them to leave. Right after leaving the amusement arcade, Ji Yuning found that some people were following them. As they were about to walk into the elevator, Ji Yuning told Chu Peihan and her other friends to be mentally prepared. What? I didn't expect that some people would dare to do that in the capital, said Mu Kei looking annoyed. The capital seems to be well managed on the surface, but there are crimes happening every day. Not every crime can be dealt with. It's hard for ordinary people to seek justice, said Ji Yuning. We'll beat their shit out later, said Chu Peihan, feeling mad. She was quite displeased and would feel uncomfortable till she beat them heavily. When they arrived at the parking lot, they were stopped and surrounded by 7 men. Who are you? What do you want to do? Seeing them, Ji Yuning crossed her arms on her chest, lazily asking them. She asked that question on purpose, and her expression showed that she clearly knew who they were. She was just making fun of them. Ji Yuning and her friend's attitude showed the same disdain. They didn't look afraid at all, which puzzled those men. Those men didn't understand why they weren't scared. Even though they didn't seem afraid, those men didn't take it seriously. After all, this area was controlled by their boss. "Give us all the money you just won, or we'll use violence," said a man with an evil expression, trying to scare them. Ji Yuning and her friends, however, stayed calm. "Get the money by yourself if you can," said Ji Yuning in a provocative tone. Being provoked, the 7 men were annoyed and felt humiliated. One man said, "Hey, these girls are pretty. Why don't we fuck them to have some fun?" Hearing that, the 7 men leered at them. They focused on asking them for money just now and ignored the fact that the girls were quite beautiful. They should own them. Ji Yuning and her friends were angry. "Great, we can let you have some fun," said Chu Peihan. The next second, she attacked those men, followed by Ji Yuning and their other friends. Yu Mixi wasn't bad at fighting now, so it wasn't difficult for her to beat 2 men. However, because Ji Yuning and her other friends were present, she only needed to beat 1 man. The 7 men thought that they were just joking, so they weren't prepared to fight back at all. They were heavily beaten from the beginning to the end. Ji Yuning and her friends could finish the fight within seconds, but they didn't. Instead, they enjoyed torturing them. They said they wanted to have some fun after all. Please let us go," the 7 men begged them at once. To their astonishment, this group of young teenagers were much stronger than they thought. "Do you want to go? Didn't you say that you want to have some fun? Now enjoy it," Chu Peihan sneered. It was impossible for her to let them go right now. "Are you surprised?" asked Mu Ke, beating them with great strength. Stop. The man who was being beaten by Mu Ke was completely frightened. After a long time, they finally stopped. "If it weren't illegal to kill, I would definitely kill you," said Chu Peihan. After that, Ji Yuning and her friends left. After Ji Yuning and her friends drove away, those men immediately went back to report it to their boss. When the manager of the amusement arcade learned that they failed to beat 4 young teenagers, he was furious. He was unwilling to let them leave with hundreds of thousands of yuan. After leaving the amusement arcade, Ji Yuning sent Chu Peihan and her other friends to their schools. Because they had classes tomorrow, they went back to their universities early today. Therefore, before 10 p.m., they were all back at their own schools. Ji Yuning, however, didn't go back to her school after sending her friends back to their universities. Instead, she went to another place. Her car drove towards the suburb of Haicheng district. In 20 minutes, it stopped across from a villa. Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry to get out of the car, but took out a black long-sleeved jacket and put it on, then a black cap and a black mask before getting out of the car. Afterwards, she walked to the villa. She asked Kay to pay attention to those suspects she met today, and she had already gotten the result. Without surprise, the police took those people away and directly let them go later. Those people then returned to this villa and never came out. However, at 3 p.m., a young man came to the villa, and that man was named Ku Yaifei. He was Ku Hanzhao's older brother. In that case, Ji Yuning was sure that they had a relationship with Ku Hanzhao. Ku Yaifei hired a group of strong, skilled men after collecting information about Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly they still lost. Originally, Ku Yaifei was reluctant to take action, because he learned that Ji Yuning wasn't easy to deal with from the internet. Although she wasn't comparable to the Ku family right now, he was worried that it might become big trouble and affect the Ku family. Nevertheless, Ku Yaifei liked Yuan Shuyan, so Ku Hanzhao told him that Yuan Shuyan had also been bullied by Ji Yuning, which was the reason why Ku Yaifei decided to do something. Even though he was aware that Yuan Shuyan disliked him, he couldn't help but stand out to defend her. Chapter 1860. There must be a mastermind now. His plan failed, so Ku Yaifei was unwilling to try again. He told Ku Hanzhao not to mess with Ji Yuning. Knowing that Ku Yaifei had failed to teach Ji Yuning a lesson, Ku Hanzhao was mad, but didn't dare to blame her own older brother. As for Ku Yaifei's exhortation, Ku Hanzhao listened to him and didn't dare to do anything to Ji Yuning again. After that, Hu Hanzhao told Yuan Shuyan that her plan failed. Yuan Shuyan was furious too and blamed their uselessness, but she didn't dare to say it aloud. After all, it had nothing to do with her, even though Hu Hanzhao used her to persuade Ku Yaifei to pay Ji Yuning back. Ji Yuning came in order to force those people to tell her the truth, because she couldn't find evidence about the whole family that was slaughtered. Given the result of K's investigation, the businessman whose family was slaughtered hadn't done anything unacceptable and his business enjoyed a good reputation. Although it could prove that this businessman was completely innocent, Ji Yuning would try to figure out the truth later. She would force those suspects to tell her the truth unless they would rather die than be honest with her. Ji Yuning avoided the surveillance cameras around the villa, then stood outside it. She used her jade eyes to see inside and saw the 6 men playing cards in the living room. Because there were many open windows, Ji Yuning easily got into the villa. After getting into it, she didn't immediately show up in front of them, but released her magical power to freeze them first. Fuck, why is it suddenly so cold? Right, it's autumn, but it shouldn't be so cold. What the hell? Close the windows. Feeling the cold air entering their bodies, they swore with dissatisfaction. However, right when 2 men wanted to stand up to close windows, they suddenly found that their legs and feet were a little stiff. What happened? I can't move my legs and feet. Perhaps you've sat for too long. After that, the 2 men tried to relax their muscles, but only found that their limbs were getting more and more stiff. The other men also felt uncomfortable. They couldn't move no matter how they tried. As time went by, the inside of their bodies became uncomfortable as well. What's going on? One man suddenly found it difficult to speak now. Once he moved, his limbs hurt, so he didn't dare to move again. I can't move either. Seeing every of them suffering the same thing, those men panicked. Ji Yuning only froze half of their bodies so that they couldn't move. Afterwards, she showed up and turned on the camera with her. Those men rounded their eyes in horror when they saw a woman suddenly appear in the villa. Who is this woman? When did she appear? They had no idea when she got inside. Besides, they started to doubt whether it was this woman who made their bodies stiff. They thought it was a ridiculous idea, because they didn't believe that this woman had any ability to make their bodies stiff. However, it was true that their bodies were getting stiffer. And the woman showed up at this moment. It couldn't be a coincidence. Who are you? They asked Ji Yuning. You don't need to know that. You only need to answer my questions, said Ji Yuning in a cold voice. She deliberately changed her voice, because she was going to hand this video to the police. She had no intention of exposing herself. What? They asked. Half a year ago, Fu Yongliang's whole family was slaughtered. Was it done by you? Asked Ji Yuning. Although she asked that question, she was already sure about the answer. Hearing that, those men rounded their eyes in shock. How does she know that? Even though Ji Yuning knew it, they refused to admit it. We don't know what you're talking about. Right, we didn't kill anyone. All 6 men denied it at once, but they showed obvious guilt in their expressions. Don't you know that your guilty expressions have already betrayed you? Said Ji Yuning mockingly. Those men avoided her eyes in silence in case they made more mistakes. Tell me, why did you kill Fu Yongliang's whole family? Asked Ji Yuning in a serious tone. She glared at them, putting great pressure on them, which made it hard for them to breathe. Who exactly is this woman? Why is she so powerful? Is she the reason why we can't move now? Although they were scared by Ji Yuning, they still refused to admit it. We didn't. Yeah, we didn't. They had worn masks while committing the crime, and the surveillance cameras had been damaged by them too. It had been half a year. Even the police failed to find out that it was them, so it meant that they hadn't left any evidence. They believed that Ji Yuning was only suspicious of them. Even if she knew that they had done it, she could do nothing about it as long as they refused. Ji Yuning sneered. Do you think that you can easily get away with it by wearing masks and damaging the surveillance cameras back then? No criminal can escape from the net of the law. If you don't want anyone to know, you better not do it. I came to see you because I know that you've committed the crime. It's useless no matter how you deny it. By the way, you should know that you can't move now. It can't be easier for me to kill you. Would you rather be killed than tell me the truth? Hearing that, those men trembled in fear. They were undoubtedly afraid of death, but they might not be able to survive if they admitted it right now. I don't have time to waste on you. If you don't tell me the truth right now, I'm afraid you'll beg me to kill you then, said Ji Yuning. She took a dagger on the table, then walked towards them step by step. She had gloves on her hands, so she wasn't afraid of being caught by leaving fingerprints. Those men hesitated to make a choice. Ji Yuning went to the man with the scorpion tattoo on his neck. This man was their leader, so Ji Yuning started directly from him. Ji Yuning's dagger fell on the man's neck. She coldly looked at him, and asked, "Are you going to tell me, or not?" I'll tell you." The man was scared, because he saw a pair of cruel and bloodthirsty eyes. He knew that she meant every word she just said. "Then tell me," said Ji Yuning. "We were paid to kill his family. Fu Yongliang stole another businessman's project, so the businessman paid us to kill his family," said the man. Knowing that, Ji Yuning squinted. It wasn't surprising, because she already guessed that they must have been paid to kill. There must be a mastermind. "Who is he?" asked Ji Yuning. Chapter 1861, It is Ku Linen, it's, the man stammered. Thinking of the businessman's position, he didn't dare to say it aloud, because he still hoped that the businessman could help them out if they were arrested. "Why do you still protect that person right now? Do you expect him to rescue you? If you don't tell me, I can directly kill you. There will be no chance for anyone to save your life," said Ji Yuning mockingly. At the same time, the dagger in her hand cut the man's neck, making the man feel pain as warm blood flowed down. Please, I'll tell you. I'll tell you." The man opened his mouth at once to stop her. "It's Ku Linen. Ku Linen was Ku Hanzhao and Ku Yifei's father. Do you have any evidence?" asked Ji Yuning. "I have call and transfer records," said the man. "Great, tell me his phone number and bank card number," said Ji Yuning. The man then read the phone number Ku Linen used to contact him and his bank card number. Ji Yuning remembered them after hearing it once. After that, Ji Yuning took out her phone and sent them to K. She told him to find out that number's records from half a year ago. "What else did he tell you to do?" asked Ji Yuning. "He ordered us to do several other things for him." The man said, 3 months ago, Ku Linen liked a B-list actress named Ni Aijing. He told us to catch her so that he could rape her, but she strongly refused, so Ku Linen killed her by accident. Her body was thrown into the wilderness. Hearing that, Ji Yuning squinted. Although she knew that unfair things were happening every day and she didn't have too much sympathy, she still felt uncomfortable when she heard that. "Tell me the exact date and place," said Ji Yuning. "July 2nd, right in this villa," said the man. This villa wasn't theirs, but Ku Linen's. Because they did bad deeds for Ku Linen let them stay here. With the answer, Ji Yuning sent K another message to tell him to investigate the crime which had happened on July 2nd around this villa. After asking the questions she needed to ask, Ji Yuning turned around walking out of the living room. When they couldn't see her, she took out ropes to tie them up. After that, she walked aside and took out a laptop from the telepathic eye space. She moved the recorded video into the laptop, then copied it into a USB flash disk. She then put the laptop back into the telepathic eye space before walking back to the living room and placing the USB flash disk on the coffee table. Afterwards, Ji Yuning used their phone to call the police. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether the police would go to catch Ku Linen. After all, Ku Linen was a man of influence in the capital. Anyway, she needed to see what the police would do. After calling the police, Ji Yuning took out her power crystals and helped each of them take one. They were still useful to them, so they must be fine. They thought that it was poison at the beginning, but their stiff limbs soon relaxed. However, even though their muscles relaxed, they still couldn't move because Ji Yuning tied them up with ropes. Ji Yuning also warned them, "Don't try to deny everything you told me just now after arriving at the police station. I'll pay attention to you the entire time. Once you deny it, you'll only be killed even if you're released." Sure. Those men agreed at once. Although they did have that idea, they didn't dare to do it after hearing Ji Yuning's words. Ji Yuning could freeze their limbs and relax them later, which proved that she was a scary woman. However, she had only walked out of the villa for about 10 meters when she felt two cultivators not far from them. Besides, they were quickly approaching her. Ji Yuning didn't have time to see who they were, and she was afraid that they might get into the villa, which could ruin her plan. Therefore, she ran towards another direction, releasing magical power to attract them. Without surprise, Ji Yuning felt that the two cultivators chased after her right away. Ji Yuning ran to a dark place, then took off her coat, hat, and mask before throwing them into the telepathic eye space. After a while, she stopped releasing magical power and ran to the side of the road outside the block. After that, she ran back to the direction she just came from, pretending to be running in the night. In a couple of seconds, Ji Yuning ran into the two cultivators on the road. They seemed to be a couple about 40 years old. Given their air, Ji Yuning judged that their level wasn't high. Because there wasn't magical power on Ji Yuning's body at this time and there were many more people running in the night, the two cultivators didn't think there was anything wrong with her. "We lost it. I wonder what magical creature it is. It owns such pure magical power," said the man unhappily. It wasn't easy for them to find such pure magical power, but it disappeared all of a sudden. 5 minutes later, after Ji Yuning called the police arrived at the villa. Tonight, a police officer from the 5th team of the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau, Captain Zhou Renyu, led 6 policemen to take away the 6 suspects who had been tied up by Ji Yuning, as well as the USB flash drive on the coffee table. When Ji Yuning called the police, she said that she had put the USB flash drive with the suspect's confession on the coffee table, so they knew what it was. After returning to the police station, Zhou Renyu played the video stored in the USB flash drive. They all wondered who this woman was, but they only heard her voice and couldn't see her. In addition, they were confused about how she found out that these men were the murderers of Fu Yongliang's family. Actually, the 6 suspects already admitted it, so it must be the truth. However, when Zhou Renyu heard that Ku Linen was behind the scenes, they were all surprised and had mixed emotions. Unfortunately for Ji Yuning, Zhou Renyu, who came this time, was Ku Linen's relative. "Don't tell anyone about it for the time being. Do you understand?" Zhou Renyu immediately warned the police officers of his team. Zhou Renyu never thought that Ku Linen would do such a cruel thing, but they were relatives after all. Most importantly, he was able to reach his position today relying on Ku Linen, so he had to talk with Ku Linen about it to see what they should do next. "Captain, if any other people find out, we won't be able to keep it secret. It'll cause trouble for us as well," a policeman said. He knew that Zhou Renyu and Ku Linen were related, so Zhou Renyu wanted to protect Ku Linen, but he felt that it wasn't a good idea. "Right, Captain. Since that woman recorded this video, she must still have it in her hands. If you keep it secret, she'll definitely expose it." Then, another policeman said with great worry. Chapter 1862, Threaten them. "Well, I understand what you said. I'm just saying that we can keep it secret for the time being, and the confessions of those people may not be true. I will investigate it first and try to figure it out before tomorrow," Zhou Renyu said. Because he said that, the others had to agree. They hoped that Zhou Renyu could really handle it well so that they wouldn't be dragged into trouble because of it. After that, Zhou Renyu called Ku Linen at once. At this time, it was already 11 p.m. Ku Linen just had a shower and was about to go to bed, but his phone rang all of a sudden. Ku Linen frowned seeing the caller's name. He didn't know why Zhou Renyu called him so late, but he still answered. "Uncle Ku, I just received a report. 6 suspects were caught and they turned out to be the murderers of Fu Yongliang's family half a year ago." "They said that it was your order," said Zhou Renyu. "What?" Ku Linen was in a panic once he heard that. To his astonishment, someone could find out who the murderers of Fu Yongliang's family were. "Did they confess everything?" asked Ku Linen, which meant that he admitted that it was his order. If it wasn't him, he wouldn't ask that question. He would angrily deny it instead. "I haven't interrogated them yet, but the person who called us did. She even recorded a video and left a USB flash disk for us," said Zhou Renyu. "Who has watched the video?" asked Ku Linen, feeling nervous. members of my team, but I've already warned them not to tell anyone else. However, I'm afraid the person who called us could have a copy of the video since she recorded it. It can't be kept a secret for too long, so I must tell you right now," said Zhou Renyu. "Go interrogate them. Threaten them not to tell that I'm the mastermind. If they dare to do that, their families will die along with them. As for the video, you can make them say that they said that under the threat of that person," said Ku Linen, looking evil. "Sure," said Zhou Renyu, and did everything as Ku Linen ordered. However, what they didn't know was that Kay was listening to and recording their conversation on the phone. Because the 6 suspects were soon released after being taken to the police station, Ji Yuning felt that the Ku family had connections in the police station. As a result, when Ji Yuning returned to the car, she called Kay and asked him whether he could eavesdrop on the content of Ku Linen's calls. Without surprise, Kay soon heard the important conversation. Zhou Renyu threatened the 6 suspects. Although they were afraid of Ji Yuning, Ku Linen threatened to kill their families after all. They had to compromise. They said it was the woman who threatened them and made them say that Ku Linen was the one behind the scenes. Ji Yuning didn't know that, but she had already asked Kay to obtain the call records of Zhou Renyu and Ku Linen. Kay also got the call records and transfer records of Ku Linen and the suspects. This proof was sufficient to prove that Ku Linen was guilty, so Ji Yuning wasn't worried at all even though those suspects denied their confession. Although Ji Yuning already had the evidence, she decided to wait to make the decision of her next step according to the future situation. After Ji Yuning left the villa, she didn't go back to school, because it was past 11 p.m. and the school gate was closed. It would be troublesome to get in, so Ji Yuning simply didn't go back and went directly to xianxia Hotel for one night. She would go back to school tomorrow morning. That night, Ku Linen suffered from insomnia. Although what he ordered Zhou Renyu to do was already done for now, he was still worried before this problem was completely solved. Kay Lily came to the school the next day. She wasn't only in the same dorm room with Chu Peihen, but also in the same class. When she came to the classroom and saw Chu Peihen, she smiled provocatively at her. Her father had promised her that he would talk to the dean of the academic affairs office about Chu Peihen's beating this morning. Even if Chu Peihen wouldn't be expelled, she would definitely be punished and the whole school would know. In that case, Chu Peihen would be publicly humiliated. Facing Kay Lily's provocation, Chu Peihen gave her a smile of disdain. She wasn't weak at all and Kay Lily couldn't bully her. At about 9 a.m., Kay Yongcheng called the dean of the academic affairs office of the film academy and talked about it. He deliberately omitted the fact that Kay Lily and Mrs. Kay had caused Chu Peihen trouble first, so the dean of the academic affairs office was naturally angry after hearing this. He then immediately notified Chu Peihen's head teacher to take Chu Peihen to the academic affairs office. During the break between classes, the head teacher came to the classroom with a displeased face, and called out Chu Peihen and Kay Lily. Kay Lily gave Chu Peihen a glance of pride, while Chu Peihen stood up calmly. They walked out together afterwards. Seeing that Chu Peihen wasn't afraid at all, Kay Lily was dissatisfied, but she said nothing because she believed that Chu Peihen would be punished later. After they walked out, the rest of the students in the classroom began to discuss it. They knew that something terrible was going to happen given their head teacher's displeased face. However, they didn't know the reason. After Chu Peihen and Kay Lily walked out, the head teacher took them to the academic affairs office. He kept an annoyed silence along the way. The head teacher brought Chu Peihen and Kay Lily to the office of the academic affairs office. Inside was a middle-aged, fat man with a pair of glasses, who looked like a treacherous mean person. "Dean, Chu Peihen and Kay Lily are here," said the head teacher. The dean of the academic affairs office knew Kay Lily, so the strange girl must be Chu Peihen. The dean stared at Chu Peihen with a serious face and questioned her. "Chu Peihen, did you attack Kay Lily in the dorm room and also push Kay Lily's mother to the ground in a hotel yesterday?" "Yes, but..." Chu Peihen admitted it with alacrity, but she wanted to explain it too. Nevertheless, before she could do that, the dean interrupted her. "Since you admit it, you should receive a punishment from the school. Do you think the school is your family and you can indulge yourself with anything?" Chu Peihan was annoyed. Although she knew that the dean was as bad as xianxia, she was unhappy to face it right now. Therefore, her tone became unkind as well. Dean, I did it for a reason. Can't you let me explain it? No matter what, you can't beat people, said the dean. Hearing that, Kay Lily turned to look at Chu Peihan with a satisfied smile. Chu Peihan, let's see what you can do this time. Wait to be punished. Chu Peihan was mad, arguing in a cold voice. Dean, will you stand there being beaten by other people without fighting back at all? Chapter 1863, The Greater Power Wins, Ridiculous. The dean snapped at Chu Peihan. If someone dared to beat him, it was impossible for him to stand there being beaten without fighting back at all, otherwise he would be a stupid idiot. In addition, whoever dared to attack him, he would make the person regret it. Hearing Chu Peihan's question, he realized why she attacked Kay Lily and Kay Lily's mother, but he had a good relationship with xianxia. If xianxia wanted to teach Chu Peihan a lesson, he had to be helpful. The head teacher also felt embarrassed. He figured out the truth as well. He originally thought that Chu Peihan was a troublemaker, but unexpectedly she was forced to do so. Dean, please let Chu Peihan explain it. No matter what, we need to learn the whole story, said the head teacher. Mr. Lin, just leave it to me. Because Chu Peihan's violent behavior, she must be punished and it'll be announced to the whole school, said the dean. Obviously, whatever the truth was, Chu Peihan must take the blame. The head teacher frowned. It actually wasn't a surprising decision, because Kay Lily had a powerful family. He disliked it when people of power bullied the weak, but he was only an ordinary college teacher who was scared of power. Dean, are you sure that you're going to do that? If so, I can only fight back to protect my own reputation. I had the conflict with Kay Lily's mother in the hall of xianxia Hotel. There are surveillance cameras. The truth will come out once the surveillance video is released, said Chu Peihan. Hearing that, both the dean and Kay Lily were scared, but didn't take it seriously the next second. Do you think that your family owns xianxia Hotel? Can you get the surveillance video as you want? Said Kay Lily with disdain. Her father was a VIP member of xianxia Hotel and the hotel manager would side with her father. The dean undoubtedly had the same opinion. My family doesn't own xianxia Hotel, but my friend has the black card for it. You saw her yesterday. Do you think xianxia Hotel will do me a little favor and give me the surveillance video? Said Chu Peihan in an ironic tone. She was unwilling to bully other people with her connections, but she disliked bullies too. She would be an idiot if she didn't help herself out with her connections right now. Knowing that, both the dean and Kay Lily rounded their eyes in great shock. Chu Peihan's friend had a black card of xianxia Hotel, so her friend must be an important figure. If so, it would be difficult for the dean to make the decision. Chu Peihan, you must be lying. You're from a third-tier city. How is it possible that you can know an important figure? Kay Lily couldn't accept Chu Peihan's words, so she believed that it was a lie. Chu Peihan looked at Kay Lily as if she was an idiot. You're not the only one who has relatives or friends of power. Do you think your family is the most powerful family in this country? I hate those who bully other people with power, so I hope it can be solved with justice. Unfortunately, that idea is too naive. If so, why can't I help myself out with my connections? Kay Lily, you won't stop causing me trouble. It's true that I've beaten you, but you annoyed me first. I was simply fighting back. You should feel lucky that I'm studying in a film academy right now. I'm going to enter the entertainment industry, so I don't want to have a terrible history, otherwise you could have been seriously injured after annoying me so many times. Kay Lily was mad, but didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Chu Peihan's words really scared her. Dean, if you can't handle it with justice, I won't mind making it a sensation. I'm not afraid of the result, because I have connections to help me settle it, Chu Peihan said, looking at the dean. She was threatening him as well with great confidence. Chu Peihan's head teacher hoped that she could get a fair result, but now it seemed that the greater power would win. It would be fine as long as nobody was wronged. Being threatened, the dean was extremely displeased, but he was scared by Chu Peihan's words too. Although he doubted whether Chu Peihan's words were true, it could be true after all. If it was true, he would cause himself trouble by punishing Chu Peihan today. Besides, it wasn't just Chu Peihan's fault. The dean thought for a while, and believed that he couldn't make the decision right away. "All right, go back to the classroom now," said the dean. He only told them to go back to the classroom, but didn't say anything further about the problem. In fact, even if the dean still tried to punish Chu Peihan wouldn't care about that. She didn't think that he was able to hurt her. Actually, given the situation, the dean would give it up in the end. Dean. Lily didn't have as many worries as the dean. Seeing that the dean was going to give up, she got anxious in an instant. "All right, get out now," the dean said with impatience, feeling upset. With reluctance, Lily closed her mouth. Chu Peihan looked at Lily with a smile of mockery on her lips, which made Lily furious. Once Chu Peihan and the other people left, the dean called Xianxia and told him everything. Xianxia was dissatisfied, but he couldn't force the dean to help him. He was also worried that Chu Peihan might be more influential than him. It could cause him trouble too, which wasn't something he wanted to see. After Chu Peihan and Lily went back to the classroom, many students surrounded them and kept asking them why the head teacher asked them to go out. After half a month of studying together, everyone was aware of the conflict between Chu Peihan and Lily, so the head teacher must know something serious had happened between them when he asked them to go out. Although many people disliked Lily's character, her father was the deputy chairman of Pegasus Entertainment, so many students tried to get a favor from her hoping to be chosen. It was so hard to have a position in the entertainment industry right now, so it was super difficult to get a job without connections. As for the reason why their head teacher asked Chu Peihan and Lily to go out, both Chu Peihan and Lily said it wasn't anything serious, so they stopped asking about it. Actually, even if they didn't say it aloud, they knew that it must be because of their conflict. Chu Peihan then sent out a message in their WeChat group sharing the news with her friends. Her friends all agreed that the dean was simply a snob who only sided with people of greater power. Chapter 1864, It Has Nothing to Do with You. Zhou Renyu also reported the previous night's case to his leader that morning, and showed the leader the video recorded by Ji Yuning and the report from interrogating the suspects. As for whether this crime had anything to do with Ku Linen, some felt that Ku Linen had played a role, while some believed that someone had framed Ku Linen. No matter what, since the suspects finally said that it had nothing to do with Ku Linen, then the police wouldn't bother to arrest him. Anyway, the criminals were already arrested, so they could settle the case. Therefore, the police handed those criminals to the court for the sentence. However, it would take time for the final result to come out. When their classes were over at noon, Ji Yuning went to the canteen alone. Because she studied in a different department from Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe, their classrooms were in different teaching buildings and they could only dine together in the canteen. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning met Ku Hanzhao under the teaching building because she was also a student of the economics department. Ku Hanzhao was displeased to see Ji Yuning, but she didn't dare to have any more conflict with Ji Yuning after thinking of her older brother's exhortation. When Ji Yuning saw Ku Hanzhao, however, she put on a fake smile with a meaningful look, which made Ku Hanzhao feel quite uneasy and panicked. She originally didn't think that Ji Yuning knew that what had happened yesterday had something to do with her, but she now somehow felt that Ji Yuning was aware of it. Her older brother had told her that Ji Yuning was very influential, so Ku Hanzhao was worried that Ji Yuning found out that she had played a role in what had happened yesterday and wanted to pay her back. Thinking of that, Ku Hanzhao immediately turned around walking away. Ji Yuning then walked to her in a hurry and said gently, "If you don't want anyone to know, never do it. Ku Hanzhao, you'll pay for what you've done one day. The day will come soon." Hearing that, Ku Hanzhao was scared and stopped for a second, feeling uncomfortable. Ji Yuning's words showed that she knew Ku Hanzhao had something to do with what had happened yesterday. Afterwards, Ji Yuning directly walked by Ku Hanzhao and left her behind. Watching Ji Yuning walking away, Ku Hanzhao felt angry at being threatened, but she was frightened at the same time. However, did Ji Yuning really dare to pay her back? She refused to believe it. Ku Hanzhao didn't believe that Ji Yuning would really do something to her, but she was worried as well. Therefore, when Ku Hanjiao went to the canteen and dined with Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing, she lost her appetite and didn't enjoy the meal at all. Zhao Zhao, what's wrong? Are you still in a bad mood because of what happened yesterday? Asked Zhe Qingqing, with concern. Well, Ku Hanjiao sighed, then told them that she had met Ji Yuning just now, so she was worried. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing both frowned. Zhe Qingqing said, do you mean that Ji Yuning has found out that you played a role in what happened yesterday? Obviously she knows, but I don't think that she dares to do anything to you. No matter how influential she is, she can't compete with the Ku family, said Yuan Shuyan. All in all, Yuan Shuyan had too much confidence in their family background. She had that feeling for a reason, because ordinary people really didn't dare to act against people of power. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary person, so she had nothing to be afraid of. I hope so. Ku Hanjiao had the same idea, but she couldn't help being worried, because Ji Yuning told her face to face that she would pay for what she had done one day and the day would come soon. All of a sudden, Ku Hanjiao saw Ji Yuning sitting not far from them, and she looked displeased at once. Both Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing noticed the change of her expression and looked in the direction of her sight. The next second, they saw Ji Yuning too, and Yuan Shuyan became unhappy as well. Zhe Qingqing was fine, because Yuan Shuyan and Ku Hanjiao disliked Ji Yuning, while she didn't have any conflict with Ji Yuning. Therefore, she stayed calm when she saw Ji Yuning. Well, enemies always cross each other's path, Zhe Qingqing mumbled. Because they were annoyed to see Ji Yuning, they moved their sight away from her right away. Unfortunately, right at this moment, they saw Rong Zechen along with another 3 students walking towards Ji Yuning. Yuan Shuyan and her friends noticed the obvious happiness on Rong Zechen's face when he saw Ji Yuning. In an instant, Yuan Shuyan became even more displeased and tightened her hands around her chopsticks. Senior Rong is walking to Ji Yuning. Ku Hanjiao said in annoyance as if she was arguing for Yuan Shuyan, but she actually also felt annoyed. Rong Zechen and the other 3 students walked to Ji Yuning's table and greeted her with enthusiasm. What a coincidence, Ji Yuning. Because Rong Zechen was excited to see Ji Yuning, he even ignored Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe. Luckily, they didn't mind. Since he didn't say hello to them, they naturally said nothing. Hi, Senior Rong, said Ji Yuning, staying calm, then continued to eat. Rong Zechen didn't think it was wrong, but his friends were dissatisfied with Ji Yuning's attitude. They knew that Ji Yuning was rich and outstanding, but she wasn't comparable to Rong Zechen at all. How did she dare to be so cool to Rong Zechen? Therefore, a boy who disliked Ji Yuning's attitude opened his mouth and said with dissatisfaction, Ji Yuning, do you think you're superior to other people only because you've got some achievements? Zechen just greeted you very kindly. Look at your cold attitude. Xuanzun, mind your words. Rong Zechen snapped at him at once. In case Ji Yuning was mad, he explained at once. Ji Yuning, I'm sorry, my friend doesn't mean it. You know he said that on purpose. Ji Yuning was displeased. She gave a cool glance at Rong Zechen, then Wei Xuanzun. My achievements and my attitude are my own business. It has nothing to do with you. Who are you? She questioned him. Ji Yuning understood Wei Xuanzun's meaning very well. He simply thought that Rong Zechen had a powerful family, while she was merely nobody. In fact, those kids who were born in powerful families really believed that they were more outstanding than people who earned everything on their own. For this practical society, people from powerful families indeed enjoyed a higher position than other people, and they also easily won countless people's respect and admiration. Ji Yuning, however, was an exception. Chapter 1865, Ji Yuning is too proud. Wei Xuanzun was mad and unwilling to accept it, because he thought that Ji Yuning was too proud. However, he couldn't utter a word facing Ji Yuning's cold look. Although he disliked Ji Yuning's pride, he had to admit that she had an air of power. Ji Yuning, I'm sorry, I really hope that you won't take it seriously. Rong Zechen apologized to Ji Yuning again. Zechen, you. Wei Xuanzun felt quite uncomfortable seeing Rong Zechen apologize to Ji Yuning for him. He felt that Rong Zechen shouldn't apologize to Ji Yuning given his social status. In fact, if he hadn't said that to Ji Yuning, Rong Zechen wouldn't have apologized to Ji Yuning twice, so he felt a little guilty. The more he felt guilty about what he made Rong Zechen do, the more he hated Ji Yuning. Senior Rong, you don't need to apologize to me. It's not your fault. All right, we've finished eating, so we should go now, said Ji Yuning, giving Song Miaoge and Bai Li Zhongshe a glance telling them to leave, then she stood up. Neither Song Miaoge and Bai Li Zhongshe finished their meal, but it was almost done. Since Ji Yuning stood up, they naturally had to leave with her. They disliked Wei Xuanzun as well and lost their appetite after being affected by him. After that, they walked away together. Zechen, Ji Yuning is too proud. Once Ji Yuning and her friends left, Wei Xuanzun complained with dissatisfaction. He knew that Rong Zechen had a good impression of Ji Yuning, so he believed that Ji Yuning should feel honored. All right, I'm not familiar with Ji Yuning after all. It's very normal that she's cool to me. You shouldn't have said that to her, she might think that I'm too proud of my family background now, said Rong Zechen, feeling displeased. He didn't think Ji Yuning's attitude was wrong. Instead, he believed that she was a special girl because of her attitude. Actually, he disliked those girls who kept trying to please him. Since Rong Zechen said that, Wei Xuanzun realized that he had made a mistake, but it was too late for him to retract his words. Yuan Shuyan focused on them, but couldn't hear their conversation. However, she was jealous of Ji Yuning after witnessing Rong Zechen talking with her for so long. After Ji Yuning and her friends left, Song Miaoge also complained. That boy is so unkind. Your attitude towards Rong Zechen has nothing to do with him. He shouldn't have said that to you. Right, although Rong Zechen is quite popular among the girls in our school, not every girl is his admirer, said Song Miaoge. She could see that Rong Zechen had a very good impression of Ji Yuning and that Ji Yuning didn't want to see Rong Zechen at all. Ji Yuning already has a boyfriend, so she won't pay special attention to other boys no matter how handsome they are, said Song Miaoge. Right, although I haven't seen Ji Yuning's boyfriend yet, I believe that he must be very outstanding, said Bai Li Zhongshe. They both knew that Ji Yuning's boyfriend was a soldier. Even though they didn't think that a 25-year-old soldier could hold a high position, he should be very outstanding, with a good family background. Otherwise, he didn't deserve Ji Yuning. Hearing Song Miaoge and Bai Li Zhongshe complimenting Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning smiled. All of a sudden, Song Miaoge asked Ji Yuning, why don't you show us your boyfriend's photos? Right. Don't worry, we won't have any bad ideas, said Bai Li Zhongshe. She was also curious to see Ji Yuning's boyfriend's appearance. Ji Yuning didn't mind showing them Leng Xiaoting's photos, nor was she worried that they would have any bad idea to steal him away from her. She knew it was useless. Besides, even if they did have the idea to steal her boyfriend, she wouldn't be friends with them any longer. Right when Ji Yuning was about to say something, she heard Leng Xiaoxi's voice from her back. Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning stopped and turned around. Leng Xiaoxi and a girl walked to her. Hi, Xiaoxi, called Ji Yuning. Hi, Senior Leng, said Song Miaoge and Bai Li Zhongshe. Nice to see you, said Leng Xiaoxi, then she looked at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, are you familiar with Rong Zechen? She wasn't questioning her, and was simply asking her a question. At the same time, there was slight worry in Leng Xiaoxi's eyes. She was afraid that Ji Yuning didn't know that Rong Zechen was a member of the Rong family and had a close relationship with him. She also saw Ji Yuning talking with Rong Zechen just now, so she wanted to ask Ji Yuning about that. They could spend time with each other, but only as schoolmates. It would have a bad effect if they were too close. We're not familiar. Relax, I know he's a member of the Rong family. I won't be close to him. Ji Yuning obviously knew Leng Xiaoxi's worries, so she comforted her. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoxi felt more relaxed. Glad to know that. Oh, are you free this weekend? Why don't you and Aunt Yunyao go back home to see Grandpa? He always talks about you. Hearing that, Song Miaoge was shocked. It seemed that Ji Yuning didn't just know Leng Xiaoxi, but she knew the Leng family too. Was it possible that Ji Yuning was the Leng family's relative? I will if I have time, said Ji Yuning. Great, then I won't waste any more of your time. Oh, if anyone dares to bully you, don't hesitate to pay them back. You have grandpa's support, said Leng Xiaoxi. Because of what Yuan Shuyan and Ku Hanzhao had done to Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoxi was worried that Ji Yuning might be at disadvantage as to their family background. Therefore, she reminded Ji Yuning that she had the Leng family's support. I know, said Ji Yuning, feeling warm. After that, Leng Xiaoxi left with her friends. Once Leng Xiaoxi was gone, Song Miaoge asked in great surprise, Ji Yuning, are you a relative of the Leng family? Then what's your relationship with it? Asked Song Miaoge. She refused to believe that Ji Yuning had no relationship with the Leng family. You can't tell anyone if I tell you, said Ji Yuning. Since they asked about that, she shouldn't keep it secret any longer. Most importantly, the Song family was in the Leng family's faction, while Baili Zhongshe wasn't immortal, so it wouldn't be a big deal if they learned that. Of course, we won't tell anyone. Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe promised at the same time. Although Baili Zhongshe hadn't heard of the Leng family, she would keep it secret since Ji Yuning told them not to tell anyone else. Even if Baili Zhongshe knew the Leng family, she wouldn't be as surprised as mortals. No matter how powerful a family was in the mortals' world, it was barely comparable to the cultivation world. You must know Leng Xiaoting, right? Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge. Of course, he's the youngest major general in history and has great achievements, said Song Miaoge. Chapter 1866, the final result of the family slaughter. Because she only thought of Leng Xiaoting's great achievements which made her feel honored. She didn't realize that Ji Yuning asked her that question because Ji Yuning had a certain relationship with Leng Xiaoting. He's my fiancé, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Song Miaoge rounded her eyes in shock and exclaimed out loud, which attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Song Miaoge realized that she forgot her manners, so she covered her mouth at once. However, it was too late for her to retract her words. Luckily, other people withdrew their sight after seeing no special situation. Baili Zhongshe was also surprised. She didn't know the Leng family, nor Leng Xiaoting, but she was aware of the high rank of Major General. Since the man was Ji Yuning's fiancé, he couldn't be old. It was quite unbelievable that he became a Major General at such a young age. When nobody paid attention to her anymore, Song Miaoge asked Ji Yuning with great excitement, Ji Yuning, did I hear it right? You're Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. It was so exciting to find out that the girl who was her idol actually was her other idol's fiancé. Although Song Miaoge had never seen Leng Xiaoting before, she had heard a lot about his achievements, so she admired Leng Xiaoting very much. You heard it right. We planned to get engaged this year, but an old friend of my grandfather's stopped us. He knows some about xianxia and helped us check our date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope. It's not suitable for us to hold a grand event this year, so we need to wait for the next year, said Ji Yuning. Jesus, I can't believe that you're Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. It's so unbelievable. Well, I think you and Leng Xiaoting are a great match because you're both so outstanding, said Song Miaoge excitedly, feeling that it was quite unbelievable. In Song Miaoge's eyes, as long as there was love, the gap between two families' social status wouldn't be a problem. She didn't think that Ji Yuning didn't deserve Leng Xiaoting right now. Instead, she believed that they were a perfect couple. If other people knew, they might have a different idea. In most people's eyes, Ji Yuning didn't deserve Leng Xiaoting given her current social status. No matter how rich or how successful she was in business, she was merely a businesswoman. From the ancient time to today, officials were always superior to businessmen. As a result, no matter how rich Ji Yuning was, she was inferior to those people of power. Actually, if others learned that Ji Yuning was also the granddaughter of the Tang family in City B, they would change their opinion, because the Tang family held an important position in both business and politics. Song Miaoge's reaction amused Ji Yuning, but she stopped her at once. All right, we should drop this topic. I don't want other people to hear. Oh, right, I should close my mouth. Song Miaoge immediately closed her mouth. There were many people around them after all, so they could hear their conversation if they continued. After 2 days, Chu Peihan was still not punished because of K. Lily. The K family was slightly afraid of being dragged into trouble. K. Lily was unwilling to accept this result and felt quite aggrieved, but her father told her not to mess with Chu Peihan, so she had to tolerate it. A piece of news saying that the case of Fu Yongliang's family slaughter was settled was released on the official Weibo of the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau, and the murderers would be sentenced to death. Once the news came out, it caused a sensation on the internet. Everyone cheered for that and swore at the murderers. However, the post on Weibo didn't mention Ku Linen at all. Obviously, the police chose to protect him. As for the 6 murderers' motivation, the police of Haicheng District explained that they wanted money. If Ji Yuning didn't have the evidence, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, since she already had the evidence, she thought that she had to do something. After all, Fu Yongliang was innocent. Shortly after the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau released the news on Weibo, another big Weibo influencer called Truth Only, with 500,000 followers sent out 2 posts. This Weibo account was built by K under Ji Yuning's order. It was new, so it didn't have a lot of followers. Truth Only. As for the result of the case of Fu Yongliang's family slaughter, the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau is hiding the evidence of the mastermind behind the tragedy. Why isn't the mastermind exposed? Is it because the mastermind is a person of influence? Shouldn't you settle cases according to the law with the sense of justice? At the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau, at the Capital Public Security Bureau, at the coup organization. It had mentioned many public institutions and media in the capital. Below it was the post the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau just sent out. The second post was sent out after a few minutes. In fact, before the second one was sent out, the first one caught a lot of attention from internet users. Many people were cheering for the result that the murderers were caught, but they soon found out that it might not be the complete truth. Although Truth Only relied on publicity stunts to gain fame, it dared to say the truth other people didn't have courage to talk about, so many internet users chose to believe its post. They started to believe that there was a mastermind behind the family slaughter. After that, they kept asking Truth Only who the mastermind was. At the same time, they also questioned the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau whether it intended to protect the real criminal behind the scenes. Many internet users had mentioned official Weibo accounts of the government and media as well. The second Weibo post was soon sent out. Truth Only. Regarding the result of the case of Fu Yongliang's family slaughter, let's listen to a recording. This is the evidence given to at the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau. However, it didn't release any information about the people behind the scenes. At the Capital Public Security Bureau, at the Capital Court, at the coup organization. It had mentioned all the official Weibo accounts of the legal system and media in the capital too. The video of Ji Yuning interrogating the 6 suspects was attached to the second post. Once people learned that Ku Linen was the mastermind behind Fu Yongliang's family slaughter and that he had also caused Ni Aijing's death, every internet user began to criticize the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau about why it protected Ku Linen and asked whether it was bribed by him. Many internet users also began to attack the coup organization under its official Weibo account for Fu Yongliang's family slaughter and Ni Aijing's tragic death. All the major official Weibo accounts of the legal system and media also joined the investigation as soon as they learned the news. In the chairman's office of the coup organization, Ku Linen was reading files. His secretary shared the news on the internet with him, which wasn't surprising, but Ku Linen was still displeased to know it. He originally planned to find that woman and shut her mouth with money. He hoped that the woman would not send out the video, but he could only see a woman in black with a cap and mask in the surveillance cameras. He couldn't see her face at all, so he had no idea where to find her. Chapter 1867. An evil family. Actually, he couldn't figure out why the woman was able to learn the truth of the case after the police failed to find out for half a year. There must be something wrong and he didn't know. Precisely because the 6 men had done a good job without anyone knowing, Ku Linen needed them to continue to do bad deeds for him. Otherwise, he would have kicked them abroad long ago in case his dirty secret was exposed. Anyway, since the woman had the evidence, she must know the truth. Chairman, what should we do now? asked his secretary worriedly. Not many people were aware that Ku Linen had something to do with the case. Even his family and secretary didn't know, because it wasn't a good thing. The more people were aware of it, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, his secretary was greatly scared after reading the news. He subconsciously refused to believe that his boss would do something like that. However, the secretary was also aware of Ku Linen's grudge against Fu Yongliang in business, so it was possible that it could have happened. Anyway, given Ku Linen's mean character, he could have done something like that. However, no matter what, the secretary didn't dare to ask Ku Linen about the truth, and Ku Linen wouldn't admit it either. "Don't respond to it. It's slander, and the police will handle it," said Ku Linen in annoyance as if he was innocent. Anyway, the 6 murderers already denied his relationship with them, so he would be safe once the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau released their confession. "Sure," said the slander. Actually, he doubted whether it was just slander. Ku Yifei was also shocked reading the news. He knew that the 6 men were doing bad deeds for his father, but he wasn't aware that his father had played a role in Fu Yongliang's family slaughter and Niaijing's death. He was reluctant to believe that it had something to do with his father, but why did the news come out all of a sudden if it wasn't true? Ku Yifei called his father right away and talked about it. Ku Linen undoubtedly denied it and insisted on saying that he was innocent. Therefore, Ku Yifei chose to believe Ku Linen. Before long, Ku Hanjiao heard the news as well. Ku Hanjiao, Yuan Shuyan, and Zhe Qingqing were dining in the canteen and suddenly heard other students talking about Fu Yongliang's family slaughter. At the beginning, Ku Hanjiao didn't pay much attention to it, but she was totally shocked when she heard that the mastermind could be her father. She rounded her eyes in shock and refused to believe it. Besides, her father had tried to rape Niaijing, which caused Niaijing's death. In her eyes, her father was a very good man, so she didn't believe that he would do something like that. Therefore, after hearing the news, Ku Hanjiao lost control of herself and shouted to those students, "Shut up. All of you, shut up. My father will never do something like that." In fact, other students didn't notice Ku Hanjiao just now and they weren't aware that Ku Linen was her father, but they all turned to look at her after her shout. Even though Ku Hanjiao said that Ku Linen would never do something like that, nobody believed her or shut up. Instead, they began to criticize her. Hearing their discussions, Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing were displeased and they wished to disappear when everyone was staring at them. Although other students were looking at Ku Hanjiao, they were sitting with her after all, so they also felt uncomfortable being focused on. Actually, it wasn't shocking in the eyes of Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing, because it wasn't uncommon in the high society. Only those who were lucky or powerful could hide their dirty secrets forever. People who were unlucky might not be able to hide it. Impossible. Why? Will your father tell you everything he's done? Right, it's too cruel. Her father has killed a whole innocent family and raped Niaijing to death. Her father is an animal and should be severely punished. People of power have a lot of dirty secrets. Ku Linen should be shot to death. Given what Ku Linen has done, his family must be evil too. Ku Hanjiao herself is a bully. I heard that she caused a freshman trouble the other day. She slandered the freshman by saying that the freshman moved while keeping the soldier's bearing. She also slandered that the freshman has an affair with the instructor. Although she failed to hurt the freshman that day, who knows whether she has secretly tried to hurt the freshman again. No need to guess. She definitely has. What an evil family. They shouldn't live in this world. They should be punished for their terrible behavior. I think it'll happen soon since they're dirty. Secrets are exposed. Shut up. You all shut up now. Ku Hanjiao went crazy, shouting loudly. She couldn't stand their discussion any longer. "Zhao Zhao, let's go now." Yuan Shuyan hated staying in the canteen being watched by other students. "No, they're slandering my father. I'll argue with them," said Ku Hanjiao. She didn't care whether it would be embarrassing. She only tried to stop them from talking about that. She only felt that her father wouldn't be evil as long as she could stop them from talking about that at this moment. Facing Ku Hanjiao, who was losing her reason, Yuan Shuyan was mad and said in a cold voice, "If you don't leave, I'll go first." After that, Yuan Shuyan directly stood up and left. Although she treated Ku Hanzhao as her friend, there was no sincerity. She had to avoid her given what had happened. Zhe Qingqing had the same idea, so she walked away following Yuan Shuyan. Yuan Shuyan, Zhe Qingqing, aren't you my friends? How can you leave when they're badmouthing my father? Seeing them stepping out, Ku Hanzhao angrily blamed them for leaving her alone. Ku Hanzhao, don't be dumb. You can't stop them from talking about that right now. If you really take us as your friend, don't embarrass us here with you, said Yuan Shuyan coldly. Actually, she was being selfish and wanted to leave, but blamed Ku Hanzhao for it. Anyway, both of them tended to blame other people for their own faults. Zhao Zhao, you should stay away from them now. Go ask your father about it, said Zhe Qingqing. She was also annoyed at being embarrassed in public because of Ku Hanzhao. Chapter 1868, the most basic analysis. Ku Hanzhao frowned. After thinking for a while, she had to agree with Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing, so she gave the other students a glare before leaving with them. Ji Yuning and her friends witnessed everything. Because it was done by Ji Yuning wasn't surprised at all, but Song Miaoge was totally shocked by Ku Hanzhao's father's evil behavior. Ji Yuning, do you think it's real? Song Miaoge asked Ji Yuning. Although she couldn't believe it, it was half true since it was exposed. People nowadays will do anything for their own interests, said Ji Yuning. She didn't directly tell Song Miaoge that it was real, but her words showed her opinion. It's too cruel, said Song Miaoge. She knew that this was a cruel world, and it wasn't the first time that she had ever heard of a family slaughter and someone being killed after rape, but it was done by the father of someone she knew this time. It was difficult for her to accept it. Something like that hadn't happened recently in the cultivation world, so Baili Zhongshe also felt uncomfortable hearing the horrifying news. Along the way, Ku Hanzhao was criticized by other students. She was angry, but had to tolerate it. Once Ku Hanzhao left the canteen, she hid herself in the dorm room and called Ku Linan asking him about Fu Yongliang and Ni Aijing. Ku Linan denied it at once, so Ku Hanzhao believed it. After that, she kept on defending Ku Linan on the internet, swearing at those who attacked him. Unfortunately, only a few people chose to believe Ku Linan, so Ku Hanzhao soon lost control of her emotions after being attacked by a lot of internet users. After that, people found out her identity. Knowing that Ku Hanzhao was Ku Linan's daughter, internet users attacked her even harder. Ku Hanzhao was so angry that she smashed her phone. She couldn't win the argument against those internet users, so she could only vent her anger in the dorm room. Not only did she smash her phone, but she also threw her quilt away. She almost smashed everything she could see in the dorm room. Other students in other dorm rooms heard the noises from the dorm room where Ku Hanzhao lived, so they reported it to the dormitory staff. After the dormitory staff came, Ku Hanzhao refused to stop and argued with the dormitory staff later. In the end, Yuan Shuyan came and Ku Hanzhao calmed down. The leader of the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau wasn't surprised by the argument on Weibo over their post, and they already had an idea to deal with it, so they didn't panic at all. As the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau explained it to its supervisor, it released another announcement on its official Weibo account. The Haicheng District Public Security Bureau, about what it truth only has said about us protecting the mastermind, we find it's necessary to explain it. Please watch this video. At the Capital Public Security Bureau at the Capital Court at Truth Only at the Capital News at the Coup Organization. The video showed the process of 6 suspects being interrogated in the interrogation room. They said that they only wanted money, and there was no mastermind. The reason why they mentioned Ku Linan was that they were threatened by the woman. Once the video was released, the direction of public opinion changed and most internet users began to defend Ku Linan. No way. They were threatened. In that case, Ku Linan could be innocent. It's possible. Perhaps enemies of the coup organization deliberately defamed Ku Linan. It's gross. They've played such a dirty trick to achieve their goal. However, not many people criticized Truth Only because of that. After all, the 6 suspects indeed had mentioned Ku Linan in the video, so nobody could know whether Ku Linan was innocent. Most people still held doubts. At the same time, some internet users questioned the 6 criminals' confession. I think the video released by Truth Only tells the truth, so the 6 suspects denied their relationship with Ku Linen during the interrogation. After all, the Ku organization is a very influential business group. It must have protection from the government. Right, if the mastermind is really Ku Linen, he must have something to control the 6 suspects, like their families, so Ku Linen could have threatened them to deny his role in the crime. If they dare to betray him, their families might be in danger. Since the suspects told the date when Ni Aijing was taken into the villa, why can't the police check the surveillance cameras of that day? I think it should be easy to find out the truth. Don't tell me that the surveillance cameras were broken on that day. If they were broken right on that day, Ku Linen must be hiding something. Jesus, this is a brilliant idea. Well, I think this idea isn't so brilliant, but it's the most basic analysis. The criminals might think that they had been very smart and could easily keep it secret forever. Right, if Ku Linen really did that, he couldn't hide the truth forever. Other criminals might do the same thing in that situation. However, we need solid evidence. Even though we all know it's Ku Linen, he won't be caught or punished if the surveillance cameras are broken. It'll be a matter of power. If he's an ordinary citizen, he might soon be sentenced to years in jail. Although Ku Linen wasn't worried that he might be affected, he paid special attention to the news on the internet. Seeing those internet users' analysis, he was scared and mad. He had arranged for some people to damage the surveillance cameras around the villa on the day when the 6 suspects were caught in case the police went to check them under the pressure of public opinion. Even if he had connections in the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau, the Capital Public Security Bureau might send someone to investigate the case, which would be difficult for him to deal with. Exactly because he was worried that it might arouse suspicion if the surveillance cameras were only broken on that day, he arranged for someone to damage the surveillance cameras for a whole week around the place. The day when he committed the crime was in the middle of the week. Given the current situation, it was hard to stop people from being suspicious of him. As long as there was no solid evidence to prove that he was the mastermind behind the 2 crimes, he would be fine. When people stopped paying much attention to the news, he would whitewash his reputation to the best of his ability. Truth Only remained silent for the time being. It had no response to the news afterwards. Some internet users believed that it gave up, while some thought that it was preparing for the next step. Most fans of Truth Only chose to believe it, because it meant there was really a mastermind since Truth Only sent out the video. They only needed to wait for more evidence to prove that Ku Linen was the mastermind, which would embarrass the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau. Chapter 1869, Bribed. After this event, followers of Truth Only were rapidly increasing. Not all of them were fans, and some just followed it for more breaking news. In the canteen, Ji Yuning and her friends were reading the news about Ku Linen as they ate together. I also have a feeling that Truth Only is preparing for the next step. I'm so looking forward to seeing how the Ku family will handle it. I like this influencer. I'm its follower now, said Song Miaoge and followed it on Weibo. Ji Yuning smiled but said nothing. Truth Only was definitely preparing for the next step, but it wouldn't take any action until the news got more attention. Because internet users began to side with Ku Linen, Ku Hanjiao felt much better. Because she was in a bad mood today and was afraid to be criticized by other people again, she didn't go to her classes. Neither Ku Hanjiao nor Ku Yaifei connected the news with Ji Yuning. Even though they had hired those people to cause Ji Yuning trouble, they didn't think that Ji Yuning had the ability to find out the truth. Ku Linen was worried about what Truth Only might do next, because he was indeed the mastermind. Therefore, he tried to contact the person behind the Weibo account of Truth Only, trying to figure out whether there was a next step. If there was, he would pay the person to stop it from happening. However, he failed because the person behind Truth Only didn't reply to his messages. He could only hope that Truth Only wouldn't do anything further about it. The next day was a Friday. Leng Xiaoting would be back in the capital for a vacation, so he called Ji Yuning very early. They would have dinner together. Ji Yuning left the school once the classes were over in the afternoon. Baili Zhongshe returned to Century City and Song Miaoge went to the hospital. Although Song Miaoge's fighting competition against Ji Wenna was only half a month away, she had something else to deal with in addition to the training. On the weekend, Song Miaoge needed to see her mother in the hospital and meet her family at home. Zhang Zhirong had a quick recovery, and she could leave the hospital in a few days. They were always grateful to Ji Yuning. Since Zhang Zhirong was Zhang Zongyu's niece, Zhang Zongyu's family was also aware of Ji Yuning's favor in Zhang Zhirong's operation and recovery. After that, Zhang Zongyu talked about Ji Yuning, who had saved his grandson and him. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was also Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, and the Leng family already accepted her. It amazed the Song family. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was so influential. However, the Song family didn't share the news with Song Miaoge, while Song Miaoge didn't tell her family that she already knew because Ji Yuning told her not to tell other people. Therefore, they didn't know that they actually were all aware of it. The news about Ku Linen still attracted much attention on the internet. In fact, after a whole day, more and more people learned of and talked about it. At about 12 p.m., the Ku organization made an announcement saying that Ku Linen was innocent and that he had never paid anyone to kill. Even though the Ku organization responded, those who believed it would believe it, while those who refused to believe it wouldn't believe it. Actually, if there was no further evidence to prove that Ku Linen had played a role in the crime, it could be the end of the news. No one would bother to pay attention to it after discussing for a while. Nevertheless, at 2 p.m., Truth Only sent out another post. Truth Only, do you think it's the end after I've remained silent for a day? It's not over yet. I simply want to see whether the mastermind has any sense of guilt, but obviously he doesn't, so here is the evidence. At the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau, at the Capital Public Security Bureau, at the Capital Court, at the Capital News, at the Ku Organization. Attached. Call recording of Ku Linen's conversation with Zhou Renyu, the leader of 5th Team of the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau. Many people knew that Truth Only would take the next step, so they were all paying special attention to it. Once it took action again, many people got excited and played the voice recording. Uncle Ku, I just received a report. 6 suspects were caught and they turned out to be the murderers of Fu Yongliang's family half a year ago. They said that it's your order. What? Did they tell everything? I haven't interrogated them yet, but the person who called us did. She even recorded a video and left a USB flash disk for us. Who has watched the video? Members of my team, but I've already warned them not to tell anyone else. However, I'm afraid the person who called us could have a copy of the video since she recorded it. It can't be kept a secret for too long, so I must tell you right now. Go interrogate them. Threaten them not to tell that I'm the mastermind. If they dare to do that, their families will die along with them. As for the video, you can make them say that they said it under the threat of that person. After hearing the recording, all the internet users were shocked. Although they had never heard Ku Linen's voice, they felt he must be in the conversation. Otherwise, Truth Only wouldn't release the recording, because slander was illegal. Since it was released, it was highly possible for it to be true. Jesus, is it really Ku Linen's voice? Was it done by the enemies of the Ku organization again? No idea, but it's possible. Although I haven't heard Ku Linen's voice, I think he must be in the conversation, or Truth Only will be punished according to the law. Right, I believe the evidence released by Truth Only. After all, it has never wronged anyone before. I trust it too. Ku Linen indeed had many enemies in business, and some people who disliked him also paid a lot of attention to this news. They had spent time with Ku Linen, so they easily recognized his voice. Therefore, they left their comments too. It is Ku Linen's voice. I met him before. Me too. I've seen him more than once, so I'm sure it's his voice. I've seen Zhou Renyu before, so there is Zhou Renyu's voice too. This time, Ku Linen, Zhou Renyu, and the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau became anxious. Ku Linen was worried that Truth Only had evidence, but unexpectedly it had the voice recording of his call with Zhou Renyu. He couldn't figure out how the person managed to get that. Ku Linen subconsciously became suspicious of Zhou Renyu. Although Zhou Renyu was his man, he wasn't sure that Zhou Renyu wouldn't be bribed and betray him. Chapter 1870. Ku Linen is amid criticisms. Therefore, Ku Linen called Zhou Renyu at once and asked him whether he had leaked the recording. Zhou Renyu was struck dumb too. It was impossible for him to leak their conversation on the phone. He actually had no idea how the person managed to get it. "Uncle Ku, is it possible that someone is monitoring your phone?" said Zhou Renyu. "Otherwise, no one should know their call because neither of them leaked it." "What?" Ku Linen was surprised, then frowned, because it was possible. If so, he couldn't talk much with Zhou Renyu on the phone from now on. After hanging up the call, Ku Linen sent Zhou Renyu a message telling him not to admit it. Reading the message, Zhou Renyu put on a wry smile. With the solid evidence, it was impossible for him to deny it. As the call recording was exposed, Zhou Renyu realized that he was doomed this time. He wanted to escape, but he knew that he wouldn't succeed. Actually, if he ran away, he might be punished even more severely. If he confessed to his crimes, he might be lightly punished. The Haicheng District Public Security Bureau didn't intend to shelter Ku Linen, but turned a blind eye on it and stopped the investigation. Now the solid evidence came out, it had to take the responsibility whether it intentionally protected Ku Linen or not. Anyway, because Zhou Renyu also played a role in it, they had to interrogate him too. Facing the solid evidence, Zhou Renyu had to admit it with a good attitude. After Zhou Renyu admitted it, he was arrested for the time being. Afterwards, the police went to arrest Ku Linen. Before long, Truth Only sent out another post with several photos showing Ku Linen's call and transfer records with the suspects. They give pictures of Ku Linen entering the villa on the day when Ni Aijing was kidnapped by the 6 suspects into a car and taken to the villa, and the suspects leaving the villa in a car driving to throw away her body. With the clear evidence, the news caused a greater sensation on the internet. What the fuck? There is no need for a further investigation now. The mastermind must be Ku Linen. Whoever found out the evidence is so unbelievable. The police have been investigating the case for half a year without getting any useful information. I think the police must be hiding something instead of failing to catch the criminals. It seems to be true that people of wealth and power are protecting each other. I've lost confidence in the government. I knew that Ku Linen is the mastermind since Truth Only said he is. Only Truth Only dares to tell the truth. I'm its follower now, but I still hope that the government can handle this case according to the law, or we'll all lose confidence in the government. Internet users kept at mentioned all major public security bureaus and courts in the capital, hoping that they could handle this case according to the law. Some of Fu Yongliang and Ni Aijing's friends actually were suspicious of Ku Linen as well after they were killed, but they lacked evidence and power to do something about it. Since the evidence was out now, they thought that they should do something. I'm Fu Yongliang's friend. After his family suffered the tragedy, I've always been very suspicious of Ku Linen, but I had no evidence or support, so I haven't said anything about it. Thanks to the person who found out the evidence. I do hope that Ku Linen can be punished according to the law. At the Capital Law at the Capital Public Security Bureau at the Capital News, I'm Ni Aijing's friend. Ni Aijing told me that Ku Linen always showed interest in her. He had threatened her many times to sleep with him, but she refused. Because of that, she lost many chances at acting. The day before her tragic death, I was with her. She was in a very upset mood then. She told me that Ni Aijing harassed her once more. The next day, I received the heartbreaking news that she was dead. However, I couldn't do anything about it. Thanks to God that the evidence is out now. I hope that they can be avenged by the law. At the Capital Law at the Capital Public Security Bureau at the Capital News, Ku Linen was in despair after seeing the evidence exposed by Truth Only. He had arranged for someone to ruin the surveillance videos, but the person still managed to get them. Obviously, the person got them before he ruined them. Ku Linen wanted to hide, but he was surrounded by the police right after leaving his company and he was brought to the Public Security Bureau. Ku Hanjiao thought that it was over when most internet users defended Ku Linen, but unexpectedly the situation got worse. Given the result, Ku Hanjiao was directly absent from her classes and ran back home. Mrs. Ku was angry at Ku Linen's behavior, but he was her husband after all. He was the leading role of their family, so she quickly turned to their connections for help, trying to help Ku Linen out. Unfortunately, no one was willing to help her family at this moment, because it was too troublesome. Normally, it was easy to deal with when it didn't go public, but now it was quite difficult. In the end, Mrs. Ku turned to the Yuan family for help, mainly Yuan Shuyan's father. They only knew Yuan Shuyan's father, not the major members of the Yuan family. However, Yuan Shuyan's father wasn't very important in the Yuan family, so he couldn't help either. Actually, he was afraid that he might be affected, so he refused to help. The news about Ku Linen became a hot topic on the internet and in high society. All the major media reported the news that Ku Linen was arrested in the end, and the value of shares of the Ku organization dived. Kay was getting publicity for the news, so Ji Yuning watched aside as an onlooker. Once the afternoon classes were over, Ji Yuning left the school. Leng Xiaoting told her that he booked a private room in the Xianxia Hotel in the city center so they would dine together. Ji Yuning only had 2 classes that afternoon, so she left the school at 4 p.m. There was no traffic jam on the road, so she arrived at Xianxia Hotel about 5 p.m. Before Ji Yuning arrived, Leng Xiaoting already waited for her for a while because Ji Yuning told him that she had 2 classes this afternoon and they could be over at 4 p.m. Leng Xiaoting needed to prepare something, so he didn't come to pick her up. The waiter left after guiding Ji Yuning to the private room, which was Leng Xiaoting's order. Therefore, Ji Yuning pushed the door open by herself when she came. The second she saw what was inside, she was struck dumb. Chapter 1871, Candlelight Dinner. In the private room, the lights were dim. On the table, there were many roses, candles, goblets, red wine, and romantic music, which was obviously a candlelight dinner. Leng Xiaoting wasn't a romantic man, so he hadn't done any romantic things for Ji Yuning until today, so it made Ji Yuning feel quite touched. Once Leng Xiaoting saw Ji Yuning, his eyes were full of love towards her. He strode over and handed her 11 roses. Here. Ji Yuning didn't take the roses right away, but squinted at him joking, "Why are you so romantic all of a sudden? You have even prepared flowers for me. Have you done anything that'll annoy me? Are you trying to make it up to me?" Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting put on an evil smile and pressed Ji Yuning into his arms. He stared at her with desire in his eyes, saying in his husky voice, "Well, I indeed haven't done many romantic things normally. So I made my girl suspicious of me when I did so today. I think I should be more romantic in the future." He knew that Ji Yuning was just joking, so he wasn't mad at all. Leng Xiaoting seldom smiled, so Ji Yuning was distracted by his charming smile at this moment. Seeing Ji Yuning's reaction, Leng Xiaoting was excited and his smile became broader. Leng Xiaoting remained quiet, staring straight at her. Ji Yuning felt a little uneasy and came back to her senses. She took the flowers from Leng Xiaoting's hands and smiled. "Sure, you should do more romantic things from now on." No girl disliked romance, but she was too busy to think about that sometimes. After that, Leng Xiaoting took Ji Yuning to the table. He behaved like a gentleman and pulled out the chair for her and let her have a seat. Then Leng Xiaoting went to sit across from her before ringing the bell to call a waiter to serve the meal. It was only about 6 p.m. when they finished dinner. Anyway, since they already finished the meal, they didn't stay any longer and soon left. However, as soon as they stood up, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting heard familiar voices from the next room. Although the hotel had excellent insulation, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had a better hearing. Leng Xiaoting squinted looking serious. "Ningning, see who is in the next room." "Sure." Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the inside of the next room at once. Shen Yangfang, Yuan Wenrui, and a strange man are there. The man is about 30. He seems to be a gangster. He is sitting with Shen Yangfang. I bet he's Shen Yangfang's friend. Because Leng Xiaoting had talked about Shen Yangfang and Yuan Wenrui's relationship with her, Ji Yuning specially told Kay to find Yuan Wenrui's photos for her. She was able to recognize him once she saw him right now. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was more displeased. He might be Long Tianyu's man. Let's see what they're going to talk about. Sure. Ji Yuning agreed, then sat down again, listening to their conversation in silence. In the next room, Shen Yangfang, Yuan Wenrui and the man Ji Yuning didn't know sat across each other. "Lord Yuan, everything is prepared. As long as you agree, we can finish the deal. If it succeeds, our cooperation will be reached. We'll be in the same boat in the future. Lord Yuan, please help us with that position, said Shen Yangfeng. No problem, I'll certainly keep my word. After this election, the position of the Deputy Director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau in the capital will be yours, said Yuan Wenrui. Great, can we finish the deal at the abandoned warehouse on XX Road in Haicheng District at 11 p.m. tomorrow? Said Shen Yangfeng. Of course, I'll arrange some people to get the goods tomorrow, said Yuan Wenrui. With Yuan Wenrui's agreement, Shen Yangfeng showed satisfaction. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting exchanged a glance without continuing to listen to their conversation and left afterwards. They didn't open their mouths again until they were in the car. Goods. What could it be? Asked Ji Yuning. Either arms or drugs. I found out that Yuan Wenrui is building his force in the underworld earlier, so they need those goods, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he had found out that Yuan Wenrui was building his force in the underworld, he didn't know many details, so he didn't know how to take action. Should we damage their plan tomorrow night? Ji Yuning put on an evil, calculating smile. The Leng family's enemies were also her enemies. I had the same idea. Leng Xiaoting also smiled. Since they ran into them, they must do something to damage the deal. Not only was Leng Xiaoting going to stop Shen Yangfeng from working with Yuan Wenrui, but he would also prevent Yuan Wenrui from building his force in the underworld. If Yuan Wenrui succeeded in doing that, the four dominant families in the capital would be in chaos. It's still early. Where should we go next? Asked Ji Yuning. Why don't we go to watch a film? Asked Leng Xiaoting. They were on a date after all, so they naturally should go to share dinner, watch a film, and have sex. Great. Ji Yuning agreed with a smile. Even though she wasn't a movie lover, she was willing to watch a film with Leng Xiaoting. As long as they were together, she was willing to do anything with him. Once they walked into the movie theater, they became the most noticeable couple. Shen Jilin and her friend came to watch a movie today as well, and they chose the same movie theater as Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Without surprise, she met them. Shen Jilin's friend saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting before her, because she was amazed by the beautiful couple. Jilin, look, that couple is so beautiful. The girl is pretty, while the man is handsome. I think the man is even more charming than my idol, said Shen Jilin's friend. Hearing that, Shen Jilin turned to look at the couple. After a glance, she was annoyed and sad, clenching her hands tight. She didn't expect to see Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting here. She wished that Leng Xiaoting were holding her hand, but he wasn't. Shen Jilin hated Ji Yuning to death at this moment. Seeing her abnormal reaction, Shen Jilin's friend was worried. Jilin, are you all right? I'm fine. Shen Jilin came back to her senses and composed herself, stopping paying attention to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. However, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had acute senses and they soon noticed Shen Jilin, but they didn't care about her. Originally, Shen Jilin tried to avoid Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, but they watched the same movie. Although there was a distance between their seats, they were in the same room, so she could barely focus on the film. As a result, after only watching a third of the film, Shen Jilin made an excuse and told her friend that she didn't feel well and left. Jilin, you don't look normal today, Shen Jilin's friend said as they walked out. Chapter 1872, They're annoying, Yingying, I'm not in a good mood. Let's go to drink, said Shen Jilin. She was unwilling to tell her good friend, Chen Yingying, about Ji Yuning's relationship with Leng Xiaoting. Sure. Since Shen Jilin was reluctant to tell her, Chen Yingying stopped asking further. Shen Jilin wanted to drink, so she would go with her. After that, Shen Jilin and Chen Yingying went to drink in a bar. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't care less about Shen Jilin, and they went back to the house after watching the movie. Once they were back in the house, Leng Xiaoting lost control of his desire and had sex with Ji Yuning. Shen Jilin was in a bad mood, so she drank a lot. Chen Yingying failed to persuade her to stop drinking so much. In the bar, good-looking women and men were trying to strike up a conversation with each other. Because Shen Jilin was a pretty woman, there were men attracted to her as well. Shen Jilin often came to relax herself in bars, but she always controlled her behavior. However, today was an exception. She left her principles aside and chatted with a strange man with great enthusiasm. When the man proposed to book a room in the end, she even agreed. Chen Yingying tried to stop her, but failed, so she let her go. They were adults and should take responsibility for their behavior. Shen Jilin had drunk a lot, but didn't lose her consciousness, so she knew what she was doing. Anyway, it was impossible for her and Leng Xiaoting to be together, so there was nothing she should be worried about. She had to admit that she totally changed because of Leng Xiaoting. She gave up her principles for him, but she didn't care. The moment Shen Jilin and the man went to the hotel, they began to have sex. When she woke up the next day, Shen Jilin regretted it, but it was too late. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the Sihewan in the morning. Because they needed to deal with something else, they didn't cultivate today. They shared lunch with Shengguan Yang, and after having a rest for a while, they left at 2 p.m. and went back to Mountain River Garden. They stayed in the Mountain River Garden for a while, then took Jing Yunyao to visit Master Leng in the Leng family's old house. Because it was Saturday, most of the members of the Leng family were present. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Jing Yunyao, the Leng family was happy and welcomed them with enthusiasm, except for Leng Yuanchen's family, especially Zhang Shuyuan. She didn't even bother to greet them and felt displeased to see them. She wanted to turn around and walk back to her room, but Leng Yuanchen stopped her, because it would annoy Master Leng. Zhang Shuyuan was unwilling to stay, but didn't dare to cause any trouble, so she only put on an annoyed expression. Facing that, Jing Yunyao couldn't care less, as long as Zhang Shuyuan didn't offend her. Leng Xiaoming was also back today, and it was the first time he had seen Jing Yunyao. Even though he was aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive and also came back, he was still shocked seeing her with his own eyes right now. It had been 16 years, but his older aunt still looked so young. It seemed that she was younger than 40. "Hi, Aunt Yunyao, I'm Xiaoming. Nice to see you." Leng Xiaoming actually didn't welcome Jing Yunyao, but still politely greeted her. "Nice to see you too, Xiaoming," said Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyao also knew that Leng Yuanchen's family disliked Leng Xiaoting. She disliked them as well, but didn't show her feelings on her face. As long as they didn't offend them, she wouldn't mind acting nice to them. If they dared to cause them trouble, she wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. "You must be Ji Yuning, right?" Leng Xiaoming saw Ji Yuning for the first time too. Although he disliked Ji Yuning, he remained polite to her. It was the first time that Leng Xiaoming had seen Ji Yuning in real life, but he had paid attention to the news about her on the internet, so he admired her for what she had done. Unfortunately, she was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, so he had no good impression of her. Thinking of what Leng Xiaojia had done to Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoming felt slightly guilty facing Ji Yuning. "Hi, I'm Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning disliked Leng Xiaoming, but she was kind to him. Before they cut their relationship with each other, it was necessary to be polite to one another. It was a matter of manners. Zhang Shuyuan hated greeting them. Seeing Leng Xiaoming exchanging greetings with them, she was displeased, but said nothing about it. Afterwards, Master Leng pulled Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yunyao, and Ji Yuning to have a chat together. Leng Yuanzhen and his wife joined them. They chatted with each other harmoniously, which made Zhang Shuyuan's family feel as if they were outsiders. It was an unpleasant feeling. In fact, it wasn't Master Leng's fault, because they disliked talking with Master Leng. It was hard for Master Leng to be enthusiastic about them and spend time with them. Leng Yuanchen talked less, Zhang Shuyuan had no patience, while Leng Xiaoming was too afraid of Master Leng and Leng Xiaojia had no interest, so they weren't close to Master Leng. It was impossible for them to be like a loving family. Although Leng Xiaoting was also a man of few words, he grew up by Master Leng's side. He wasn't afraid of Master Leng and tended to say anything he wanted to say. In that case, it was easier for him to build a close relationship with Master Leng. After chatting for a while, Master Leng asked Leng Xiaoting to have a private talk in the study. Leng Xiaoting told Master Leng that he ran into Shen Yangfeng and Yuan Wenrui during his meal with Ji Yuning yesterday. He also heard their conversation. Therefore, he and Ji Yuning were going to damage their deal tonight. Master Leng agreed. After Master Leng and Leng Xiaoting went to the study, Zhang Shuyuan lost her patience and went straight back home. She was reluctant to spend more time with Jing Yunniao. Jing Yunniao didn't bother to pay much attention to Zhang Shuyuan from the beginning to the end. Leng Yuanqin hated staying in the living room, so he made an excuse and went to his study. Leng Xiaoming also used the excuse that he needed to tidy up his room and left. Right after Leng Xiaoming was back in his room, Zhang Shuyuan walked in. She sat down on the chair and complained. "They're annoying. Live with it. Don't annoy grandfather. Anyway, this place is also their home, so it's very normal that they come back once in a while," said Leng Xiaoming. He disliked seeing them as well, but he remained much calmer than Zhang Shuyuan. He only felt slightly uncomfortable. "I just hate to see them." Zhang Shuyuan understood Leng Xiaoming's words, but she couldn't hide her real feelings towards them. "Your grandfather treats us unfairly. He looks so happy when they're back, but he doesn't show much enthusiasm seeing you." What made Zhang Shuyuan more displeased was that Master Leng cared a lot more about Leng Xiaoting than Leng Xiaoming. Chapter 1873. Robbers. Actually, Master Leng cared about Leng Xiaoming too, but Leng Xiaoming hadn't figured out a better way to get along with him, so only Zhang Shuyuan believed that Master Leng cared more about Leng Xiaoting than Leng Xiaoming. Leng Xiaoming knew that the reason was that he couldn't get along well with Master Leng. Whenever he talked with his grandfather, he always felt uneasy, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't. Even though he knew the reason, he still lost his balance. During the meal, Zhang Shuyuan had a difficult time and didn't have any appetite. Once the meal was over, Zhang Shuyuan's family went to see Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia was in a much better condition now. Her waist wasn't aching, but she had suffered a lot after being tortured by the pain for a few months. Therefore, she needed a few more months to make a full recovery. Ji Yuning also hoped that Leng Xiaojia could learn to behave herself after this drama, and that Leng Yuanqin's family would also learn to be quiet. Even though they disliked Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunniao, they were a family after all. As long as there wasn't a bitter grudge, Ji Yuning preferred not to argue with them for Master Leng's sake. Master Leng was aging and he hoped to have a harmonious family. After Zhang Shuyuan's family left, Master Leng sighed, shaking his head, then he said to Jing Yunniao, "Yunniao, please forgive Shuyuan. Don't take her attitude seriously." Master Leng witnessed Zhang Shuyuan's attitude and behavior, so he explained it to Jing Yunniao in case she was bothered. Given Zhang Shuyuan's attitude, he gave up hope that she could get along with Jing Yunniao. It would be fine as long as they didn't argue against each other. "Father, I know. It's fine. As long as she doesn't cause me trouble, I don't care about her attitude," said Jing Yunniao considerately. Great, great. Master Leng understood that Jing Yunniao was very considerate, and he felt relieved after hearing her response. Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Jing Yunniao left at 9:30 p.m. They didn't drive Jing Yunniao to Mountain River Garden, but went to deal with something together. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to keep it secret, so they told her the truth. Because Jing Yunniao regained her memories, she knew the Shen family. "Well, the Shen family is really greedy. I knew it was ambitious 16 years ago," said Jing Yunniao in annoyance. She never had a good impression of the Shen family. The Shen family is only the Leng family's relatives. It's fine if it's unwilling to be loyal to the Leng family, but it has gained much help from the Leng family during the past years given its relationship with the Leng family. In outsiders' eyes, the Shen family is very close to the Leng family, so what the Shen family is secretly doing will definitely affect the Leng family. "Anyway, since we already know it's secret, we must do something," said Leng Xiaoting, "otherwise the Leng family wouldn't bother to pay special attention to the Shen family." "Of course, we must solve the problem as soon as possible," said Jing Yunniao. The abandoned warehouse at XX Road in Haicheng District was a little far from the city center. It was about 3 kilometers to go in from the road that branched off the main road, and there was no one in a radius of 400 to 500 meters around the abandoned warehouse. As they approached the abandoned warehouse, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see whether there was anyone inside. Although it was only 10:30 p.m., which wasn't the time of their deal, they might have arrived earlier. Therefore, they didn't drive over until they were sure that there was nobody. Although the car was large, Ji Yuning had her telepathic eye space and Leng Xiaoting also had the Chenkin bag, so it was very easy for them to hide the car. When they reached the front of the abandoned warehouse, they got out of the car and put the car into Leng Xiaoting's Chenkin bag before walking into the warehouse together. It was a single warehouse about 700 square meters large. In the warehouse, there was a pile of useless goods, so Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Zhang Yunyao went to hide themselves behind it and waited for their target. In the meantime, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see outside so that she could know they were coming once they showed up. Before hearing the voices, Ji Yuning saw a car coming. Only Leng Xiaoting was aware of Ji Yuning's jade eyes while Jing Yunyao didn't know about it, so Ji Yuning said nothing. When the car was about 500 meters away, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao sensed it too. In order not to expose their identities, Ji Yuning took out 3 masks from her telepathic eye space and told them to put it on. First came a MPV with 5 people inside. One of them was the strange man sitting with Shen Yangfeng that Ji Yuning saw in the Shengxi hotel yesterday. On the back seats of the car, there were 2 big boxes filled with guns. The car stopped in front of the abandoned warehouse, then a few people got out of it. They didn't enter the warehouse, but waited outside. Ji Yuning and the others didn't plan to wait for the other group of people to come, because their purpose was just to steal the goods. Because Shen Yangfeng was still absent, they naturally wouldn't be able to obtain evidence that this incident was directly related to Shen Yangfeng. Yuan Wenrui told them yesterday that he would arrange for some people to come here, which meant that he wouldn't come himself. Therefore, Ji Yuning and the others seized the chance and took action before Yuan Wenrui's people came. 3 figures flashed over like lightning. Before those men could realize what was happening, they already reached them. The 5 men were scared by their sudden appearance. "Robbers," said Ji Yuning and attacked them right away. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao were busy beating them, while Leng Xiaoting would drive the car out of their sight. After that, he would put the boxes of guns into his Chenkin bag and finish the fight as quickly as possible. He couldn't put the stuff into his Chenkin bag right in front of them, or his secret would be exposed. The several men were shocked, trying to stop Leng Xiaoting, but Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao blocked their way. These men were good at fighting, but were barely comparable to Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao. They were too weak for them, so they easily beat them within seconds. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao only beat them unconscious, but didn't disable or kill them. Afterwards, they threw them into the weeds 20 meters away so that the second group of people who came later couldn't find them. After solving the problem, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao went to the direction in which Leng Xiaoting drove the car. Leng Xiaoting only drove the car dozens of meters away. When Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao came, Leng Xiaoting had done everything and got out of it. After that, the 3 of them left that location right away, but didn't leave the place. Instead, they went to wait in a dark corner to see what the second group of people would do later. Chapter 1874. No sincerity. 5 minutes later, another MPV came and stopped in front of the warehouse. Another 5 people came out of it. It wasn't 11 p.m. yet, but it was only a few minutes away, so they looked displeased that no one was present. "Bao, they have no sincerity. They didn't come earlier," said a man in annoyance. The man thought that the buyer should come earlier, because the buyer wanted to work with them. It showed that the buyer attached importance to their deal today if the buyer came earlier. Besides, they came earlier too, but the buyer was still absent. They were understandably mad. "Let's be patient." The man called Bao was also displeased, but said nothing about that. He thought that the buyer might have been delayed by something. However, when it was 11 p.m., no one came. "Bao, do they want to take us down a notch?" asked another man. "Wait for a few more minutes." Bao looked angrier, but still decided to be patient. Unfortunately, another 5 minutes passed, but still nobody showed up. "Bao, let's go back." Bao lost his patience and turned around, getting into the car. Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Jing Yunyao also walked in another direction. Although there was only one driveway leading to this abandoned warehouse, they could also reach the main road by another small road. In the car, Bao took out his phone and made a call to report the problem. The person at the other end of the phone was also angry. Yuan Wenrui soon heard, and he called Shen Yangfeng furiously. "Lord Yuan, have you received the goods?" Shen Yangfeng answered Yuan Wenrui's call and thought that the goods were already delivered. "Shen Yangfeng, are you damn fooling me? My people went to wait there for a long time, but your people were still absent after 11 p.m. Yuan Wenrui swore at Shen Yangfeng. Although it might be a mistake or accident, he was displeased that Shen Yangfeng's men didn't show up at the appointed time. What? They were absent? How is it possible? Shen Yangfeng was surprised, refusing to believe it, because Lu had sent him a message when they arrived. "Do you think I'm lying?" said Yuan Wenrui with dissatisfaction, feeling quite displeased at being questioned. "I didn't mean that." Shen Yangfeng was surprised and explained at once. "Lu just sent me a message when he arrived at 10:48 p.m. My people reached there at 10:57 p.m. Just a few minutes later. Why didn't they see anyone? Call them and tell me what happened," said Yuan Wenrui. He didn't think that Shen Yangfeng would be so bold as to fool him, so something must have happened. Although there was only a gap of a few minutes, it was possible for something else to happen. Sure, said Shen Yangfeng. After hanging up the call with Yuan Wenrui, he called Lu at once. Given the sudden trouble, Shen Yangfeng was in a bad mood. He was afraid that their deal might be exposed and that Yuan Wenrui would be annoyed. If so, the deal would be completely ruined. Unfortunately, no one answered his calls. Shen Yangfeng was furious, but he didn't know what exactly had happened. Was the trouble caused by Lu or did something go wrong? Shen Yangfeng felt quite anxious. No matter what, he had to reply to Yuan Wenrui first. Yuan Wenrui was utterly displeased, but could do nothing about it. Thinking of Shen Yangfeng's brother-in-law's relationship with the Kirin gang, Yuan Wenrui couldn't hold a grudge with Shen Yangfeng on that. Therefore, he gave him some time to find out the truth. Lu and the other men didn't wake up till midnight and he immediately called Shen Yangfeng back. Because of the unexpected trouble, Shen Yangfeng couldn't sleep at all. Once his phone rang, he got up and picked up the call when he saw the caller was Lu. "Lu, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you answer my calls? Lord Yuan told me his people were there while you were absent." After that, Lu told Shen Yangfeng what had happened, scaring Shen Yangfeng. "What? You were robbed?" Shen Yangfeng was mad. If their goods were stolen away, it meant their deal was exposed. It was midnight, so Shen Yangfeng didn't call Yuan Wenrui, but waited till the next morning. In the morning, Shen Yangfeng called Yuan Wenrui and told him about the robbery. The robbers were a man and two women. All of them were skilled at fighting. However, he didn't know who they were. Knowing that the goods were stolen, Yuan Wenrui was as shocked as he was angry. The goods weren't important, but he was worried that the deal might be exposed. Nevertheless, it was useless to be worried now, so they could only check the surveillance cameras along the road. In addition, they didn't dare to do anything again during this time. To their surprise, the surveillance cameras along the road were all damaged, making Yuan Wenrui even more anxious. As the masterminds, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, however, were at ease. They shared breakfast in Mountain River Garden, then Leng Xiaoting accompanied Ji Yuning to her company. Because Ji Yuning stayed in her school these days, she didn't go to her company and she knew nothing about its current situation. Actually, it was working very well, and Chen Kanji could manage it properly even if anything happened. If there was something he couldn't handle, he would contact Ji Yuning. After Ji Yuning came to the company, Kay reported to her the progress of their deal with Jilin Technology Game Company. Jilin Tech agreed to work with them without hesitation. After all, they had broken the law first. If they didn't agree, Ji Yuning could sue them. In that case, they would have to pay a lot of money, whereas they could make a lot of money by cooperating with Ji Yuning. Since they weren't idiots, there was no reason for them to turn down the offer. Although High-Speed Tech and Jilin Tech were in the same industry and they were competitors, they could still work with each other to gain more profits. Kay also reported the latest development of the company to Ji Yuning. The company developed smoothly and they were expanding jade beauty jewelry, kuzi, Kalane, and Gufen. Because the sales of all of them were rapidly increasing, they could open more branches now. Among them, products from Jade Beauty Jewelry, Kuzi, and Kalane were in the top 20 on the quarterly sales list of their industries. Kuzi was the most popular of them, and was ranked 10th on the international market and 1st on the domestic market. There was also a huge gap between it and the brand ranked 2nd. There were only a few famous yet effective skincare and makeup products domestically, so Kuzi easily became the champion. Chapter 1875. Wrap party for the brands on the international list. They had been popular worldwide for many years, so it wasn't easy to replace them. However, for a new company, it was quite unbelievable to enter the top 10 on the list. It had never happened before. After staying in the company for an hour, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left. Leng Xiaoting was leaving after having dinner that night, so they went to dine with Jing Yuniao in Mountain River Garden after hanging around outside for a while. After having the meal, Leng Xiaoting sent Ji Yuning back to her school, then left reluctantly. Ji Yuning had missed the time for the evening class when she got back to the school, so she didn't go to it and went straight to the dorm room. Monday morning, Lu Zhan called Ji Yuning, telling her that the filming of An Empress of Military Blood was over. He asked her whether she had time to join them for the wrap party which would be held at the Wangdang Hotel in the Southern District. Since it was the wrap party for An Empress of Military Blood, Ji Yuning would definitely join them. Lu Zhan also told her that she could come with Chu Peihan if it was possible. Although Chu Peihan only played an unimportant role in An Empress of Military Blood, and all the guests invited for the wrap party were major actors, Lu Zhan had a good impression of Chu Peihan. He decided to invite Chu Peihan to be the supporting role in his next show, so he planned to let her get used to the events first so that she could know more people in the industry as well. Therefore, Ji Yuning called Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan undoubtedly wouldn't miss the wrap party of An Empress of Military Blood. "Boss, I need to prepare a gown for it. I think I should ask for leave to choose a gown from Charm. It also takes time to put on makeup and do a hairstyle. Can you pick me up when it's almost time? Or should we go together?" said Chu Peihan. Although the wrap party of An Empress of Military Blood wasn't very grand, it was an important event, so they had to wear a formal gown. "We can go together. I'll pick you up right now," said Ji Yuning. It was 1 p.m., and it would almost be the time after they finished everything. "Sure," said Chu Peihan and went to ask for leave from her head teacher. Chu Peihan said that she needed to attend the wrap party of An Empress of Military Blood, so their head teacher agreed at once. Although Chu Peihan's head teacher was only a teacher in the school and wasn't involved in the entertainment industry, he paid a lot of attention to the entertainment industry, so he had heard of An Empress of Military Blood and Fenghua Entertainment. If Chu Peihan was invited for its wrap party, she must have a close relationship with the show, Fenghua Entertainment, or the major actors. Only important people were invited after all. Therefore, Chu Peihan's head teacher asked out of curiosity, "Who will you go with for the wrap party of An Empress of Military Blood?" "My boss." Chu Peihan blurted it out, but soon realized it wasn't right, so she explained. Ji Yuning. She's the owner of Fenghua Entertainment." Chu Peihan said that, not to show off, but simply because she thought that her head teacher was very nice. It wasn't a big deal if she told him. Hearing that, Chu Peihan's head teacher was amazed. To his surprise, Chu Peihan was the friend of the owner of Fenghua Entertainment. All of a sudden, he believed that Chu Peihan had a bright future ahead. Although Fenghua Entertainment was still very small, Infinite Horror was a great success, which proved its ability. By now, it had also gained a lot of fame. Most importantly, the owner of Fenghua Entertainment, Ji Yuning, was a talented businesswoman. Upon thinking of Ji Yuning, Chu Peihan's head teacher thought that she could be very successful in the future. Ji Yuning also called her head teacher for absence. There was no need for Ji Yuning to think of an excuse. In fact, even if she was absent from classes without asking for leave, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, out of respect, Ji Yuning talked about it with her head teacher. Ji Yuning went to pick up Chu Peihan from her school before going to the Charm studio. Charm had a studio in the commercial center of the capital. They went to the studio instead of the store because there were formal gowns, a makeup and style area, and a jewelry area. All the jewelry in the jewelry area was jade beauty jewelry. And it included jewelry made of jade, gold, silver, platinum, diamond, and so forth. By now, Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't only selling jewelry made of jade, but gradually began to sell jewelry made with other materials, but the main material was still jade. Ever since UZ won all kinds of international awards and got great fame, Charm became more and more famous as a high-end brand. Rich ladies, heiresses, and even celebrities were its customers. Su Tongnuo was the spokesperson of Charm. After Charm Studio was established, she showed up at all its major events. As the spokesperson of Charm, Charm would provide 6 sets of gowns for Su Tongnuo for free during the time of their agreement. However, if Su Tongnuo wanted more, she needed to pay for it on her own. Even though Su Tongnuo was working for Ji Yuning and Charm was owned by Ji Yuning too, they were from 2 different companies, so they had to obey the rules. As for makeup and style services, Su Tongnuo could enjoy it for free. Although Su Tongnuo didn't have many works after joining Ji Yuning's company, she got more and more fame over a short time. She soon became a B-list actress with a bright future ahead. Not long ago, Su Tongnuo was selected as the supporting actress in a show, and the filming would begin the next week. The actors of Fenghua Entertainment could play roles in shows produced by Fenghua and other companies too. However, actors of Fenghua Entertainment wouldn't accept unspoken rules, and Fenghua wouldn't allow its actors to do that either, because Fenghua valued their images very much. When Ji Yuning and Chu Peihen arrived at the Charm Studio, Su Tongnuo was there too. She also came because of the wrap party tonight. "Hi, boss, been a while." Seeing Ji Yuning, Su Tongnuo came to greet her without adjusting her gown after walking out from the fitting room. "Been a while. Look at you now. You're getting the air of a big star," said Ji Yuning with a smile. Su Tongnuo now had completely changed. "I'm not a star at all in front of you, boss, but I'm quite happy to hear your compliment. All I own today was given by you," said Su Tongnuo. She never stopped being grateful to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled. "Hi, Tongnuo." Chu Peihen greeted Su Tongnuo. "Hi, Peihen," Su Tongnuo replied to her. She was quite polite and nice to Chu Peihen, not because she was Ji Yuning's friend, but because Su Tongnuo was very approachable. Chapter 1876. Zhe Jiang. Actually, as a famous actress, she would be distant when it was necessary, otherwise she would make herself a joke or not be treated with respect. They stopped chatting with each other and went ahead to choose their gowns, putting on makeup, and doing their hair. After picking a gown, Ji Yuning and Chu Peihen began to put on makeup. After a short while, they heard an argument from the gown area. "Didn't I tell you that that gown is my alternative? Why did you let another woman take it?" It was an angry female voice. "Miss Zhe, although you told us it's your alternative, we can't keep it for you before you are sure. Other customers can pick it too. If we keep it for you, but you don't choose it in the end, Charm will suffer a loss," said a saleswoman. She didn't abase herself, but remained polite. Hearing her explanation, Ji Yuning was satisfied with her attitude. Ji Yuning had told them to be polite to their customers, but not to abase themselves. They didn't owe anyone. Facing unreasonable customers, they should be tough. "I don't care. I want that gown right now. Whoever took it, tell her to choose another one," said Zhe Jiang. Hearing that, Su Tongnuo gave a glance at Ji Yuning in the mirror. She thought to herself that this woman really had bad luck today. She dared to cause trouble when their boss was present, she would definitely be blacklisted. Ji Yuning didn't care about the argument over there. Although she was the boss, there was a manager in the store, who would be responsible for that. Right after Zhe Jiang finished saying that, she walked to the makeup area. The second Zhe Jiang walked in, Su Tongnuo recognized her. She was a new face in the entertainment industry, but quickly became famous after playing a role in 2 shows. Actually, it was very strange in Su Tongnuo's eyes, because Zhe Jiang wasn't very good at acting. She was beautiful, but not outstanding in the entertainment industry. Therefore, she became popular within such a short time for only one reason, and that was because she had a team behind her to help her manage her career. As soon as Zhe Jiang walked in, she asked, "Which one of you took the gold gown?" Her tone was very unkind, as if she was robbed of her thing. That was exactly her thought. Although Zhe Jiang only liked the gown and wasn't sure that she wanted to take it yet, she felt that it was hers as long as she wanted it. Once Zhe Jiang finished, Chu Peihen was surprised and said, "I took it." It turned out that Zhe Jiang liked the gown that Chu Peihen took. She had to admit that Zhe Jiang had a good taste, because that gown was really beautiful. Actually, all the gowns of charm were very beautiful, but were in different styles. Hearing that, Zhe Jiang walked straight to Chu Peihen, looking down her nose at her. "That gown is my alternative. Give it back to me. You can choose another one," she said, taking it for granted. "Sorry, no," said Chu Peihen in a cold voice. She liked that gown very much, and it suited her. Even if it didn't, she wouldn't give it to Zhe Jiang, because she hated her attitude. If she gave in, she would feel humiliated. Zhe Jiang was mad. "Do you know who I am?" She was going to bully other people with her influence. "I don't care. I heard what the saleswoman said. You only liked it, but didn't make sure that you would take it, so other customers can choose it. What? Do you think you're superior to Charm Studio? Do you think you can ignore their rules and do whatever you want?" Chu Peihen argued aggressively. Zhe Jiang was mad again. To her surprise, Chu Peihen used charm to pressure her. In her eyes, Chu Peihen was merely nobody. "Jiang, forget it," said Zhe Jiang's assistant. After all, it was Zhe Jiang who was being unreasonable here. If she didn't stop right now, it would be more embarrassing. Zhe Jiang was a celebrity, and she should care about her image, but she did quite the opposite thing after gaining a lot of fame. She thought she was superior to other people. However, she actually wasn't the most famous actress. "I want that gown today." "So what?" said Zhe Jiang in a domineering tone. She was going to get whatever she wanted. "I won't give it to you." "So what?" Chu Peihen was mad as well. This store was owned by Ji Yuning after all, so she was unwilling to cause trouble here, but Zhe Jiang wouldn't stop. Chu Peihen thought that Zhe Jiang must be mentally ill and really believed that she was superior to other people and could get whatever she wanted. "How dare you refuse to give it back to me? Do you know who I am?" said Zhe Jiang in anger. She used that trick again. Chu Peihen rolled her eyes with a resigned look. So did the others, because Zhe Jiang thought too highly of herself. "Miss Zhe, no matter who you are, all the customers are equally treated in our store. Please don't disturb other customers. If you're not satisfied with our service, you can go to another store," said the studio manager in a very serious tone. She disliked Zhe Jiang's behavior to a great extent. In addition, their boss was right here. If she couldn't handle it well, their boss might be disappointed. "I'm the most popular new actress, Zhe Jiang, from Pegasus Entertainment. Don't you know that my fans will attack you severely as long as I give a negative comment on charm? Your reputation will be damaged too, and no one will come to buy your gowns and do their hair here anymore." Zhe Jiang threatened, playing the blame game, but she was being too self-centered, selfish, and arrogant. If Zhe Jiang was an A-list actress, she might really have a great impact on charm, but she was only a B-list actress who just became popular. She didn't have much influence. Even though she had over 10 million followers on Weibo, most of them were zombie fans made by their company. Her real fans were about hundreds of thousands at most. "What?" Chu Peihen rolled her eyes again. "It seems that I really should stay away from Pegasus Entertainment." Both Kay Lily and Zhe Jiang had a close relationship with Pegasus, but Zhe Jiang didn't have a position as high as Kay Lily, because Kay Lily's father was the deputy chairman while Zhe Jiang was only an actress. Therefore, since Kay Lily couldn't hurt her, Zhe Jiang couldn't either. Besides, given what Zhe Jiang had done, she was simply a dumb woman with big boobs. "What did you say?" Hearing Chu Peihen's words, Zhe Jiang was struck dumb for a second. She wondered whether Chu Peihen already had a grudge against Pegasus Entertainment. Chapter 1877. Woman like her can't stay in the entertainment industry. "I said I don't care about your relationship with Pegasus Entertainment. Even if you're signed by it, I'm not afraid at all. If you won't stop bothering us, I'll directly kick you out," said Chu Peihen in an extremely unkind tone, losing her patience. Zhe Jiang was mad. She already showed her background and tried to use Pegasus Entertainment to pressure Chu Peihan, but Chu Peihan still dared to argue with her. It seemed that Zhe Jiang really thought too highly of herself, or had too much confidence in Pegasus Entertainment. She believed that other people should respect her because she was signed by Pegasus Entertainment. Although Pegasus Entertainment held an important position in the entertainment industry, there were many other entertainment companies which were more influential in the entertainment industry. Besides, Pegasus Entertainment wasn't outstanding in business. For junior workers in Pegasus Entertainment, it indeed was very powerful. Unfortunately, Zhe Jiang chose the wrong person. Miss Zhe, since Charm Studio can't satisfy your needs, please leave now. As for what you're going to say about us on Weibo, I suggest you protect your image. There are surveillance cameras in our studio, so the truth can't be distorted, said the studio manager. Zhe Jiang wasn't the only one who knew how to threaten here, but it might not be necessary. However, she was really shameless. Zhe Jiang was furious. She didn't expect that the manager of Charm Studio dared to threaten her, which made her feel embarrassed. Right when Zhe Jiang was about to say something, her assistant interrupted her. Jiang, why don't we go to another store? If it becomes a big problem, it'll be difficult for us to explain it to Kun. We're running out of time now. Zhe Jiang's assistant was worried that she might cause big trouble here, which wouldn't do her any good. Most importantly, if Zhe Jiang really caused a serious problem, she would be blamed too. She wouldn't be able to face the agent. Hearing the name of her agent, Zhe Jiang's anger went away, because she was slightly afraid of her agent. However, Zhe Jiang felt embarrassed that her assistant interrupted her all of a sudden, so she gave her assistant a glare. Her assistant shrank in fear and didn't dare to say another word. It wasn't early now and she still needed to attend a party at 6 p.m., so Zhe Jiang had to give up with reluctance. Fine, I can let you go today. Charm isn't my best choice anyway. Let's go, said Zhe Jiang with disdain, as if she didn't choose Charm instead of being chased away by Charm. After that, Zhe Jiang left with her assistant. A woman like her can't stay in the entertainment industry. She isn't qualified at all. How ironic that she's the most popular new actress this year. Chu Peihan complained once Zhe Jiang was gone. She really had a bad impression of Zhe Jiang. Zhe Jiang indeed is the most popular new actress this year, and she has only played a role in 2 shows till now. Both of the 2 roles are supporting roles, but she was able to gain a lot of fame with them. Actually, those who can get fame in the entertainment industry basically rely on their abilities or publicity stunts. Zhe Jiang is a great example of the second way. Her company has spent a lot of money and energy on her. Zhe Jiang's public image is a pure young girl, but obviously it isn't her real character. Therefore, if she can't learn to behave herself, she'll be ruined sooner or later, said Su Tongyuo. She only dared to say that in front of Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan. She could never talk about that with outsiders. How's her acting? Asked Chu Peihan. To be honest, not good, said Su Tongyuo. If so, her acting skills aren't outstanding, but their company is still making every effort to help her gain fame. She must have connections in the company or has accepted unspoken rules. Chu Peihan snorted with disgust. She hated those who relied on connections. Publicity stunts are yielded to unspoken rules to get famous. Actually, there were many people of that kind in the entertainment industry. Although Chu Peihan also had connections in the industry, she wouldn't accept unspoken rules or do publicity stunts. In addition, she needed enough abilities to make full use of her connections. At 4:30 p.m., the 3 of them were all done, so they left together. Chu Peihan sat in Ji Yuning's car, while Su Tongyuo sat in her own car. In the Wangdeng Hotel, at 5:30 p.m. Fenghua Entertainment only made one famous work, Infinite Horror, till now, but it had already gained a lot of face. An Empress of Military Blood also attracted a lot of attention from the audience. Therefore, at the wrap party of An Empress of Military Blood, a large group of entertainment reporters came. Many directors and producers who had a good relationship with Luzon were present too, so the party was full of activity. It began at 6 p.m., but many guests were already present at 5:30 p.m. Only several important actors were a little late, but they would normally be punctual. In fact, there weren't many important actors, and they were mainly the leading actors of an empress of military blood. Ji Yuning and her friends arrived at 5:50 p.m. Once they walked into the banquet hall, countless cameras turned to them to take photos. Coincidentally, Zhe Jiang attended the wrap party of an empress of military blood as well, and she came only seconds before Ji Yuning and her friends. Therefore, as Zhe Jiang got out of the car, Ji Yuning saw her. Although she only saw her back, she recognized her. Ji Yuning was a little surprised that Zhe Jiang would come to the wrap party of an empress of military blood. However, Ji Yuning had no intention of continuing to argue with her over what had happened today. If Zhe Jiang dared to cause her trouble again at the party tonight, she wouldn't hesitate to teach her a lesson. Chu Peihan and Su Tongnuo also saw Zhe Jiang's back, but failed to recognize her. Although Zhe Jiang was signed by Pegasus Entertainment, it didn't mean that she couldn't attend a party held by Fenghua Entertainment. They were competitors, but also had cooperation. Actors not only took part in shows made by their own companies, but would also join shows produced by other companies. As long as there were suitable roles, they would compete for them. Zhe Jiang came this time mainly for Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan was a famous director with many good shows and films. In his shows or films, many actors could get a lot of attention and fame, so there were a lot of actors who tried to meet him and impress him in order to play a role in his shows. Zhe Jiang was invited because her agent was familiar with Lu Zhan to some extent. Zhe Jiang's agent was invited by Lu Zhan. Actually, Zhe Jiang's agent originally planned to come with another actor, but Zhe Jiang had a special relationship with a director of Pegasus Entertainment, so the agent had to agree to come with her. Chapter 1878. Merely a formality. He was only an agent with limited power, so he had to obey the order from a director. However, he brought Zhe Jiang here only to go through the formalities, because he knew her abilities very well. It was impossible that she could impress Lu Zhan. Zhe Jiang's agent was worried that Zhe Jiang might lose control of her actions here, so he talked about her with Lu Zhan beforehand in case Lu Zhan was annoyed. Zhe Jiang knew nothing about that, and she believed that she would be very noticeable at the wrap party tonight and win Lu Zhan's approval. She was so self-centered, so she always believed that she was the best. Because Zhe Jiang came a few seconds before Ji Yuning, many reporters surrounded her taking photos of her and proposed to have an interview. Facing their photo flash, Zhe Jiang put on a decent smile that held a hint of arrogance. It was very normal for a celebrity, because she was famous now after all. There were few celebrities who didn't think they were superior to other people. They had great confidence in themselves after becoming famous, and they were focused on by many people. Nevertheless, when Zhe Jiang was ready to give an interview, all the reporters suddenly left her. Instantly, Zhe Jiang was annoyed and looked over. Wow, it's Su Tongnuo. She's so beautiful. Yeah, but who are the two girls beside her? They're stunning, especially the girl in red. She even overshadows Su Tongnuo, but Su Tongnuo doesn't seem jealous at all. Smart people don't show their jealousy on their face, but no one knows what they are really thinking. The girl in red looks familiar. Is she a celebrity as well? Perhaps. She might just be Su Tongnuo's friend. It's also possible. All the above were discussions among those who didn't know Ji Yuning. Zhe Jiang felt displeased when other people stole her thunder, but her anger went away once she saw Su Tongnuo. She was clearly aware that Su Tongnuo was more popular and famous than her. Most importantly, Su Tongnuo was a major actress in an empress of military blood, so it was understandable that people paid so much attention to her. When she was in Charm Studio today, Zhe Jiang focused on arguing with Chu Peihan, so she didn't notice Su Tongnuo or Ji Yuning, who stayed aside. Zhe Jiang didn't know Ji Yuning, but she got jealous the second she saw Ji Yuning's extraordinarily beautiful face. Ji Yuning's face was so pretty that she even wished to ruin it. If it was possible, she wished that that face could be hers. Actually, Ji Yuning had a very outstanding appearance even in the entertainment industry. If Zhe Jiang had that face, she could get more benefits. At the same time, Zhe Jiang saw Chu Peihan next to Ji Yuning, and became angry at once. It's her. What's she doing here? No way, she's with Su Tongnuo. Did Su Tongnuo bring her here? What's her relationship with Su Tongnuo? Is she also an actress invited by the crew of an empress of military blood? Thinking of the possibility that Chu Peihen could have been invited by the crew of an empress of military blood, Zhe Jiang was full of jealousy. Besides, seeing the gown she liked was on Chu Peihen's body now, Zhe Jiang almost lost control of herself, aching to tear it off. Zhe Jiang didn't dare to do that, because her reason stopped her. She was at an important event now, so she had to maintain her good image. Zhe Jiang's agent noticed all of her reactions. Although he said nothing, he actually hated her. If he had another choice, he wouldn't bring her here. After that, people who recognized Ji Yuning had a totally different discussion about her. Jesus, is she Goddess Ji Yu? I finally saw her in real life. She's so beautiful. She is Goddess Ji Yu. No wonder people call her Goddess Ji Yu. She's gorgeous. Goddess Ji Yu is as beautiful as she is successful. She's my role model. All the reporters surrounded them in order to interview Ji Yuning. Goddess Ji Yu. Kun, who is she? Zhe Jiang asked her agent. Hearing everyone calling Ji Yuning Goddess Ji Yu, Zhe Jiang frowned when she saw the reporters also surrounded Ji Yuning to interview her. She had to admit that Ji Yuning was very stunning and was qualified to be a goddess, but she was jealous of Ji Yuning's popularity. It seemed that Ji Yuning was even more influential than Su Tongnuo. She's the boss of Fenghua Entertainment, said Han Kun. What? Knowing that, Zhe Jiang rounded her eyes in shock. To her astonishment, the boss of Fenghua Entertainment was a young girl. She thought it was Lu Xiao. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning looked younger than 20. How was it possible that she became the boss of Fenghua Entertainment at such a young age? Zhe Jiang thought to herself that Ji Yuning must be a kept mistress by a rich man who opened an entertainment company for her. She sold her body for fame and fortune, so she believed that other beautiful women did the same thing. Anyway, it was the undeniable truth that Ji Yuning was the real boss of Fenghua Entertainment. Therefore, the girl who grabbed her gown was either an artist signed by Fenghua Entertainment or a friend of its boss. Thinking of that, Zhe Jiang felt upset. Han Kun focused on Zhe Jiang's expressions, and knew what she was thinking in her mind, so he said, Ji Yuning became rich relying on stone gambling. She built jade beauty jewelry first. Although she's very young, she has outstanding abilities and unbelievable connections. She's especially close with Tangguang, Xianxia, and the Jinline organization. All these large business groups have sent people to attend the opening ceremony of her companies. Only those who paid special attention to news about Ji Yuning would know that. If people only learned about Ji Yuning from the basic introduction of her on the internet, they wouldn't know her connections. Hearing Han Kun's words, Zhe Jiang was shocked. What? Ji Yuning is also the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and she even has a close relationship with several large business groups. Since Jade Beauty Jewelry is owned by Ji Yuning, Kuzi, Elle and Charm are hers too. Zhe Jiang knew that Jade Beauty Jewelry, Kuzi, and Charm had the same boss, but she didn't know who the boss was. She had bought gowns and done her hair in Charm's studio many times before, so she knew that all. The makeup products and jewelry Charm's studio used were from Kuzi and Jade Beauty Jewelry, because they belonged to the same boss. Chapter 1879. Only care about benefits. After knowing what Ji Yuning owned, Zhe Jiang didn't dare to disdain her anymore. If she only owned Fenghua Entertainment, it might not be a big deal, but Kuzi, Charm, and Jade Beauty Jewelry were extremely popular now. However, Chu Peihen had a relationship with Ji Yuning, which made Zhe Jiang even more jealous. If she could become Ji Yuning's friend, she could get more advantages. Thinking of that, an idea dawned on Zhe Jiang. She could go to make friends with Ji Yuning. If she could become Ji Yuning's friend, she could use products from Kuzi and Charm as much as she wanted. As for the jewelry of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she wouldn't need to buy it then. She could borrow it as she liked. Zhe Jiang indeed thought too highly of herself, as if Ji Yuning would become her friend as long as she wanted to be Ji Yuning's friend. Besides, she believed that she could ask Ji Yuning for whatever she wanted after they became friends. However, real friends wouldn't ask each other for whatever they wanted. Real friends cared about each other more than they did about benefits. If benefits were mixed with a relationship, there would be no real friendship. In fact, snobs only cared about benefits. At 5:55 p.m., Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen came. Because both of them were famous actors, they easily attracted the reporters' attention once they showed up. Without delay, many reporters walked to Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen. However, they didn't leave Ji Yuning and Su Tongyuo behind, and only half of them walked away. Ji Yuning wasn't the major role today, so she had no intention of stealing their thunder. She let those reporters interview Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen first, because they were more important today. Afterwards, the reporters went to interview Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen. After getting rid of a group of reporters, Lu Zhan along with several directors and producers walked towards Ji Yuning. He introduced them to each other and they exchanged greetings. I've heard of Miss Gu's unbelievable achievements long ago, but don't have a chance to see you until today. I should thank Director Lu for introducing me to Miss Ji Yu. Right, Miss Ji Yu has become so successful at such a young age. You have my respect and admiration. Right, if it's possible, we hope that we can cooperate with Fenghua Entertainment. They kept complimenting Ji Yuning, but not to flatter her. They truly admired and respected her. Given Ji Yuning's achievements, people who had no jealousy or hatred towards her truly respected her. After all, there was no one else who could be as successful as Ji Yuning at such a young age. Facing their compliments, Ji Yuning stayed calm and confident. She didn't look like a young girl who lacked social experience at all. On the contrary, she was like a mature, successful figure who had years of social experience. It made people doubt whether Ji Yuning was only 19 this year. Because of that, everyone had a better impression of Ji Yuning and started to respect her from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't take her lightly because of her young age. Seeing Chu Peihan socializing with Lu Zhan and the leading actors of an empress of military blood, Zhe Jiang was more displeased. She wished that she could stand next to Ji Yuning chatting with those famous directors and actors. Chu Peihan didn't notice Zhe Jiang at the beginning, but she was displeased to see her when she did, because she disliked Zhe Jiang. However, even though she disliked Zhe Jiang, she wouldn't do anything, because she wasn't a troublemaker like Zhe Jiang. In addition, it was the party held by Ji Yuning's company, so she couldn't ruin it. Therefore, Chu Peihan only gave Zhe Jiang a cold glance, then ignored her. Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen finished the interview with the reporters, then walked to greet Ji Yuning. Congratulations. Ji Yuning congratulated them. Thanks, boss. Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen smiled. What do you plan to do next? Asked Ji Yuning. I'll play the leading female role in a xianxia TV show. The filming will begin next month, but I don't know the specific time yet, said Tang Xiaoxiao. I also have a job recently. It's a show about the military. Although it's just a supporting role, I think it's a good chance. Most of the actors are experienced, said Chao Hanchen. Given Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen's current positions in the industry, they could play the leading roles in shows, but they were willing to accept jobs for good supporting roles too. Sometimes, the leading roles might be overshadowed by supporting roles. They would also make a cameo appearance in some shows for their friends in the industry. Great, I have confidence in both of you, said Ji Yuning to encourage them. Thanks, said Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen. They were grateful to Ji Yuning, because they couldn't get what they had today without her help. Several new actors signed by Fenghua Entertainment were also present today. They actually weren't new faces in the industry and had played roles in some shows. All of them had outstanding appearance and acting skills. However, because of the lack of support or unwillingness to accept unspoken rules, they didn't have many chances to show their abilities. Afterwards, Lu Xiao poached them. Once they joined Fenghua Entertainment, they didn't need to give in to unspoken rules. All they needed to do was to work hard and have their limits, because Fenghua Entertainment would support them. After they were signed by Fenghua Entertainment, they had more and more chances to show their faces before the cameras, so they were soon offered new jobs relying on their abilities instead of dirty tricks. It was the road they chose to take, because they hoped to achieve greater success with their abilities, not the unspoken rules. It was their first meeting with Ji Yuning, but it would soon be 6 p.m., so they didn't have a chance to say hello to Ji Yuning. Before long, it was 6 p.m. and all the guests were present, then the party began. Lu Zhan gave a speech first, followed by Ji Yuning, then all the leading actors. After the speeches, they began to enjoy the food and drink. It was a banquet, so everyone was walking around in the hall chatting with other people casually. Because Han Kun had told Lu Zhan that he brought Zhe Jiang here to go through the motions, there was no need for Lu Zhan to take her seriously. Anyway, since he came with Zhe Jiang, he should naturally introduce her to Lu Zhan. Otherwise, the director might be annoyed at him. Director Lu, this is an actress from Pegasus Entertainment, Zhe Jiang. Han Kun perfunctorily introduced Zhe Jiang to Lu Zhan. It's so nice to meet you, Director Lu. I'm Zhe Jiang. I've heard of you long ago, but I didn't have the chance to see you till today. It's my honor, said Zhe Jiang. She had done her homework before coming here, so she was able to be so decent. Chapter 1880. Yeah, I disdain you, I'm flattered, Miss Zhe, said Lu Zhan politely. Because Lu Zhan needed to socialize with many other guests, he didn't spend much time chatting with Han Kun and Zhe Jiang. Zhe Jiang came this time only to meet Lu Zhan, so she didn't stop him from leaving. The next second, she saw Ji Yuning walking to the ladies' room by herself and felt it might be a great chance to form a relationship with her, so she excused herself and walked to the ladies' room at once. Han Kun didn't know what Zhe Jiang was thinking, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Ji Yuning used the washroom. When she walked out, the door of another cubicle also opened and Zhe Jiang appeared. Actually, Zhe Jiang kept paying attention to the sounds of the cubicle where Ji Yuning was, so she hurriedly stepped out once she heard that Ji Yuning was leaving. Seeing Ji Yuning, Zhe Jiang acted surprised, then politely greeted her. Oh, hi, Miss Ji Yu, what a coincidence. I didn't know that you're the real boss of Fenghua Entertainment. You're so young and successful. I really admire you. Zhe Jiang was truly a snob, and she only tried to please people of power or wealth. Whether Ji Yuning relied on herself or men to become successful, it was undeniable that she had great influence. As long as it was beneficial for Zhe Jiang, she didn't care about other things. What Zhe Jiang didn't know was that Ji Yuning had witnessed everything she had done in Charm Studio, so Ji Yuning had a bad impression of her. Even though Zhe Jiang was hypocritical, they were at the party held by Ji Yuning's company after all. In addition, Zhe Jiang was a guest, so Ji Yuning remained nice to her before she caused trouble here. Thank you for your compliment, Miss Zhe, said Ji Yuning in a polite and indifferent tone. I mean every word I said. Miss Ji Yu, if you don't mind, can I have your number? Perhaps we can share a meal someday, said Zhe Jiang. She had a polite attitude, but thought too highly of herself. In fact, Ji Yuning held a higher social status than Zhe Jiang, so Zhe Jiang should be more low profile in front of Ji Yuning, but she wasn't. On the contrary, her behavior showed that she thought that she was at the same level as Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't care about her friend's social status, but Zhe Jiang was only a stranger in her eyes. Therefore, she didn't think Zhe Jiang was smart given the situation. Sorry, I normally don't give my number to strangers. Ji Yuning refused and sounded a little cold, but she still didn't intentionally embarrass Zhe Jiang. Hearing that, Zhe Jiang felt slightly embarrassed. To her surprise, Ji Yuning turned her down. She believed that Ji Yuning would agree. If not, Zhe Jiang thought that Ji Yuning might think that she was superior to other people. Zhe Jiang had a different way of thinking from other people. Actually, it was her fault that she thought too highly of herself, but she blamed Ji Yuning for it. Miss Ji Yu, do you think I'm inferior to you? Zhe Jiang asked reluctantly in a blaming tone. She didn't think that Ji Yuning refused because of the gap between their social status, but because Ji Yuning was arrogant. Ji Yuning frowned, showing displeasure. At this time, she thought that she could stop being polite to Zhe Jiang. Ji Yuning didn't want anything terrible to happen at the party held by her company, but it didn't mean she had patience to be wasting time on Zhe Jiang. Besides, Zhe Jiang didn't have a good character, and was quite aggressive. Ji Yuning wasn't an idiot after all. Yeah, I disdain you. So what? Ji Yuning said without hesitation. Hearing that, Zhe Jiang was annoyed. She didn't expect Ji Yuning to be so straightforward, and she was surprised that Ji Yuning really thought that she was inferior to her. Zhe Jiang believed that Ji Yuning should feel embarrassed and apologize to her before giving her the number. Zhe Jiang felt humiliated and became angry. Miss Ji Yu, I know you're young and successful, but your attitude is too unacceptable. My attitude is unacceptable. Ji Yuning coldly looked at Zhe Jiang and said with mockery, I don't think there is anything wrong with my attitude. Don't I have the right to show my opinions? Miss Zhe, you think too highly of yourself and you don't have manners at all. I saw the drama caused by you in my charm studio earlier. I'm being very tolerant, that I don't blame you for that. Do you still want to try to play any other tricks with me here? Zhe Jiang was astonished and felt embarrassed. However, she didn't think Ji Yuning was present back then, so Ji Yuning learned about it. Instead, she believed that Chu Peihen told Ji Yuning about it, so she began to blame Chu Peihen for it. Therefore, Zhe Jiang explained at once. Miss Ji Yu, did the girl by your side tell you that? There is a misunderstanding. Although Zhe Jiang was annoyed at Ji Yuning's attitude, she still tried to form a relationship with her, so she swallowed her pride and explained it again to Ji Yuning. It was Zhe Jiang's view, but Ji Yuning saw a totally different thing. She said nothing, because I was there, said Ji Yuning, staring at Zhe Jiang as if she was looking at an idiot. What? Zhe Jiang was quite embarrassed now. She didn't know that Ji Yuning was present too. So, please behave yourself, Miss Zhe, or I'm afraid that you will have to leave. Ji Yuning warned her, then left her behind, walking away. Zhe Jiang was mad. Watching Ji Yuning's leaving back, she swore, Ji Yuning, what do you think you are? You're not the most successful person in this world. That's funny. The moment Zhe Jiang finished, she heard a man's voice from behind her. She immediately realized that someone overheard what she said just now. She was scared and turned around at once. Seeing a familiar face which she was unwilling to see, Zhe Jiang was angrier. The man was about 27 years old, 1.8 meters tall, and was quite handsome. What are you doing here? Asked Zhe Jiang in annoyance. It was obvious that she didn't want to see him. Since you can come, why can't I? Asked the man mockingly. Zhe Jiang didn't know what to say. He absolutely could come, but she simply was reluctant to see him. Zhe Jiang, Ji Yuning isn't someone you can mess with. Don't think that you are somebody after riding on the coattails of a senior manager of Pegasus Entertainment. Pegasus Entertainment is not bad in the entertainment industry, but it's nothing in business. Ji Yuning is much more influential than it. Don't affect the Zhe family, said the man. His expression showed obvious dislike towards Zhe Jiang, but he had to remind her to be careful for the sake of the Zhe family. Chapter 1881. You're only an ordinary person. Although the Zhe family was rich compared with ordinary families, it was barely comparable to Ji Yuning and Pegasus Entertainment. Both Ji Yuning and Pegasus Entertainment had over billions of yuan in assets, while the Zhe family only had hundreds of millions of yuan in wealth. Zhe Haodong, you're just an illegitimate son of the Zhe family. You don't have the qualification to judge me. Criticized by Zhe Haodong, Zhe Jiang lost her temper and attacked him. Being humiliated by Zhe Jiang, Zhe Haodong wasn't annoyed, because it was true that he was an illegitimate son of the Zhe family, but he didn't care about that. He was the only son of the Zhe family, and the Zhe family valued boys above girls, otherwise the Zhe family wouldn't have brought him back. Therefore, the Zhe family's wealth would be his sooner or later. Even if I'm an illegitimate son, I'm the only son and sole heir of its wealth, so it's my responsibility to protect it, said Zhe Haodong with a provocative smile. Zhe Jiang was furious. If it weren't for this illegitimate son, the Zhe family's wealth would be hers. Unfortunately, this illegitimate son showed up all of a sudden. Because of that, Zhe Jiang hated Zhe Haodong to death, but she didn't dare to kill him. Alright, that's all I can say. I hope you can bear it in mind, or I'll have to report it to father, said Zhe Haodong, walking away and leaving Zhe Jiang behind. Zhe Haodong, Zhe Jiang, was furious, but she could do nothing about it, because she knew that her father would side with him. She had no position in the Zhe family now. Zhe Jiang walked into the lady's room again and didn't come out until she composed herself. When she was back in the hall, Zhe Jiang stopped trying to strike up a conversation with Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning's attitude told her everything. She was unwilling to embarrass herself again. It wasn't because she had realized her fault. One of the reasons was that Zhe Jiang was too proud to please Ji Yuning once more after being embarrassed by her. Anyway, Zhe Jiang didn't stop trying to strike up a conversation with all the other directors and producers. In such an event, normally no one would deliberately show dislike towards another person. Even if they met someone they disliked, they would still be polite at least on the surface. The party was over at 8 p.m., and all the people left one after another. Before they left, Ji Yuning already disappeared with Chu Peihan. They took off their gowns beforehand, because it would be too noticeable if they went back to their schools in gowns. Ji Yuning planned to drive Chu Peihan back to Capital Film Academy first, then she would go to the Capital University. Because they went to Haicheng District from the city center, there was a long distance with isolated roads. When they were on their way to Haicheng District on an isolated road, Ji Yuning suddenly sensed the strong air of two cultivators. She got anxious all of a sudden, because she was worried that either Leng Xiaoting or Jing Yunniao might encounter people of the Jing family. Although there were many cultivators in the capital and she might be wrong, Ji Yuning was still worried because she cared about Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunniao. Therefore, she parked the car by the roadside. "What's wrong? Is there any problem with the car?" asked Chu Peihan. "Not really, I just feel the air here is quite fresh." "Why don't we go to have a walk?" said Ji Yuning. "Sure, I drank a little tonight, and I need to clear my mind," said Chu Peihan. She didn't think it was a bad idea. Ji Yuning needed to drive, so she didn't drink earlier, but Chu Peihan drank a lot, so she really needed to clear her mind. Although this place was isolated, Chu Peihan wasn't afraid at all. Ji Yuning was very strong and she wasn't weak at all. Even if anyone dared to hurt them, they wouldn't be harmed. Therefore, they got out of the car. Afterwards, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see where the air of cultivators came from. She had to make sure of it. It turned out that the two cultivators were in a fight at the mountain 200 meters away from the road. One of them wasn't Leng Xiaoting or Jing Yunniao, but Jing Jining, while the other was obviously at a higher level than Jing Jining. Since she saw them, Ji Yuning had to do something. Although the flood dragon wasn't by her side now and she might lose, Jing Jining could help her, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ji Yuning then took out a power crystal at once and gave it to Chu Peihan. "Peihan, take it to get rid of the effect of alcohol. You can drive back before me. I need to deal with something right now. Boss, it's an isolated place." Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Chu Peihan was shocked. They were in an isolated place now. What did Ji Yuning need to do right here? Chu Peihan felt anxious and uneasy. "I just got a piece of news that a fugitive criminal is fleeing into this mountain, so I'm going to catch him." "Relax, I'll be fine. You know my abilities, right?" Ji Yuning made up an excuse. But Chu Peihan was still worried, but she also knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't change her mind once she made a decision. It was useless no matter what she said right now. "Fine, you must be careful. Don't forget to send me a message once you're done." "Sure," said Ji Yuning, then rapidly ran to the mountain. Her speed amazed Chu Peihan, because it was too fast to be real. After a long while, Chu Peihan regained her senses. Without delay, she took the power crystal Ji Yuning gave her before getting in the car and leaving. She was alone, so she had better not stay there any longer. It wasn't safe. Although there was a distance of 200 meters to the mountain, Ji Yuning reached them within 10 seconds. Once someone was approaching, the two in a fight felt it, but they had no intention of avoiding it. As soon as they stopped, they saw Ji Yuning. "Who are you?" The cultivator stared at Ji Yuning in annoyance. He was surprised by the unbelievable speed of this mortal. "What are you doing here?" Jing Jining was taken aback seeing Ji Yuning, then frowned, because he was worried that Ji Yuning might be in danger. Hearing Jing Jining's words, the strange cultivator figured out that he knew this girl. "To help you," said Ji Yuning. Although Jing Jining was aware that Ji Yuning was extraordinarily strong and had magical skills, he was facing a cultivator who was even at a higher level than him. The strange cultivator laughed at Ji Yuning when he heard what she said. "You're only an ordinary person. You're no match for me." He could feel that Ji Yuning was stable and had a habit of practicing kung fu, but she was merely a mortal who was barely comparable to him. Chapter 1882. Kill him. He believed that Ji Yuning dared to say that because she didn't know they were cultivators. Even though she knew Jing Jining, she might not be aware of his real identity. "I can't defeat you on my own, but the result might be different if I cooperate with him." Ji Yuning smiled with great confidence. Jing Jining agreed with Ji Yuning. Although neither of them could defeat the cultivator alone, the situation would be different if they worked together. Besides, since Ji Yuning already came, there was no reason for him to chase her away. Even if she was willing to leave right now, the cultivator might not be willing to let her go. Therefore, Jing Jining said, "Sure." Hearing Jing Jining's answer, the cultivator was surprised. He couldn't feel any air of cultivation from Ji Yuning, but Jing Jining agreed to cooperate. It was obvious that this girl wasn't ordinary. However, he didn't think it was a big deal. "Really? If so, let's see what the result will be," said the cultivator with disdain, then attacked Jing Jining and Ji Yuning without delay. Jing Jining and Ji Yuning fought back at once. Cultivators fought against each other with magical power. If Ji Yuning was really an ordinary person, she absolutely couldn't stand it and would be beaten at any second, but she wasn't. At this time, Ji Yuning didn't bother to hide her magical power any longer, so she directly used magical power to fight against the cultivator. When Jing Jining and the cultivator sensed the sudden strong magical power from Ji Yuning's body, both of them were shocked. To their surprise, Ji Yuning had hidden such strong magical power in her body. Because they were astonished, both of them were distracted for a while. Ji Yuning seized this chance and attacked the cultivator like lightning. She took out a bronze dagger to stab the cultivator's heart. It was dark, so they didn't pay much attention to Ji Yuning's hands, so they weren't very surprised by the dagger which suddenly appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yuning reached the front of the cultivator. The cultivator regained his senses trying to avoid it, but it was too late. He could only tilt his body and the dagger which was about to stab into his heart slightly cut his arm. Although Ji Yuning put cold magical power into the dagger and made it super sharp, she was facing a cultivator at a high level after all. It hurt the cultivator, but the injury wasn't serious. "Are you a cultivator as well? Why couldn't I feel your level of cultivation?" asked the cultivator in shock. He refused to believe that Ji Yuning was able to hide it. If Ji Yuning had that ability, she would be able to kill him in a second. Jing Jining was greatly surprised too, but didn't ask about it, because it wasn't a suitable time. "I don't think I have to answer that question," said Ji Yuning in a cold voice. Without a pause, she kept on attacking the cultivator. At this time, both the cultivator and Jing Jining came back to their senses and continued to fight against each other. The three of them moved back and forth in the woods. Ji Yuning couldn't do qigong, but she was still able to move fast with the strength from her feet. She was fast too, but wasn't as agile as the cultivator. The cultivator controlled the branches and stones around to attack Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning avoided all of them. During the fight, Ji Yuning learned to use her magical power to control the small stuff around her just like what the cultivator was doing. However, neither Jing Jining nor the cultivator knew that Ji Yuning just learned that from the fight. When Jing Jining was alone, he couldn't win the fight against the cultivator, but they soon were at an advantage once Ji Yuning joined him. Moreover, the cultivator was losing control of the fight. The cultivator knew that he was at a disadvantage and that it was meaningless to continue to fight with them, so he tried to leave, but Ji Yuning and Jing Jining had no intention of letting him go right now. After a long while, the cultivator finally failed and lost the ability to fight back. "Jing Jining, if you kill me, the Yin family will definitely pay you back," said the cultivator. Even though he was caught by Jing Jining now, he was still quite arrogant, because he believed that Jing Jining didn't dare to kill him. This cultivator was a member of the Yin family, which was one of the 4 dominant families in the cultivation world. His father was the second son of the Yin family and his name was Yin Shixin. Yin Shixin was quite outstanding in the Yin family, so he had an important position in his family. Do you think I'm afraid of the Yin family? No one will know it even if I kill you right now, said Jing Jinning with disdain. Yin Shixin realized this problem as well and turned pale in an instant. Was Jing Jinning really going to kill him? If Jing Jinning really killed him right now, he had no ability to fight back. Besides, you just tried to kill me first. There is no reason for me to let you go right now. You also had the thought that the Jing family won't know it even if you kill me here. Do you think I've forgotten what you did to me 10 years ago? Since you know that Yunyao is still alive, I can't let you go to tell the Jing family, said Jing Jinning coldly, looking at Yin Shixin who was his enemy. Jing Jinning had no intention of letting him go, because he had tried to kill him many times. Besides, he had found out that Jing Yunyao was still alive. The four dominant families never stopped secretly competing against each other. All the other three dominant families were aware of the Jing family's bad relationship with Jing Yunyao. As a result, once they learned that Jing Yunyao was still alive, they would definitely leak the news to the Jing family, because they wanted to see the Jing family in a mess. Ji Yuning was also annoyed when she heard that Yin Shixin already knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive. She was also sure that Yin Shixin would tell the Jing family about that if he could survive tonight. If so, Leng Xiaoting would be in danger too. Jing Yunyao was strong and she could escape and save herself even if she couldn't defeat the strongest member of the Jing family. Besides, Jing Yunyao was in the capital. If she encountered any danger, Sheng Guanyang could help her. Leng Xiaoting, however, needed to travel around because of his job, so he was in a more dangerous situation. Even though Leng Xiaoting had the flood dragon by his side, Ji Yuning was still worried about his safety. Therefore, she would never allow Yin Shixin to stay alive. The Jing family would know that Jing Yunyao was still alive and Leng Xiaoting was her son sooner or later, but Leng Xiaoting needed time to grow stronger. Kill him, said Ji Yuning to Jing Jinning. Chapter 1883, he had to die, no. Yin Shixin struggled and shouted, because his body was seriously injured. No, it's not up to you right now. Yin Shixin, it's time to end the grudge between us, sneered Jing Jinning, then raised his hand and hit Yin Shixin's energy center with great magical energy. Yin Shixin rounded his eyes in shock. The next second, his energy center exploded and his cultivation was ruined. Afterwards, he was dead. Ji Yuning planned to release the monster fox to absorb Yin Shixin's cultivation, but she gave up that idea because of Jing Jinning's presence. She regretted showing her magical power. If she released the monster fox right now, her telepathic eye space would be exposed too. Even though Jing Jinning was in the same group as her, she should still keep her secrets. Jing Jinning looked at Ji Yuning. He wanted to ask her about the magical power around her body, but he was afraid it wasn't appropriate. Ji Yuning knew what he was thinking, but she had no intention of talking about it either, so she wouldn't mention it. Uncle Jing, who is he? Asked Ji Yuning. She learned that he was a member of the Yin family from their conversation just now, but she didn't know more details. His father is the second son of the Yin family, said Jing Jinning. He caught me seeing Yunyao today. Let's go now, said Ji Yuning. She didn't ask about their grudge. Since the problem was already resolved, there was no need to stay here any longer. Ji Yuning and Jing Jinning climbed down the mountain and Jing Jinning asked nothing about the magical power in Ji Yuning's body and how she managed to hide it from being discovered. Actually, even if he asked Ji Yuning about that, Ji Yuning wouldn't tell him the truth. On their way down the mountain, Ji Yuning called Gao Yi telling him to pick them up. While they were waiting for Gao Yi, Ji Yuning sent Chu Peihen a message and told her that she was done and fine now. Chu Peihen had worries after leaving, so she didn't feel fully relieved until she received Ji Yuning's message. In half an hour, Gao Yi came and Ji Yuning along with Jing Jinning got in the car. After the fight against the cultivator, Ji Yuning was tired now, so she didn't go back to her school. Instead, she went to Century City. Jing Jinning had seldom visited the capital, so he didn't have a fixed abode in this city. He always stayed in the hotel. Because he just came back today, he hadn't booked a room, so Ji Yuning helped him book a room in xianxia Hotel. Once she was back in her place, Ji Yuning took a shower. After having the shower, she received a call from Leng Xiaoting, walking out of the bathroom. Ji Yuning told him what had happened tonight and reminded him to be careful. Leng Xiaoting was worried about Ji Yuning's safety as well, but he couldn't stay by her side all the time. Therefore, he could only remind her to be careful and turn to Sheng Guanyang for help whenever she needed help. When Ji Yuning was talking with Leng Xiaoting on the phone, Jing Jining called Jing Yunyao too. "Yunyao, the cultivator you discovered is Yin Shixin. I met him afterwards," said Jing Jining. When they were in the restaurant today, Jing Yunyao sensed the cultivator, but she didn't know it was Yin Shixin. Because the cultivator was at a very high level, he could easily hide himself. Jing Yunyao was unwilling to expose herself, so she left. Back at that time, Yin Shixin wasn't sure whether he really saw Jing Yunyao. Once Jing Yunyao walked out, Yin Shixin followed her, but he soon lost her. As a result, he returned to follow Jing Jining. And Jing Yunyao asked in annoyance. If Yin Shixin told the Jing family that she was still alive, Leng Xiaoting might be in danger. She wasn't afraid that the Jing family would find her. However, because Leng Xiaoting's level was still comparatively low, he could be easily hurt by a cultivator at a high level. Even though Leng Xiaoting had the Flood Dragon's help, the Flood Dragon's level wasn't super high. Leng Xiaoting could still be in danger even with its help, so Jing Yunyao was still worried. I had a fight against him, but I was no match for him. Luckily, Ji Yuning passed by and sensed the waves of magical energy, so she came to help me. We worked together to kill Yin Shixin. I don't know whether the Yin family will find us, there is a long-standing grudge between us. He has also tried to kill me, so he had to die to prevent him from telling other people that you're still alive, said Jing Jining. He didn't think that he shouldn't have killed Yin Shixin. In fact, if Yin Shixin agreed to keep it a secret that Jing Yunyao was still alive, Jing Jining wouldn't have made up his mind to kill him. What was worse, there was an old grudge between them. Yin Shixin had tried to poison him once before, but he had survived that time. He knew it was Yin Shixin who had done it, but he didn't have evidence. He was no match for him, so he had to tolerate it for years. Unexpectedly, he found out that Jing Yunyao was still alive today and followed him. With Ji Yuning's help, he finally caught Yin Shixin, so it was impossible for him to let him go. Knowing that Yin Shixin was dead, Jing Yunyao was relieved. "Oh, do you know why we can't feel any air of cultivation from Ji Yuning's body? How does she manage to release and use magical power?" asked Jing Jining. He thought it was inappropriate to ask Ji Yuning, so he turned to ask Jing Yunyao. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was slightly surprised, but wasn't shocked, because she knew that Ji Yuning had many secrets. However, she didn't know many details. Ji Yuning couldn't be ordinary since she was able to tame the Flood Dragon. I don't know, but she has many secrets. If she wants to tell us, she will talk about it. If not, we shouldn't ask about it, said Jing Yunyao. Hearing Jing Yunyao's calm voice, Jing Jining realized that she knew much more about Ji Yuning than him. Sure, said Jing Jining. He agreed with Jing Yunyao on that. After the call with Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning went to sleep. The next day, Ji Yuning got up early and went to her school. Because it would soon be the rush hour and there would be a traffic jam, Ji Yuning didn't drive, but took the subway. However, because of the rush hour, the subway was super crowded too. Anyway, it wasn't so bad, so she could squeeze herself inside. From the subway station to the Capital University station, she needed to transfer to another line. It took about 50 minutes in all, which was as long as the time she might spend on the road by car. However, if she was caught in a traffic jam on the road, it could take longer by car. Chapter 1884, What Has She Done to You? When Ji Yuning reached the gate of their school, she ran into Rong Zechen. Ji Yuning originally tried to pretend that she didn't see him if he didn't notice her, but someone aside suddenly said, "Isn't that Ji Yuning?" Rong Zechen heard it, so he turned to look at her. A touch of happiness flashed by Rong Zechen's face and he walked to her at once. "Hi, Ji Yuning. What a coincidence." Do you live outside the school? He enthusiastically greeted her. Although there was unpleasantness before, it didn't affect Rong Zechen's enthusiasm for Ji Yuning. Besides, it was Wei Xuanzun's fault after all, so he had no reason to feel bad about Ji Yuning. Since Rong Zechen came to greet her, Ji Yuning couldn't ignore him any longer, so she replied in a flat voice, "Not really, I don't come back to the school when I need to deal with something outside." Hearing that, Rong Zechen remembered the companies owned by Ji Yuning. "You must be very busy," he said, caring about her. Ji Yuning was studying and running a business empire at the same time, which made it impossible for her not to be busy. "Yeah," said Ji Yuning, but she enjoyed it. "Oh, I should apologize to you for what Wei Xuanzun said last time." "He's indeed a little arrogant," said Rong Zechen. He wasn't deliberately defaming his friend, but he knew Wei Xuanzun's character very well. What Wei Xuanzun had done last time was indeed unacceptable. "It's already history. I didn't take it seriously," said Ji Yuning. She didn't bother to pay special attention to Wei Xuanzun. Rong Zechen was very popular in their school, so many students were attracted to him once he showed up. They also witnessed his talk with Ji Yuning, and the girls got envious. "Jesus, I'm so envious of that girl." Senior Rong went to talk to her of his own accord. "Yeah, I wish I were her. I'm envious of her as well. She's very beautiful. They look perfect together." "So what? Senior Rong is from a powerful family. An ordinary girl doesn't deserve him. Right, he'll only have a marriage between families of equal social status. I think only Yuan Shuyan deserves Senior Rong. I don't think Ji Yuning is a bad choice. She's young and successful. She's the boss of several super profitable companies now. I have to admit that Ji Yuning is very outstanding, but the Rong family is an extraordinary family. It cares a lot about social status. In addition, power is always more valuable than wealth, unless it's a top, super rich family." Hearing their discussion, both Ji Yuning and Rong Zechen were annoyed. Ji Yuning was displeased, but not because they thought that she didn't deserve Rong Zechen. She actually didn't think Rong Zechen deserved her. Moreover, her man was much better than Rong Zechen. She wasn't an idiot and she wouldn't like Rong Zechen. She was simply reluctant to be connected with Rong Zechen, even if it was only a rumor. Rong Zechen was annoyed because he disliked hearing other people saying that Yuan Shuyan was perfect for him. He didn't mind if people talked about him and Ji Yuning. As for the problem of social status, it was indeed very important, but his family would agree as long as he was determined. After all, Ji Yuning was very outstanding. Rong Zechen had that idea because he indeed had a good impression of Ji Yuning, otherwise he wouldn't have tried to strike up a conversation with her many times. "Senior Rong, I think we should keep a distance from each other. I don't want to be involved in unnecessary trouble," said Ji Yuning. After that, she left Rong Zechen behind and walked away fast. Rong Zechen was surprised and chased after her at once. "Ji Yuning, has Yuan Shuyan done anything to you?" He was aware that Yuan Shuyan liked him and Yuan Shuyan would warn other girls to stay away from him. Therefore, Ji Yuning's words made him think that Yuan Shuyan might have done something to her. He didn't care if Yuan Shuyan warned other girls to stay away from him, but he wanted Ji Yuning to be close to him. "Yuan Shuyan has no ability to hurt me. I simply don't want to waste time on boring things or be affected by them," said Ji Yuning. She then ignored Rong Zechen and walked faster ahead. Hearing that, Rong Zechen felt upset. However, he understood why Ji Yuning said that, because they were merely acquaintances right now. Therefore, Rong Zechen stopped chasing Ji Yuning. Since she said that, he would only make her unhappy if he chased her. Anyway, he needed to be more patient, because he wasn't sure whether he really liked Ji Yuning very much. However, Rong Zechen was mad at Yuan Shuyan for causing Ji Yuning trouble. He didn't like Yuan Shuyan at all, and actually hated her. Even if he liked her, it was impossible for them to be together given the huge gap between their families' social status. Is Yuan Shuyan an idiot or something? Couldn't she figure out such a simple thing? Yuan Shuyan soon heard that Rong Zechen went to talk with Ji Yuning of his own accord. Some students also said that they looked perfect together, which was totally unacceptable in Yuan Shuyan's eyes. She ached to cause Ji Yuning trouble, but had to give it up because she knew that Ji Yuning wasn't weak. Therefore, she could only be full of anger, but couldn't do anything about it. The whole morning, Yuan Shuyan was absent-minded. At noon, Zhe Qingqing noticed the absent look on Yuan Shuyan's face, so she asked with concern, "Shuyan, what happened? You have an absent look. Is it because of Ku Hanzhao?" Because of the terrible news about the Ku family, Ku Hanzhao had been absent for days. Although both of them cut their relationship with the Ku family, Ku Hanzhao was their friend after all. They wouldn't help her, but they still had sympathy for her. The case about the Ku family was settled this morning. Because of the solid proof, Ku Linen was sentenced to years in jail. However, because it was his personal actions, the Ku family and the Ku organization survived. However, after the scandal was uncovered, the price of stocks of the Ku organization dived, which had a great effect on it. Luckily, the Ku organization was a large business group, so it wouldn't easily go bankrupt. Anyway, the sharp fall of the stock's price already made it chaotic. Chapter 1885, Ji Yuning also likes Rong Zechen. There were many ambitious people in the Ku organization, so they couldn't wait to take action once Ku Linen was in trouble. Several men with great abilities were competing against each other for the seat of the chairman. Although Ku Yaifei was Ku Linen's son, he wasn't qualified for the job. Therefore, the Ku family was quite anxious at this time. "I don't care about her at all. I'm already bothered by my own business," said Yuan Shuyan. It sounded cold-blooded, but it was the truth. Hearing that, Zhe Qingqing didn't think Yuan Shuyan was cold-blooded, because she had the same idea. Even though she had sympathy for Ku Hanzhao, she wouldn't be affected by her either. When Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing reached the door of the canteen, they saw Rong Zechen. Actually, Rong Zechen went there to wait for Yuan Shuyan on purpose. Yuan Shuyan was excited to see Rong Zechen, but refused to show her feelings on her face. Rong Zechen walked to Yuan Shuyan once he saw her. Seeing Rong Zechen walking to her, Yuan Shuyan got nervous and thrilled. She didn't know why Rong Zechen wanted to see her, but she was happy to see him. She suppressed her excitement, and looked calm on the surface. "Have you caused Ji Yuning any trouble?" Rong Zechen questioned Yuan Shuyan in public without delay. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan was annoyed and embarrassed. "Rong Zechen, what do you mean? Did you come to see me for Ji Yuning? Did Ji Yuning tell you that I've caused her trouble? Fine, I thought she's a considerate girl, but she turns out to be a troublemaker. I didn't cause her any trouble." Yuan Shuyan was furious. Although she hated Ji Yuning, she had never caused Ji Yuning trouble of her own accord. Ku Hanzhao had tried to hurt Ji Yuning because of her, but she didn't do it on her own, so she didn't think she should take the blame. Yuan Shuyan's voice wasn't low, so many students heard it, and they soon had a bad impression of Ji Yuning. They thought that Ji Yuning was hypocritical and tried to stir things up between Yuan Shuyan and Rong Zechen. Rong Zechen looked angrier after hearing what Yuan Shuyan said, because Yuan Shuyan was blaming Ji Yuning for everything. "I didn't say that Ji Yuning told me that. Don't blame her for it," Rong Zechen said in anger. "If she didn't say that to you, why did you question me about that?" Sneered Yuan Shuyan. She believed that Ji Yuning must have told Rong Zechen that she had caused her trouble. Rong Zechen was struck dumb for a second. It seemed that Yuan Shuyan really hadn't caused Ji Yuning any trouble. Although Ji Yuning hadn't made it very clear that Yuan Shuyan had caused her trouble, she had said that Yuan Shuyan had no ability to hurt her, which made Rong Zechen believe that Yuan Shuyan at least had tried to cause Ji Yuning trouble. "Great, I hope it won't happen in the future either," said Rong Zechen, then he turned around walking away. Even though he had misunderstood Yuan Shuyan, he had no intention of apologizing. Rong Zechen was born in a family of power after all. Although he wasn't as arrogant as other heirs of power, he had great pride in himself. Therefore, he was unwilling to apologize to Yuan Shuyan even if he had misunderstood her. Yuan Shuyan was angrier because Rong Zechen had misunderstood her and didn't apologize, but she still blamed Ji Yuning for it. "Shuyan, Rong Zechen is so rude. How could he question you all of a sudden for no reason? He didn't even apologize." Zhe Qingqing was also mad at Rong Zechen's attitude. "Ji Yuning, it's all her fault. Yuan Shuyan said, clenching her teeth. If she could beat Ji Yuning, she would definitely teach her a lesson. Because of the drama, there were rumors about Ji Yuning in their school. Some students even gossiped about it in their school forum on the internet. Big news. Rong Zechen went to question Yuan Shuyan today for Ji Yuning. He asked her whether she has caused Ji Yuning any trouble. Yuan Shuyan denied it. It's Ji Yuning who is stirring things up between them. Really? I can't believe it. Ji Yuning doesn't seem to be such an evil person. Never judge a person from his or her appearance. Yuan Shuyan liked Rong Zechen, and Ji Yuning liked him too. Ji Yuning must hate Yuan Shuyan, so she tried to stir things up between them. Right, although Ji Yuning is excellent at studying and running businesses, it doesn't mean she has standards. Senior Rong said Ji Yuning didn't tell him that Yuan Shuyan caused her any trouble. Senior Rong likes Ji Yuning, so he naturally defended her. Does it mean Ji Yuning is a calculating girl? I still choose to trust Ji Yuning. There must be a misunderstanding. Even if Yuan Shuyan denied it, no one knows whether she has really caused Ji Yuning trouble. She has done that before. She never likes other girls being close to Senior Rong. Right, Yuan Shuyan has done that before, so I choose to believe Ji Yuning as well. Can anyone tell me who Ji Yuning is? Ji Yuning is a freshman. The top scorer with a full score this year. Jesus. The top scorer with a full score. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's amazing. She has greater achievements. She's also the owner of Kuzi. What? The boss of Kuzi is a student younger than 20. Kuzi is quite popular in the makeup industry right now. It has great effects. I'm a loyal fan. Some people supported Yuan Shuyan, while some chose to side with Ji Yuning on it. At the beginning, the amounts of people who supported them were almost the same, but they gradually turned to talk about Ji Yuning. Many students had great admiration towards Ji Yuning, especially those fans of Kuzi. The majority of them unconditionally supported Ji Yuning. At the same time, some students believed that Ji Yuning was calculating, so they promised to stop using Kuzi products. Class A of economics was in a class. Some students would secretly play with mobile phones, and a girl was visiting the school forum and saw this post about Ji Yuning. As a fan of Ji Yuning, she was immediately angry, then lost control of herself and shouted, "How can they wrong Ji Yuning like this?" Her sudden shout surprised the other students in the class. They were in their head teacher's class, and the girl's shout interrupted their head teacher's lesson, so he looked at the girl in annoyance. Chapter 1886. I have a fiancé. However, they all heard that she said that some people had wronged Ji Yuning. Afterwards, they turned to look at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning frowned and knew someone must have slandered her on the internet. Lin Ziyu, what happened? He Qihong paid special attention to Ji Yuning, so he didn't criticize Lin Ziyu for playing with her phone in class and disobeying the rules. Since it was about Ji Yuning, he thought that he should learn more about it. Mr. Someone attacked Ji Yuning in our school forum, saying that she's. Lin Ziyu suddenly didn't know how to say it aloud, because it seemed that she was defaming Ji Yuning. Finish it, said Ji Yuning. The person says that you told Rong Zechen that Yuan Shuyan has caused you trouble, so Rong Zechen went to question Yuan Shuyan about that. However, Yuan Shuyan denied it, so everyone believes you're a calculating girl. And that you like Rong Zechen, so you tried to stir things up between Rong Zechen and Yuan Shuyan to make Rong Zechen hate her, said Lin Ziyu. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was mad. Since when had she liked Rong Zechen? Besides, why did Rong Zechen go to question Yuan Shuyan about whether she had caused her trouble? Ji Yuning didn't care if he went to question Yuan Shuyan, but she was unwilling to be involved. She originally had no bad impression of Rong Zechen, but she had to keep a distance from him because he was the enemy of her boyfriend's family. However, she had a terrible impression of him right now, because he had dragged her into unnecessary trouble. I trust Ji Yuning too. Although we didn't see Yuan Shuyan causing Ji Yuning trouble, Ku Hanjiao has done that during the military training. It's the undeniable truth. Ku Hanjiao is Yuan Shuyan's close friend. Yuan Shuyan didn't stop Ku Hanjiao from causing Ji Yuning trouble. She even defended Ku Hanjiao, so Yuan Shuyan must be supportive of Ku Hanjiao's behavior. The class leader, Lu Kaishuan, said that, giving his opinion. They had spent some time with Ji Yuning. They didn't know much about each other, but most of them admired Ji Yuning, so they were willing to trust her. Although several female students refused to side with Ji Yuning because they were jealous of her, they didn't dare to say it aloud. Ji Yuning, what do you think about that? He Qihong asked Ji Yuning. He also chose to trust Ji Yuning, but he still needed to ask for her opinion. I do have conflicts against Yuan Shuyan, but there is nothing serious. It's very personal, so I didn't tell anyone else. To be honest with you, I already have a fiancé, so it's impossible for me to like Rong Zechen. I'll get married after graduation. I won't have a closer relationship than friendship with other males. In addition, I have only met Senior Rong several times. We're not familiar. We only had a brief talk. I don't know why he went to question Yuan Shuyan about whether she has caused me any trouble. I'm innocent and I'm unhappy about it. It has damaged my reputation. I don't want to be blamed for being calculating. It's ridiculous, said Ji Yuning. She didn't bother to hide her real feelings. Actually, she was slightly mad. Knowing that Ji Yuning already had a fiancé, everyone was greatly surprised. However, it was possible, because some college students were indeed engaged before graduation. After hearing Ji Yuning's explanation, more students tended to trust her. So how will you handle it? Asked He Qihong. Please don't worry, I'll deal with it properly, said Ji Yuning. It wasn't a serious thing at all, and Ji Yuning had encountered trouble which was much more serious than that before. Great, said He Qihong. He didn't ask further about that, because he believed that Ji Yuning could handle it well. After all, Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. Since the drama became a hot topic in their school forum, more and more students saw it. Even though some students didn't pay attention to it, they heard about it from other students' conversations. Therefore, Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe soon heard it, and they were mad at Rong Zechen too. They had spent a lot of time with Ji Yuning, and they were quite close, so they knew Ji Yuning much better than other people. They were aware that Ji Yuning wasn't calculating at all. Moreover, Ji Yuning already had a fiancé. It was impossible for her to like another man. Most importantly, Ji Yuning's fiancé was much more outstanding than Rong Zechen. She absolutely wouldn't choose Rong Zechen. The Rong family was as influential as the Leng family, but Rong Zechen was barely comparable to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was the youngest major general in history with countless great achievements, while Rong Zechen was still a college student. It couldn't be more obvious that Leng Xiaoting was more outstanding than Rong Zechen. After learning the news, Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe talked about it in their WeChat group. Both of them criticized Rong Zechen and his behavior. Ji Yuning was angry too, but she wasn't as emotional as Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe. Actually, she was amused by their reaction. She even comforted them and told them not to be so mad. She would go to talk with Rong Zechen about that. Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe proposed to see Rong Zechen together with her. After that, Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe defended Ji Yuning in their school forum, but they didn't mention the fact that Ji Yuning already had a fiancé, because it was Ji Yuning's secret. When the morning's classes were over, Ji Yuning went to see her friends on the road to the canteen. Along the way, Ji Yuning felt some unkind looks and heard their discussions about the news in their school forum. Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay more attention to them. After meeting Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe, they went together to the canteen. They also saw Rong Zechen and his friends not far from them. Let me stop him, said Song Miaoge, running towards them. Ji Yuning didn't stop her, because she was going to see Rong Zechen too. Song Miaoge ran ahead and stood in the way of Rong Zechen and his friends. Rong Zechen, Ji Yuning needs to see you, said Song Miaoge in an unkind tone. Really? Where is she? Rong Zechen asked excitedly. Chapter 1887, Shouldn't you apologize? Rong Zechen, you don't look guilty at all. Seeing Rong Zechen's happy expression, Song Miaoge got angrier and snapped at him. Hearing that, Rong Zechen was taken aback. He didn't understand what Song Miaoge meant. What do you mean? Wei Xuanzun opened his mouth at this time in an unkind tone, because he was displeased with Song Miaoge's attitude. Song Miaoge said nothing, and Ji Yuning walked over. Ji Yuning, what do you want to talk about with me? Rong Zechen was obviously excited to see Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, however, looked at Rong Zechen in annoyance. She asked, Senior Rong, perhaps you're worried that Yuan Shuyan who likes you might cause me trouble, so you went to question her, but I didn't tell you that Yuan Shuyan has caused me any trouble. Have you ever considered my feelings? What you've done can damage my reputation. It's now a hot topic in our school forum. Everyone believes that I told you Yuan Shuyan has caused me trouble, but she actually hasn't. People are all criticizing me for being calculating. I feel quite aggrieved. Knowing that, Rong Zechen was shocked. It was obvious that he knew nothing about that. Sorry, I didn't expect it to have such a huge impact. I thought that Yuan Shuyan has caused you trouble, so I went to ask her about it. Rong Zechen apologized at once. He was indeed surprised by the result of his impulsive behavior. Even though you didn't expect this to happen, it indeed has bothered me and damaged my reputation. I think that we better be strangers from now on. I told you I don't want to be affected by irrelevant people and things, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Rong Zechen was disappointed. He believed that he had treated Ji Yuning very well, but she didn't cherish his affection towards her, which made Rong Zechen start to change his positive feelings to her. Ji Yuning, Zechen was only worried that Yuan Shuyan might bully you, so he went to ask her about that. You don't cherish his effort, and you even blame him for that. Wei Xuanzun was mad, defending Rong Zechen. This time, Rong Zechen didn't stop him, because he had the same thought. Ji Yuning frowned and was about to lose her temper. Many people were already looking at them and more people surrounded them after Wei Xuanzun's shout. Hearing their conversation and the hot topic in their school forum today, they immediately realized what they were talking about. When they saw Ji Yuning's annoyed expression, they began to wonder whether the post in their school forum today told the truth. Song Miaoge was furious and wanted to say something again, but Bai Li Zongshe stopped her. They should leave it to Ji Yuning, it was better for them to be quiet. Song Miaoge also realized it, so she closed her mouth after giving Wei Xuanzun a glare. In her eyes, Wei Xuanzun was even more annoying than Rong Zechen. Ji Yuning turned to coldly look at Wei Xuanzun, which made him tremble in fear. He couldn't help avoiding Ji Yuning's eyes, because her look was so piercing that he somehow was scared. Ignoring those onlookers, Ji Yuning said to Wei Xuanzun in a cold voice, "Why should I cherish it? I know he went to question Yuan Shuyan out of kindness because he was worried that she might bully me, but I've done nothing wrong. Why should I carry the blame in the end? Do I deserve to be criticized by so many people? Can't I be mad at being slandered? Do I have to accept the result?" Wei Xuanzun felt a little guilty hearing that. Actually, Ji Yuning indeed had done nothing wrong, but she was amid criticisms in the end. Someone said in the school forum that I like Senior Rong, so I deliberately stirred things up between Senior Yuan and Senior Rong, trying to make Senior Rong hate Senior Yuan. Ji Yuning turned to ask Rong Zechen, "Senior Rong, can you tell us whether I've told you that Senior Yuan has caused me any trouble?" Rong Zechen remained silent. He didn't answer Ji Yuning's question right away, because the answer was negative. If he told the truth, he had to admit that it was his fault in public. Although it was indeed his fault, he was unwilling to admit it in front of everyone. Seeing Rong Zechen's reaction, Ji Yuning's expression became colder. She knew that Rong Zechen was selfish and refused to admit it only to save his own face. Since he chose to protect himself, Ji Yuning continued without waiting for his reply. "Senior Rong, we actually are not familiar with each other. Even if we've talked with one another before, it was only a brief talk. It's impossible that I admire Senior Rong. Senior Rong has countless admirers in our school, but not every girl likes him. Besides, I already have a fiancé. I'm deeply in love with my fiancé, so I'd never like another man." Knowing that, everyone rounded his or her eyes in shock. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning already had a fiancé. It wasn't strange, but was quite surprising. Rong Zechen was embarrassed, because he believed that Ji Yuning didn't take him seriously. Somehow, Rong Zechen began to be mad at Ji Yuning. Because of Ji Yuning's further explanation, people learned that she wasn't the kind of girl the post in their school forum described. That post obviously was defaming her. It was Rong Zechen who went to question Yuan Shuyan of his own accord, but it brought great trouble to Ji Yuning afterwards. As a result, people began to look at Rong Zechen differently, but nobody dared to criticize him for the sake of his background. All of a sudden, a cold female voice sounded. "Lord Rong, I think you should take the blame for this drama. Since Ji Yuning didn't say that Yuan Shuyan has caused her any trouble, you've damaged her reputation by questioning Yuan Shuyan of your own accord. You did that out of kindness, but Ji Yuning was attacked because of you. Shouldn't you apologize to her?" Hearing her voice, Ji Yuning knew that it must be Zhang Zikai before seeing her face. Ji Yuning didn't remember that Zhang Zikai was also studying in the capital university until this moment. However, she hadn't seen her nor contacted her yet, neither did Zhang Zikai. Anyway, once she saw Zhang Zikai's hand wrapped in bandages, she figured out that she had been injured. Although the Zhang family wasn't as influential as the Rong family, it didn't mean that Zhang Zikai was afraid of it and didn't dare to stand out for justice. Everyone agreed with Zhang Zikai on her words, but they still chose to be silent. Chapter 1888. Sorry, Ji Yuning, what happened to your hand? Asked Ji Yuning with concern. We can talk about it later. Now let's focus on your problem, said Zhang Zikai. She cared more about the drama Ji Yuning was involved in right now. Because she was injured and lost her phone, she lost Ji Yuning's number. Therefore, she couldn't contact Ji Yuning. To her surprise, once she came to the school today, she heard the news about Ji Yuning and was full of anger. Sure, Ji Yuning didn't ask further about it for now. Rong Zechen definitely knew Zhang Zikai, but he didn't expect that Ji Yuning also knew her. Although the Zhang family wasn't as influential as the Rong family and it was only a second-rate family of power while the Rong family was a top family of power, Zhang Zikai's grandfather was from another top family of power. There was a little gap between their families, but Zhang Zikai wasn't afraid of the Rong family at all. For the time being, neither the Zhang family nor Zhang Zikai's maternal grandfather's family, the Deng family, belonged to any faction of the four dominant families in the capital. Even though most families of power had already chosen a force to side with, about 4/10 of the families of power still hadn't. The four dominant families were doing their best to draw them over to their own side, but they were unwilling to be involved in the politics competition. Because they were unwilling to choose a force to side with, they were under pressure and encountered some difficulties, but it wasn't serious. After all, they weren't weak, and it wasn't easy to make them yield. Besides, the four dominant families were competing against each other, so the other families would definitely stir things up once any of them had a problem. Therefore, they tried to draw other families of power to their own side more with bribery than coercion. In addition to the four dominant families, those first-rate families of power were also ambitious. As a result, those who hadn't chosen to side with any of them were ready to build their own force. Although no one said anything aloud to support Zhang Zikai, their expressions showed everything, which made Rong Zechen feel quite embarrassed. If he apologized now, he would be humiliated in public. However, if he ran away, his reputation would be greatly damaged. Wei Xuanzun tried to defend Rong Zechen, because he felt that everyone was forcing Rong Zechen to apologize to Ji Yuning. Xuanzun. Before Wei Xuanzun could finish, Rong Zechen stopped him. He was dissatisfied that Wei Xuanzun interrupted them. He knew that Wei Xuanzun was trying to defend him, but he had indeed brought trouble to Ji Yuning. If he didn't apologize right now, he might have to face a worse situation in the future. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Rong Zechen suppressed his reluctance and apologized to Ji Yuning. I'm sorry, Ji Yuning. I accept your apology. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we can be strangers from now on, said Ji Yuning. Before Rong Zechen could reply to her, she walked away with her friends. Onlookers also left one after another. Zechen, the girl named Ji Yuning is too unkind. You tried to protect her, but she doesn't cherish your kindness at all, said Wei Xuanzun in annoyance. You can go to have a meal on your own. I don't have an appetite now. After going through what had happened just now, Rong Zechen lost his appetite. He didn't want to see Ji Yuning in the canteen again. Zechen. Wei Xuanzun wanted to stop Rong Zechen from leaving, but another two boys stopped him. Let him be alone for a while, said a boy. Hearing that, Wei Xuanzun didn't follow Rong Zechen, and they went to the canteen together. Ji Yuning has no regard for Zechen's reputation. Wei Xuanzun kept on complaining. Xuanzun, actually I don't agree with you on that. Although Zechen went to question Yuan Shuyan for Ji Yuning's good. It's his own decision without her agreement after all. It has nothing to do with Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning has to carry the blame in the end. She's the victim, while Zechen has caused the trouble for her, so Zechen should apologize, said Boy A. Hearing that, Wei Xuanzun frowned. In fact, he was aware of that as well, but he chose to side with Rong Zechen because Rong Zechen was his close brother. Moreover, he needed to form a good relationship with Rong Zechen too, so he defended Rong Zechen for no reason. In that case, once he saw Ji Yuning's bad attitude towards Rong Zechen, he was angry at her. Whether Rong Zechen was right or not, he blamed Ji Yuning for everything. Right, a girl's reputation matters a lot, and Ji Yuning is also a celebrity. Her reputation is even more important. If it's damaged, her businesses might also be affected. It's understandable that she's mad. There are so many employees relying on her to make a living. Boy B said, most importantly, she's the victim. Hearing that, Wei Xuanzun closed his mouth. Boy A and Boy B never liked Wei Xuanzun's behavior, but they were all Rong Zechen's friends, so they normally wouldn't say anything as long as they weren't involved. Wei Xuanzun was selfish and only cared about his own benefits and feelings after all. When Ji Yuning and her friends left, she introduced Song Miaoge, Baili Zhongshe, and Zhang Zikai to one another. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai were both members of the high society, but they didn't know each other until now. Song Miaoge stayed in the military camp most of her time, so she only knew a few people of the high society. Ji Yuning only told them their names without introducing their family background. After all, they were making friends, so they didn't care about their friend's family background. Ji Yuning was aware that Zhang Zikai's family couldn't be ordinary, but she didn't know much about it. She didn't bother to ask about it either. After exchanging greetings, Ji Yuning asked Zhang Zikai, "What happened to you?" Hearing that, Zhang Zikai showed obvious anger on her face. "A few days before enrollment, my father took me and my mother to City Bao to attend the wedding of a friend of his. However, on our way back, we encountered a car accident and was hit by a large truck. Our car was knocked down into a river. Fortunately, we were rescued in time, so there was no big problem. My injuries were slightly more serious. I suffered a mild concussion and my hand was fractured, so I had to stay in the hospital for half a month. I was discharged afterwards and had to rest for a week at home. I'm fine now, so I came to school. However, because I was knocked into the water, I lost my phone. I couldn't contact you either. I heard from my father that the car crash isn't an accident, but a scheme. He didn't tell me details, so I don't know much about it." Zhang Zikai didn't bother to keep the truth a secret from Ji Yuning, because she took Ji Yuning as her friend. Anyway, she didn't know any details. Chapter 1889. Ji Yuning isn't that kind of person. As for Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe, since they were Ji Yuning's friends, Zhang Zikai believed that they were reliable. Anyway, they didn't know her background, so it wasn't a big deal even if she told them what had happened to her. After hearing Zhang Zikai's words, not only Ji Yuning, but Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe were also mad. They actually knew that schemes weren't uncommon. However, Ji Yuning didn't think she should ask further about that. After ordering dishes in the canteen, Ji Yuning took out a power crystal and gave it to Zhang Zikai. "If you trust me, take it and you'll recover faster." "I trust you." "Thank you, Ji Yuning." Zhang Zikai accepted the power crystal from Ji Yuning's hand at once. "Can I take it right now?" asked Zhang Zikai. "Sure, anytime," said Ji Yuning. Zhang Zikai then prepared a glass of water. In her opinion, medicines were all bitter. Therefore, without water, she couldn't swallow it. Seeing that, Ji Yuning said, "It'll melt once you put it into your mouth." You don't need to drink water. Hearing that, Zhang Zikai put down the glass of water before opening the porcelain bottle and taking the power crystal. Sensing the magical power, Baili Zongshui's eyes lit up, but she didn't have further information about this pill which contained magical power. She had to be very careful, otherwise Ji Yuning would be suspicious of her. Wow, it really melted once it touched my tongue. I felt a touch of cold right afterwards, but it was quite comfortable, said Zhang Zikai in surprise. After taking the power crystal, Zhang Zikai soon felt the change from her arm. The pain in her arm suddenly went away. Moreover, her arm was very weak earlier, but now it gradually gained strength. No way, it's so effective. Zhang Zikai rounded her eyes in shock. She couldn't believe it. Ji Yuning smiled but said nothing. Right at this moment, Yuan Shuyan and her friends walked to Ji Yuning. Although Yuan Shuyan was afraid of Ji Yuning, it didn't mean that she didn't dare to face her. Besides, she was also wronged in today's drama. Because not only Ji Yuning was amid criticisms today, Yuan Shuyan was also criticized by many people. Rong Zechen, however, was barely criticized. Ji Yuning, did you tell Rong Zechen that I've caused you trouble? I didn't do that. Why did you say that to him? Yuan Shuyan angrily questioned Ji Yuning. Some people in the canteen didn't know about Ji Yuning's argument with Rong Zechen just now, but they all had heard of the drama among the three of them in their school forum, so they immediately turned to look at Ji Yuning with disdain and dislike. She's Ji Yuning. She's so good at studying and running businesses, but she has no moral standard. Right, although she's good at studying and running businesses, it doesn't mean she has standards. Don't jump to conclusions before the truth comes out. Perhaps Ji Yuning didn't say that. Right, I don't think Ji Yuning is that kind of person. Hearing their discussion, Song Miaoge and her friends really wanted to argue with them, but they suppressed their anger because they knew that Ji Yuning could handle it. However, they all looked displeased. Facing Yuan Shuyan's question, Ji Yuning was slightly angry, but she didn't lose her temper because she knew that Yuan Shuyan was also a victim. I didn't. To be honest with you, I wasn't aware that Rong Zechen went to question you. It was his personal actions. I'm not mean. Besides, I'm not familiar with Senior Rong. We have only met a few times and had a brief conversation. It's impossible for me to like him, because I already have a fiancé. I'm deeply in love with my fiancé. I'll never pay special attention to another man. Therefore, Senior Yuan, I think you should talk about it with Senior Rong, instead of me. Although Ji Yuning had said many times that she already had a fiancé, those people in front of her weren't aware of it. As a result, they were all astonished after hearing that. They didn't think it was unacceptable, and were simply surprised. Since Ji Yuning already had a fiancé, it was indeed impossible for her to like another man. In that case, it was Rong Zechen's own idea that Ji Yuning might like him. At the same time, some people had a different idea. It didn't mean anything even if Ji Yuning already had a fiancé, because there were people who cheated on their partners after getting married. In addition, Ji Yuning only had a fiancé, she was still unmarried. Even if some people held that idea, not many of them dared to say it aloud. However, someone suddenly said it without any fear, so what? It doesn't mean anything even if you have a fiancé. Some people even have affairs after getting married. It was a female voice, which Ji Yuning was familiar with. It was the girl named Song Xiao, who had a grudge against Ji Yuning at the math competition in City B. Song Xiao knew that Ji Yuning was also studying in the capital university long ago, but she didn't have a chance to see her till now. Although there was a grudge between them, Song Xiao didn't bother to find out Ji Yuning's class and dorm room. Anyway, since she met her right now, she wouldn't miss this great chance to humiliate Ji Yuning. Song Xiao, shut your mouth. Ji Yuning isn't that kind of person, Zhang Zikai snapped at Song Xiao once she showed up. Yuan Shuyan didn't notice Song Xiao and Zhang Zikai until this moment, but she knew both of them. What surprised Yuan Shuyan was that Ji Yuning was Zhang Zikai's friend. In her eyes, Ji Yuning was only an ordinary girl, but Ji Yuning was able to know Leng Xiaoxi and Zhang Zikai. Even Rong Zechen had a very good impression of her. How many people of the high society did Ji Yuning know? Well, I witnessed her get out of a man's luxury car in City B last time, said Song Xiao. Hearing that, some people turned to stare at Ji Yuning with a different look, while some didn't think that that reason was persuasive. Ji Yuning was very rich, so it was understandable if she had a luxury car and a chauffeur. You seem to remember it very clearly, but don't forget the lesson you learned in City B, said Ji Yuning in a flat voice, focusing on Song Xiao with a pair of unkind eyes. Song Xiao felt scared upon thinking of the fact that Ji Yuning had beaten her in City B last time. Nevertheless, she was now in the capital where she was born and raised, so she didn't think that Ji Yuning dared to hurt her here. Therefore, Song Xiao summoned up her courage. This is the capital. Do you dare to beat me here? If you dare to hurt me again, I can chase you out of the capital university at any time. Chapter 1890. I'm in a bad mood now. Hearing that, everyone realized that Song Xiao had a grudge against Ji Yuning and that Ji Yuning had beaten her once before. At the same time, they also believed that Song Xiao must have done something unacceptable to make Ji Yuning beat her. Given Song Xiao's arrogant behavior, it was easy to see that she was a typical spoiled rich heiress. Really, I'm very curious to know how you'll chase me out of the capital university, but I don't have time to waste arguing with you right now. If you want to be beaten again, try it, said Ji Yuning in a threatening tone. You. Threatened by Ji Yuning, Song Xiao was furious, but she was afraid that Ji Yuning would really beat her after seeing Ji Yuning's expression. After all, Ji Yuning had done that once before. During these days, she had also heard a lot about Ji Yuning, so she was aware of her influence and level of martial arts. As a result, she was unwilling to mess with Ji Yuning. The next second, Ji Yuning ignored her and turned to Yuan Xuyan. Senior Yuan, I mean every word I'm telling you now. If you still refuse to believe me, there is nothing else I can do. I'm in a very bad mood now. So I'm afraid I'll lose control if you keep on bothering me. It couldn't be a clearer threat. If Yuan Xuyan wouldn't stop bothering her right now, she might really beat her. Ji Yuning, you're too aggressive. Threatened by Ji Yuning, Yuan Xuyan was furious, but she didn't dare to do anything to Ji Yuning because Ji Yuning was much stronger than her. However, in her eyes, Ji Yuning was too arrogant as an ordinary girl. Was it simply because she knew Leng Xiaoxi and Zhang Zikai? Aggressive. I have never caused other people trouble of my own accord. I was the victim every time, said Ji Yuning impatiently, because she was already losing her patience. Yuan Xuyan was struck dumb, because she had indeed never seen Ji Yuning cause other people trouble of her own accord. Although she originally believed that Ji Yuning had bad-mouthed her in front of Rong Zechen, Ji Yuning made it very clear that she already had a fiancé, which made Yuan Xuyan change her mind. Senior Yuan, if you're determined to search for justice, go to talk about it with Senior Rong. I ran into him outside the canteen just now. I also asked him about it. He apologized to me, so you can ask for an apology from him instead of me as well if you want, said Ji Yuning. Yuan Xuyan still wanted to say something, but she had to stop at this moment. After Ji Yuning's explanation, people would start to criticize her if she continued to blame Ji Yuning for it. Besides, Yuan Xuyan was really afraid that Ji Yuning might beat her. After all, Ji Yuning had done that to Ku Hanzhao. In the end, Yuan Xuyan snorted with reluctance before leaving. Once Yuan Xuyan was gone, the other people also left, but Song Xiao stayed. What? Do you want to cause me any trouble? Great, I'm in a bad mood now, and I need a chance to release my anger, said Ji Yuning in a cold voice, focusing on Song Xiao. It seemed that she was going to beat her at any moment. Seeing that, Song Xiao immediately backed off in fear. Nevertheless, it was too humiliating for her to give in to Ji Yuning, so she still argued. Ji Yuning, don't you dare hurt me. My father is the mayor of the capital. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your father is the mayor? Ji Yuning asked mockingly without the slightest worry. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised that Song Xiao's father was the mayor of the capital, because she was aware that Song Xiao's family was powerful. However, the mayor of the capital was only an official at the provincial and ministerial level. In the capital, this position could only be regarded as a middle to upper level, and there were far more state-level officials who were superior to that. Let's go and see. I'll certainly make you regret it. Seeing that Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of her father's position in the government at all, Song Xiao panicked. Anyway, Ji Yuning dared to threaten Yuan Shuyan. Since she lost her courage, she could only try to threaten Ji Yuning before leaving. Other students all rounded their eyes in shock when they learned that Song Xiao turned out to be the daughter of their mayor. Most importantly, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of that at all. It actually was understandable. Ji Yuning dared to threaten Yuan Shuyan, the daughter of the Yuan family, so it was impossible that she would be scared of the daughter of the mayor. Although Yuan Shuyan was only the daughter of the collateral branch of the Yuan family supported her. Therefore, she was naturally more important than the daughter of a mayor. Everyone was curious about the reason why Ji Yuning was able to be so confident that she even dared to offend those heirs of power. Right when Ji Yuning and her friends began to enjoy their meal, Leng Xiaoxi called her after reading the post in their school forum. Ji Yuning briefly explained it to Leng Xiaoxi, then Leng Xiaoxi directly told her to stay away with Rong Zechen. It wasn't because Leng Xiaoxi wanted to interfere in Ji Yuning's business, but because she was annoyed by Rong Zechen's behavior. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't feel uncomfortable when Leng Xiaoxi told her to stay away from him. In fact, she never had the idea of being close to him. She would say hello to him in the past, but she decided not to do that again in the future. Leng Xiaoxi also asked Ji Yuning whether she needed help, but Ji Yuning declined. It wasn't a big deal, and it would soon pass. Within a short time, the drama between Ji Yuning, Rong Zechen, and Yuan Shuyan became known to everyone in their school. The majority of the students sided with Ji Yuning and Yuan Shuyan, and some of them even apologized to them, because they were victims. However, not many people criticized Rong Zechen, because he chose to do it for Ji Yuning. In short, it was a misunderstanding, so people soon forgot about it. Once Zhang Zikai learned that Ji Yuning's dorm room had a vacant bed, she proposed to move in to live with them, and Ji Yuning agreed. Although Song Miaoge and Baili Zongshe just met Zhang Zikai, they agreed since Zhang Zikai was a good friend of Ji Yuning. Actually, after spending some time with Zhang Zikai, they liked her character too. Before Zhang Zikai moved into another dorm room, she had to get agreement from her head teacher. Given Zhang Zikai's family background, her head teacher wouldn't disagree, so she called her head teacher during the meal and got the agreement right away. In the afternoon, Song Miaoge didn't train, instead they went to help Zhang Zikai move into their dorm room. Zhang Zikai was injured now, so she couldn't move alone. Although Zhang Zikai had taken a power crystal given by Ji Yuning and her arm became much better, she needed to wait a day or two to remove the bandages. Zhang Zikai's dorm room was on the same floor in the same building as Ji Yuning's, but there were 6 dorm rooms in between. Before long, Ji Yuning and her friends successfully helped Zhang Zikai move into their dorm room. The vacant bed was at the bottom, which was very suitable for the injured Zhang Zikai. Chapter 1891. Want You Badly. Ji Yuning and her friends also helped Zhang Zikai make up the bed after helping her move. They rested for a while, then went to their classrooms for their classes. Zhang Zikai and Ji Yuning had the same major but were in different classes, so they would have classes on the same floor in the same teaching building. There was only one classroom in between. Therefore, when they arrived, they separated, with Ji Yuning and Zhang Zikai going to their classrooms together. Once they walked into their classrooms, they heard everyone talking about the drama on their school forum today. They were all criticizing Rong Zechen, because Ji Yuning and Yuan Shuyan were attacked on the internet because of him. Some thought that Rong Zechen just made a mistake out of kindness, but more believed that it was Rong Zechen's wishful thinking. He showed no respect towards Ji Yuning or Yuan Shuyan, and there was a problem with his character. Ji Yuning, I heard that Rong Zechen has apologized to you. Is it true? The second Ji Yuning showed up, a student asked her with concern. Yeah, he did, said Ji Yuning. He should apologize for his terrible behavior. Although he went to question Yuan Shuyan because he was worried that she might bully you, you were criticized because of him. Right, I actually think there is a big problem with Rong Zechen's character because he refused to apologize at the very beginning when the truth came out. He also arrogantly warned Yuan Shuyan not to do it again, said another student. Ji Yuning said nothing, but she didn't deny that Rong Zechen's character indeed wasn't very good. He had wronged Yuan Shuyan, but refused to apologize and caused such a great scene. When the evening class was over, Ji Yuning left the classroom and saw Zhang Zikai walking out of her classroom. Zhang Zikai then walked to her and they left together. Ji Yuning didn't ask Zhang Zikai until they were out of the teaching building and away from the crowd. We don't rush to go back to the dorm room. We go train for an hour in the small woods over there. Do you want to go with us? Train? What training? Asked Zhang Zikai curiously. Miaoge had a bet with another girl. They are going to have a competition of fighting skills. The loser has to wear a bikini and pole dance before uploading the video to the internet. It's only a week away, so Zhang Shui and I are busy training her these days. We don't want her to lose, otherwise Song Miaoge will be publicly humiliated, Ji Yuning said. What? Why did she agree to that? It can't have been set by Song Miaoge, said Zhang Zikai. Even though she just met Song Miaoge, she felt it couldn't be Song Miaoge's idea. Yeah, the other girl proposed it, but Miaoge was impulsive back then, so she accepted it. She regretted it afterwards, but it was too late, because they had written it on paper. It'll be humiliating if she denies it. Even her family can be affected, said Ji Yuning. If so, she must win the competition. What's the probability of her winning? Asked Zhang Zikai, feeling worried for Song Miaoge. Since Song Miaoge was Ji Yuning's friend, she took her as her friend too. They weren't familiar right now, but they would be as time went by. She was doomed to fail before we trained her, but she has made great progress after half a month of training. I think the probability should be around 70%, said Ji Yuning. Although Ji Wenna was stronger than Song Miaoge, there wasn't a huge gap. Ji Wenna had indeed defeated Song Miaoge, but she wasn't at a great advantage. Therefore, it wasn't very difficult for Song Miaoge to surpass Ji Wenna. Only a 70% probability. She must train more to make sure that she's going to win. I'll go with you, said Zhang Zikai. Since none of them would be going back to the dorm room, she would be bored to be alone there. When Ji Yuning and Zhang Zikai arrived at the same old place in the small woods, Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe were already there in the middle of training. Because they seized every minute, they directly ran there, while Ji Yuning came slower along with Zhang Zikai. Baili Zhongshe and Song Miaoge were busy sparring, so Ji Yuning and Zhang Zikai watched from the side. Zhang Zikai was only an ordinary girl, so she was quite nervous watching Baili Zhongshe fighting with Song Miaoge with a lot of strength. At the same time, she was quite envious of their good fighting skills, because no one would dare to bully them as long as they were strong. Ji Yuning, can you teach me as well after my arm is fully recovered? Zhang Zikai asked Ji Yuning with her eyes full of anticipation. Sure, but it'll be tiring, said Ji Yuning. I'm not afraid, said Zhang Zikai. They trained for an hour there every night before going back to their dorm room and went to bed right afterwards. At 11 p.m., Ji Yuning chatted with Leng Xiaoting on WeChat. Leng Xiaoting was in the military region now, so there was signal. He could contact Ji Yuning at any time as long as he was free. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting earlier that she needed to train Song Miaoge, so she wouldn't be free until 11 p.m. As a result, they basically contacted each other after 11 p.m. Because Ji Yuning lived in the dorm room, it wasn't convenient for them to call each other, so they used WeChat. Once Leng Xiaoting was free, he would send Ji Yuning a message at 11 p.m. Leng Xiaoting, Ningning, what are you doing? Ji Yuning, I just finished washing. I'm in bed now. Reading that sentence, Leng Xiaoting suddenly felt excited. Giving a glance at his own bed, he wished that Ji Yuning were by his side at this moment. Leng Xiaoting, I wish you were next to me in my bed right now. Reading that message, Ji Yuning flushed. Ji Yuning, I have the same wish. Leng Xiaoting squinted at Ji Yuning's reply and subconsciously swallowed. He had to admit that he was aroused. Leng Xiaoting, Ningning, Ji Yuning, what? Leng Xiaoting, You aroused me. I want you so badly right now. Ji Yuning flushed redder. Ji Yuning, come back to the capital. Leng Xiaoting, I will. I'll fuck you till you can't leave the bed. Ji Yuning's whole face turned red at this moment. When it was almost 11:30 p.m., Ji Yuning suddenly had a vision. She saw Kei and Chen Kengyi's car being stopped by two cars all of a sudden. 8 men got out of the two cars with iron rods, then heavily beat Kei and Chen Kengyi's car without hesitation. The picture ended, and Ji Yuning abruptly sat up. Although she didn't see what happened afterwards, she knew that Kei and Chen Kengyi would be in great trouble. After all, neither Kei nor Chen Kengyi was good at fighting. They were absolutely no match for 8 strong men with iron rods. Chapter 1892, Chen Kengyi and Kei are in trouble. Besides, she saw that the 8 men were strong and had big muscles from the vision, so they had obviously trained martial arts for a long time. Ji Yuning, what's wrong? Ji Yuning's sudden movement immediately attracted Song Miaoge and her other friends' attention. They asked her with concern when it seemed that something went wrong. My friends encountered trouble. I need to go out right now, said Ji Yuning, then quickly changed her clothing. May I help? Asked Bailey Zhongshe. They didn't bother to ask Ji Yuning how she knew that her friend encountered trouble, because they believed that Ji Yuning's friend must have sent her a message. Great, Zhongshe, you can go with me. Ji Yuning agreed. Although she alone could solve the problem, it wasn't bad if she could have a helper. After that, Bailey Zhongshe changed her clothes at once. Can I go with you? Asked Song Miaoge. No, you can stay with Zikai in our dorm room. Ji Yuning declined. Since she said that, Song Miaoge didn't insist. After all, both Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe were unusually strong. They could handle it properly. Be careful, said Zhang Zikai with concern. At this time, the gate of their dormitory was already closed, so they couldn't get out through the gate. However, they had done preparation for leaving their dormitory late at night, so Ji Yuning took out ropes from the drawer, fixed it on it, then tied the other end directly to her waist before sliding down from the window. In case other students saw them through their windows, they pressed their bodies against the wall next to the windows when they slid down. Before they went down, Ji Yuning also used her jade eyes to see whether there were other people by the windows. Luckily, no one was standing by the windows and the lights were all turned off in their dormitory. There were mountains behind their dormitory, so it was completely dark around. As a result, nobody could see them when they slid down. When they reached the ground, Song Miaoge helped them take the ropes back. She would put the ropes down again when they were back. Once Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe got out of their dormitory, they quickly ran outside of their school. They didn't choose the wide road, but ran to a dark area and got out by climbing over the wall. Both of them ran extremely fast, as if a wind blew by. Even if someone saw them in the surveillance cameras, he could only see 2 dark shadows flashing by. At most, he could tell from their hair that they were girls. There was nothing else he could find out. However, they only ran at the fastest speed of humans. Because neither of them wanted the other to know their secrets, Ji Yuning didn't use her magical power while Bailey Zhongshe didn't use her magical energy. On the road, Ji Yuning's phone rang and the caller was Kei. Ji Yuning picked it up right away. Kei told her that some people were following him and Chen Kengyi. Because Ji Yuning had already learned that from her vision, she wasn't surprised. Wait a second, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 20 minutes, said Ji Yuning before hanging up. Before long, they reached the parking lot and left in a car. Although there was a lot of traffic on the road, Ji Yuning easily overtook the vehicles one after another. In addition, Ji Yuning had good luck today. She didn't run into any red lights, so she was able to spend less time on the road. Normally, it should take half an hour, but Ji Yuning only spent nearly 15 minutes on the road. The road here was slightly remote without much traffic. Finally, Kei and Chen Kengyi's car was forced to stop, then 8 people got out of the 2 cars. They all wore face masks and baseball caps in order to not be caught by the surveillance cameras. Moreover, the license plate of their car was already changed, so the police wouldn't be able to find them. They were well prepared for it. Kengyi, what should we do now? They have a lot of people with iron rods. Kay frowned, turning pale. Although they could fight, they weren't good at it at all. They might not lose if they faced ordinary men, but those men were obviously much stronger than them. What was worse, they all had an iron rod in their hands. They were at disadvantage in such a situation. They couldn't fight against them, or they would be badly injured. The only thing they could do now was to stay in the car till Ji Yuning came, because Ji Yuning told them that she would arrive in 20 minutes. It had been 15 minutes after Kay called her, so she should be here at any moment. Let's wait for a while. We can stay in the car to waste as much time as possible. Our boss could be here at any moment, said Chen Kanji. Kay had the same idea. Those men surrounded Kay and Chen Kengyi's car, but they didn't hit it at once. Instead, they knocked on the car door, telling them to get out. Since Kay and Chen Kanji decided to waste time in the car, they refused to get out. Therefore, after half a minute, those men lost their patience and began to hit the car once they realized that Kay and Chen Kanji had no intention of getting out. With loud sounds, the car windows were smashed into pieces. In the car, Kay and Chen Kanji covered their heads to protect themselves, but their hands were cut by the broken glass. They didn't wait there to be beaten. The two of them also had tools in their hands. One held a wrench, while the other had a hammer. Kay took them out of the trunk after he noticed that a group of men were following them. The second the glass shattered, many iron rods were thrust in, and Kay and Chen Kanji immediately counterattacked with their tools. They could protect themselves from being beaten to some extent, but they were still hurt because they had too many enemies. Afterwards, Chen Kanji was hit by a stick on the arm and Kay was knocked on the shoulder. Actually, a man was going to hit Kay on the head with the iron rod, but Kay avoided it coincidentally, so it hit his shoulder. Right at this moment, they heard the sound of an abrupt halt and a Hummer stopped next to them. It attracted everyone's attention, so they all stopped to look at the car. When the car stopped there, they realized that someone was going to interfere in their affair. The next second, two young girls showed up and the group of men showed obvious disdain. Therefore, they ignored Ji Yuning's unusual air of power. Even though they noticed it, they were only slightly surprised and wouldn't take it seriously. After all, Ji Yuning was merely a young girl in their eyes, so none of them were willing to attach importance to her. Seeing Ji Yuning, Kay and Chen Kanji felt relieved. Given Ji Yuning's ability, they believed that she could easily solve the problem. They didn't know who the other girl next to Ji Yuning was, but she couldn't be weak since she came here with Ji Yuning. Once Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe got out of the car, they began to fight. Although Ji Yuning was aware that they held iron rods, she didn't bother to get prepared before coming here, because it wasn't necessary and she didn't have much time. Besides, she could directly grab the iron rods from their hands. Chapter 1893. No need to hesitate because the group of men didn't take them seriously, they were ill-prepared when Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe dashed to beat them. They even planned to laugh at them. However, before they could say anything, Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe used great strength to attack them and successfully grabbed two iron rods from two men. The two men were shocked and tried to struggle, but they were only amazed by Ji Yuning's and Bailey Zhongshe's unbelievable strength. As a result, they turned to fight against them. Unfortunately, before they could hurt Ji Yuning or Bailey Zhongshe, Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe took action first. Without delay, Ji Yuning kicked a man's crotch, while Bailey Zhongshe threw the other man over her shoulder. Within seconds, two 1.8 meters tall, strong men were beaten by two 1.65 meters tall, seemingly weak girls. Their iron rods were also taken away. This scene shocked the other 6 men and several passers-by. Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe couldn't care less about their reaction. Right after they beat the 2 men, they continued to attack the other men. Ji Yuning was furious, so she used great strength to beat them. She only made sure that she wouldn't kill them. She didn't care whether they would be disabled. After all, this group of men was digging their own graves by attacking her people. Witnessing Ji Yuning's and Bailey Zhongshe's skills, the rest of the men began to fight against them together. Unexpectedly, the 2 young girls weren't at a disadvantage at all when facing 6 strong men. Instead, they easily got control of the situation and the 6 men all screamed in pain. They couldn't even touch the girls' clothes and were beaten by them from the beginning to the end. Ji Yuning had the intention of torturing them, so she didn't disable them right away. Instead, she beat them slowly, enjoying the process. Ha ha, Kay snorted with laughter in the car. Chen, shouldn't we practice our fighting skills? We can't turn to our boss for help every time. If she wasn't in the capital or was too far from us, we could have lost our lives today. Do we have time to do that? Chen Kanji rolled his eyes at Kay. He was occupied with work every day now, so he had no time to practice martial arts. He actually wasn't complaining that Ji Yuning left the whole business to him to manage. Why don't we tell our boss to arrange for a bodyguard to protect us? I found several good killers, and I think the female one isn't bad, said Kay with a smile on his lips. Although Kay was busy with the game company these days, he didn't forget what Ji Yuning told him to do earlier. He kept paying attention to the killer website. Once there was a killer chased by mercenaries, he would try to draw him or her to their side. It was dangerous, because they might annoy those evil organizations, but Ji Yuning didn't care about that. After all, the only way to catch tiger cubs was to go into the tiger's den. They needed a strong team. Hearing that, Chen Kanji blinked. Do you like her? I think she's funny, said Kay. Stop. Those men finally realized that they were no match for Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia, so they begged them to stop at once. However, Ji Yuning wouldn't listen to them. There was a smile of mockery on her lips. They had tried to hurt her people, so it was impossible for her to stop beating them right now. We're from the Kirin gang. If you dare to injure us, the Kirin gang won't let you get away with it. Seeing that Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia refused to stop, a man threatened them. Hearing that, Ji Yuning stopped. Are you really from the Kirin gang? She coldly asked, squinting her eyes. The man thought that Ji Yuning was scared, so he showed pride. Of course, we're from the Kirin gang. Ji Yuning beamed and said in an evil tone, since you're from the Kirin gang, there is no need for me to hesitate to beat you. No matter what happens to you, Chi Tianlin will handle it. The man was shocked. Chi Tianlin was their leader, but why did it seem that Ji Yuning was familiar with him? Before the man regained his senses, he was heavily beaten again. Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia didn't stop until all 8 men were injured. They were seriously injured with either broken arms or legs, but their lives weren't in danger. Kay and Chen Kanji got out of their car when they saw that all the men were under control. They were slightly injured, but they could still move. Their car was greatly damaged, so they couldn't stay in there any longer. After Ji Yuning came, Chen Kanji called his secretary and told him to come to deal with the rest of the things. Ji Yuning then took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Kay. Each of you take a pill. Thanks, boss, said Kay and took it. They were all aware of the unbelievable effect of Ji Yuning's medicine. After that, Ji Yuning coldly looked at the men beside her feet and asked, tell me, who sent you here? No one answered, even though they felt threatened by Ji Yuning. Fine, it seems that you don't take what I just said seriously. Ji Yuning sneered. She didn't bother to continue to ask them. Instead, she took out her phone and showed a piece of news to the man she asked. If you don't believe that I know Chi Tianlin, read this news, said Ji Yuning. The news introduced the influential figures who went to attend the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. The Heike organization was included. The man rounded his eyes in shock. To his surprise, Ji Yuning really knew their leader. Although the news only mentioned the Heike organization and Ji Yuning might not know their leader, Ji Yuning did in fact really know many people of the Kirin gang. In addition to that, Shengxi, Tangguang, Qinghua, and Jinlin were also invited. Ji Yuning's connections were really amazing. Well, now are you going to answer my question or not? If you are, I can forgive you for what you've done today. I won't tell Chi Tianlin about it. If not, I'll go talk with him about it in detail, said Ji Yuning in a threatening tone. She gave them a chance because she had seriously injured them. Anyway, she couldn't kill them. If it wasn't necessary, she was reluctant to kill. Yeah, I'll tell you. The man was scared. It's Sun Xiangming. Ji Yuning didn't know who Sun Xiangming was, but Chen Kanji and Kay knew, so they looked mad once they heard his name. Nevertheless, they weren't surprised, because only their enemies in business would cause them trouble. Sun Xiangming was precisely such an enemy business. Our warning seems useless to him. On the contrary, it made him more aggressive, said Kay in a flat voice, but he was actually furious. Chapter 1894, Disable Sun Xiangming. Who's Sun Xiangming? Asked Ji Yuning. Sun Xiangming is the chairman of Xianxia Medicinal Materials Company. Because he wanted to be involved in the production of medicines, he tried to cooperate with Kalain. After being rejected by Ning Chengkai, he turned to me through his connections. I also turned him down, so he used coercion and bribery. Although his company is only a third-rate pharmaceutical company in the industry, Sun Xiangming is a relative of the Chong family, a top family in the capital, so he disdains us. I refused to help him, so he became angry. I also warned him not to cause us trouble, but obviously he didn't take it seriously, Chen Kanji said. Although he said it in a flat voice, there was coldness in his eyes. Chen Kanji was undoubtedly angry at the fact that Sun Xiangming hired a bunch of gangsters to hurt them. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, they could have been badly injured. They might not have been killed, but they could have been disabled. Ji Yuning coldly stared at the man next to her feet and asked, "What's your name?" My name is Qian Dongliang," said the man. "What did Sun Xiangming want you to do to them?" asked Ji Yuning. "Sun Xiangming ordered us to disable them," said Qian Dongliang. Hearing that, Ji Yuning looked angrier. "Great, very well, if so, go disable Sun Xiangming and pay for a new car of the same model, then I can let you go. You don't need to pay for the medical fee for their injuries." It wasn't because Ji Yuning was tolerant, but because Kei and Chen Kanji weren't seriously injured. Moreover, they had taken Ji Yuning's power crystal, so they would be fine the next day. Qian Dongliang hesitated. He could pay for a new car. Although it wasn't cheap, he could afford it. It cost about 500,000 yuan, so the 8 of them could pay about 80,000 yuan each, which would be enough. They were bodyguards, but they had saved a lot of money by secretly solving problems for other people. However, Sun Xiangming had a good relationship with Tian, who was their supervisor. If they went to disable Sun Xiangming, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Tian. That was the reason why they felt cornered. "What? Aren't you willing to do that?" Ji Yuning gave the man a cold glare. Qian Dongliang trembled in fear. "No, we can pay for a new car, but Sun Xiangming has a good relationship with Tian, who's our supervisor, so we're afraid." "What's his position in the Kirin gang?" asked Ji Yuning. "Tian is the manager of the security department of Kirin Security Company," said Qian Dongliang. In Ji Yuning's eyes, the manager of the security department of Kirin Security Company was merely nobody, so she didn't think that he had great power. "Tell Tian what happened today. If he dares to doubt it or stop you from doing what I told you to do, tell him to be prepared for the result. I can give you 3 days. Within 3 days, I need to see a new car and hear the news that Sun Xiangming is disabled. Otherwise, you'll be the ones who are punished in the end." Ji Yuning threatened with a serious expression. Ji Yuning put it very bluntly, so they didn't dare to argue with her and agreed. After that, Ji Yuning asked for Qian Dongliang's number before letting them go. Although they were all injured with either a broken hand or leg, they were physically strong, so they could still move. Because none of them had 2 broken hands or legs, they were able to drive the car with the cooperation of 2 people. At least, they should stay away from Ji Yuning right now. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid that they might run away, because they already knew her relationship with the Kirin gang. She believed that they didn't dare to escape or refuse to obey her order. As for what Qian Dongliang told her, Ji Yuning didn't doubt it, but she still needed to do an investigation later. After taking Ji Yuning's power crystal, Kei and Chen Kanji felt much better and were able to move now. Chen Kanji left his damaged car to his secretary, so he could leave with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning drove them to their house. "Kei, investigate to make sure whether it's really Sun Xiangming and whether Qian Dongliang is really working for Kirin Security Company," said Ji Yuning. After driving Kei and Chen Kanji back to their house, it was very late, so Ji Yuning and Baili Zongxie went to sleep in their own homes. They lived in the same block anyway, and would go to their school tomorrow morning. Once they made that decision, Ji Yuning told Baili Zhongshe to share the news with Zhang Zikai and Song Miaoge in their WeChat group so that they wouldn't be worried. After Zhang Zikai moved into their dorm room, she joined their WeChat group, so now there were 4 of them in it. Learning that Ji Yuning was done, Zhang Zikai and Song Miaoge were relieved. Kay immediately investigated what they had been through today, and soon got the result. Qian Dongliang was indeed working for Kirin Security Company. Kay learned that by hacking the database of Kirin Security Company, so he was able to read Qian Dongliang's information and see his photos. Sun Xiangming had indeed turned to Tian for help, and Tian ordered Qian Dongliang and the others to beat Kay and Chen Kanji. Therefore, they only needed to wait for Qian Dongliang to send them a new car and the news that Sun Xiangming was disabled. Qian Dongliang went to the hospital. After dealing with his wounds, Qian Dongliang called Tian and told him what had happened. Tian remained silent after hearing what he had to say. If Qian Dongliang told the truth, he didn't dare to stop them. In fact, he didn't have a very close relationship with Sun Xiangming. They were merely fair-weather friends, so he was unwilling to risk his life for Sun Xiangming, even though he wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning's words were true. If what Ji Yuning said was true, he might be in great danger if he stopped her. Tian wasn't dumb, so he chose not to stop them after thinking carefully. Because Qian Dongliang and the other men were seriously injured, they couldn't go to disable Sun Xiangming. Therefore, they arranged for other people to do it. Without hesitation, Tian went to deal with it, because they only had 3 days. He told those people who were assigned the task to disable Sun Xiangming not to expose their identities. They shouldn't let Sun Xiangming know that it was his order. He had already betrayed Sun Xiangming when he decided not to stop Ji Yuning, but he still didn't want him to learn the truth in order to avoid more trouble. Early the next morning, Baili Zhongshe went to meet Ji Yuning before they went to their school together. Chapter 1895. An aggressive senior. Although Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe didn't go back to their school last night, Song Miaoge still got up alone the next morning to run and train. She didn't stop training when Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe were absent, because she was the one who was going to have the competition, not Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe. She needed Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshui's help to improve her fighting skills, but she had to rely on herself to reach her goal. Zhang Zikai got up the next day and accidentally bumped her bandage-wrapped arm, but she surprisingly found that it wasn't painful at all. After that, Zhang Zikai tried to move it a little, and she indeed felt no pain. She was so excited that she jumped. She was quite grateful to Ji Yuning and was amazed by the effect of her medicine. Afterwards, she called her father at once and told her father that her arm wasn't painful at all after she took a pill given by her schoolmate. Zhang Zikai's father was also shocked by the fact that a single pill could cure the injured arm within a single night. It was very unbelievable, because the doctor told them that Zhang Zikai's arm wouldn't make a full recovery until half a month later. When Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe arrived at their school, it was time for classes, so they went to their own classrooms. Once the morning class was over, Zhang Zikai excitedly went to see Ji Yuning and told her that her arm was fine now. They had had classes for a week, so now the departments of the student union were ready to accept new members. When Ji Yuning and her friends were dining in the canteen, 2 male seniors walked towards them. "Nice to see you, Ji Yuning. I'm the head of the sports department, Ling Shu. I heard that you're quite good at martial arts, so I hope that you can join us." "Are you interested?" asked Ling Shu politely. "Sorry, I have no intention of joining any department, because I'm too busy now. I won't have much time to stay in the school in the future." Ji Yuning politely declined. Because Ling Shu was very kind to her, her attitude was good too. Ji Yuning wouldn't join any departments in their school, but there was a team that she would definitely join, which was the Chamber of Commerce. It was a place full of skilled people, and it was the most difficult club to be accepted into. Ji Yuning undoubtedly reached its standards. As long as there was no one who purposefully stopped her from joining it, she would certainly be accepted. "It's a shame, but we won't force you to do that." "Well, I should stop bothering you. Sorry for wasting your time," said Ling Shu, feeling it was a pity that Ji Yuning refused to join them, but he didn't bother to force Ji Yuning to accept his invitation and soon left. I myself plan to join the fundraising committee, but I don't know whether I'll be accepted, said Zhang Zikai. She was an ordinary student and wasn't as busy as Ji Yuning, so she decided to practice her skill in their school. Ji Yuning had already joined the society to put her knowledge into practice, so she didn't need the platform of the school committees to prove herself. Do your best at the interview. It should be fine, said Ji Yuning. She didn't know whether Zhang Zikai would be accepted because it wasn't easy to be a member of the student union of the capital university. Therefore, the only thing she could do now was to encourage her. If she had connections, it shouldn't be a problem. It depended on herself. Sure, I'll try. If I can't be accepted, I'll leave it. Zhang Zikai was relaxed. She wanted to be a member of it, but there was nothing else she could do if her wish couldn't come true. Miaoge, Zhongshe, how about you? Zhang Zikai asked Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe. I won't join any clubs, said Baili Zhongshe. She came here for Ji Yuning, so she wasn't interested in other things. I'll join the study department, said Song Miaoge. Actually, she didn't have much interest in these clubs either, but she needed a chance to practice her skills. During the day, several heads or ministers of the clubs and departments came to invite Ji Yuning to join them. After all, Ji Yuning was so outstanding, but she turned them all down. Most of them understood why Ji Yuning refused, but some felt displeased and thought that Ji Yuning was too arrogant. The senior who criticized Ji Yuning was the deputy minister of the martial arts department. Her name was Pan Tongyu. Pan Tongyu was a senior student. She was tall and pretty, but she took Ji Yuning as her competitor once she saw Ji Yuning for the first time. Because she was one of Rong Zechen's admirers, she hated Ji Yuning after hearing the rumor about their relationship. As a result, when Ji Yuning declined to join them, she became unkind. Pan Tongyu, don't I have the right not to join any clubs? You can't say that I'm arrogant simply because I'm unwilling to join you. If so, why don't you persuade all the students to join the martial arts department? Why are you only picking on me? Although I'm good at martial arts, I didn't learn them to join your club. Don't think too highly of yourself, said Ji Yuning. She knew that Pan Tongyu was finding fault with her, so she didn't hesitate to argue with her. She wasn't in a good mood today anyway, probably because she was on her period. Pan Tongyu was annoyed, but she knew that she had just lost her manners. Therefore, she suppressed her anger and explained. Ji Yuning, I didn't mean that. What I was trying to say is that it won't cost you much time if you can join us. I understand that you have your career, but it's a good way for you to form a close relationship with other students. Ji Yuning, however, didn't think it was necessary, but she couldn't say it aloud, because it sounded too arrogant. I don't think it's the only way to build a close relationship with other students in our school. Anyway, those who want to be close to me will definitely not be aggressive like you. They should be considerate and understand the situation I'm in. Even if it won't cost me much time, I'm quite busy normally. I need time to rest, said Ji Yuning, scolding Pan Tongyu for attacking her. Pan Tongyu didn't know what to say at this moment. She only felt mad and embarrassed, but she couldn't argue with Ji Yuning over that. At the same time, students around them began to support Ji Yuning. Right, Ji Yuning has so many companies to manage. It's not easy for her to finish her classes. She's a human with limited energy. She can't afford to join a club. I agree. By the way, Ji Yuning is very successful now. She doesn't need to practice her skills by joining a club. She's far better than just that. Exactly, she has something more important to deal with. Why should she waste time on meaningless things? Chapter 1896. Join the Chamber of Commerce of the Capital University. They weren't criticizing Ji Yuning with irony, they were simply telling the truth. Given Ji Yuning's status, it would indeed be a total waste of her talent if she joined the martial arts department. Most importantly, it was completely meaningless. Given Ji Yuning's current status and abilities, it's indeed meaningless to join the student union, but I think the Chamber of Commerce is quite suitable for her. At this time, everyone heard a male voice and realized that it was a good idea. Given Ji Yuning's current status and abilities, she should join the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce, also known as the Chamber of Business, or the Commerce Association, was an industry organization with corporate legal personality at the Capital University. The existence of the Chamber of Commerce was to unite all the strengths of the business community inside and outside the Capital University to actively participate in the national economic construction and prosper the market economy, carry out related commercial and economic activities based on commodity circulation, promote foreign economic relations and cooperation, adhere to the principle of business honesty and credit, persist in serving the overall interests of the enterprise, safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of members, do a good job in industry self-discipline, coordinate functions, and give full play to the role of bridges and bonds. Members of the Chamber of Commerce of the Capital University included undergraduates and graduates. In other words, most businessmen who graduated from the Capital University were members of its Chamber of Commerce. Among them, some weren't very successful, while some had great achievements. All in all, the Chamber of Commerce was a large circle of achievers in business. If one could join it, he or she would be able to know the elite in business, which was a great advantage to his or future career. However, disadvantages came with advantages. Where there were people, there was competition for benefits. They were in the same industry, so competition was unavoidable. Senior Ni. Seeing the newcomer, people who recognized him exclaimed. Obviously, he was very important. The newcomer was a young man in his early 20s. He was over 1.8 meters tall. Although he wasn't very handsome, he was good-looking. Most importantly, he looked mature and stable and had an air of the elite. With a glance, Ji Yuning recognized him too. Even though it was their first meeting, she had actually read about him in their school forum. Ni Chenyang was a member of the Ni family in the capital. He was also the head of the branch of the Chamber of Commerce at the Capital University. The Chamber of Commerce of the Capital University was an organization, but it had two branches. One was outside the school, while the other was in the school. They were led by different people. The branch outside the school consisted of graduates, while the branch in the school was made up of undergraduates. Normally, the two branches wouldn't interfere in each other's affairs, but there was a seasonal meeting of members of the Chamber of Commerce of the Capital University. At the meeting, all the members would gather together. Not every one of them would be present, but the majority would come. In the school, they also held a meeting once in a while, but they wouldn't order every member to come. After all, the Chamber of Commerce of the Capital University focused on business, while the meetings were only a chance for its members to get familiar with one another. If they were really going to help other people, they did it for their own benefits. After all, businessmen only cared about benefits. Ni Chenyang was born in a family of businesses, and he was very interested in business ever since he was little, so he was quite talented at it. Right after Ni Chenyang reached 18, he built a startup which was involved in e-commerce. It grew fast and had over 1 billion yuan in assets now. Before Ji Yuning came, he enjoyed the greatest achievements in their school. Even though Ni Chenyang had support from his family, he mostly relied on himself. Within only 4 years, it wasn't easy to become as successful as him. After all, there were many people who tried to start up a new company, but only a few of them could be successful, while most of them had to suffer more to achieve something. Ji Yuning could become a billionaire within such a short time mainly by exploiting. With the help of her jade eyes, she quickly made a fortune by running a business of jade and makeup. Even if Ji Yuning was 10 times richer than Ni Chenyang, her status in the capital was much lower than Ni Chenyang because the Ni family was very influential. Although he didn't rely on the Ni family to become successful, he was one of its members, so he was closely connected with his family and outsiders' eyes. That was also the reason why Ji Yuning was unwilling to expose her close relationship with the Tang family, because it would only make people think that she relied on the Tang family to achieve everything she owned today. She would be displeased if her own effort was ignored. "President Ni, are you inviting me to join the Chamber of Commerce?" asked Ji Yuning with confidence, but didn't look arrogant. Ni Chenyang put on an elegant smile. "Right, do I have the honor to have you be a member of our club, Ji Yuning?" Although he didn't think that Ji Yuning would turn him down, he was still nervous, because Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. Ni Chenyang was born in a top family and was good at studying as well as business, so he was very proud, but not arrogant. He wouldn't disdain anyone for no reason. Instead, he knew the rules of the society very well. President Ni, since you came to invite me in person, I of course shouldn't turn you down. I'm afraid I need to tell you in advance that I might not be able to show up at every meeting or event held by the club, said Ji Yuning. She knew she wouldn't be forced to be present, but she still thought it was better to make it clear beforehand. Seeing that Ji Yuning agreed, the smile became broader on Ni Chenyang's face. We won't force you all to come. You can choose to come when you're free. Well, I'm glad that you're one of us now, said Ni Chenyang, reaching out to shake hands with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning also reached out her hand to shake hands with him. Pan Tongyu was utterly displeased right now. To her surprise, Ni Chenyang would come to invite Ji Yuning to join them in person. She was aware of Ji Yuning's companies, but she tried to criticize Ji Yuning just now, so she didn't think much about it. So right now, she felt quite embarrassed. Other people were also surprised that Ni Chenyang came to invite Ji Yuning to join the Chamber of Commerce in person, but they clearly knew that Ji Yuning relied on her own abilities to be accepted. After that, Ji Yuning and Ni Chenyang exchanged their numbers. Ni Chenyang also gave Ji Yuning a form before telling her the location of their office. After she filled the form, she could hand it to the office before that Friday. Every new member needed to fill in a form with his or her basic information and the information about his or her companies. Chapter 1897. Did anyone dare to bully you on campus? After the chart was handed over, there was a special staffer to check the information. The new member would only be officially accepted when the information was confirmed. As Ji Yuning and Ni Chenyang were exchanging numbers, Pan Tongyu left in silence. In a while, the news that Ji Yuning joined the Chamber of Commerce and that it was Ni Chenyang who invited her in person went abroad. Rong Zechen and Yuan Shuyan soon heard it. Hearing the news about Ji Yuning, Rong Zechen felt a little uncomfortable. Rong Zechen originally planned to invite Ji Yuning to join the secretariat so that he could have more time to spend with her. However, after he was embarrassed by Ji Yuning in public last time, he lost that hope. What was worse, he was even mad at Ji Yuning, although he sometimes couldn't help but think of her. Perhaps he really liked Ji Yuning now. Even though Ji Yuning had embarrassed him and she already had a fiancé, he still couldn't give her up right away. Yuan Shuyan, however, hated Ji Yuning more than ever, although what had happened last time was just a misunderstanding. All of a sudden, Yuan Shuyan had an idea. Her younger female cousin was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, so she could ask her younger female cousin to help her make things difficult for Ji Yuning. Qian Dongliang and his people were injured, but they did what Ji Yuning told them to do. At 2 p.m. the next day, a new car of the same model as the one they had damaged showed up outside the headquarters of the Shengning organization. They actually didn't dare to delay it, because they were afraid that Ji Yuning might complain about them to Qi Tianlin. However, they couldn't disable Sun Shangming so fast, because they were injured. Tian arranged for other people to deal with it, so it wasn't something they could control now. They only hoped that the task would be carried out within 3 days, otherwise they would be in danger. The car which was damaged by Qian Dongliang and his people wasn't totally ruined. It only had broken glass and a dented body, which was a bit more serious, but it would cost a lot of money to repair it. As a result, they chose to give it up. After Qian Dongliang sent the car over, Chen Kanji reported it to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning filled in the information that she needed to give the Chamber of Commerce quickly. The next day, on Thursday, Ji Yuning took the materials to the office of the Chamber of Commerce during a break between classes, and nothing happened. However, at noon that day, Ji Yuning received a call from Kai Wenhong, the curator of the Palace Museum. He told her that the auction time had been set, and it would be on the 10th of next month. It was September 25th, so there was still half a month left. The deadline for registration of auction items was the end of this month, so Kai Wenhong told Ji Yuning to check the auction items when she was free. During registration, experts would personally inspect the goods. However, it was only the primary election, and there would be a re-election. Because there were so many items to be auctioned, but the number of auction places was limited, not all applicants would be selected in the end. Therefore, after all the items were registered, a screening was required to select the most valuable items for auction. Although Ji Yuning had a lot of free time, she was worried that accidents might happen, so she planned to deal with it tomorrow afternoon, because tomorrow was Friday and she only had 2 classes in the afternoon. So she could leave the school at 4 p.m. After that, Ji Yuning called Chen Durong again and told him that tomorrow afternoon the experts at the Palace Museum would look at auction items. She asked him if he had time. If he had, they could go together. Chen Durong had waited for this day for a long time. Not to mention that he had time, even if he didn't have time, he would do his best to spare some time without affecting his work. Ji Yuning then told Chen Durong the location, which was in her villa at Century City in the southern district. There was a basement in her place. After tomorrow, she would take the bronze chimes out and put them in the basement. After the call with Chen Durong, Ji Yuning called Master Leng after thinking for a while. "Hi, Ningning, it's rare to hear from you. I thought you already forgot me." Master Leng complained once he received Ji Yuning's call. Hearing that, Ji Yuning felt a little guilty and touched her nose. She indeed hadn't called Master Leng for a long time. In fact, she seldom called the Tang family as well. Thinking of that, she felt she wasn't a good granddaughter or daughter. Actually, when she got busy, she easily ignored her family. Even Leng Xiaoting had to call her first most of the time. "Sorry, Grandpa Leng, I've been very busy these days, so I forgot to call you." Ji Yuning apologized. Master Leng understood that Ji Yuning was very busy, so he didn't blame her. "Did anyone dare to bully you on campus?" Master Leng asked. "Don't worry, Grandpa Leng, nobody dares to bully me. No matter who has that idea, he or she will learn a lesson," said Ji Yuning. "Well, if any idiot dares to bully you with the influence of his or her family background, don't hesitate to punch them. Grandpa will support you," said Master Leng. He didn't want Ji Yuning to suffer anything unpleasant. Even though he was aware that Ji Yuning wasn't weak, as her family and an elder, he naturally supported her. "Sure." Ji Yuning agreed. "Oh, Grandpa Leng, I actually called you today to talk about something with you." "What is it?" Master Leng asked at once, sounding a little nervous. He was worried that Ji Yuning might be in trouble. I have a set of bronze chimes. I plan to put it up for auction. Tomorrow afternoon, Curator Kai from the Palace Museum will bring experts to appraise them. Are you interested? If you are, why don't you come with Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Shu?" Ji Yuning said. If she didn't tell them right now, they would blame her for keeping it a secret. "What? Bronze chimes? A set? Do you mean a whole set?" Hearing that, Master Leng was shocked. A single bronze chime wasn't something special, but a whole set of bronze chimes was quite amazing. In fact, even a group of it was very rare. "Yeah, but I got them from an ancient grave. I know it's illegal." Ji Yuning was honest. She told Master Leng that she didn't get them from a legal source, because everyone would know they couldn't be legal. Saying that, Ji Yuning was very nervous. After all, grave digging wasn't allowed, so she was afraid that Master Leng might have a bad impression of her. Nevertheless, even if she didn't tell him right now, he would learn about it at the auction. Ji Yuning decided to put them up for auction under the name of Xianxia Antique Store, which would bring great fame to Xianxia. Hearing that, Master Leng asked, "Do you want me to help you make it legal?" He said nothing about Ji Yuning's grave digging. However, since the chimes weren't legal, they could easily cause trouble. Chapter 1898. Can't wait a second longer. Not really, Curator Kai told me it isn't a problem. He can help me deal with it. I just wanted to tell you about it. After all, it's illegal. Ji Yuning said in panic, "I didn't go to dig the grave on my own initiative. It was already open when I went there. I found them by accident." When Ji Yuning decided to put the bronze chimes up for auction, she asked Curator Kai whether it could cause trouble because of its illegal source. Curator Kai told her whether it would cause trouble depending on the related departments in the government. Put frankly, it was just a matter of connections. As long as Ji Yuning had supportive connections, there would be no problem. Curator Kai knew that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, so she had powerful connections, so Curator Kai proposed to help her with it. It indeed isn't a good thing, but isn't totally unacceptable. Like what you just said, you didn't dig the grave on your own initiative, someone did it before you. Relax, I'm not stubborn. I won't criticize you, said Master Leng. Although he didn't agree with Ji Yuning's actions, he didn't blame her for it or have a bad impression on her. Master Leng wasn't a bad man, but he wasn't a completely good man either. He wouldn't do immoral or illegal things, but wouldn't behave completely according to the law. Sometimes, he had to break the law. Actually, they only did illegal things to fight back against evil people and their actions. They didn't do it to hurt innocent people. In some situations, normal methods were of no use, so they had to rely on special means. Therefore, he didn't think it was a big deal that Ji Yuning went to dig a grave. She didn't kill innocent people anyway. Ji Yuning didn't feel relieved until she heard Master Leng's answer. Thank you, Grandpa Leng. You don't need to say that. I'm not a stubborn person who sticks to the law. I've done many illegal things as well. The point is to whom it's done and what the thing is. Sometimes, we need unusual tricks, so I won't have a bad impression of you as long as you've done nothing immoral or completely unacceptable, said Master Leng. Hearing that, Ji Yuning felt relieved and stopped thinking further about that. She had indeed done many illegal things, but they weren't morally wrong. After that, Ji Yuning called Zhang Zongyu and Master Shu and told them about the bronze chimes. The two old men were both excited once they heard the news, and certainly wouldn't miss this good opportunity. Ji Yuning didn't tell Zhang Zongyu and Master Shu how she got the bronze chimes. They didn't ask her about it either, because it was unnecessary. They were aware that the bronze chimes couldn't be legal. Since they knew, there was no need for them to ask about that. Even though they were aware that the bronze chimes were illegal, they didn't bother to criticize Ji Yuning. After all, many objects in their collection were illegal too. In addition, this wasn't the first time that they had learned that Ji Yuning's antiques were illegal. Moreover, they weren't worried whether the bronze chimes might cause them trouble. Since Kai Wenhong was going to appraise them, it meant they were safe. Even if there would be a problem, Kai Wenhong would deal with it. They all knew Kai Wenhong, so they trusted him. Because of the bronze chimes, Master Leng and his old friends were so excited that they couldn't remain calm at all. If it were possible, they wished to see the bronze chimes right away. Kai Wenhong had the same feeling, but they had to wait for tomorrow afternoon. The next day, Kai Wenhong waited for Ji Yuning's call all day long, although he knew Ji Yuning wouldn't call until 4 p.m. In the morning, Kai Wenhong also shared the news with two antique experts who were going to appraise the bronze chimes with him later. The two experts were shocked too, but they thought that Ji Yuning only had a group of bronze chimes, instead of a whole set. Anyway, they were as excited as Kai Wenhong, and looked forward to seeing the bronze chimes. Finally, it was 4 p.m. and Ji Yuning called Kai Wenhong. Kai Wenhong immediately picked up the call. Before it was even 4 p.m., Kai Wenhong fixed his eyes on his phone, wondering whether Ji Yuning would call him earlier. Miss Ji Yu, are you out of school? Kai Wenhong asked in a hurry. Hearing Kai Wenhong's voice, which was full of anticipation, Ji Yuning understood his feelings and felt amused. Yeah, Curator Kai, do you know Century City in the Southern District? My home is there. I'm walking out of our school right now and I'll drive home afterwards. We can meet at XX house. Sure, we're on our way, said Kai Wenhong and left his home right away. It wasn't rush hour at 4 p.m., so Ji Yuning soon went back to Century City. When Ji Yuning arrived, Master Leng, Zhang Zongyu, Master Shu, Kai Wenhong and the other experts were already there. Master Leng and his old friends came in advance, while Kai Wenhong was nearer to this place than Ji Yuning, so he was 5 minutes earlier than her. Master Leng and his old friends knew that Kai Wenhong and the other experts came to appraise the bronze chimes, but Kai Wenhong and the other experts didn't know that they could come here as well. Therefore, Kai Wenhong was surprised to see them. Especially when he saw Master Leng, Kai Wenhong felt quite nervous and uneasy. Although he had seen Master Leng many times before, he knew how important Master Leng was. The two experts who came along with Kai Wenhong were even more nervous than him. Knowing that Master Lang and his old friends came to see the bronze chimes under the invitation of Ji Yuning, Kai Wenhong wasn't unhappy. He didn't dare to show any displeasure either. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised by their early arrival, so she had told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to be ready to welcome them. Accordingly, once they came, they were invited to have tea in the living room. After a while, Chen Durong showed up. He was astonished to see Master Lang and the other people as well, so he felt nervous too. They chatted for a short time, then Ji Yuning arrived. She greeted them one by one. Once they finished the greetings, Master Lang urged, "Ningning, don't waste time. Show us the bronze chimes now." Actually, before Ji Yuning exchanged greetings with them, Master Lang was already eager to urge her to do that, but he felt it was impolite to interrupt, so he forced himself to be patient. "Yeah, we can't wait a second longer," said Zhang Zongyu. Chapter 1899, She's my granddaughter-in-law. Kai Wenhong also looked at Ji Yuning with anticipation. He even forgot to introduce the two experts to her. Ji Yuning felt amused at being urged by them, but she understood their feelings. She left the bodyguards and chauffeurs brought here by Master Lang and the others in the lobby, then took them to the basement. The bodyguards of Master Lang and the others all knew Ji Yuning's status, so they trusted her and weren't worried about what she might do to hurt them. The basement was dark, which was convenient for Ji Yuning to do the next step. After opening the door, she didn't turn on the light immediately, but used her consciousness to take the bronze chimes out of her telepathic eye space. Once the lights were on, the others went inside. Afterwards, they saw rows of bronze chimes standing against the wall, and were all stunned. Standing there in shock, none of them reacted. They couldn't believe their eyes. There were 9 groups of 3 layers of bronze chimes, and the number was about 60. The whole set of bronze chimes included 65 pieces in 9 groups on 3 layers. It might be the whole set. Kai Wenhong and the others who didn't know that Ji Yuning indeed owned a whole set of bronze chimes had that idea. Thinking of that, they took a long breath in. Not only they were amazed, Master Lang and the others who were aware that Ji Yuning had this whole set of bronze chimes were also shocked. After a few seconds of great surprise, Master Lang was the first to get his senses back, and rushed ahead without delay. Zhang Zongyu and Master Shu followed him. Kai Wenhong and the other 2 appraisers immediately went ahead as well. Miss Ji Yu, is this the whole set?" Kai Wenhong asked. He still couldn't believe it, because it was too shocking to be true. Even his voice and body were trembling with excitement. "Yeah, it's the whole set. 65 pieces in 9 groups on 3 layers, said Ji Yuning in a calm tone, but Kai Wenhong couldn't remain calm at all. Although he already figured that out the second he saw the number, he still felt astonished by Ji Yuning's affirmative answer. Are you sure they're all real?" Kai Wenhong asked again. It wasn't his fault that he kept asking Ji Yuning questions about that, because it was quite unbelievable. It wasn't easy for him to accept it right away. In addition, he was full of anticipation, so he was afraid that they might be fake, which would be a great disappointment. "They're all real. Curator Kai, you'll know by giving it an appraisal," said Ji Yuning with a smile. Hearing that, Kai Wenhong took a long breath in. Because he was too excited, he forgot to appraise them. Even the 2 experts who came with him didn't know where to start when standing in front of the bronze chimes. Kai Wenhong did his best to calm himself down before conducting the appraisal. These 65 bronze chimes needed to be identified one by one, because it was possible that some of them might be fake. It wasn't because he didn't trust Ji Yuning, but he had to be careful and do a serious appraisal. The auction this time was very special, so the rules were naturally very strict. Because there were too many bronze chimes, it took a long time to appraise all of them. Therefore, Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to move over some chairs, tables and tea for them to have a break if they were tired. Gao Yi and Chao Ya didn't know what was in the basement until they walked in, but they knew little about antiques, so they weren't very surprised to see the bronze chimes. However, when they saw the excitement on the faces of the other people, they realized that the bronze chimes might be very valuable. Anyway, their boss had countless valuable objects, so they thought Master Lang and the other people's reaction was very normal. They left after putting the tables, chairs, and tea down. Ji Yuning sat by a table, enjoying the tea, waiting at the side. Real, this one is real. They kept exclaiming. It's so shocking. It's a whole set. I can't believe I have the opportunity to see a whole set of bronze chimes in my life. Even if I die right now, I'll have no regrets. It was Zhang Zongyu's voice. He was the one who loved antiques the most among the people here, so he said that aloud. Undoubtedly, he was just saying it. Ningning, you're too unbelievable. Master Shu complimented. Right. Kai Wenhong agreed. They knew the bronze chimes were illegal, but they also understood it wasn't easy to find and bring them back. She's my granddaughter-in-law. Of course she's unbelievable, said Master Leng with pride. Yeah, what else can you show off except for your granddaughter-in-law right now? Said Master Shu with slight jealousy. My grandson. He's also very outstanding seeing as he won the heart of such a great girl like my granddaughter-in-law, said Master Leng with satisfaction. Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu didn't know what to say at this moment, because they had heard that from Master Leng countless times. Being praised by Master Leng in public, Ji Yuning felt quite happy. Ji Yuning had a faint smile on her lips. She could feel that Master Leng was very satisfied with her, so she took Master Leng as her family member too. While they were appraising the bronze chimes, Ji Yuning received a call from Ni Chenyang. He asked whether she had handed in the documents. Ji Yuning was surprised. I did. During a break between classes on Thursday. Had someone done something to the documents? It sounded like a conspiracy theory, but Ji Yuning was often schemed against by bad people. Oh, they must have been misplaced by one of our staff. I'll look for them, said Ni Chenyang. He didn't connect it with a conspiracy. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She said nothing further about it, because she wasn't sure whether someone had done something without her knowing it. Perhaps it was just an accident. Half an hour later, Ni Chenyang called again and told her that he still didn't find them. Ji Yuning, I'm sorry. Can I send you the forms by email and you can fill them in on the computer before sending it back to me? Ni Chenyang said, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, they didn't do their job well and had to bother Ji Yuning. No problem. Ji Yuning understood it had nothing to do with Ni Chenyang, so she didn't blame him for it. Afterwards, Ji Yuning told Ni Chenyang her email address and Ni Chenyang sent her an email in 2 minutes. Ji Yuning gave a glance at Master Leng and the others. When no one paid attention to her, she directly took out a laptop from her telepathic eye space. She was too lazy to do it outside. Without hesitation, she turned it on and downloaded the documents to fill in the forms. After that, she sent them back to Ni Chenyang. Once Ni Chenyang received the documents, he sent Ji Yuning a message. Chapter 1900. Do Kai Wenhong a favor. When Kai Wenhong and his people finished the appraisal, it was 7 p.m. Master Leng and the others already left after staying for more than an hour. Because they only came to appreciate the bronze chimes, there was no need to appraise them one by one, or to wait for all of them to be appraised. They all loved antiques, but they didn't want to collect just any antiques. They just liked to collect small objects, so they didn't have much interest in the bronze chimes. Kai Wenhong and the others were still there, so Ji Yuning couldn't walk away. She didn't invite Master Leng and his old friends to dine together, but she promised to do that the next time she was free. Master Leng and his old friends agreed. After the appraisal, Kai Wenhong and his people were sure that the bronze chimes were all real and they got very excited. Miss Ji Yu, why don't you sell this set of bronze chimes to the Palace Museum? Said Kai Wenhong. The Palace Museum would be more than willing to collect this whole set of highly valuable bronze chimes. Not only the Palace Museum, other museums would also compete for it if they knew about it. Actually, in addition to museums, there were a lot of other people who would love to collect the set, like orchestras and super-rich collectors. After all, the whole set of bronze chimes was worth over 1 billion yuan. Only rich people could afford it. Curator Kai, how much do you think this whole set of bronze chimes is worth? Ji Yuning asked. She didn't accept, nor refuse, which was a chance for Kai Wenhong. Ji Yuning took this set of bronze chimes out in order to make money and promote Shangyan Antique Store. As long as the price was reasonable and Xianxia antique store could gain some fame, she didn't care who the buyer was. Hearing that, Kai Wenhong immediately became excited. In 19XX, 2 sets of bronze chimes were unearthed in a tomb of the Eastern Zhou dynasty at a certain place, a set of 9 pieces and a set of 7 pieces. They were auctioned for the price of more than 1 billion yuan. Now this is a full set, 9 groups, so it's at least 5 billion yuan. Well, if it's auctioned, the price can be even higher. It's possible to reach 7 billion yuan. Many things relied on publicity stunts to win a high price, but they actually didn't have much value. Curator Kai, how much are you willing to pay for this set of bronze chimes? Ji Yuning asked. She knew the approximate number, but also wanted to hear Kai Wenhong's bid. Miss Ji Yu, it's yours, so you can set the price, said Kai Wenhong. Although he hoped to buy it at the lowest price, it was owned by Ji Yuning, so she naturally could set the price. Moreover, the set of bronze chimes was at least 5 billion yuan. At the auction, the price might soar to 7 billion yuan, so naturally they couldn't give Ji Yuning only 5 billion yuan. They had no intention of taking advantage of her. If Ji Yuning was annoyed, she might refuse to sell it to them. I'm a businesswoman, and of course I put the bronze chimes up for auction for money, so I won't allow anyone to take advantage of me. In addition, I also expect to use the bronze chimes to promote Xianxia antique store, so I'll certainly put it up for auction. However, although I want money, I'm not greedy. Curator Kai, since you said the whole set is worth at least 5 billion yuan and the price can go up to 7 billion yuan at auction, I can sell it to you at the price of 5 billion yuan. What do you think? I'll still put it up for auction under the name of Xianxia antique store. People can bid for it, but the Palace Museum will finally get it no matter what the bidding price is. I don't care about the price of the deal. I only need 5 billion yuan, said Ji Yuning. Kai Wenhong was amazed, because Ji Yuning only wanted 5 billion yuan. The other 2 experts were also shocked, so was Chen Durong. Nevertheless, it was Ji Yuning's decision, so he couldn't interfere. It wasn't a low price compared to Ji Yuning's estimated price, but she actually lost a lot of money if she put the whole set up for auction. After all, there was a huge gap of 2 billion yuan. Ji Yuning, however, didn't care much about it. Anyway, she got this set of bronze chimes for free, so she easily made 5 billion yuan at zero cost. Sometimes, people couldn't be too greedy and only care about money. She did this right now to do Kai Wenhong a favor as well. After all, there were many illegal antiques in her hands, and they might cause her trouble sooner or later. Kai Wenhong was the curator of the Palace Museum and the vice director of the National Cultural Heritage Administration. With Kai Wenhong's help, she could get herself out of trouble in the future. In fact, even if she didn't do Kai Wenhong the favor right now, Kai Wenhong wouldn't make things difficult for her for the sake of the Leng family, but she still preferred to solve the problem on her own. Ji Yuning wouldn't have a low profile afterwards, but she was reluctant to put Kai Wenhong into a dilemma just for the favor. Miss Ji Yu, do you really mean it? Kai Wenhong heard it clearly, but couldn't believe it. It was too shocking to be true. Yeah, I mean it. Ji Yuning said, Curator Kai, you know the industry I'm involved in. There are always some objects from illegal sources, so please forgive us sometimes if it's possible. I know. It's not a problem. Even if you don't sell the bronze chimes to me, I won't blame you for that, said Kai Wenhong. Actually, he was thrilled. He didn't think that he could get this whole set of bronze chimes at the price of 5 billion yuan until Ji Yuning gave him the price of her own accord. Ji Yuning laid down a condition, but it wasn't a big deal for him. Even if Ji Yuning didn't do him the favor, in order to please the Leng family he wouldn't cause her trouble. Great, Curator Kai, please draw up a contract later and inform me afterwards. I'll go to sign it once I'm free. We can make a formal deal after the auction, said Ji Yuning. Sure, Kai Wenhong agreed. It's not early now, and I've booked a private room at the restaurant outside this living block. Why don't we share a meal? Said Ji Yuning. It's my honor. Kai Wenhong didn't reject. Ji Yuning already booked a room after all. If he turned her down, she would be embarrassed. He definitely wouldn't let Ji Yuning pay for the meal though, he would do that by himself. Ji Yuning sold the bronze chimes at a low price, so he owed her. It was very reasonable that he paid for the meal. When they walked out of the basement, Ji Yuning was a few steps behind them. Once they were all out, she put the bronze chimes back into her telepathic eye space before leaving. On their way out, Ji Yuning called Gao Yi and Xiaoya. They stayed outside the entire time, and hadn't eaten yet. Chapter 1901. Disable Sun Xiangming. The restaurant was right next to the gate of Century City, so Ji Yuning and the others didn't all drive. They could walk back on foot later, so they all got in Chen Durong's car. After arriving at the gate of the hotel and parking the car, they got out and walked in together. Oh, I haven't introduced you to them yet. These two are the most authoritative experts in the Palace Museum. This is Jin, and this is he. Kai Wenhong introduced the two experts to Ji Yuning. Hi, Elder Jin, Mr. He, nice to see you, Ji Yuning and Chen Durong greeted them. The expert named Jin was already in his early 60s, so Ji Yuning called him Elder Jin. The expert named he was about 40 years old, so she called him Mr. He. Although Mr. He was young, he was very professional in identifying antiques. In the industry, he also enjoyed a high status and great fame. Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu, Mr. Chen. Elder Jin and Mr. He greeted Ji Yuning and Chen Durong. They were very polite to them, especially to Ji Yuning, who they were quite respectful to. Ji Yuning wasn't only very successful at such a young age, but she also had a close relationship with the old masters of the Leng family, the Shu family, and the Zhang family. Moreover, she was also the Leng family's future granddaughter-in-law. When they heard about that from Master Leng just now, they were all shocked. Therefore, nobody dared to take her lightly. Halfway through the meal, Kai Wenhong's phone rang. He excused himself and went out to answer the call. After the meal, Ji Yuning told Xiaoya to pay the bill, but found that it was already settled by Kai Wenhong when he went out to answer the call earlier. Actually, he didn't receive any call, it was an alarm clock set by himself. Once it rang, Kai Wenhong went out to settle the account with the excuse of answering the call. Since Kai Wenhong already paid the bill, Ji Yuning accepted his kindness. After all, it was reasonable that Kai Wenhong wanted to buy her a meal. Chen Durong asked Ji Yuning whether they needed him to drive them back, but Ji Yuning declined. They could amble back later, so Chen Durong didn't insist. However, when they just reached the entrance of the living block, Ji Yuning's phone rang and the caller was Shu Qinyan. It was nothing important. Because it was a weekend, Shu Qinyan invited Ji Yuning to gather together in Song Nan's bar. Ji Yuanna, Tang Qingyang, and their other friends were also there. Leng Xiaoting didn't come back this weekend and went to complete a task, so Ji Yuning was free right now. Therefore, she went to the bar with Gao Yi and Xiaoya so that she could drink later. Even if she drank, she could drive too, but Shu Qinyan wouldn't allow her to do that if she drank alcohol. Besides, she couldn't expose that she could use her magical power to get rid of the effect of alcohol. At about this time, a luxury car was driving on the highway in the suburbs of the capital, and there were not many vehicles around. In the luxury car, there were 3 people. Sun Xiangming sat in the back seat, the driver was naturally his chauffeur, while his secretary was in the front passenger's seat. Sun Xiangming was about 40 years old. He was slightly fat and had a large belly. He wasn't ugly, but he looked a little disgusting because he had features of a backstabber. At this time, Sun Xiangming seemed to be in a bad mood due to the unpleasant things he had been through these days. At first, he failed to strike a deal with Chen Kanji. Although he hired some people trying to teach Chen Kanji a lesson, Chen Kanji survived. As for today, there was a problem with his company's medicinal materials and he lost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although hundreds of thousands of yuan was just a small amount of money to him, it was enough for a lot of things. Anyway, he was quite displeased after losing the money. Suddenly, 2 ordinary cars blocked the way of Sun Xiangming's car at its front and back. It was similar to what Kei and Chen Kanji had encountered the night before yesterday. The chauffeur slammed on the brakes. What happened? Sun Xiangming was scared by the abrupt halt and questioned in anger. He sat in the back seat, so he couldn't see what was happening at the front right away. "Chairman's son, we're being blocked in front," said the chauffeur in a panic. It couldn't be more obvious that they were in trouble now. After that, the chauffeur saw another car at their back from the rearview mirror. And the back too. He looked even more terrified. What? Sun Xiangming panicked as well. Immediately after the cars at the front and back stopped, several men got out of them. There were a total of 6 people, all in masks, so no one could see their faces clearly. In addition, they all held iron bars. "Call the police," Sun Xiangming shouted in a trembling voice. Hearing that, his secretary came back to his senses and took out his phone to call the police. They didn't dare to get out of the car, and were greatly surprised by the fact that someone dared to attack them. Who could the person be? Was it possible that Chen Kanji learned that Sun Xiangming had hired people to attack him the night before yesterday and he sent these people to pay him back? It was Sun Xiangming's idea, and also happened to be the truth. Anyway, there was no way for them to run away tonight. Before the secretary could make a call, those people came to the front of the car and smashed the car for a while. The secretary threw his phone in horror and hugged his head for fear of being slashed or smashed by the broken glass. Although there were vehicles passing by and some people saw this scene, no one dared to help. On the contrary, for fear of getting hurt, the drivers of the passing vehicles stepped on the accelerator and left quickly. After the glass was broken, the door could also be opened. Sun Xiangming was immediately pulled out of the car. Although he was reluctant to leave it, he had no strength to resist. Their target was Sun Xiangming, so they didn't plan to do anything to the chauffeur and secretary, but they didn't allow them to call the police anymore. "I'm a relative of the Chong family. Don't you dare." "No," Sun Xiangming threatened. However, before he could finish, he was hit on his arm with a stick, then screamed in pain. You. Sun Xiangming was annoyed and angry, but failed to say a complete sentence. To his surprise, those people weren't afraid of his status at all. In fact, if they were afraid of him, they wouldn't have come. To some extent, they were unwilling to hurt him, but it was an order from Tian, and they dared not disobey it. They learned that Tian had made a mistake and annoyed someone he shouldn't have offended. In order to make it up, he had to attack Sun Xiangming. It didn't need too many people to beat Sun Xiangming, and 2 men were enough. Sun Xiangming shouted in pain while being beaten by them and almost had a breakdown. He had never suffered something like this before. Those people didn't waste too much time on Sun Xiangming. After beating him for a while, they took an iron rod to hit his knees. Under the hit, his knees broke with a snap. Chapter 1902. Impolite attitude. After the heavy hit, the pain made Sun Xiangming almost faint, and he couldn't even moan aloud. Although the chauffeur and secretary weren't beaten, they didn't dare to save Sun Xiangming, because they knew it was useless. What was worse, they could also be hurt. After breaking Sun Xiangming's legs, those people stopped and immediately left, because their purpose was to break his legs. Once those people left, Sun Xiangming's chauffeur quickly drove straight towards the hospital. Although the car was seriously smashed, it could still drive. After the task was completed, those people reported it to Tian. Tian then told Qian Dongliang about it, and Qian Dongliang talked to Chen Kanji afterwards. The second Chen Kanji got the news, he shared it with Ji Yuning. At this time, Ji Yuning was already in Song Nan's bar. Most of the people at the table were familiar faces, including Tang Qingyang, Xu Qinyan, Ji Yuana and 2 friends of Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang met these 2 friends abroad, but they were both from the capital. They had just returned a few days ago, and it was also today that Tang Qingyang had time to entertain them. The situation Tang Qingyang was in was no longer dangerous, so Ba Tianyang's mission had been completed and he went back to the company a few days ago. Song Nan was also here. As the boss, Song Nan rarely came, because he owned more than one business. However, he usually showed up when his good friends visited. In addition, he had to be free. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning's phone rang. Because the bar was a bit noisy, she got up and went to the washroom to answer the call. Knowing that Sun Xiangming had a broken leg, Ji Yuning put on a smile of satisfaction. Now that it was settled, she decided to move on. She didn't doubt whether it was true, because it was very easy for her to discover the truth. As a result, they didn't need to lie to her, because it would just cause trouble for themselves. Nonetheless, Ji Yuning still asked Chen Kanji to investigate the surveillance cameras along the section of road where Sun Xiangming was beaten. After confirming it, he directly hacked the surveillance cameras to prevent Sun Xiangming from obtaining evidence. Even though they weren't the ones who beat Sun Xiangming, they were connected. In order to avoid unnecessary involvement and trouble, it was better to ruin the surveillance videos. After Ji Yuning hung up the call with Chen Kanji, she walked out of the washroom and ran into Rong Zechen right outside. Rong Zechen's face was slightly red with blurred eyes, which obviously showed that he was drunk. Seeing Ji Yuning, Rong Zechen was a little surprised, a little happy, and a little annoyed. Their argument left a scar in his heart. When Ji Yuning saw Rong Zechen, she had no special feelings. Because she had said that they should be strangers, she only gave him a glance, then withdrew her sight and left. Rong Zechen, however, was unwilling to accept that. Ji Yuning, wait a second. He shouted at Ji Yuning's back. Hearing his voice, Ji Yuning stopped. Although she decided to treat him as a stranger if they met again, there was no need for her to harbor a grudge against him. Therefore, she couldn't ignore it when Rong Zechen called her. After all, she didn't want to hear more rumors about her, which would make things difficult for her. Anyway, she couldn't trust Rong Zechen's character right now. Senior Rong, may I help? Ji Yuning turned around and asked him with an indifferent attitude. She didn't do it on purpose, but it was her real attitude towards Rong Zechen. Can we have a talk? Rong Zechen asked. There weren't many people around them, so Rong Zechen didn't bother to walk away. I heard you have a fiancé. Is it true? He had actually doubted whether it was just an excuse Ji Yuning made up to get rid of the misunderstanding. It's true, said Ji Yuning with a serious expression, because it was indeed the truth. Hearing that, Rong Zechen looked upset. Is he really outstanding? You. Rong Zechen opened his mouth again, trying to say something, but didn't say it aloud. Hesitating, he didn't know whether he should say it aloud. Senior Rong, if there isn't anything else I can help with, I need to leave now. Ji Yuning had no patience with him. Accordingly, once she finished, she turned around to walk away. Wait a moment. Rong Zechen stopped her again, and Ji Yuning paused. I just want to know. Don't you like me at all? Rong Zechen asked. Hearing that, Ji Yuning frowned with a resigned look. She didn't know why Rong Zechen was so confident and believed that she might like him. They had only met each other a few times, and didn't talk much with one another. Rong Zechen was quite popular in the school, but Ji Yuning had no interest in him. Besides, he tried to form a relationship with her on his own initiative, but Ji Yuning was very cold to him, which embarrassed him with disappointment. Senior Rong, I know there are a lot of your admirers in our school, but different people have different preferences. Although most girls like you, it doesn't mean every girl will like you. We've only met each other a few times, and we don't talk much with one another. I seriously have no idea why you think that I might like you, said Ji Yuning. She sounded a little impolite, but it was necessary in order to get rid of Rong Zechen. Ji Yuning already had a fiancé and she was loyal to him. Except for her fiancé, she had no interest in men. Before Ji Yuning could say anything else, an unkind female voice sounded nearby them. Well, even if you like Zechen, Zechen might not choose you. Do you know how influential his family is? Zechen is the heir of the Rong family in the capital. Have you heard of the Rong family? It's a top family in our country. Not everyone can be accepted by it. The girl was at the same age as Ji Yuning. She was pretty, but looked quite mean. The tone when she spoke also proved her self-centered character. She was merely a spoiled, arrogant rich heiress. Rong Zechen didn't interrupt the girl, because he wanted to see Ji Yuning's reaction after knowing his status. Ji Yuning saw through Rong Zechen, so she had a worse impression of him. No matter what, she and Rong Zechen were meant to have no social intercourse. Miss, what's wrong with your comprehension? I've made it very clear that I don't like Senior Rong. I'm aware that he's a member of the Rong family, but so what? I value one's abilities above his family background. I don't think a really outstanding man needs to show off his family background to prove himself, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 1903, A Hateful Woman. Hearing that, Rong Zechen frowned. It turned out that Ji Yuning was aware of his family background, but she didn't have a different attitude towards him just because of that. It was the first time he had encountered such a cold treatment. Almost every person tried to please him after knowing that he was the heir of the wrong family. Besides, Ji Yuning also said that she didn't think a really outstanding man needed to show off his family background to prove himself. He thought that what she said wasn't wrong, but he didn't agree with her on that. Because people with an influential family background would have a higher starting point and more opportunities than those without a family background. Therefore, they had a greater chance to become successful. Ji Yuning relied on herself to become successful, but she was very rare in this world. It was precisely because Ji Yuning was especially outstanding, that Rong Zechen had a very good impression of her. All in all, they were attracted by each other's status. Ji Yuning understood that, but she still believed that really outstanding people didn't need their family background to prove themselves. Well, only those who don't have a powerful family background emphasize abilities. It's a realistic society. People with an influential background can easily become more successful than ordinary people. To be honest, if I want to make things difficult for you, it's just a piece of cake for me, said the girl with arrogance. Right, I agree that it's a realistic society, and those who have a powerful family background can easily gain more success than ordinary people. You were born in a powerful family. I don't know whether you can bully other people as you want, but you better not try to cause me trouble. It won't do you any good, said Ji Yuning. Although it sounded a little aggressive, she was unwilling to be taken as weak. You. The girl was surprised by Ji Yuning's response and felt displeased at being threatened. How dare you threaten me? Do you know who I am? She tried to put pressure on Ji Yuning with the influence of her family. I don't care who you are, but you better give up the idea of attacking me, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning knew that the girl was from a powerful family, but she couldn't care less about it. After all, she wasn't afraid of Rong Zechen either. Really? I'm curious to know what you can do to fight back. The girl looked very unkind. She was determined to teach Ji Yuning a lesson. Ranran, calm down. Rong Zechen warned her at once, but didn't show much anger. It seemed that he also hoped Min Ranran could scare Ji Yuning a little. Min Ranran was from a first-rate rich family in the capital, but the Rong family enjoyed a much higher social status than her family. However, Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay much attention to Min Ranran. She never wanted to be involved in trouble. If it was possible, she would avoid having grudges with people of power, but she wouldn't hesitate to defend herself if it was unavoidable. Zechen, she's really hateful. Min Ranran complained. She wouldn't give up the idea of teaching Ji Yuning a lesson just because of Rong Zechen's warning. She wanted to cause Ji Yuning trouble, not only for Rong Zechen, but because she also disliked Ji Yuning. All right, let's go now. Since Ji Yuning had put it so frankly, Rong Zechen was unwilling to waste more time here. Actually, he didn't want to see Ji Yuning at all right now. Afterwards, he turned around walking away, leaving Min Ranran behind. Zechen. Min Ranran still wanted to argue with Ji Yuning, but Rong Zechen already walked away. As a result, she had to leave after giving Ji Yuning a glare. Ji Yuning went back to her seat later. Sun Xiangming got his wounds wrapped in the hospital, then told his secretary to call the police once he felt a little relieved. He didn't think it was his fault. In fact, he had hired a bunch of hoodlums to attack Chen Kanji first, and Chen Kanji simply paid him back, but Sun Xiangming blamed Chen Kanji for his injuries. However, the surveillance cameras along the road were already hacked, so there was no evidence. In that case, it was impossible for him to punish Chen Kanji unless he used some dirty tricks. However, if he dared to do that, he would only suffer more. At 11 p.m., Ji Yuning went back home before her friends. Although a lot of activities started after 11 p.m., Ji Yuning didn't have much interest in bars. She only went out to gather with her friends for a while. Tang Qingyang and the others didn't leave right away, but they didn't stop Ji Yuning and her bodyguards from leaving. The next morning, Ji Yuning went for a run and met Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe on her way. Because it was a weekend, Baili Zongshe went back to Century City too. Ji Yuning, are you free today? If you are, why don't we shop together? Baili Zongshe said to Ji Yuning. Sorry, I'm busy these days. I have a lot to deal with in the company. Ji Yuning declined. It was actually a lie, but she had decided to cultivate in the Sihewan. She hadn't practiced for a long time, so she was a little anxious. Chu Peihan and her friends asked her whether she was free for a gathering yesterday afternoon, but Ji Yuning turned them down. If they were willing to come here to have some fun with her, they were welcome at any time. Ji Yuning would arrange for Gao Yi or Chao Ya to open the door for them. Fine. Since she said that, Baili Zongshe didn't insist. She understood that Ji Yuning was very busy. After running, Ji Yuning went to have breakfast. She rested for a while, then avoided the rush hour and left for the Sihewan. Although it was a weekend, there was still a lot of traffic on the road. Most white-collar workers didn't have weekends. Only public servants could be free on the weekends. Before Ji Yuning left her home, she called Jing Yunyao and asked her whether she wanted to go to the Sihewan with her. After all, Jing Yunyao was always alone at home, so Ji Yuning was worried that she might feel bored. However, Jing Yunyao didn't feel bored, because she got into some hobbies recently. She could hang out with Yunyao, cultivate, go to the manor to trim the plants, or visit the Yi family. Because of Jing Yunyao's special status, she reached an agreement with the Leng family that they would keep it a secret that she was still alive. It was enough that members of the Leng family were aware of it. Therefore, she tried to avoid showing up before those who were familiar with the Leng family in case the secret was exposed. Jing Yunyao also planned to visit Shengguan Yang at the Sihewan today, so she agreed. Therefore, Ji Yuning went to pick up Jing Yunyao before going to the Sihewan. Jing Yunyao was at a very high level as a cultivator, but she needed to reach a higher level. Accordingly, once they arrived at the Sihewan, Ji Yuning went to practice on her own, while Shengguan Yang taught Jing Yunyao how to improve herself. Chapter 1904, Movements on the Mountain on Sunday morning in a small mountain village. Yesterday, overnight, more than 10 people died in the village, and they died very strangely. They were all dried up, and their blood seemed to be sucked. It had also been proved that these people had all of their blood sucked because they had 2 small holes in their necks, which connected to their arteries. Those 2 small holes seemed to be left by the teeth of wild beasts. Some guessed it might be done by beasts, while some thought it was more likely to be done by zombies. Anyway, no matter what it was definitely not a normal death, so for a time, the village was in complete panic and many people fled. Some people didn't flee because a group of people came to the village early in the morning when the accident happened. They were all dressed in police uniforms and military uniforms, and said that they were policemen and soldiers who came to track down the murderer. These policemen were a group of members of the local provincial investigative team, and 8 of them came here. As for the soldiers, they were from the Red Flame led by Leng Xiaoting. This time, 6 of them came here. It was said that the murderer was traced because this wasn't the first time this kind of thing had happened, it was already the second time. When it first happened, it was investigated by the local police at first, but it turned out that things were rather weird, and reminded them of beasts and zombies. However, they refused to believe in zombies. Because it was a remote mountain village, there were no surveillance cameras, so it was relatively difficult to investigate. The local police then reported the case to a senior department. Afterwards, a local provincial investigative team was sent to investigate it. If they still couldn't find out the truth, they had to report it to a more senior department again. Reports beyond the provincial level were directly entered into the national system, so members of the Red Flame learned about it. After encountering the Red Lion during the last training exercise, the members of the Red Flame knew that there were monsters and ghosts in this world, so they realized that it was related to the monsters and ghosts the moment they looked at the situation. Therefore, they immediately notified Leng Xiaoting. They were afraid that this task could only be completed by Leng Xiaoting. As soon as the Red Flame arrived, they quickly tracked down the clues. After all, Leng Xiaoting was now a cultivator, and his various abilities were dozens of times better than before. He could directly perceive many things with his consciousness. Leng Xiaoting was able to get the clues so quickly because it hadn't rained in the past few days. If it rained, some things would be washed away, and it would be difficult to conduct the investigation. Members of the reconnaissance team followed Leng Xiaoting and his teammates to this mountain village, but it was still a few hours late and the tragedy had already happened. Leng Xiaoting told the reconnaissance team to stay in the village first to protect the villagers, in order to prevent the murderer from coming back again. The murderer didn't kill for the pleasure of killing, but for the demand of blood, so many more people would suffer if the murderer wasn't caught. Leng Xiaoting and his teammates already knew it was caused by ghosts and monsters, so it was useless even if the reconnaissance team stayed there. Nevertheless, there was no better idea. They had to protect the villagers. Besides, this village was far from the town, so something terrible might happen on the road. Leng Xiaoting discovered that the murderer only committed the crime at night, so he thought it might not appear during the day. They wouldn't go too far. Even if the murderer appeared, he could still hear it as long as they shot. It wouldn't be too late to come back. After that, Leng Xiaoting took members of the Red Flame to continue the investigation. Because there were blood stains on the ground, they figured out the approximate direction of the murderer's departure. Luckily, they had clues. However, although Leng Xiaoting could sense movements around 500 meters, 4 hours had passed. As a result, it wasn't easy for them to track down the killer, because 4 hours were enough for people to run far away. Either way, they still needed to look around first, because the murderer might be near. Leng Xiaoting and his teammates searched for intermittent bloodstains and walked for about a kilometer. After a while, he smelled blood coming from the front. Perhaps because of the distance, the blood smell wasn't strong. Leng Xiaoting and his teammates immediately walked forward. At the same time, the blood smell became stronger. The senses of Xu Jingchen and others weren't as acute as Leng Xiaoting's, so they didn't realize that there was a smell of blood until Leng Xiaoting found it to be quite strong. Without delay, they quickly walked there. When they went to the place where the smell of blood spread, they saw a corpse. It was the same as the death of the villagers. They were all sucked to death. Obviously, the murderer passed by here, said Chen Meng. After that, they kept on searching. After walking for about a kilometer, Leng Xiaoting and his teammates reached the foot of the mountain. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting sensed something and immediately prevented the team from moving forward. "Boss, is there anything wrong?" asked Xu Jingchen. "There are movements on the mountain." Leng Xiaoting looked nervous and he said, "Wait for me down the mountain. I'll go up and take a look." Although there were movements on the mountain, they weren't sure whether it was a human being or the murderer. Either way, Leng Xiaoting thought it was better for him to go up alone. But Xu Jingchen felt a little worried about the cruelty of that creature. Even if he knew that Leng Xiaoting was very powerful, the creature might not be a human. "It's an order," said Leng Xiaoting with determination. Xu Jingchen was struck dumb for a second, and didn't dare to say another word. It was an order from their team leader after all. Upon thinking of how Leng Xiaoting dealt with the Red Lion last time, they were a little relieved. Their boss wasn't weak at all, so he should be fine. Leng Xiaoting then climbed up the mountain. The mountain road wasn't very rugged, but the trees were denser, so there were still plenty of places to hide. Anyway, it wasn't a problem for Leng Xiaoting. When Leng Xiaoting went halfway up the mountain, he smelled the smell of blood. Without hesitation, he moved and flew in the direction where the smell of blood came from. He wasn't actually flying, but could move dozens of meters in the blink of an eye with a single jump. With the naked eye, other people could never tell whether it was a man or a woman. At most, they could only see a dark shadow flashing by. There was a distance of 100 meters, but Leng Xiaoting arrived in just 3 seconds. He stopped in front of a cave where the smell of blood came from. Leng Xiaoting didn't go inside right away, but used his senses to feel the situation in it. He wanted to know whether it was a dead thing or a living thing inside. The next second, Leng Xiaoting heard sparse voices and gasping sounds. Obviously, there were living creatures inside, and there were still 2 gasping sounds. After that, Leng Xiaoting held his breath, walking inward lightly. Chapter 1905, Vampires. As soon as Leng Xiaoting walked in about 10 meters, he heard a voice coming from the inside. It was a male voice, and it spoke language M. After sucking so much blood, I finally recovered. Leng Xiaoting looked serious when he heard those words in language M. People from country M. Suck blood. Could they be vampires? Leng Xiaoting had this idea because Ji Yuning had told him that there could be mutants and vampires in this world. Vampires survived by drinking the blood of humans or other creatures. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't a big difference between vampires and ordinary people. The only difference was that vampires' skin was much whiter than that of ordinary people. After all, they weren't really living people. Their eyes were brownish red. Only when fighting or sucking blood would they reveal their true colors. The original face of a vampire was pale with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. Vampires were afraid of the sunlight, so they usually moved at night. In the daytime, they had to be completely disguised. Right, I didn't expect to run into such strong people in this country. We were almost caught this time, said another voice. Strong people. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting thought of cultivators. After all, vampires were also very powerful. No matter how good an ordinary person was, he or she was no match for vampires. There might be some ordinary people who could beat vampires, but the probability was quite low. Yeah, they could even fly all over. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was sure that they were talking about cultivators. We must go back and report it to our leader as soon as possible. Hearing that, coldness appeared in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. Since he already found them, it was impossible for them to go back to report it to their leader. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoting walked inside. 50 meters from the cave's entrance there was nothing special. The space was about 30 square meters and the height was about 7 meters. There were a few stones on the ground, and 2 foreign men sat on the stones at will. The 2 men were both between 25 to 35 years old and their clothes were torn and had a lot of blood stains. The 2 men weren't ordinary people, so they had acute senses as well. They discovered it when Leng Xiaoting was within 10 meters near them. Leng Xiaoting didn't hold his breath, and only walked forward lightly. Seeing someone coming in, the 2 foreign men exchanged a glance, then immediately got up and hid behind a big stone. They were worried that the powerful man had come. Leng Xiaoting heard the movements from the inside, but he didn't need to find them with his senses, because the smell of blood on them was too strong. He could smell it from a distance. Leng Xiaoting went into the cave, then raised his hand to use magical energy to hit the big stone in front of the 2 men. The 2 men felt a strong attack, which was extremely oppressive. This strong force wasn't strange to them, because the powerful people they had met before had also released such a force at them, but obviously it was much stronger this time. Therefore, the 2 men wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. With a boom, the big rock in front of them suddenly broke into pieces, and some small stones hit them directly, knocking them to the ground. The next second, they spewed blood, because they couldn't resist the strong attack towards their bodies. However, because they were vampires, they still maintained the ability to fight back even though they were injured by the strong force. Their strength was only slightly weakened. They knew they were no match for Leng Xiaoting, so they had to fight with their full strength in order to survive. As a result, the 2 men got back to their feet at once to attack Leng Xiaoting. They already noticed that Leng Xiaoting was wearing a military uniform and knew that he was a soldier, so they had to flee and not let him catch them, otherwise it would become big trouble. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting was even stronger than the powerful people they had met earlier. They failed in the previous fight, so it was impossible for them to defeat Leng Xiaoting. Accordingly, Leng Xiaoting easily injured them. Although Leng Xiaoting couldn't control them right away, the 2 men couldn't even touch his clothes during the fight, let alone hurt him. After a while, the 2 vampires were out of strength and were caught by Leng Xiaoting. Because they were caught, the 2 vampires were afraid. Tell me, why did you come to our country? Leng Xiaoting asked them in language M. Leng Xiaoting was a soldier, but he wasn't a regular soldier. He was skilled at different languages, because it was necessary for him to hide and protect himself. The 2 vampires remained silent, and Leng Xiaoting stayed calm. Well, if you refuse to tell, I'll send you to the embassy of country M, said Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, the two vampires panicked. If they were sent to the embassy, it wouldn't be a personal problem anymore, the whole vampire family might become involved. Therefore, a vampire said in a hurry, "We came here to search for a person." To search for a person. What person? Asked Leng Xiaoting. He didn't expect them to tell him the truth. The person who owes us money. He owes us a lot of money and he fled to your country, said another vampire. What's his name? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Cruz, said a vampire, but it was a fake name. Leng Xiaoting refused to believe him. No matter what your purpose is, you've killed 23 people in our country, so you still need to go to the embassy with me, said Leng Xiaoting. You. The two men were surprised. They were surprised that Leng Xiaoting insisted on taking them to the embassy and that he knew those people were killed by them. After all, those people died a strange death, while they looked almost the same as human beings. How did Leng Xiaoting know those people were killed by them? You must be wrong. Even though they really did that, they still tried to deny it. I'm not. I heard your conversation just now. I know you're not human beings, but vampires, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't bother to hide the fact that he was aware of their real species. Hearing that, the two vampires were totally shocked. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting knew that they were vampires. At this moment, the two vampires honestly had no idea how to defend themselves, and they also realized that they were doomed. After exchanging a glance with each other, they quickly pressed a button on the side of the watches on their wrists. Leng Xiaoting had a premonition, but it was too late for him to stop them. With a loud bang, the two vampires exploded in an instant, without a bone left, while Leng Xiaoting was also instantly pushed 10 meters away. Chapter 1906, Is There a Scheme? They had chip bombs installed on their watches. As long as they couldn't escape, they would choose to die directly. Only in that way would the vampire family not be affected. Because it was a chip bomb, it wasn't very powerful. Basically, they could only kill themselves by exploding it, and people who were close to them might be affected. Leng Xiaoting was displeased to see that, because he couldn't catch them after the explosion. Besides, he couldn't discover their purpose for coming to their country right now. If it was really a personal grudge, it would be easy. However, if the government was involved, it would be a time bomb. Although there were cultivators in their country and they could take action if vampires really invaded, it wasn't a good thing to have conflict. Anyway, since they were both dead, there was no need for Leng Xiaoting to stay here. Either way, he would report it to his leader. After walking out of the cave, Leng Xiaoting's phone received a signal, so he made a call to a senior leader. Is it done? Once his call was answered, he heard a serious male voice of power with concern. Yeah, but the murderers had a chip bomb on their bodies. Once they realized they were doomed, they exploded it to commit suicide. Leng Xiaoting compressed his lips, saying in an upset tone, which showed that he was in a bad mood. Hearing that, the leader realized that it was complicated, so he put on a serious expression. Who are they? It's a little special, so please be mentally prepared before I tell the truth. It might be quite unbelievable, said Leng Xiaoting. For no reason, the leader felt anxious. Please. They're from country M, which isn't the point. The point is that they're vampires. In other words, they aren't completely human. They're half human and half ghosts. They live by sucking the blood of other creatures, and they're dozens of times stronger than ordinary people, said Leng Xiaoting. What? Vampires? Hearing that, the leader fell into a panic, because this was the first time he had ever heard something like that. He had seen vampires in films before, but films weren't real, so he never believed in ghosts or monsters. Does it really exist in this world? Asked the leader. The world is so large that it contains a lot of strange things. Perhaps there are special people with magical power in our country too, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he could tell the leader about the vampires, he had to keep it a secret that there were cultivators in their country for the time being. It had to be kept secret at least for now. Even if he was going to tell them, he better not do it on the phone, because it was hard to make it clear in that way. The leader remained silent for a second. It was indeed quite unbelievable, but he chose to believe it rather than deny it. Since they are dead, it's over. However, it's very strange, so you must think of a good way to deal with the consequences. Pay the dead people's family satisfying compensation to stop the news from spreading abroad, said the leader. Of course, said Leng Xiaoting, then hung up. Xu Jingchen and the others were at the bottom of the mountain. Because they were a little far from the cave and the explosion was in the depths of the cave, and the power wasn't too great, none of them heard the explosion. They didn't know whether Leng Xiaoting would encounter the murderer, so they were unavoidably worried about him. They had done over 100 tasks till now. And although they succeeded almost every time, they were in a different situation this time. Their enemies used to be human beings, but now they always ran into monsters or ghosts. Monsters and ghosts were much more difficult to deal with than men. They weren't relieved until Leng Xiaoting showed up. Without delay, they ran towards him. Boss, how is it? Did you lose the trail? They asked Leng Xiaoting at once. Because Leng Xiaoting left for only a short time and had no injuries on his body, they thought that he might have failed to find the murderer. Well, it's already done, said Leng Xiaoting. What? It's already done? Within such a short time? Everyone was surprised to hear that. Yeah, Leng Xiaoting nodded. After he became a cultivator, it was getting easier and easier for him to complete the tasks. Although there was a rule in the cultivation world that cultivators couldn't hurt mortals, Leng Xiaoting wasn't one of their members yet, so he wasn't constrained by that. He was a cultivator, but also a soldier of their country, so he should shoulder his responsibility. Then who was the murderer? Why didn't you bring the murderer back? Asked Xu Jingchen. He couldn't wait to hear the answer. Actually, they are 2 vampires from country M. Because they were unwilling to be caught by me, they exploded bombs that they had on them to kill themselves, said Leng Xiaoting with a calm expression. Hearing that, everyone was shocked, although they were aware it couldn't be done by normal people. Country M. Is there a scheme or something? Said I Weishan with worries. The others had the same idea. After all, their country and country M didn't have a good relationship. They were more like competitors. Boss, what else do you know? Asked Xin Bei. He actually didn't have much hope, because the 2 vampires chose to commit suicide. They told me they came here to search for someone who owes them money. It's obviously a lie. They would rather kill themselves than tell me the truth, said Leng Xiaoting. On Saturday and Sunday, Ji Yuning was busy cultivating, but still failed to fuse her soul with her flesh. Jing Yuniao had learned that Ji Yuning had the blood of the phoenix in her body, so there was no need for her to go through the process of cutting her bones and purifying her marrow in order to be a cultivator. However, she had no idea Ji Yuning had reincarnated. Therefore, she didn't know Ji Yuning needed to fuse her soul with flesh to start cultivating. She simply thought that Ji Yuning hadn't mastered the skill. It's fine. Take it slowly. Cultivation is very time-consuming. In the cultivation world, we don't have as many things to do as when you are in the mortals' world. In addition to learning and eating, we focus on cultivating every day. We barely sleep too. You're only learning now after all, so don't put too much pressure on yourself, said Jing Yuniao to comfort Ji Yuning. Even though Ji Yuning had the blood of the phoenix and didn't need to cut her bones and purify her marrow, it wasn't easy for her to master the skill of cultivating. I know, and I won't give up, said Ji Yuning. Even though she was a little disappointed, she understood it took time. Anyway, she had only tried a few times now. Chapter 1907. Pan Tongyu challenges Ji Yuning. After having dinner in the Sihewan on Sunday, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao left. Ji Yuning drove Jing Yuniao back to Mountain River Garden before going back to her school. It was already 8 p.m., so it should be 9 p.m. when she arrived at her school. The evening class was over by then, so Ji Yuning told her friends to meet her in the small woods. How do you feel now? If you're going to have a competition with Ji Wena, how likely do you think you can win? After the training, Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge. I think the probability has risen to 80%, said Song Miaoge. She no longer felt anxious, but was full of confidence. Actually, it was a conservative estimate. Song Miaoge felt she was certainly going to defeat Ji Wena, because she had made huge progress during this time. In addition, Ji Wena wasn't very strong. Song Miaoge had lost to her once, so she lacked confidence to some extent. Ji Yuning didn't know how good Ji Wenna was at fighting, but she also believed that Song Miaoge could defeat Ji Wenna given the confidence on Song Miaoge's face. It's only 3 days away. After 3 days, it's also the National Day holiday. I'm going to defeat Ji Wenna, then enjoy the vacation, said Song Miaoge. During this time, she focused on training. Although she had made a lot of progress, it was quite tiring, so she needed a break. She was able to accept the training because she had been training ever since she was little. Other ordinary girls might not be able to accept the tough training. Great, I'll go with you if I'm free. If I'm not free, Xianxia can go with you, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wasn't sure she would be free then, because she often needed to deal with emergencies. It's fine. Song Miaoge understood it. I'll go too, said Zhang Zikai. After getting along with them for a few days, she took them as her friends. If anyone dared to bully her friend, she would definitely stand up for her friend. Even though she couldn't help Song Miaoge with the fight, she could cheer for her. Of course you can, said Song Miaoge. It wasn't a group fight anyway. Even if there was going to be a group fight, none of them would be injured, because either Ji Yuning or Baili Xianxia could beat all of them alone. Before Song Miaoge was done, someone came to cause Ji Yuning trouble. It was Pan Tongyu. At lunch, Pan Tongyu and several students went to see Ji Yuning. They didn't look aggressive at all, but quite obedient. However, Ji Yuning could see that they didn't come for anything good. They first sat around the table next to Ji Yuning before talking to her. Seeing Pan Tongyu, Song Miaoge and the others were displeased. They didn't forget how she picked on Ji Yuning last Wednesday, although Pan Tongyu only filled herself with anger in the end. However, even though they were displeased to see her, they did nothing. Ji Yuning, I heard you're very good at martial arts. You've also defeated an instructor during military training. May I have the honor to have a competition with you for fun? Said Pan Tongyu. It sounded very normal, but a touch of malice flashed in her eyes. Ji Yuning didn't pay attention to her, so she missed it, but she knew that Pan Tongyu wasn't a kind girl. Since Pan Tongyu was aware that she was able to defeat the instructor, and she still wanted to have a competition with her, it meant she either disdained the instructor or thought too highly of herself. Besides, Pan Tongyu must know very little about what Ji Yuning's achievements till now. If Pan Tongyu had heard of all Ji Yuning's achievements, she must have too much confidence in herself by challenging Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't think she was strong. Compared with Ji Yuning, she was too weak. In ordinary people's eyes, Pan Tongyu could be excellent at martial arts. After all, Pan Tongyu's family owned a martial art training company of some fame in the capital. In addition, Pan Tongyu dreamed of becoming a female kung fu master ever since she was a little kid, so she started practicing kung fu at a very early age. Song Miaoge and the others were all surprised. They didn't believe that Pan Tongyu came just for a competition for fun, but they didn't say anything about it. It was Ji Yuning's business after all, and Ji Yuning would make the decision. They hoped Ji Yuning could agree, because they would be able to see what result Pan Tongyu would have in the end. Thinking of that, both Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai looked at Ji Yuning silently in anticipation. Although they hoped that she could agree, it was still up to her. Ji Yuning was actually unwilling to waste more time on Pan Tongyu, but she felt it wasn't a bad idea seeing as Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai couldn't wait to watch a drama. Therefore, she agreed. Why not? Let me finish this meal first. We can go to the small woods later. It'll be a competition for fun. Because Ji Yuning agreed with alacrity, Pan Tongyu was struck dumb for a second. She thought that Ji Yuning would refuse. As a result, her preparations were of no use now. Nevertheless, seeing the faint smile on Ji Yuning's lips, Pan Tongyu suddenly had a premonition, but she didn't care much about it. She didn't believe she would lose to Ji Yuning. Obviously, Pan Tongyu didn't clearly know Ji Yuning's achievements. As for the fact that Ji Yuning had defeated an instructor, Pan Tongyu didn't disdain that instructor, but she thought that there were weak soldiers too. Ji Yuning won perhaps because she didn't meet a strong soldier. Actually, Hu Zizhen was a soldier at a high level in the army, and he was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Pan Tongyu simply wasn't aware of that. No problem. Pan Tongyu agreed, then began to eat. After the meal, they went to the small woods together. On their way, they met Rong Zechen, but this time he ignored Ji Yuning as if she was a stranger to him. Wei Xuanzun gave Ji Yuning a quick glance of displeasure, then moved his eyes away. He disliked Ji Yuning, but didn't hate her. Anyway, he learned that she was innocent in the drama last time. However, he still believed that Ji Yuning should feel lucky that Rong Zechen chose her, but she didn't cherish this good chance. Rong Zechen's other two friends, however, had a good impression of Ji Yuning, even though they were Rong Zechen's close brothers. Precisely because they were Rong Zechen's close brothers, they had a better understanding of him. All in all, Rong Zechen was much better than those spoiled arrogant self-centered rich heirs, but he had his pride given his powerful family background. Ji Yuning didn't say that Yuan Shuyan had caused her trouble, but Rong Zechen went to question Yuan Shuyan without asking her. When Yuan Shuyan denied it, Rong Zechen should have apologized to her, but he didn't because of his pride. So it was Rong Zechen's own fault. Chapter 1908. Family background doesn't matter because of his mistake. Ji Yuning and Yuan Shuyan were both dragged into trouble, and Rong Zechen even refused to apologize afterwards. He had to be forced to do it in the end. It was enough to prove how selfish Rong Zechen was. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them, so they would still side with Rong Zechen because they were his friends even though they agreed that Ji Yuning was right. Ji Yuning also ignored Rong Zechen, but Pan Tongyu went to greet him. "Hi, Senior Rong." Pan Tongyu greeted him in her most gentle voice. "Hi, Junior Pan." Rong Zechen politely greeted Pan Tongyu too. Because Ji Yuning was present, he wasn't in a good mood, but he still needed to maintain his kind image in front of other students. In addition, Rong Zechen was unwilling to let Ji Yuning see that he was affected because of her, because it was embarrassing in his eyes. Therefore, at this moment, Rong Zechen still pretended that he didn't care about Ji Yuning at all. Seeing Pan Tongyu's attitude towards Rong Zechen, Ji Yuning realized why she came to cause trouble today. After knowing the reason, Ji Yuning felt quite aggrieved. There was nothing between her and Rong Zechen. Rumors really killed people. Although Pan Tongyu admired Rong Zechen and wanted to talk with him for a while longer, she understood that she had to be careful to not leave a bad impression on him. She knew Rong Zechen didn't have a good impression of girls who always tried to strike up a conversation with him. He normally had a good attitude to those who kept a polite distance away from him. Therefore, she didn't want Rong Zechen to dislike her because she had no sense of distance. As a result, after simply exchanging greetings with Rong Zechen, Pan Tongyu left. After she walked back, Pan Tongyu said, "Ji Yuning, Senior Rong used to say hi to you of his own accord when he saw you. Why does it seem like he doesn't know you at all now? Is there a grudge between you two?" Pan Tongyu knew the reason, but not the details. She had heard that Ji Yuning went to see Rong Zechen to talk about the fact that he had questioned Yuan Shuyan with a very bad attitude. She also knew that Rong Zechen had apologized to Ji Yuning, but didn't know that Ji Yuning reached an agreement with Rong Zechen that they would see each other as strangers if they met again. Therefore, Pan Tongyu thought that Rong Zechen must be mad at Ji Yuning because she had forced him to apologize. Thinking of that, Pan Tongyu was pleased, but she still disliked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning clearly knew what Pan Tongyu was thinking. Although she disdained Pan Tongyu, she still explained, "Senior Rong and I actually aren't familiar with one another. After the slander drama last week and the unacceptable rumors, I went to have a talk with Senior Rong. We agreed to regard each other as strangers if we meet again. I have a fiancé after all, so I don't want my reputation to be damaged by others. They agreed to regard each other as strangers if they met again." Pan Tongyu was surprised. Even though she was displeased that Ji Yuning showed no respect towards Rong Zechen, she was happy to see that Ji Yuning disliked Rong Zechen. As for the news that Ji Yuning already had a fiancé, she had heard about it too, but wasn't sure whether it was true. It was possible that Ji Yuning said that to reject Rong Zechen, or to clear up her name. Therefore, Pan Tongyu asked with doubt, "Do you really have a fiancé?" "Yeah," said Ji Yuning with certainty. "What does your fiancé do? How about his family?" asked Pan Tongyu. In fact, she didn't think Ji Yuning's fiancé's family could be more powerful than Rong Zechen's. After all, Rong Zechen's family was the top family in the capital. Unless Ji Yuning's fiancé's family was the Leng family, the Yuan family, or the Chong family, he could be comparable to Rong Zechen. However, she didn't think it was possible. Ji Yuning was stunning and outstanding, but it wasn't enough for a top family. Besides, there were too many beautiful women in the world. As a result, she also believed Ji Yuning was very lucky that she could be chosen by Rong Zechen, but Ji Yuning didn't cherish the rare chance. However, precisely because Ji Yuning didn't know how rare and precious the chance was, Pan Tongyu still had the chance to compete for Rong Zechen's attention. Nevertheless, even if Ji Yuning withdrew from the game, Pan Tongyu would never be able to be accepted by the Rong family, because her family was barely comparable to Ji Yuning's. Pan Tongyu was too dumb to realize the fact that she was less qualified to be Rong Zechen's girlfriend. "Well, I don't care about one's family background as long as I like him," said Ji Yuning. Those were her real thoughts. When she got together with Leng Xiaoting, she knew nothing about his family and she was simply attracted to his abilities. Even if Leng Xiaoting was just a regular soldier without the Leng family, xianxia, and a lot of money, she still wouldn't disdain him. After all, she didn't love him for his family background or wealth. Hearing that, Pan Tongyu, however, showed disdain. She believed that Ji Yuning's fiancé's family must be far less influential than the Rong family, so that was why Ji Yuning was unwilling to tell. She totally forgot that Ji Yuning was already super rich. No matter how ordinary her fiancé was, her fiancé wouldn't be less competitive than her. In other words, her fiancé was far better than Pan Tongyu. Song Miaoge and the others didn't know what Pan Tongyu was thinking, but they were displeased by her unkind question. As a result, Song Miaoge argued against her. Ji Yuning is such an outstanding girl with billions of yuan in wealth. Her man definitely won't be worse than her. Even in the capital, Ji Yuning is one of the super rich, a member of high society. Don't be so arrogant. Not everyone can be super rich. Hearing that, Pan Tongyu felt embarrassed. Because of what Song Miaoge said, she finally realized she was wrong. It was true that someone with billions of yuan was definitely super rich even in the capital. Ji Yuning undoubtedly was already a member of high society. Pan Tongyu actually wasn't comparable to Ji Yuning at all. Although her family was rich, the assets her family owned was less than a half of what Ji Yuning had. Song Miaoge's words pulled her back to reality, but also embarrassed her, so Pan Tongyu began to hate Song Miaoge too. Self-centered people always blamed other people for their own faults. Ji Yuning didn't think Song Miaoge said anything wrong, because Pan Tongyu actually embarrassed herself by being so arrogant and stupid. Chapter 1909. A selfish girl. The other two girls who stood by Pan Tongyu's sides also felt a little embarrassed, because they also believed Pan Tongyu was too self-centered. However, their families weren't very rich, so they had to tolerate Pan Tongyu's temper while trying to keep a good relationship with her. They were snobs, but they weren't dumb. After Song Miaoge argued with Pan Tongyu shut her mouth, which made Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai feel satisfied. Afterwards, they went to the small woods. "Pan Tongyu, are you ready?" asked Ji Yuning. "Of course," said Pan Tongyu. Although Pan Tongyu had great confidence in herself, she didn't dare to take Ji Yuning lightly, so she looked very serious. "Let's begin then," said Ji Yuning. After that, the competition started. Because it was only a competition for fun, Ji Yuning didn't use great force, but she didn't give Pan Tongyu many chances to attack her. Within a second, she directly defeated Pan Tongyu. Pan Tongyu and her friends were totally dumbstruck. Even Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai felt surprised too. They knew that Ji Yuning was very strong, and it couldn't be easier for her to defeat Pan Tongyu, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning defeated her in a second. It was quite humiliating. Pan Tongyu indeed felt very humiliated and instantly flushed red. I wasn't prepared. Again. Pan Tongyu was unwilling to accept the result, but she lost her confidence this time. It was hard for her to believe that Ji Yuning was able to beat her in just a second. It must have been a coincidence, she thought to herself. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai looked at Pan Tongyu with disdain. There was a huge gap between their levels of martial arts, but she refused to give in. Fine, since she wanted to humiliate herself, they would continue to enjoy watching the drama. All right, I can give you another chance. Make sure you are prepared this time, said Ji Yuning. She understood it was hard for Pan Tongyu to accept, so she didn't mind giving her the second chance, because she knew the result would be the same. After a deep breath, Pan Tongyu got prepared and fought against Ji Yuning once more. However, this time, Pan Tongyu was still defeated by Ji Yuning within a second. If Ji Yuning were a boy, people might blame her for not taking care of the girl, but Ji Yuning wasn't a boy. This time, Pan Tongyu couldn't use the excuse that she wasn't prepared again. She had to admit that Ji Yuning was far stronger than her. Why? Why was Ji Yuning so strong? Pan Tongyu wasn't weak at all. Nevertheless, she couldn't fight against Ji Yuning for a second longer, which was quite humiliating. Pan Tongyu was willing to admit that Ji Yuning was much stronger than her, but she was also mad at Ji Yuning for embarrassing her in front of other people. She was a typical selfish girl. It was she who challenged Ji Yuning, but she still blamed Ji Yuning after losing the game. Tongyu. Pan Tongyu's two friends immediately helped her get back to her feet. Luckily, she was a kung fu lover, so it wasn't very painful although she fell twice. Ji Yuning actually didn't use much strength to hurt her, otherwise she would need to be sent to the hospital right now. Were you prepared this time? Asked Song Miaoge to mock Pan Tongyu. Of course she was prepared. Ji Yuning didn't move until she said yes, said Zhang Zikai mockingly. Their conversation made Pan Tongyu feel even more embarrassed, but she couldn't deny it, so she had to leave in silence. Her two friends also felt embarrassed because of Pan Tongyu's failure. I thought she's good, but it turns out I'm wrong. Watching Pan Tongyu's disappearing back, Song Miaoge said with disdain. She knew it was because Ji Yuning was too strong. That's because Ji Yuning is too strong, said Zhang Zikai. I thought Ji Yuning would torture her over time, but unexpectedly she beat her within only a second. Said Song Miaoge. Although it looked very cool, it would be more interesting if Ji Yuning tortured Pan Tongyu. I don't agree. I think it's funnier to watch her beaten in a second. Didn't you see that she was heavily hit by that? Said Zhang Zikai. You're right. Song Miaoge agreed. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning received a call from Ni Chenyang. He told her there would be a meeting for new members at 1 p.m. on Wednesday and he wanted to know whether she was free at that time. Ji Yuning said she would be free if no emergency came up. After all, it was 3 days later. No one knew what would happen, so Ni Chenyang didn't say anything about it. The Chamber of Commerce of the capital university was very humane, and there was no mandatory attendance for the meeting. Song Miaoge would have the competition against Ji Wenna at 8 p.m. on Wednesday night. The National Day holiday was right after Wednesday, so Ji Yuning decided to fly back to City B then. She hadn't been back there for a long time, so she thought she should go back during the vacation. After that, she would also go to C City to check the condition of the Tianying gang. Although Huang Haihao reported everything to Gao Yi, Ji Yuning was its real boss after all. She needed to see it in person. There were some things she had to see with her own eyes. It was soon Wednesday. After having lunch at noon, Ji Yuning ran into Yuan Shuyan. They didn't argue with each other, but Ji Yuning saw a touch of satisfaction in Yuan Shuyan's eyes when she saw her. It seemed she had successfully done something. Ji Yuning didn't know what Yuan Shuyan had done, but she had to be careful. Afterwards, Ji Yuning went to the meeting, while Song Miaoge continued to train with Baili Zongxie, followed by Zhang Zikai. She was about to have the competition tonight, so she had to be well prepared. Although Song Miaoge was confident, she was still nervous. At 12:55 p.m., Ji Yuning arrived at the office of the Chamber of Commerce. Because the Chamber of Commerce was very important for the capital university, it was given a large office by the school. The office of the Chamber of Commerce was a 50-square-meter meeting room, which was luxuriously decorated and carpeted. It didn't look like a meeting room, but a leader's lounge. There was also a reference room, pantry, and washroom inside. When Ji Yuning showed up, all the members of the Chamber of Commerce were almost present, but there weren't many of them. After a quick glance, Ji Yuning saw 28. After all, it wasn't easy to be accepted by the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce had more members than just 28, however, some were absent. There were 5 new members this year. A lot more than 5 people had applied to join the Chamber of Commerce, but only 5 were qualified. Chapter 1910. Am I a high-profile person? Students who were interested in business all ached to join the Chamber of Commerce, because it was a good place to build connections. However, only those who owned a successful business would be accepted. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce wasn't only open to new faces, but was also willing to accept senior students, because some students started up a business during their study in the university. Therefore, among the 5 new members, 2 were senior students, while 3 were new faces. After all, freshmen were mostly between 17 to 19. Only a few of them had a startup, and even fewer of them could be successful. In fact, very few of them established a new company on their own. Most of them relied on their family's support to become successful. Anyway, they had some skills. Once Ji Yuning walked inside, she became the focus of everyone's attention. They all had heard of Ji Yuning, but not many of them had seen her. They were aware that she was pretty, but was still stunned by her outstanding appearance when they saw her in real life. Afterwards, several people looked at her unkindly. 2 were girls, and the other was a boy. Ji Yuning was already used to unreasonable hostility, so she stayed calm. "Hi, Ji Yuning, have a seat." Ni Chenyang gave Ji Yuning a gentle smile. "Hi, President Ni." Ji Yuning gave him a nod, then walked to the sofa. However, right after she had a few steps, a girl aggressively walked over to block Ji Yuning's way. "President Ni, how come I don't know Ji Yuning is one of our new members? Her name isn't on the list." Yuan Yilin questioned. Yuan Yilin was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. She was also Yuan Shuyan's older cousin. However, they weren't closely related, because their grandfathers were biological brothers, but their fathers were cousins. Hearing that, Ni Chenyang frowned in displeasure. "This must be the fault of our staff. They lost Ji Yuning's information chart, but I told Ji Yuning to send me a new one, so her name should be on the list." In fact, Ni Chenyang had the suspicion that someone deliberately dumped Ji Yuning's information chart. After all, members of the Chamber of Commerce weren't on the same boat. There were people of the dominant families drawing others over to their own side. They were always secretly competing against one another. If someone dumped Ji Yuning's information chart on purpose, who could that person be? Ni Chenyang thought of Yuan Yilin at first, because Ji Yuning didn't get along with Yuan Shuyan, and that wasn't a secret. Yuan Yilin was Yuan Shuyan's older cousin, so it was reasonable if she did that for Yuan Shuyan. However, it was just a suspicion and he didn't have any evidence, so he didn't say it aloud. If he did, it would only make the situation worse. Hearing that, Yuan Yilin looked annoyed. To her surprise, Ni Chenyang already found out and fixed it. Because of that, Yuan Yilin had to close her mouth. Compared with Yuan Shuyan, Yuan Yilin was much better at socializing. She knew when to stop and shut her mouth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to own a successful company at such a young age and become the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. After that, they began to have the meeting. It was just an introduction meeting where new members got to know old members, so it wasn't formal. Therefore, it didn't last long and was over in half an hour. The president and 2 vice presidents gave a speech first, then they began to introduce themselves. In the end, Ni Chenyang said, "Today's just an introduction meeting. The National Day holiday will begin tomorrow. I wish you all a happy holiday, and we'll have a formal meeting after the holiday is over. Our regular meeting is normally on Saturday, so we need to occupy some of your free time, but we won't have it every week. Normally it's held once a month, and a larger one every season, or when it's necessary. The small meetings are simply a gathering of all the members in our school. Members outside will be invited for the large meetings. They're mostly successful entrepreneurs with a high status. Although we won't force you to be present, we do hope you can be present as long as you have time, because it's good for everyone." Nobody was forced to come, but no one was willing to be absent for no reason. "All right, you can leave now." The meeting was over, and people left one after another. Right after Ji Yuning walked out of the teaching building, Yuan Yilin stopped her by calling her from behind. "Vice President Yuan, may I help?" asked Ji Yuning. "Nothing special. As a senior, I just want to remind you to keep a low profile. There are countless people with power in the capital. If you offend someone you shouldn't annoy by accident, your future might be affected, which won't do you any good," said Yuan Yilin. Hearing that, Ji Yuning had a frown. She understood what Yuan Yilin was implying. In fact, after learning her name, Ji Yuning guessed that she could be a member of the Yuan family. Given Yuan Yilin's aggressive attitude towards her at their first meeting, Ji Yuning was sure Yuan Yilin disliked her. Yuan Yilin was either jealous of her or afraid she might steal the man she admired away. If not, there was only one possibility, that it had something to do with Yuan Shuyan. If Yuan Yilin was a member of the Yuan family, she and Yuan Shuyan should be cousins. In that case, it was reasonable that she hated her. Besides, Yuan Yilin now talked to her in a threatening way, so Ji Yuning was more sure that she was a member of the Yuan family. Knowing that, Ji Yuning thought of the fact that her information chart had been deliberately removed. It might have something to do with Yuan Yilin too. Ji Yuning was unwilling to think of her as a bad person, but it was possible given Yuan Yilin's unkind attitude towards her today. Either way, Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay more attention to it, because it didn't cause any harm. "Am I a high-profile person?" Ji Yuning blinked at Yuan Yilin with an innocent expression, as if she had no idea that she kept a high profile. Hearing that, Yuan Yilin was mad. She could see that Ji Yuning was playing dumb with her. "Ji Yuning, rumors about you are everywhere in our school recently. Isn't that enough to prove your high profile?" "Oh," Ji Yuning sighed in a resigned tone, "I can't help it. Perhaps because I'm too outstanding, there are always people who are jealous of me. They keep making things difficult for me, but I've never ever caused trouble for anyone of my own accord." "You." To Yuan Yilin's surprise, Ji Yuning was so confident in herself. All of a sudden, she didn't know what to say. However, Ji Yuning was right, because she indeed hadn't heard of rumors that Ji Yuning had caused trouble for anyone. Instead, she seemed to be the victim. Chapter 1911. Yuan Yilin's warning: no matter what wrong Zechen, Ku Hanzhao, and Yuan Shuyan had done about her, Ji Yuning was innocent. In fact, Yuan Yilin was aware that it wasn't Ji Yuning's fault that Yuan Shuyan was misunderstood, but it had something to do with Ji Yuning. In addition, Yuan Shuyan was a member of the Yuan family, so she undoubtedly sided with Yuan Shuyan. However, she didn't really have a good impression of Yuan Shuyan. "Either way, Junior Ji Yu, it's my kind advice that you better be smart in the capital," said Yuan Yilin. After that, she left without delay. She didn't give Ji Yuning any chance to retort, because it would be embarrassing. Ji Yuning didn't care about it at all, because Yuan Yilin's words made sense, but it was only a piece of kind advice for other people. Ji Yuning was reluctant to have grudges against people in power, but she was always dragged into trouble by other people. She wasn't weak and refused to be bullied, so she had to fight back. Right after Yuan Yilin left, Ni Chenyang came with another senior male student. "Ji Yuning, are you all right? Did Yuan Yilin hurt you?" asked Ni Chenyang with concern. He looked very sincere and without any evil ideas. As a senior, he simply cared about the freshmen. Ni Chenyang asked her that question because he saw Yuan Yilin's hostility towards Ji Yuning. "Nothing. She just reminded me to keep a low profile because there are too many rumors about me in the school these days," said Ji Yuning. Because what Yuan Yilin said wasn't wrong, it was nothing even if she said it aloud. However, Ni Chenyang understood it wasn't kind advice, but a warning. He knew it, and he clearly knew that Ji Yuning was aware of it as well. "I know you're innocent although there are rumors about you, but stay away from them as long as it's possible. It won't do you any good if you have conflicts with them," said Ni Chenyang kindly. He knew Ji Yuning had a relationship with many big business groups, but wasn't sure whether they were close. If Ji Yuning had a conflict with the powerful families, no one knew whether she could get support from her connections. The Ni family was a first-rate rich family in the capital, but it was barely comparable to the top families, so even he did his best to avoid having conflicts with them. Actually, if Ni Chenyang learned Ji Yuning's real status and connections, he wouldn't say that. However, precisely because he had no idea, he kindly reminded her to be careful. Ji Yuning was a very outstanding girl with great potential, so he didn't want her to be ruined by them. I know, thank you for your kindness. Ji Yuning understood Ni Chenyang was very kind to her, so she was grateful to him. Oh, the class is about to begin. I need to go now. Sure, said Ni Chenyang, then Ji Yuning left. Chenyang, you really care about her. Do you like her? The boy who was by Ni Chenyang's side joked when Ji Yuning was gone. His name was Tai Junj, a member of the second-rate Tai family. He had a close relationship with Ni Chenyang and their families were relatives. One of Tai Junjae's aunts married into Ni Chenyang's family. Don't think too much about it. I simply feel that Ji Yuning is an outstanding girl with great potential. I don't want to see her ruined by the wrong family or the Yuan family, said Ni Chenyang. Right, given what I know, Ji Yuning is indeed a very good girl. She's at least much better than those hypocritical people, like Yuan Yilin and Yuan Shuyan, said Tai Junj. Although this was his first meeting with Ji Yuning in real life and he knew very little about her, he had read a lot of news on the internet about her saving other people. She must be a very kind person for her to be willing to help others. Moreover, she almost always did it in a very dangerous situation. Even though Ji Yuning has powerful connections, nobody knows whether they'll side with her if she has conflicts with the wrong family or the Yuan family, so I suggested she avoid having grudge against them, said Ni Chenyang. I have a feeling that Ji Yuning isn't a troublemaker, but she won't hesitate to fight back no matter who dares to cause her trouble, said Tai Junj. If so, I can't help it. Ni Chenyang shook his head with a resigned look. He kindly reminded Ji Yuning to be careful, but had no right to interfere in her affairs. It had nothing to do with him after all. Ji Yuning had nothing else to deal with today, so she went to see Ji Wenna with Song Miaoge. After their classes were over, they left in a group. They went to dine before heading to their destination. On their way, Song Miaoge said, "If I really win, will we really take a video of her pole dancing in a bikini and post it on the internet?" It was Ji Wenna's idea to embarrass her, but she thought it was out of line. If the video went viral, she would be affected too. Of course, it's her idea to humiliate you, said Zhang Zikai. She didn't think it was a bad idea to give Ji Wenna a taste of her own medicine. If it becomes hot news, Miaoge will be affected too. In order to protect herself, Ji Wenna might accuse Miaoge of forcing her to do it, so I don't think we should. However, we must take the video and keep it in our hands to threaten Ji Wenna. As long as she's scared of you, she won't cause you any trouble again, said Ji Yuning. Fine, Ji Yuning's right. Although Zhang Zikai felt they couldn't let Ji Wenna get away with it easily, they had to be careful not to damage Song Miaoge's reputation. Persuaded by Ji Yuning, Song Miaoge made the same decision. Their destination was the martial arts hall that Ji Wenna often visited. Ji Wenna specially booked a room. During this period, whenever she had time, she would come to the martial arts hall to practice martial arts. She had confidence to defeat Song Miaoge, but she still needed to train in case any accidents happened. Moreover, even if she wasn't having a competition with Song Miaoge, she still needed to train regularly. When they arrived at the martial arts hall, it was about 7:40 p.m., and Ji Wenna was already there. She came once her classes were over and dined in the martial arts hall. There were 4 people with Ji Wenna. 2 males and 2 females. They were all Ji Wenna's friends who had witnessed Ji Wenna's last competition with Song Miaoge. All of them were good at martial arts too. Seeing Song Miaoge coming, Ji Wenna showed disdain, because she believed Song Miaoge was doomed to fail. However, Ji Wenna was displeased to see Ji Yuning, because she was still mad at what had happened at Gufan last time. Nevertheless, she didn't think Ji Yuning was anything outside of her beautiful appearance. Therefore, Ji Wenna took Ji Yuning lightly, and paid no attention to Baili Zhongshe and Zhang Zikai. Chapter 1912, I'll take the responsibility. Oh, look who's here. I was afraid you wouldn't come. I have both the bikini and the video recorder ready. There are also pipes. Now I only need a loser, Ji Wenna said. Then she took out the red bikini directly and shook it in front of Song Miaoge, as if she was certainly going to win and was just waiting to watch Song Miaoge being humiliated. She refused to think that she would lose. I would of course come, because I'm going to watch you do the pole dance in the bikini. Song Miaoge wasn't mad at all, because she believed she would win. Besides, she had to show confidence to scare her enemy. Seeing that Song Miaoge wasn't worried at all and was quite confident, Ji Wenna was displeased. You seem very confident. Although she said that, she didn't think so. She thought Song Miaoge was pretending to be confident. Since you're confident, why can't I be confident? Song Miaoge said, we'll see who's confident for a reason in a while. Great, let's see. Song Miaoge was annoyed at Song Miaoge's attitude, so she was unwilling to waste more time talking with her. Song Miaoge put on a set of sportswear and sneakers when she came out this morning, so now, there was no need to change into other clothes. I'm ready, and you? Song Miaoge asked Ji Wenna. Once Song Miaoge asked her that question, Ji Wenna was mad because she felt that she lost control of the game. I was ready long ago. I was here waiting for you. At this time, one should never be emotional, because it would affect her performance later. However, Ji Wenna easily let her emotions get the better of her. Wenna, punch her shit out, said Ji Wenna's friend. You can wait and see. Ji Wenna put on a confident smile. Ji Yuning's friend said nothing, but looked at them with a faint smile and slight mockery. Because Song Miaoge was definitely going to win, and Ji Yuning wouldn't mind playing a trick to help her even if she might lose. After that, the others walked away to leave enough space for Ji Wenna and Song Miaoge. Without delay, the competition began. Because they were going to have a loser and a winner, Song Miaoge used her full strength right after the game started. Ji Wenna did the same thing. Although she believed that she would win, she wanted Song Miaoge to be completely defeated, so she was very violent from the very beginning. However, after only a few seconds, Ji Wenna realized that Song Miaoge's punches and kicks were quite powerful, which made it hard for her to fight back. After a while, Ji Wenna found out that Song Miaoge had improved a lot, and she suddenly felt she became weak in front of Song Miaoge. Nevertheless, she had made great progress during the half-year too, so she thought it would be easier for her to beat Song Miaoge this time. Unfortunately, she might be wrong. Ji Wenna became anxious, because she was afraid to lose to Song Miaoge. She couldn't bear the result if she lost, because the loser had to pole dance in a bikini. The video would be uploaded to the internet, and she would be publicly humiliated by then. Ji Wenna's friends noticed that as well, so they began to worry about her. It seems Song Miaoge has improved a lot. Wenna isn't at an advantage. Right, is Song Miaoge going to win? Bullshit. It's just the beginning. Be patient. I have confidence in Wenna. Ji Wenna's friends had confidence in her, but couldn't help worrying about her. After all, Song Miaoge had made huge progress. As the fight went on, Ji Wenna felt more and more scared, because she was becoming weaker. Song Miaoge had successfully attacked a few places on her body, while she only succeeded once. In that case, she was losing strength, but Song Miaoge seemed to still be strong, so she instead of Song Miaoge was doomed to fail. Ji Wenna's friends were also frightened, but could do nothing about it. Within a short time, Song Miaoge was at a complete advantage, and Ji Wenna couldn't fight back at all. She was simply struggling at the end of the game. A few minutes later, Ji Wenna was beaten down on the ground by Song Miaoge. Ji Wenna was reluctant to accept the result. She tried to get back to her feet to fight, but she was already out of strength. You're the loser. Song Miaoge looked down her nose at Ji Wenna with great pride. In fact, Song Miaoge lost a lot of strength too, but she was still able to stand steadily. Wenna. Ji Wenna's friends immediately came to help her get up. At the same time, they glared at Song Miaoge as if she had done something very evil. Glaring at Song Miaoge, Ji Wenna said in a cold voice, so what? I'm not going to wear the bikini. Hearing that, Song Miaoge was annoyed. Are you going to deny the agreement? It wasn't surprising, because they knew Ji Wenna wouldn't yield so easily, but they were still displeased to hear that from her. Yes, and so, what can you do to me? Said Ji Wenna. The Ji family enjoyed the same high status as the Song family. Even if they were going to have a conflict, neither of them had an advantage. Most importantly, Ji Wenna had another identity of a higher status, so she believed that Song Miaoge didn't dare to force her to accept the punishment. What can I do to you? If you don't put on the bikini on your own, I can help you. After that, Song Miaoge grabbed the shopping bag from Ji Wenna's friend, then took out the bikini. Don't you dare. Ji Wenna was surprised. I'm Rong Hongjun's fiancé. If you dare do that to me, the Rong family will pay you back. Rong Hongjun was the heir of the Rong family's collateral branch. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood that Rong Hongjun was a member of the Rong family, but she wasn't sure whether he was a direct or indirect descendant. Anyway, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of him. Song Miaoge, however, felt upset upon hearing the Rong family. All of a sudden, she didn't know what to do. If the Rong family was involved, it could be very tricky. Seeing that, Ji Yuning opened her mouth. Don't be afraid. I can take the responsibility. Who are you? Ji Wenna turned to squint at Ji Yuning. Why was Ji Yuning not afraid of the Rong family? Was she just pretending to be tough? I'm just an ordinary person, said Ji Yuning. Anyway, your agreement was written on the paper with your signatures. Even if you have the Rong family's support, you can't be so unreasonable. If you won the game, would you let Miaoge go? Even if it was written on the paper with my signature, it's useless. We're in the capital, and power speaks louder than anything else, said Ji Wenna. She snorted with disdain, thinking that Ji Yuning was quite naive. After all, not everyone was reasonable. Chapter 1913, Ji Wenna pretends to be unconscious. Ji Yuning didn't care, but insisted, no matter what, you must fulfill the agreement today, otherwise, you can't leave here on your feet. Don't you dare. Ji Wenna was mad. She thought Ji Yuning was too bold to threaten her. Well, you'll know, Ji Yuning smiled mockingly, walking towards Ji Wenna step by step. Ji Wenna was mad. She didn't know whether Ji Yuning would really do something to hurt her, but since Ji Yuning dared to threaten her like that, she would certainly pay Ji Yuning back. Therefore, Ji Wenna's expression became malicious as she made up her mind to attack Ji Yuning first. Great, let's see what you can do. Beat them now. Although Song Miaoge was much stronger, she didn't have many helpers, while Ji Wenna had 4 with her and they were all good at fighting. Ji Wenna believed only Song Miaoge could fight, so she was confident that they could win. However, that was her own idea, which was terribly wrong. In fact, the 5 of them together were no match for just Ji Yuning. Ji Wenna's friends were unwilling to see her put on a bikini, so they dashed towards Ji Yuning without delay. Unfortunately, the second they got near Ji Yuning, they were all beaten by her. It happened so fast that they didn't even realize what had happened. If it hadn't been for the pain, they would think they were in a dream. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was much more powerful than they thought. She was able to beat them all within only a few seconds. Besides, they fell heavily, and it was too painful for them to get back on their feet. Ji Wenna turned pale in an instant. It was beyond her imagination. That Ji Yuning was so unbelievably good at fighting. Was it possible that Ji Yuning taught Song Miaoge kung fu skills for Song Miaoge to make such huge progress within a short time? Who was Ji Yuning? She wasn't only good at fighting, she was also very bold. Was she bold because she was excellent at martial arts? Ji Wenna wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, because she had already tried to scare them with the influence of her boyfriend's family, which turned out to be useless. So, shouldn't you put on the bikini and do the pole dance now? Ji Yuning asked Ji Wenna. The Ji family and the Rong family will never let you get away with it. Although Ji Wenna knew it was useless, she still pushed her luck, hoping they would be scared. Let's see what will happen. Ji Yuning couldn't care less about it. Now, do you want to put it on by yourself, or do you need me to help you? I don't want to see your body even though we're both girls. But I can tolerate it in order to fulfill the agreement. Saying that, Ji Yuning showed disdain and reluctance on her face. Ji Wenna was furious. Stop wasting our time. If you don't put it on right now, I'll directly undress you and throw you out on the street. Ji Yuning lost patience. Ji Wenna was furious, and she suddenly fell down to the ground. Seeing that, Ji Wena's friends were surprised. Without caring about the pain in their bodies, they ran to her. Looking at Ji Yuning, Song Miaoge didn't know what to do now. Ji Wena passed out, so should they continue? Ji Yuning walked to Ji Wena the next second, but Ji Wena's friends protected her at once. They stayed alert while staring at Ji Yuning as if she was a dangerous monster. Actually, they indeed believed Ji Yuning was quite scary. Wena is unconscious. What do you want to do now? Ji Wena's friend A shouted at Ji Yuning, as if they were innocent. Very good. It's better if she's unconscious, because we can do whatever we want now, said Ji Yuning in an evil tone without the slightest sympathy or mercy. She definitely had no sympathy for Ji Wena, because it might be an act. Even if Ji Wena really fell unconscious, Ji Yuning had thousands of ways to make her wake up. As Ji Yuning said that, Ji Wena couldn't help but twitch her face, which was caught by Ji Yuning. A sneer on lips, Ji Yuning laughed at her bad acting. How can you be so evil? Ji Wena's friend B said in an accusing tone, as if it was Ji Yuning's fault. I'm evil. Don't forget it was Ji Wena who set the bet. She should be the evil one here, said Ji Yuning mockingly. They were really good at playing the blame game. Ji Wena's friend was taken aback, having no idea what to say at this moment. Don't worry, I can wake her up, said Ji Yuning with an evil smile, which terrified them. Saying that, Ji Yuning took off her backpack. Then she opened it and took out a box of embroidery needles from the bag telepathic eye space before drawing out one of them. What do you want to do? Ji Wena, friends were all terrified. Actually, it couldn't be more obvious that Ji Yuning was going to prick Ji Wena. I'm going to prick her. She'll wake up then, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai exchanged glances with each other. They began to doubt whether Ji Wena really fainted. If Ji Wena was really unconscious, it was impossible for her to wake up after being pricked. Thinking of that, they realized that Ji Wena must be pretending to be unconscious, so they started to disdain her. Baili Zhongshe knew at the moment Ji Wena fell, so she stood aside waiting to see the drama. What if any accident happens? Can you take the responsibility? Ji Wena's friend criticized. Of course, I can take the responsibility, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then stopped wasting time on them. With a snap of her finger, the embroidery needle flew out of Ji Yuning's hands, passing the people in front of Ji Wena into her shoulder. Ah! Ji Wena shouted in pain, jumping up. Ji Wena's friends were struck dumb by the scene, then figured out she was just pretending to be unconscious. Being aware of that, Song Mie and the others showed hatred towards her. Ji Wena immediately pulled the needle out, glaring at Ji Yuning. However, she couldn't utter another word after meeting Ji Yuning's cold eyes. See? You're awake now. Ji Wena, you better put on the bikini and do the pole dance right now. It's useless no matter what tricks you play, said Ji Yuning coldly. Ji Wena was merely an annoying clown in her eyes now. No, Ji Wena strongly refused, paying no attention to her appearance. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.